In the underground realm of the supernatural, there lies an unwritten rule. Ghosts feed on human life essence, while monsters devour ghost chi. When darkness descends and 100 ghosts parade through the night, extraordinary masters are forced to step forward to maintain order. Amidst this chaotic backdrop emerges a mysterious youth wielding the power to transform into an ancient great demon, tearing through the veil of night single-handedly. You'd think this would be a dead serious epic about saving the world, but why does our hero's style feel just a little bit unhinged? A female ghost knocking on the door at 2 a.m. Instead of running in terror, he throws her over his shoulder and tosses her straight into the room. "Come on in, babe. My nickname happens to be Rogue Tilda. Let your rogue brother get a deeper understanding of your beauty." He holds her hand, running down a pink path of love to the rooftop for a romantic date, only to casually shove her off the ledge to farm some extra express. A ghost hunter so overpowered, yet so hilariously shameless that even the demons themselves are left clinically depressed and begging for mercy. Zhang Chen. Welcome to Hali Recaps, and without further ado, let's dive right into the wildly chaotic exorcism journey of this absolute madman. News reports indicate that a dangerous murderer appeared near Tianfu Road today, with 3 victims confirmed so far. Horrifyingly, the victims suffered severe damage to both their skin and internal organs before death. The nature of this case is extremely heinous, and the methods used were exceptionally cruel. Police advise citizens to stay indoors and remain vigilant against suspicious individuals. Outside, the rain was pouring harder by the minute. Inside his room, the protagonist Zhang Chen was munching on snacks while watching the news. Just then, more news about the homicide cases broke. A tragedy had occurred in the Changhe residential complex, with a family of 5 leaving no survivors. The case is under investigation, and danger may still lurk around the neighborhood. Immediately following that, another news item reported a skinning case at the Kongjuang building. In Zhang City alone, nearly 3 to 5 homicides were occurring almost every day. Zhang Chen tossed aside his snack bag and walked to the window to observe the situation. The news reports seemed to be subtly warning citizens to avoid these places. He surmised that the media was likely using this cryptic method to tell everyone that these so-called murderers were not human. However, none of this was strange to him anymore. After all, he was someone who had experienced the supernatural firsthand. As it turned out, he was a reincarnator who still remembered dying of cancer in his previous life. One moment he was lying in an ICU bed, and the next he had become a vagrant child in a rural village in a foreign land. Just as he was trying to figure out what was going on, a kind old man walked over, patted his head, and said, "Little guy, call me Grandpa and stay with me from now on." Zhang Chen called him Grandpa, and from then on that old man became his only family in this strange world. He thought he would live out this life peacefully, but 2 years ago when he returned home, Grandpa was nowhere to be found. Grandpa had left without a word, vanishing just like that. He left Zhang Chen only a note and a bank book with a balance of 100,000 yuan. On the note, Grandpa said that the Song Gate was in trouble and he had to leave, instructing Zhang Chen to be good and work hard at life. Zhang Chen didn't believe a word of it, thinking it was just an excuse. Song Gate in trouble, even a cultivation novel wouldn't stoop to using such a cliché. Still, he was curious about how his grandpa was doing. After all, the old man had raised him since he was a child. While he was lost in thought, a piercing bang erupted from outside the door, so loud it felt like his eardrums would burst and his soul would fly away. He cursed in anger. "Damn it, it's 2 in the morning, have some decency, will you?" Zhang Chen walked to the door and looked through the peephole to see who was making such a racket at 2 a.m. Through the peephole, he saw a girl frantically pounding on his neighbor's door. The knocking was so violent. Could there be some emergency for Sister Hong next door? The woman's behavior became increasingly bizarre. She was no longer just standing there, but had climbed onto the door as if trying to pry it open. She opened her mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth, and whispered toward the door, "Open up, I know someone's inside." Zhang Chen was terrified by this gruesome sight. At the time, he didn't know it was a ghost. He simply thought the girl was either mentally ill or a lunatic. He quickly messaged Sister Hong, telling her that if she wasn't home yet, she shouldn't come back. There was a dangerous person at her door. Sister Hong replied instantly. She was home, and she told Zhang Chen that the thing outside wasn't human at all. Shaking all over and unable to even cry out, she tapped on her phone, pleading with Zhang Chen for help. "What should I do?" The eerie girl outside heard the clicking of the phone buttons and spoke up. "So someone is in there, pretending you're not home, pretending you can't hear me?" The female ghost began repeatedly smashing her head against the door, attempting to break in. As the banging grew louder, Sister Hong sank deeper into terror, while the ghost showed no sign of stopping. "Open the door for me, open it now," Sister Hong continued to message Zhang Chen, saying she had clearly seen the girl's face. Her name was Li Yiwen. Upon receiving the text, Zhang Chen found the name Li Yiwen very familiar. He remembered, she was the victim of the rape-murder case that had shocked Zhang City last year. The female ghost continued to bash the door manically, a twisted grin on her face. "Open the damn door for me. A year ago, a girl was desperately trying to escape a thug. She ran, pounding on every door. 'Open up, please open up.' But not a single door opened, and the girl was backed into a corner. She trembled, pleading with the man. 'Don't come any closer.' Before her stood a hulking man with a scarred face clutching a knife ready to strike. 'You're just a piece of trash and you dared to scratch me? You ruined the face of the boss of Zhangbei. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I keep my reputation in the underworld?' She turned around and pounded on doors, begging for help. 'Open the door. Someone please save me.' The man ordered everyone to lock their doors tight, saying anyone who meddled would be looking for death. If anyone dared to come out, he would send them to the afterlife immediately. Hearing this, everyone was terrified. Every household kept their doors shut, and no one dared to come out to save the girl. The poor girl finally collapsed under the man's knife. Afterward, the man left and called for backup, leaving the girl lying miserably in a pool of blood. 'Hello, I've run into a bit of trouble over here.' He told the person on the phone it was self-defense. Now he would go turn himself in, and as per routine he'd only be locked up for a few days. From then on, strange things began to happen. 7 days later, that tyrant was stabbed to death in the detention center, dying in the exact same manner as Li Yiwen. The scene shifted back to the present. The female ghost threatened Sister Hong, saying that if she didn't open the door, she would let herself in. She was using her own hair to burrow into the keyhole, attempting to unlock it. Zhang Chen saw Sister Hong's door swing open and dropped his phone in shock. With her keen hearing, the ghost caught the sound, snapped her head around with a ghastly smile, and began walking toward Zhang Chen's door. She let out a continuous, terrifying laugh, constantly telling Zhang Chen to open up. "I see you." Seeing the ghost switch targets, Zhang Chen panicked. He instinctively backed away. "Holy crap, why is she coming for me?" Zhang Chen grabbed a nearby baseball bat. He yelled at the ghost, daring her to come at him. He was a pure-blooded virgin with yang energy to protect him. He wasn't afraid of these demons and monsters. Suddenly, a system appeared, notifying him that ghostly chi had been detected and it was activating the Monsterization System. The activation was successful, and Zhang Chen received 100 initial ghost chi points. Zhang Chen was surprised. This was likely the Golden Finger cheat system that was over a decade late. The system asked if he wanted to draw a Monsterization card to fight the evil spirit. The knocking grew more urgent, so Zhang Chen naturally chose to draw. There was no other choice now. A slot machine appeared before him, and Zhang Chen pulled the lever to start the draw. With a series of dings, 3 characters appeared in sequence. A brilliant light radiated from the ceiling, and a beastly image reflected in his eyes. Zhang Chen was puzzled. What was this thing? The system asked if he wanted to use this Monsterization card now. Zhang Chen noticed the ghost seemed to have stopped knocking. The long-awaited system shouted impatiently, "Don't just stand there, answer me." Zhang Chen gave a goofy smile, telling the system to hold off for now, as he still felt confident enough to handle this ghost himself. Inside her room, Sister Hong was still trembling, hiding in a corner and chanting Buddhist prayers. Suddenly a massive force smashed through the barriers at the door, and a ghostly hand reached inside. She poked her head in to taunt Sister Hong. "Save me, open the door." Then she began to cackle like a maniac. Zhang Chen, being even bolder, reached out and tapped her on the shoulder. She turned back to see who was touching her, only to find Zhang Chen wearing a bright, friendly smile. "Good evening, beautiful." Zhang Chen shoved her into the room, dared her to catch him, then slammed the door shut with a bang, locking her inside. The ghost didn't realize what had happened at first, then flew into a rage, roaring at Zhang Chen because he dared to shut the door in her face. She screamed for him to open up, threatening to bash his head in. Finding the ghost too noisy, Zhang Chen granted her wish and opened the door. "Please come in." This sudden opening caused the ghost to fall flat on her face, crashing into the floor. A system prompt appeared. The knock-knock ghost was shocked, increasing his ghost chi by 5 points. It seemed that as long as he caused emotional fluctuations in ghosts, he could earn ghost chi. Having caught on to the trick, Zhang Chen moved into action. "Then I won't be polite." The ghost looked at Zhang Chen, not understanding what he intended to do. Zhang Chen flashed a wicked grin and told the ghost not to think about leaving since she was the one who wanted to come in. The ghost's emotions fluctuated again, and Zhang Chen's ghost chi continued to climb, making him even more excited. "Oh, don't be shy. Let's go to the bathroom together." The ghost was driven to a boiling rage by Zhang Chen's pestering. She ripped off the toilet paper wrapped around her and screamed at him, "I'm sick of this, I'm going to kill you." Just as she was about to attack, Zhang Chen pointed behind her and told her to look back. The ghost looked back without hesitation, and Zhang Chen smiled happily as he achieved his goal. The ghost saw her own face in the mirror and shrieked in terror, backing away in tears. "My God, a ghost?" Zhang Chen's ears rang from the scream and he quickly covered them. He hadn't expected this ghost to have such a loud voice. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward as the ghost began acting frail, leaning her head on Zhang Chen's shoulder while sobbing. "So scary, wah brother, it was growling at me." Zhang Chen was speechless. In all his years, this was the first time he'd seen someone scared of themselves, quite a feat considering she usually went around scaring people with that face. Zhang Chen took the ghost's hand and told her not to be afraid, that he would take her away to escape that ghost. The ghost gave a sweet smile and followed him. "Okay, brother." The two ran one after the other down a pink path of love. The ghost had already forgotten her original purpose for being there. Zhang Chen led Li Yiwen to the rooftop. He scanned the area to make sure no one was around before taking action. Once confirmed, Zhang Chen began to act with Li Yiwen. He looked at the ghost with eyes full of deep soulful affection. Their eyes met and the air was filled with sweetness. "When you go first." Li Yiwen refused. She wanted Zhang Chen to go with her. She acted spoiled. "I won't, we have to go together." The system prompted that the knock-knock ghost was emotionally moved, earning Zhang Chen 20 ghost chi points, so he ramped up the performance. He patted Li Yiwen on the head, telling her to go first while he stayed behind to block the evil spirit in the mirror to keep her safe. Hearing Zhang Chen's sweet talk, Li Yiwen instantly fell for it, her face flushing, her eyes full of this chunibyo romance. She called out sweetly, "Brother." Zhang Chen got deeper into the role. He pushed Li Yiwen back, a look of extreme agony on his face as he shook his head frantically. "Don't say anything else, Wenwen. Go now." As soon as the words left his mouth, he shoved the ghost off the rooftop. The ghost's mouth hung open, unable to say a word, falling before her brain could even process what happened. For deceiving the knock-knock ghost into jumping off a building, Zhang Chen received 30 ghost chi points. He thought to himself, she has to be completely dead this time, right? How much luck could she have? Li Yiwen hit a car with a bang, causing it to explode. She was left bloodied and broken, her tongue hanging out crookedly, but she opened her eyes immediately. Devastated by this love scam, she was now more insane than ever. She jumped up and screamed at Zhang Chen, "I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Seeing her still alive and kicking, Zhang Chen scratched his head. It seemed he really couldn't get rid of her without using the monsterization card. In that case, he had to go all in. With that, he took out the General Yin card. This time that woman was bound to disappear. He began using the monsterization card. A system prompt appeared. Upon activation, he would gain a portion of a monster's power for half an hour and randomly draw one supernatural skill. Zhang Chen's body began to change as he let out series of roars. The system noted that after the transformation ended, a portion of the physical soul and monster power would be permanently retained, with a 1 chance to permanently inherit the skill. With a ding, he randomly drew a skill, Azure Tiger's Roar. Down below, Li Yiwen's rage turned into a whirlwind. She began leaping and crawling up toward the rooftop, spitting out a path of ice as she climbed. Just as she touched the edge of the roof, Zhang Chen's face appeared. A look of extreme loathing crossed her face. "Damn you." Zhang Chen was all smiles, pretending nothing had happened as he sincerely apologized to the ghost. "That's great, you're still alive, sorry honey. I forgot we were on the 12th floor just now, my bad." He played the good man again, reaching out to help her up. "Here, let me pull you up." Li Yiwen placed her hand in Zhang Chen's, thinking that since he wanted to pull her up she would let him experience the despair of falling from the 12th floor himself. But the moment their hands touched, Li Yiwen was instantly burned. She let out a scream, begging Zhang Chen to let go. The system showed that the ghost palm had been burned, meaning his ghost chi had increased again. Zhang Chen let go of her hand but then scooped her up by the waist, holding her in a death grip. He couldn't let this ghost escape to harm anyone else. "How could I bear to let you go?" He stood on the rooftop railing, holding the ghost. Before throwing her off, Zhang Chen sweetly called out her name, "Li Yiwen, honey." Then he decisively hurled the cursed ghost down again. However, simply falling wouldn't be enough to defeat her completely. So Zhang Chen jumped down after her. This time he wouldn't hold back. Diving down, he threw a thunderous punch at Li Yiwen, triggering a world-shaking explosion. The female ghost was beaten to pieces. It was a pitiful sight. She kept crying for help, and before her last breath she exhaled a plume of green mist with every gasp. That was her spiritual essence. After a moment the essence dissipated, and she was truly dead. The system prompted that the knock-knock ghost was dead, rewarding him with 99 ghost chi points. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with this result. With the 99 points plus the 100 he had accumulated from his previous antics, he could perform 2 consecutive draws. Just as he was happily celebrating, Zhang Chen nearly tripped. He realized that his punch had actually blasted a massive crater into the ground. He worried that this would cause public panic tomorrow. But there was no need to worry. As long as no one saw him do it, it didn't matter. In everyone's eyes, he was just a very ordinary male college student. With that, he walked home with his hands in his pockets. While walking down the hallway, the system displayed the words, "Evil Spirit." Zhang Chen didn't understand what it meant at first. Was that the ghost's rank? Was there something even scarier than the knock-knock ghost in this apartment? Zhang Chen didn't have the energy to care right now. It was best to get back to his room first. He could study the system later. On the other side, Sister Hong had witnessed everything that had just happened. She believed that since Zhang Chen had jumped from such a height, his life was probably over. Sister Hong cried while blaming Zhang Chen for being so foolish as to jump like that just for a ghost. While she was still grieving for him, he suddenly appeared behind her, telling her not to worry anymore and that the ghost had been dealt with. Seeing Zhang Chen standing before her, Sister Hong nearly jumped out of her skin. Unable to suppress her fear, she asked if he was a person or a ghost, because she had seen him jump with her own eyes. Zhang Chen explained helplessly, "I'm a human, of course." Hearing this, Sister Hong immediately rushed forward and hugged Zhang Chen tightly, sobbing on his shoulder. "Bah, I'm so glad you're okay." Being hugged so tightly by a beautiful woman, Zhang Chen was secretly overjoyed, but he tried his best to maintain a serious expression. He asked Sister Hong for a favor. Sister Hong, acting like a classic girl next door, coyly placed her hand on his firm chest and asked what kind of help he needed. After all, to repay him for saving her life, she would do anything. Zhang Chen didn't ask for much, only that she shouldn't tell anyone it was he who had eliminated the ghost. Sister Hong put her thumb to her lips to signal she would keep her mouth shut, telling him to rest easy. "I know hidden masters like you don't want to be tainted by the mundane world. I won't tell a soul." After speaking, she turned around saying she wanted to get something for Zhang Chen. Sister Hong swayed her curvaceous figure as she bent over to search for it, her stockings making her look even more charming and seductive. After fumbling around for a while, she finally found it. Sister Hong pulled out a property deed and handed it to Zhang Chen, saying she wanted to give it to him and would arrange the title transfer whenever he was free. This gesture left Zhang Chen utterly stunned. He hesitated, wanting to politely decline such a lavish reward from his neighbor. After all, Sister Hong relied on collecting rent for her livelihood. He couldn't just cut off her source of income simply because he had saved her life. Seeing Zhang Chen refuse, Sister Hong thought he didn't like that particular house. So she simply pulled out a thick stack of property deeds and asked him to see if there were any others he preferred. Zhang Chen watched, dumbfounded. This woman was exactly his ideal type, sweet, gentle, and incredibly wealthy. His eyes were now glowing brighter than car headlights. His mind was filled with images of Sister Hong sitting on a golden throne with piles of treasure at her feet. The scene was simply too tempting. "Brother, have you ever heard the phrase, 'Doctor, I don't want to work hard anymore'?" This time, Zhang Chen wasn't being polite. He accepted the property deed Sister Hong offered. After all, it would be a waste not to take something offered for free. Back home, he opened his computer to research the information the system had just prompted. Combining the news reports with tonight's encounter, it wasn't hard to deduce that more terrifying ghosts would appear in the future. The system notified him that the monsterization period had ended. He only retained a portion of the physical soul and monster power, having not yet inherited any supernatural skills. Zhang Chen understood that for now, he could only rely on the monsterization system to grow stronger. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before he was torn to shreds like the other victims. Once the effect of a monsterization card wore off, the small amount of power he retained wouldn't be enough to handle the powerful spirits that would follow. He immediately searched online for recent homicides in Zhang City. The screen displayed a high-profile serial murder case where 3 victims had been completely disfigured, their bodies dumped in a residence, an elevator entrance, and by the roadside. Since the victims had suffered such extreme disfigurement, the killer clearly had some sort of obsession with it. This ghost was very similar to the previous knock-knock ghost. While the knock-knock ghost was obsessed with knocking before acting, this one was obsessed with disfiguring its victims. The crime scene was quite close to the school, so Zhang Chen planned to go check it out in person after class tomorrow. He closed his computer and plotted silently. He couldn't just sit and wait for the ghost to come to him. He had to take the initiative. The next day on the Zhang City University campus, girls in breezy summer outfits could be seen everywhere, happily chatting about the interesting events of the previous night. Watching them walk away, Zhang Chen thought it was a pity his cheapskate grandpa wasn't here, or the old man's eyes would have popped out. On his way to the classroom, someone called out Zhang Chen's name. He turned around to see Yang Chen and Lin Yue. Seeing the 2 great beauties so close to Zhang Chen, the surrounding male students were filled with jealousy and resentment. This kid Zhang Chen was too lucky. He was actually childhood friends with the goddess Lin. Lin Yue took out a talisman and handed it to Zhang Chen, saying her mother had specifically gone to a Taoist temple to request it for him. She urged him to keep it on his person at all times and preferably never take it off. Zhang Chen took the talisman and thanked her. At Gu moment, the monster energy inside him actually flickered slightly. He asked Lin Yue if the item was expensive and why she was giving it to him just like that. Lin Yue smiled innocently, saying that things hadn't been very peaceful lately. There had been many murders recently. and she wanted to tell Zhang Chen to stay home as much as possible. But before she could finish, Yang Chan behind her panicked. Yang Chan shouted Wei Wei's name and rushed forward, covering Lin Yue's mouth before she could say anything else she shouldn't. Yang Chan's expression at that moment looked like she wanted to swallow Lin Yue whole. Immediately after, Yang Chan dragged Lin Yue away. Before leaving, the innocent girl didn't forget to remind Zhang Chen not to go out. Zhang Chen was also a bit surprised. It seemed Lin Yue knew about ghosts and monsters as well. Yang Chan dragged Lin Yue to a corner, hands on her hips. Her face flushed with anger as she yelled, "Wei Wei, what you did violates the ban issued by the Dao Alliance and the underworld." Lin Yue pouted aggrievedly, insisting she hadn't said anything over the top and had only given Zhang Chen a talisman. Yang Chan flicked her forehead to remind her that Zhang Chen was just an ordinary person who would only find death if he encountered a ghost. Setting aside the Lin family's status in the world of Qi specialists, their family backgrounds alone were worlds apart. Lin Yue still tried to explain to Yang Chan that she only saw Zhang Chen as an ordinary friend and didn't have any other intentions. Hearing this made Yang Chan even angrier. Would an ordinary friend give away a suppression-grade talisman? If this talisman were taken to the black market, it would sell for at least 2 million yuan. Lin Yue's eyes grew red. Compared to the time Zhang Chen saved her life years ago, what was a mere talisman worth? She had been kidnapped as a child, and if it hadn't been for Zhang Chen saving her, she didn't know where she would have been sold. Zhang Chen toyed with the talisman Lin Yue had given him. It seemed there really were supernatural forces in this world handling ghosts. He then stuffed the talisman into his pocket. The existence of ghosts hadn't been made public yet, which probably had something to do with the system saying ghosts eat human qi, monsters eat ghost qi. As soon as Zhang Chen walked into the classroom, the air was thick with hostility, leaving him completely baffled. When the male classmates saw him being called out by Lin Yue for a private chat, their eyes turned red with envy. They blamed Zhang Chen for not bringing his bros along for such a good thing, complaining that he chose girls over his friends. Just as everyone was noisily criticizing Zhang Chen, a heavy slam on a desk suddenly rang out. "What's all the noise about? Don't you know class is starting?" The person shouting was none other than Zheng Xiaoming, the young master of the Zheng group. As soon as the male students heard his name, they immediately shut their mouths, not daring to utter a peep. Zhang Chen looked at Zheng Xiaoming, thinking that his burly physique was indeed the result of a wealthy family's upbringing. He was quite good-looking. Zheng Xiaoming walked over to strike up a conversation, asking Zhang Chen if he also knew Yue. He then invited him to a family gathering in a mocking tone. "My family is hosting a party in a few days. Classmate Yue will be there too. Do you want to come, classmate Zhang Chen?" Zhang Chen ignored him and walked away, finding such people far too boring. The guy couldn't keep his mouth shut and continued to taunt him. "Don't have the time, oh I forgot, you have to work to earn money after school, ha ha ha." But Zhang Chen wasn't provoked by his words. Instead, he fired back a line that made the other man even more furious. "Yeah, unlike young Master Zheng, who only needs to open his mouth and ask his daddy for money." After speaking, he didn't forget to toss back a contemptuous smile. Sure enough, Zheng Xiaoming was left speechless and flew into a rage. He couldn't help but curse loudly, but Zhang Chen walked away without looking back. Before he could go far, Zhang Chen's path was blocked by Zheng Xiaoming's 2 lackeys. These 2 dog-leg henchmen were certainly loyal, scurrying over as soon as Zheng Xiaoming beckoned. The 2 hulking figures stood before Zhang Chen, the size difference being stark. They threatened Zhang Chen, forcing him to apologize to Zheng Xiaoming. Zhang Chen looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze, then glanced at the distant Zheng Xiaoming. Thinking these guys were truly stupid to the core, he began to crack his knuckles and warned, "You want to fight? If someone touches me, I pay them back twofold. If you start crying because it hurts later, don't regret it." Just as he was about to deal with them, the teacher's coughing interrupted Zhang Chen. The teacher came in to announce that Zheng Xiaoming's father had sponsored a 2-day trip for the class to the Zheng family villa the day after tomorrow, and it was entirely free of charge. The class immediately erupted in cheers, sucking up to Zheng Xiaoming. "Long live young Master Zheng." After class began, Zhang Chen felt suspicious. Zheng Xiaoming's father was a notorious skinflint. Why would he suddenly be so generous? While the teacher was working hard on the lecture, Zhang Chen suddenly sensed something strange. Ghostly spiritual energy had appeared in the classroom, and it was emanating from Zheng Xiaoming. Just as he suspected, there was definitely something wrong with this guy named Zheng. After school, the sky had grown dark. Zhang Chen arrived at the previous crime scene, but the place was incredibly filthy and cluttered. He summoned the system, wanting to check his current equipment. The system granted his request and information appeared in sequence. His current ghost chi value was 9, and the monsterization cards he owned were Red Python Spirit and Chaos Demon King, but both were only 1 star. After seeing this, Zhang Chen was a bit worried. The ghostly chi here was so dense, if he encountered a powerful ghost, these 2 cards might not be able to handle it. As Zhang Chen was walking, a security guard stopped him to ask who he was looking for. Zhang Chen asked casually, "Which unit does Zhang Meimei live in?" Upon hearing that name, the man's face turned deathly pale. He slammed the door shut, saying he didn't know, and chased him away. Zhang Chen looked at the place, thinking that if just mentioning Zhang Meimei's name could scare the man that much, this area was definitely not simple. It was so desolate that there wasn't a soul to be seen at night. Suddenly a scent wafted into Zhang Chen's nostrils, the smell of disinfectant. The smell was coming from the building ahead. Without a second thought, Zhang Chen headed straight in. When he reached the door of room 101, he saw a little girl sitting at the entrance eating, but her eyes were fixed on the hallway. Out of curiosity, he asked the girl, "Little sister, why are you staring at the hallway while you eat?" The little girl looked up, her face utterly terrifying, with eyes red as dripping blood. She tried to drive Zhang Chen away. "Go away, you scared my friend off." Zhang Chen looked around but didn't see a single person. He asked where her friend was. The hallway was clearly empty. The girl said her friend had been right there playing with her, but as soon as he came up, he scared the friend away. Zhang Chen felt a chill down his spine looking at the ceiling. Stepping in here was like entering a ghost's nest, but he couldn't just go back now. Just then, the girl's mother heard her daughter talking and came out to ask who she was chatting with. Seeing Zhang Chen, the woman narrowed her eyes and asked what he was doing in this building in the middle of the night. Zhang Chen asked politely, "Sister, do you know a neighbor named Zhang Meimei?" Hearing that name, the woman's reaction was exactly like the man's downstairs. She fearfully tried to shoo Zhang Chen away. "I don't know her, get out of here now." Meeting repeated rejections, Zhang Chen couldn't help but complain that the residents here were too cold-hearted, kicking him out just for asking a question. He decided to just check the 2 floors above. The woman hesitated for a moment, then finally peeked her head out and called out to Zhang Chen, warning him, "If someone in the hallway asks if she's beautiful, don't pay any attention to her and just run, you hear me?" Telling Zhang Chen to run from a hungry ghost was practically an insult to him. He asked the woman why he should run. She said if he said she wasn't beautiful, the other person would hack him to death like a maniac. But Zhang Chen wasn't scared at all. "Oh, and what if I say she is beautiful?" The woman revealed a localized, eerie smile and said if he praised her beauty, she would make his face just as beautiful as hers. After saying that, she slammed the door shut with a bang, wanting no more trouble. This only piqued Zhang Chen's interest in tonight's exploration. Interesting. Does every ghost have a unique trigger mechanism? As he walked, Zhang Chen smelled the disinfectant again. Confirming it was drifting down from upstairs, he dashed up at high speed. While running, a corpse suddenly appeared before his eyes, crashing down beside him and giving him a fright. "Holy crap, you scared the life out of me." The person was already stiff and unmoving. It seemed they were completely dead. Before Zhang Chen could react, another figure fell from above. "Another one?" Zhang Chen reached out and caught the person. He accidentally touched the girl's wound, making her cry out in pain. Only then did the girl realize the one who caught her was a living person. She grabbed Zhang Chen's wrist and dragged him along as she ran. "Come with me." Zhang Chen was bewildered and asked what she was trying to do. The girl turned and yelled at him, "Shut up if you want to live, don't ask questions." As they neared the emergency exit, the girl instead pulled him into a piping room to hide. Zhang Chen was dragged along like a puppy, stumbling. Hey, why aren't we taking the fire stairs?" The girl explained it was easier to hide here. The fire stairs were definitely blocked by that creepy woman, and going there was just asking to meet his ancestors. Zhang Chen was being hugged so tightly by the girl that he was nearly suffocating. Although he was secretly enjoying it, he still politely told her to let go. The girl snapped at him. "Shut up, don't distract me." The girl began to cast a spell. A flame sparked at her fingertips, which she then smeared across a talisman. She began to chant, "Protective grace of the pure ones, hide my tracks and veil my form." She then slapped the talisman onto the outer wall. The talisman began to take effect. The girl explained that this talisman could only mask a living person's aura, so he should shut up if he didn't want to die. The mysterious woman who asked about her beauty began to wander through the building, her laughter extremely eerie. Holding a weapon, she kept asking, "Am I beautiful?" The female ghost walked to the corpse. "Talk to me, am I beautiful? Am I beautiful or not?" After speaking, she stabbed the corpse. The two hiding inside broke into a cold sweat. The female ghost continued her search. "HMPH, where did the other one hide?" The female ghost headed toward the fire stairs, shouting for them, "Where are you? Answer me, am I beautiful? Answer me, answer me." Only after the female ghost was far away did the girl dare to open the door and come out, with Zhang Chen tumbling out after her. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally safe. She introduced herself as Chen Shui, a specialist who handled supernatural events. They could be called Qi specialists. Zhang Chen thought to himself that there were indeed professionals in this line of work. He wondered what they would think of an amateur like him. Chen Shui speculated that the female ghost might double back, urging Zhang Chen to stick close to her from now on if he wanted a chance to live. But the priority was finding a way out of the building. Suddenly, strands of hair dangled from the ceiling. The female ghost from before was hanging upside down. She repeated the same old question. "Now can you tell me, am I beautiful?" Zhang Chen's reflection was mirrored in the ghost's eyes. She dove down suddenly, ready to attack, still muttering. Chen Shui immediately unleashed a skill. Mystic origin of heaven and earth, root of all qi, extensive cultivation through myriad tribulations, witness my divine power, golden light body. She threw a punch at the vengeful spirit. The thunderous blow shattered the spirit's blade. Zhang Chen watched with excitement from the side, clapping to cheer for Chen Shui. "Whoa, that was intense, girl, I mean sister, you're amazing." But before he could celebrate for more than a few seconds, Chen Shui was sent flying back, her large backside landing directly on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen yelled about being crushed by her, after her own move sent her flying. Thinking he'd praised her for nothing, Chen Shui explained it was because her true qi was exhausted and she probably couldn't fight anymore. She told Zhang Chen to take the chance to run downstairs and call the police for reinforcements. The female ghost walked over to pick up her fallen weapon and turned her gaze toward Zhang Chen. "Handsome, do you think I'm beautiful?" Zhang Chen replied sarcastically. "Beautiful, beautiful my foot, you old hag." Upon hearing this, the female ghost actually showed a look of ecstasy. "Aha, I'm beautiful." Chen Shui was stunned, then filled with terror. She told Zhang Chen to run, as answering her question meant being haunted to death. The female ghost had no intention of letting Zhang Chen go, chasing after him with a cackle. "Ha ha ha, you said I'm beautiful." The ghost swung her blade at Zhang Chen. Luckily he was quick to dodge. "Stop, stop, stop. When did I say you were beautiful? Is something wrong with your ears?" Zhang Chen continued to mock the old ugly ghost, but she ignored him completely. She pounced again. "Let me make you just as beautiful as I am, are you happy? Ha ha ha." Just as she was about to swing her blade again, Zhang Chen grabbed her hand. He looked at her with a provocative gaze. "You want me to be happy?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he flipped the female ghost over, threw her over his shoulder and started walking. The ghost let out screams of pain. Zhang Chen hauled the ghost forward while Chen Shui watched dumbfounded. Zhang Chen and the ghost vanished from her sight. Arriving at a room, Zhang Chen kicked the door open and dragged the ghost inside with him. "Get in here, don't be shy." By now, the ghost was scared, cursing Zhang Chen as a despicable rogue who had wicked intentions just because she looked beautiful. Clinging to Zhang Chen's back, the female ghost begged him to let go, her mouth never ceasing to curse him as a rogue. Zhang Chen was no pushover. He let out a chuckle and said, "What a coincidence. My nickname happens to be Rogue too." Zhang Chen turned around and began to grope the female ghost haphazardly, leaving her flustered and unsettled. Consequently, his ghost chi points began to climb rapidly. While saying, "Let your rogue brother get a deeper understanding of his sister's beauty," Zhang Chen kept leaning in closer. Their intimacy escalated until they were barely 2 centimeters away from a kiss. The female ghost looked at Zhang Chen with utter confusion, unable to believe he actually intended to do something indecent to her. She wondered what kind of freak this guy was. Zhang Chen began to lick the ghost's ear, the tickling sensation causing her to scream for him to get lost. His ghost chi continued to soar. Suddenly, the female ghost remembered she was carrying a knife. There was no reason to fear a man like this. Just as Zhang Chen was about to continue his performance, she pressed the blade against him, her expression regaining its cold composure. "Are you that eager to have fun with me? Remember to close the door." Chen Shui, clutching her injured arm, walked toward them. She felt a bit moved, her eyes welling up. "Is he doing this to save me?" Most ordinary people would have fled at the sight of a ghost, yet Zhang Chen was facing it head-on. How much courage did that require? But what she didn't know was that Zhang Chen was not the ordinary person she imagined. In the room, Zhang Chen and the ghost were still entangled when she suddenly stopped, her face turning as horrific as it was at the beginning. "Since you love me so much, then become just like me." The ghost pressed the knife against Zhang Chen's neck. If he continued to toy with her, he might actually lose his life here sooner or later. Zhang Chen decided to play his trump card. It was time to have a final showdown with this ugly, classless ghost. He activated the red python spirit monsterization card, gaining enough power to rival her. Zhang Chen randomly drew a supernatural skill, giant python strength. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a shockwave that blasted the female ghost 200 million meters away. He teased, "Little ghost, why are you so obsessed with looks?" The ghost spoke in agony, saying that if Zhang Chen were as ugly as her, he would understand how horrifying it feels to endure the malicious stares of outsiders. Zhang Chen grabbed her hand and suddenly flashed a brilliant smile, telling her he understood. It was all because she lacked confidence in her appearance. Then, looking at her with a strange glint in his eye, he asked, "Want me to help you solve this problem once and for all?" Now, even the ghost was panicking. She asked how he planned to solve it. Zhang Chen said nonchalantly, "As long as you let me cut off everything above your neck, all your problems will be solved." As he spoke, he cupped her cheeks in his hands, saying that from then on no one would ever notice her looks again. Hearing this, the ghost was stunned for a moment as she began to process human anatomy. If everything above the neck were cut off, what would be left? After thinking for a while, she finally realized what he meant. Furious, she jumped up and swung her blade. "Just say you want to chop off my head." Zhang Chen stood there watching her flail about, letting out a series of wicked laughs. He told the ghost he wasn't afraid of her this time, and immediately activated red scale armor. Zhang Chen's armor blocked her attack, and the ghost was burned instead, let out a desperate, miserable shriek. She was blasted back to the ground, and Zhang Chen quickly snatched the knife from her hand. However, because he had grabbed the edge of the blade, his hand began to bleed. Zhang Chen looked at this with some frustration. Even with the scale coverage, his hand had still been cut. It seemed this ghost knife was indeed a treasure. Having lost her weapon, the ghost flew into a rage and lunged at him to take it back. "Give me back my knife!" Zhang Chen looked at her with a cold sneer. This knife now officially belonged to him. It was no longer hers. Suddenly, Zhang Chen realized he was flying. Had he evolved? Looking down, the view of the chest area seemed familiar. As it turned out, the female ghost had long since breathed her last, her head and body separated. Zhang Chen had successfully defeated the loathsome spirit. A system prompt appeared. Disfigured ghost, evil spirit grade eliminated, reward 99 ghost chi points. Chen Shui had been hiding outside listening to the commotion. Hearing the loud crash, she was terrified. Fearing Zhang Chen was dead, she pulled a small knife from her robe and rushed into the room, prepared to fight the evil spirit to the death. Since Zhang Chen had been brave enough to protect her, she couldn't just flee for her life. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhang Chen standing there with a look of grievance, a large bump on his head. He grumbled at Chen Shui. "I was just about to open the door to leave and you just had to charge in." Seeing Zhang Chen unharmed, Chen Shui's jaw nearly hit the floor. After dealing with the evil spirit, the two prepared to leave. Chen Shui asked how he had eliminated the powerful ghost, but Zhang Chen's lips were sealed, offering only a slight smile. "That's my secret." Zhang Chen walked over to the first person he had seen when entering, who was still lying there stiffly. Chen Shui turned pale as a sheet at the sight of the corpse. Zhang Chen, however, muttered, "Stop faking it and turn into a ghost already. Contribute some more ghost chi to me." But the corpse didn't budge. Zhang Chen touched it and then sniffed his fingers, finding no scent of decay. "Does it have to wait for the 7th day after death?" Chen Shui curiously asked if Zhang Chen was also a chi specialist. It seemed her earlier display of skill had been showing off before a master. Zhang Chen was baffled by the question, not understanding what she was talking about. His confusion with her idioms left Chen Shui speechless. She pondered, there were hidden masters everywhere these days, so it was normal for powerful juniors to be unfamiliar with the chi specialist circle. Chen Shui took out her phone and logged into the Underworld app. Currently, the Dao Alliance and the Underworld were the two most powerful factions. The Dao Alliance focused on recruiting people with extraordinary talents, while the Underworld focused on its own cultivation system. Chen Shui recommended the Underworld app to Zhang Chen, saying it was a joint creation of the two factions, and had him scan her referral code to download it. After downloading the app, Zhang Chen could also photograph the remains of ghosts and monsters to report them and earn points. These points were the currency circulating in the world of chi specialists. Zhang Chen watched her gestures, smiling cooperatively, then asked a series of nonsensical questions, like how many photos he usually had to take. Did he need a selfie with the remains? What were the resolution requirements? How long would it take for the points to be credited? Chen Shui was stunned. She reached out and covered Zhang Chen's mouth, telling him to save his questions for later. They needed to leave this eerie place immediately. Another ghost was still lurking in this building. Hearing there was a ghost, Zhang Chen instantly became excited, looking around. Where is the ghost? There's another one." Chen Shui couldn't laugh anymore. She solemnly told Zhang Chen the danger level this time. "Tisk, I'm in no mood for jokes. Based on the ghostly chi, that's a high-grade evil spirit." Zhang Chen immediately wiped the smile off his face, replaced by an air of righteousness. The radiance emanating from him puzzled Chen Shui. Why did he suddenly become so serious? Zhang Chen beat his chest and said confidently that his grandpa had taught him since childhood to act according to his abilities, and that protecting the residents of this building was the responsibility of people like them. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned to hunt the ghost, holding high the knife he had just snatched from the disfigured ghost. "Let's go." Target, high-grade evil spirit. Though somewhat helpless, Chen Shui owed Zhang Chen her life and had no choice but to follow. Zhang Chen turned back to ask her which floor the ghost was on. Chen Shui replied that it was on the 6th floor. Watching Zhang Chen's current demeanor, she flashed a smile. Perhaps he was right. Those with power should bear the corresponding responsibility. Her own thoughts just now had been a bit shallow. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was also deep in thought. There was another ghost here, and it would be a total waste not to fight it. He had 18 minutes of monsterization time left. Not using it would be a huge waste. On the 6th floor of the dilapidated apartment, a sign hung that read, "Welcome to Angel Beauty Salon." A thick smell of disinfectant wafted from the room, creating a sinister and eerie atmosphere. Zhang Chen thought to himself that this must be where the smell was coming from. He pointed at the beauty salon and said, "I bet Zhang Meimei's plastic surgery failed here, which is why she turned into an evil spirit, right?" He crouched down to examine the red strings with copper coins hanging around and asked, "Are these your doing?" Chen Shui replied, "Correct. I originally set up an array here to ambush Zhang Meimei. Just as I was about to deal with her, another ghost suddenly lunged out and ambushed me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He jumped up and looked around frantically. "Where's the other ghost? Where is it? Where is it?" Chen Shui yelled in frustration. "Are you even listening to me? I suspect the other ghost is outside. Look over there." Chen Shui pointed to a room at the end of the hallway where dense ghostly qi lingered. "Wow, the qi is so thick, the ghost is likely at the end of the hall." Chen Shui and Zhang Chen walked toward that room, and she reached out to press the doorbell. With a clack, heavy footsteps approached, and a dark shadow drew near. Just then, a pale, bloodless face peeked through the crack in the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Chen Shui took out her phone and opened the Underworld app. After passing identity authentication, the phone turned into an Underworld police ID containing her full information. She held up the ID and said, "We received a report. There has been an incident of violence in this building. Please cooperate with the investigation." The homeowner was a housewife with a sallow, haggard complexion, looking quite eerie. She opened the door to invite them in. "Oh, come in." Zhang Chen held the police ID and marveled, "This app actually has so many functions?" Chen Shui stepped into the room and found it in a state of complete disarray. She frowned. "HMPH, the room is full of the smell of mold." She scanned the room and saw a photo hanging on the wall. It was a happy family of 3. Zhang Chen said, "Oh, a family portrait?" Both looked at the photo, guessing it was a picture of the homeowner's family, each lost in their own thoughts. Chen Shui asked, "Are you the only one at home?" The mother said, "No, my son is here too." Zhang Chen asked calmly, "Your son, can you call him out to say a few words?" Upon hearing this, the mother looked panicked, breaking into a cold sweat, her eyes wide as if they were about to fall out. She stammered, "Does he have to come out? He's only 8 years old, he couldn't have done anything bad, right?" Chen Shui smiled gently to reassure her. "We aren't suspecting your son of doing anything wrong, it's just a routine procedure. Please cooperate." The mother suddenly turned and walked into the inner room saying, "Then I'll go call him out." Seeing the woman enter the room, Chen Shui turned to Zhang Chen and said, "I asked the residents here before and they said that besides Zhang Meimei, there's another strange person. Many people have seen a boy facing a wall and devouring food as if he'd been starving for a long time." Zhang Chen looked thoughtful, remembering that strange little boy. When he first entered the apartment, a little girl had yelled at him, "Go away, you scared my friend off." Could that friend be the boy the woman mentioned? Chen Shui leaned in and whispered in his ear, "And I also found out that the victim's organs were all." Before Chen Shui could finish her sentence, the woman stood silently behind them, staring at the two with a dark and cold expression. Both Chen Shui and Zhang Chen were startled. She said, "My son refuses to come out. Why don't you go into the room to see him?" Chen Shui smiled awkwardly and agreed. I understand." She pushed the door open to greet him. "Hey there, little guy. Big sisters are coming in." In the room, a small boy sat under a lamp reading a book. He looked over with a sidelong glance and asked sullenly what they were doing there. Chen Shui said gently, "Don't be afraid. I'm a friend of your mother's, just here to see you." Hearing this, the boy immediately retorted, "Mother, are you talking about that woman outside?" The boy rushed over and hugged Chen Shui, trembling as he said, "She's not my mother." Zhang Chen said, "The family portrait hanging outside clearly shows you two as mother and son. If she's not your mom, who could she be? Little guy, your nose will grow long if you lie." Zhang Chen's threat made the boy break out in a sweat and he stammered, I'm not lying. The person out there now isn't my mother anymore." Zhang Chen walked over and patted the boy's head, saying kindly, "Oh, go on, tell us more." The boy tremblingly recalled that his mother was washing her hair in the bathroom that night. Suddenly his mother called out from inside, "Honey, I want to eat an apple." The father happily agreed. At that time, the father was in the living room peeling an apple. The clock showed 23:59. The boy sat nearby watching his father peel the apple while happily eating a lollipop. Seeing his father peel the skin without breaking it, he said admiringly, "Wow, Dad, you're amazing. The apple peel that night was especially long and never broke." The father then took the unbroken peel to show off to his wife. "Honey, look, aren't I great?" Just then, the clock struck exactly 12 midnight, and a weird smile began to appear on the mother's face. The father said caringly, "Here, take a bite." The mother said coyly, "Oh, no need to feed me, I'll eat it myself." Just as the mother ate the apple, something bizarre happened. The boy dropped his lollipop in fear. The mother outside the mirror was eating the apple, but the mother inside the mirror was still washing her hair. He was terrified and immediately ran back to his room. He didn't know what happened next. He only knew that the person who looked exactly like his mother never cooked for him again. He could only go downstairs to ask friends for leftovers, eating them in a corner before returning home. After hearing the narrative, Chen Shui asked Zhang Chen, "What do you make of this?" Zhang Chen thought for a moment and said, "I've heard an urban legend. If you peel an apple completely in front of a mirror at midnight without breaking the skin, the ghost in the mirror will possess you and steal your life." Zhang Chen continued, "Let's go check the bathroom." Zhang Chen and Chen Shui walked into the bathroom and were surprised to find there wasn't a single mirror left inside. Chen Shui asked blankly, "Where's the mirror?" Zhang Chen scanned the surroundings and noticed a solitary nail left on the wall. He concluded that since the nail was still there, the mirror must have been taken down. Just then, the mother called out from outside, "Dinner's ready. Why don't you two stay for a meal before you go?" Chen Shui broke into a cold sweat of surprise. Hadn't the child just said his mom stopped cooking? Zhang Chen also found it puzzling. "I don't know what's going on either. Let's just play it by ear." The mother brought out 4 dishes. From a distance they could smell the scent of rotting meat with maggots crawling on top. It was nauseating. She said excitedly, "Here comes the food." Zhang Chen and Chen Shui looked at the served dishes, their throats dry. Holy crap, raw meat with maggots? Not even a death row inmate would eat this last meal. Just one look was enough to make anyone want to vomit. She wore a bizarre smile and asked, "What's wrong, you two? Is it not to your taste?" Zhang Chen replied calmly, "A bit. It looks too bland." Hearing this, Chen Shui was fuming with rage. "Zhang Chen, you jerk." She was too angry to speak. The mother asked coldly, "Then what do you like to eat? I'll go make it." With an innocent yet shameless expression, Zhang Chen said, "Ma'am, could you make strawberry braised pig kidney? Don't wash the kidney too thoroughly. I like it with a bit of flavor." The mother's face turned green, finding the request absolutely perverted and disgusting. A system prompt appeared. The mirror ghost feels extremely disgusted. Ghost Chi 20 points. Zhang Chen thought to himself, "Isn't it obvious who the ghost is now?" He gave a mischievous grin and said cheerfully, "I was just joking with you, sister. Just make me some regular home-cooked dishes. How about a plate of salted horse eyes?" Zhang Chen's expression suddenly turned sinister as he added, "If you don't have that dish, it would be quite poor hospitality." Upon hearing this, the boy's mother abruptly turned and opened the refrigerator. As luck would have it, there actually was a horse eye inside. She whispered eerily, "Wait just a moment. He. Now it was Zhang Chen's turn to be stunned. He really hadn't expected them to actually have that. 5 minutes later, the plate of horse eyes was served. The eyeballs in the bowl were practically raw, garnished with a few sprigs of green onion and soaked in a pale red blood-like liquid. The boy's mother said gloomily, "Didn't you want them authentic? So, I only cooked them medium rare." She stood to the side, staring fixedly at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen picked up an eyeball with his chopsticks, hesitating repeatedly, not daring to take a bite. He felt his throat tighten and swallowed hard in disgust before finally summoning the courage to take a bite. As he bit down, blood and slime instantly sprayed onto the table. Zhang Chen threw the remaining half back into the bowl, wiped his mouth with a frown and complained with a look of utter disdain, "You have the nerve to call this medium rare? It's as tough and chewy as a rubber ball. I nearly broke my teeth." Hearing this, the mirror ghost was consumed by rage. She gnashed her teeth, her eyes bloodshot with fury, wondering what kind of person would be so picky. Where did this kid even come from? A system prompt appeared. "I see you are clearly making things difficult for the mirror ghost on purpose." Ghost Chi 30 points. Not only did Zhang Chen refuse to eat, but he also tossed his chopsticks aside and continued his sharp-tongued critique. "I'll be honest, so don't get mad. If you fed your cooking to a dog, the dog would claim it as a workplace injury. No wonder your son has to eat his fill outside every day before he dares to come home." The mirror ghost trembled with rage, beginning to condense her ghost chi to launch an attack. Sitting nearby, Chen Shui sensed the terrifying power about to explode and cried out in terror, "Such powerful ghost chi!" Zhang Chen, however, walked over with an incredibly punchable face, put his arm around the mirror ghost's shoulder, and said, "Big sis, calm down. I'll give you one more chance. Make me a dish that even a beginner can handle." Zhang Chen leaned in and whispered coldly into the ghost's ear, "Poached little boy, surely you know how to make that." Zhang Chen was quick and agile, suddenly hoisting the little boy up and saying happily, "Look, don't we have the ingredients right here at home?" He began gesticulating and giving orders. "Just peel him clean and throw him into boiling water until he's cooked. Oh, and this time make it medium rare." He held up 3 fingers to the female ghost. The mirror ghost was speechless with rage, her mouth hanging open for a long time, her anger reaching its absolute peak. Her eyes became bloodshot, and her face distorted as she revealed her true form, roaring, "You dare toy with me." Her body seemed covered in a layer of multicolored mirror shards. Her nails became razor sharp, and her fangs interlaced. She screamed maniacally. The surrounding objects sent flying by the vibration. Chen Shui struggled to stay upright in the gale whipped up by the ghost, exclaiming, as expected of a high-grade evil spirit. Zhang Chen was still testing the limits of seeking death, deliberately rolling up a sleeve and winking at the ghost, getting angry after just a little joke. "Then why don't you come play with me instead?" He pulled down his collar to expose his shoulder. The ghost went completely insane, shrieking hysterically, "Play with your damn grandfather," the system continuously prompted Ghost Chi 20. Seeing the time was right, Zhang Chen instantly monsterized. A green light flashed in his eyes and snake scales appeared faintly on his skin. He teased, "Just a joke, why so heated all of a sudden? You're going to run out of energy like this, sis. I should start getting a bit serious too." Zhang Chen began summoning the red python barrier, a withered skeleton of a giant crimson python. As soon as the giant python was summoned, it roared and crashed into the mirror ghost, causing a violent explosion. With bloodshot eyes, the mirror ghost frantically grabbed the python's head and slammed it down, then turned into a blur and charged at Zhang Chen, vowing to tear him apart. Zhang Chen was startled. This strength was indeed impressive. Although the giant python coiled to protect him, it was crushed directly by the ghost's grip. He barely had time to dodge, crying out, "Crap, I'm too late." Zhang Chen's collar was instantly grabbed by the mirror ghost, who wore a victor's smile. He. She immediately cast a hypnosis spell on him, gripping Zhang Chen's neck tightly. Her eyes flickered with an eerie light. Zhang Chen felt as if he were falling into an abyss. His eyes grew heavy and lost focus, and his face began to turn vacant. At this moment, Chen Shui tightly hugged the boy and covered his eyes, closing her own as she shouted, "Don't look into her eyes." The mirror ghost mocked him with arrogant triumph. "Go on, keep being arrogant if you have the guts." Zhang Chen's eyes rolled back as he desperately resisted the creature's hypnosis. The mirror ghost squeezed his head with force. Zhang Chen endured the agony. "HMPH, my head is about to explode." Zhang Chen thought to himself that it was a good thing he had covered his eyes with red scale armor at the last second, otherwise he would have been finished. At that moment the scales on his eyes gradually faded, and he took the opportunity to condense monster power in his palm. He had to end this quickly. If he were bewitched again, it would be over. Zhang Chen suddenly unleashed giant python strength, and a red phantom of a giant python surged from his hand. The mirror ghost was shocked and hurriedly let go, retreating. The giant python roared past, but the mirror ghost nimbly dodged it. The heavy blow smashed into the corner of the wall, sending dust flying and blasting a massive hole in the wall, startling the hiding insects and ants into fleeing in all directions. The mirror ghost mocked, "He, nothing but brute force. You're too slow. Did you think you could catch me?" Zhang Chen retorted. "Oh, then guess why this move is called Twin Python Strength." As soon as the words left his mouth, another massive python phantom silently appeared behind the mirror ghost, flicking its tongue as it said fiercely, "I've been waiting for you." The ghost whipped her head around, stunned, and was instantly coiled and constricted tightly by the giant python. She let out a piercing scream. "Let me go," constricted until she was spitting blood with her tongue hanging out and her eyes rolling back. Her heart was filled with regret. She even began to question her life. Why did she provoke a jinx like Zhang Chen? System prompt. The mirror ghost regrets coming into this world. Ghost Chi 95 points. Suddenly, the ghost let out a heart-wrenching scream, roaring with a deathly pale face. "Ah, I'm going to be snapped in two." With a muffled thud, the ghost body was actually snapped into two pieces. The upper half flew into the air before crashing heavily to the floor, her severed limbs scattered and blood splattering the ground. Zhang Chen stood his ground, his fists wreathed in crimson flames. He sensed that the ghost's eerie aura had not yet dissipated and thought to himself, torn apart like this by monster power and she still hasn't vanished. Chen Shui watched from behind, dumbfounded, marveling, "So strong. What kind of technique is Zhang Chen using?" At that moment the mirror ghost's mangled remains actually began to squirm and reassemble. A mass of green aura rapidly repaired the broken limbs, and a pair of ghastly ghost chi wings even grew from her back. Chen Shui screamed a warning in terror, "Watch out, this is a high-grade evil spirit, a single move won't kill it." After speaking, she quickly pulled the boy away to hide. Zhang Chen revealed a cold smile. "Is that so? How terrifying." He condensed monster power to manifest a longsword, its blade coiled by twin pythons radiating a piercing killing intent. He turned and shouted to Chen Shui, "Take him and get back." The now fully resurrected ghost, having grown wings, roared and lunged at Zhang Chen with incredible speed. Zhang Chen's expression remained unchanged, thinking it seemed he would have to stake his life against her. Zhang Chen's entire body ignited with monster fire. Facing the ghostly claws reaching for his face, the mirror ghost unleashed Black Phantom Kill, a surge of pitch-black ghost chi closing in instantly. Zhang Chen also unhesitatingly unleashed Red Flame Slash, his longsword wreathed in flames as it swung at the evil spirit. The fire and dense ghost chi collided violently, and the surrounding air erupted with deafening booms. The two frantically traded skills. Zhang Chen was sent flying by the mirror ghost's massive momentum, crashing heavily to the ground, his longsword carving a trail of sparks on the floor. At this point a chip had appeared in the broadsword in Zhang Chen's hand. The ghost mocked, "HMPH, you dare to be arrogant with just this much skill? Staking your life against me is simply a joke, ha ha ha." However, before she could enjoy her triumph for long, one of the ghost's arms suddenly began to shatter inch by inch, ghost chi spraying wildly from the break. The ghost's triumph turned to dread, her face changing drastically. Her distorted features became extremely hideous as the ghost chi within her rapidly drained away. Survival instinct sparked a desire to retreat. The mirror ghost kicked off the wall, using the force to leap out the window. Though her escape was pathetic, she remained stubborn. "I'll give you this one, we'll see about this." Seeing this, Zhang Chen tossed aside the damaged longsword and gave chase. "Don't run, let's spend some more time getting to know each other." The ghost let out miserable wails as she ran. "Shut up, stop following me." Zhang Chen had a wicked smile on his face as he pursued her relentlessly through the fire-lit corridor. At this time, the little girl downstairs fretted and said, "Mom, it's so noisy upstairs." Her mother was sweating profusely with nervousness, thinking it must be because that young man didn't listen to her warning and was now being tortured by the evil spirit. Otherwise, why would there be such pathetic screaming? A quick peek should be fine, right? The girl's mother looked through the crack in the door, only to see a blur flash past at high speed. Before she could see clearly, Zhang Chen rushed over with an expression even more terrifying than the ghost's. He let out a series of perverse, creepy laughs. "Hee, come have a heart-to-heart talk with me. If that doesn't work, we can even have a kiss. Ha 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 ha." The mother was terrified, collapsing to the ground. She screamed, "There's a ghost," before her eyes rolled back and she fainted, foaming at the mouth. At that moment, a massive explosion echoed from the escape tunnel. Zhang Chen leapt into the air, stepping heavily onto the mirror ghost's back and pinning her ruthlessly to the ground. Having taken that heavy stomp, the mirror ghost lay motionless on the ground, falling into a coma. Zhang Chen leaned in with a friendly smile. "Big sis, you only ate a few people, it's a small matter. Let's sit down and have a slow chat. Once we've talked it all through, I'll let you go." By now, the mirror ghost was ready to burst into tears, large teardrops falling as she wished he would just give her a quick death. System prompt: "You, a living person, speak more like a ghost than I, the system. Ghost chi, 30 points. The mirror ghost sobbed uncontrollably, begging only for her life. System prompt: "Why use your fists for something that can be settled with words?" Ghost chi, 50 points. The mirror ghost's self-esteem was heavily wounded. Ghost chi, 50 points. She felt aggrieved to the extreme, and another 66 ghost chi points were added. Looking at the data on the system panel, Zhang Chen laughed exceptionally despicably. "HMPH, it seems your ghost chi is all but gone." He patted the ghost's head to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, I won't chase you anymore. Rest easy, your value has been squeezed dry, so the road to the Yellow Springs is wide. I wish you a safe journey." By now, the ghost had completely broken down, pleading with Zhang Chen not to kill her. Her face was full of desolation, with none of her previous overbearing manner left. Faced with her bitter pleas, Zhang Chen stroked his chin and mused, I could consider that request." However, he changed his tune. "You asked too late." He then summoned a giant python coiling around a massive poison bottle. The python flicked its tongue, its cold vertical pupils fixed on the ghost. Zhang Chen abruptly commanded, "Red bottle burial." With the command, venom poured down and the mirror ghost let out a piercing scream. The toxin rapidly corroded her flesh and blood, turning her into white bone as her ghost chi dissipated, leaving a puddle of foul-smelling green slime on the ground. Zhang Chen watched with satisfaction as the evil spirit was dissolved by the venom. He was still in his monsterized state, with residual fire coiling around him. Only after confirming the spirit was completely destroyed did he return to his human form. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and remarked, "A high-grade evil spirit is indeed extraordinary, actually managing to withstand 3 attacks from a 1-star monsterization." The system issued rewards. Host Zhang Chen receives 889 Ghost Chi points and 1 Chaos Demon King monsterization card. Looking at the reward panel, Zhang Chen showed a satisfied smile. This round was a huge profit. Just then, Chen Shui came running over excitedly and asked, "Zhang Chen, is it over?" Zhang Chen replied confidently, "Yeah, that ghost has been dealt with, but can you help me handle this pile of stuff on the floor?" Zhang Chen pointed to the white bones and foul-smelling slime. Chen Shui opened the Underworld app with a look of speechlessness and instructed Zhang Chen, "That's easy. I've already reported it to the Underworld through the app. The cleanup crew will be here soon." After handling everything, Chen Shui jingled her car keys and said, "Let's go, I'll give you a ride back." Just as Zhang Chen was about to refuse, Chen Shui pressed the alarm remote for a luxury car. It was an incredibly expensive supercar. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise, "Well, you aren't some heiress to a wealthy family, are you?" Flattered by Zhang Chen's praise, Chen Shui blushed slightly with embarrassment and explained, "Not at all, I bought this with money I saved myself." She added that a single point on the Underworld app was worth 10,000 yuan. Zhang Chen was stunned upon hearing this, quickly pulling out his phone to check his account, unable to believe his eyes. Then let me check mine." He found 150 points sitting in his account. He jumped for joy. "1.5 million, I'm rich." The two got into the car and left. As she drove, Chen Shui asked curiously, "Zhang Chen, is it convenient for you to tell me about your grandfather?" Zhang Chen thought for a moment and replied flatly, "He doesn't allow me to mention his affairs to outsiders." He thought to himself, The old man was just a corpse mover at a crematorium, not some grand master. He kept telling me that just so I wouldn't get dragged into his grudges. Zhang Chen interrupted Chen Shui's thoughts and asked, "Instead of talking about me, tell me about the Dao Alliance and the underworld you mentioned. Why are there two law enforcement agencies in the world of extraordinary people?" Chen Shui explained. "Originally, there was only the Dao Alliance. 100 years ago, the underworld rose up. They are ruthless and full of masters. Relying on their extraordinary strength, they gradually took over some of the Dao Alliance's functions. In the end, the Dao Alliance actually seemed to breathe a sigh of relief." Zhang Chen was puzzled. "Oh, they're relieved even though their top spot was taken?" Chen Shui explained while driving. "With great power comes great responsibility. Being the leader is very hard. Once yin energy breaks out, the human no-go zones fall into chaos," she added with a solemn expression. "At those times, the leader must withstand the pressure and send people to guard them. They say guard, but it's actually sacrificing the lives of chi specialists to plug the gaps." Zhang Chen only half understood and asked in confusion, "What are human no-go zones?" Just then his phone suddenly vibrated. With a ding, a bright red warning notification popped up on the Underworld app. "Yin energy outbreak 3 hours ago. Forbidden zone movement occurred ahead of schedule. Calling all C-grade and above chi specialists to guard duty." Chen Shui broke into a cold sweat after reading the notice. Human no-go zones are rifts connecting to horror dimensions. There are 6 in the country, ranked up to SSS grade. She added despondently, "E grade to S grade are threat levels used to measure the strength of chi specialists and ghosts, and the most terrifying Ghost King level is SX." Zhang Chen was shocked to hear this. These forbidden zones were actually 2 levels higher than a Ghost King. The supercar sped through the night, tearing through the heavy darkness. Chen Shui asked cheerfully, "By the way, there's a collective mission in 4 days. Do you want to join me?" Zhang Chen asked. "What's the deal with this collective mission?" Chen Shui winked mischievously and said, "It's a big deal. Do you dare come?" Zhang Chen accepted gladly. "No problem. See you in 4 days." At that moment, torrential rain began to fall outside. Thunder rolled and lightning cut through the sky. At home, Zhang Chen looked at his computer and plotted silently. The day after tomorrow is that boring party for the Zheng kid. Then after that is Chen Shui's collective mission. I'll have to see which day in between I have time to go farm some ghost chi. Seeing that his ghost chi was nearing 1,000, Zhang Chen searched the internet with great interest. While scrolling, he came across an intriguing rumor and clicked on it. "Oh, this looks interesting." He tapped on the case details. The long-deceased patient. According to the report, the patient passed away shortly after admission. Following that, the nurse on duty committed suicide in the stairwell. Horrifyingly, their bodies vanished from the morgue after death. Investigations into surveillance footage and head counts confirmed that the corpses were still hidden somewhere within the hospital. Zhang Chen wanted to see the difficulty of this case, and the system panel immediately popped up. Threat level D. Task type, solo, base reward, 100 points. The next morning on campus, pretty female students in breezy summer outfits chatted as they walked. "Where should we go after class? I want to go clothes shopping." Zhang Xiaoming walked along, leering at the passing beauties. He was living quite a comfortable life, watching beauties by day and farming ghost chi at the hospital by night, keeping his adrenaline pumping all day long while ogling the girls. He spotted Zhang Chen approaching. He immediately dove into his supercar and started the engine, which roared with a thunderous vroom vroom vroom. He followed it with a flashy drift, sending the surrounding crowd into a panic. A nearby girl was about to step forward to argue, "Do you even know how to drive?" Her companion quickly pulled her back. "That's young Master Zheng's car, just let it go." Zhang Xiaoming sped directly toward Zhang Chen at full throttle, and Zhang Chen appeared to run away in a fright. Seeing Zhang Chen stop with a provocative look on his face, Zhang Xiaoming finally slammed on the brakes. "Screech!" Zhang Xiaoming sneered. "Why'd you stop running? Scared out of your mind?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He thought to himself, "I have the mental strength of 2 lifetimes. Do you really think I'd be scared of such childish tricks?" He kicked the front of the car hard and said with disdain, "You've made great progress, young Master Zheng. You don't even need your mommy to drop you off at school anymore," rebutted so sharply. Zhang Xiaoming flew into a rage and cursed, "You brat." He gnashed his teeth and floored the accelerator. The supercar let out a roar, and 2 blue sparks spat from the exhaust. Passing pedestrians were startled. "My God, that scared me to death. Is that car about to explode?" Zhang Chen provoked him calmly. "It's quite scary indeed. But do you really think revving your engine a few times is enough to intimidate me?" Zhang Chen instantly monsterized, his eyes turning into cold green snake-like slits. His pupils contracted as he said coldly, "You're still a bit too green." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Looking back, he was horrified to find a snake had crawled onto his shoulder and was coiling around his neck. Terrified out of his wits, he screamed while swerving his car to flee for his life. He shouted as he ran, "The snake? I'm most afraid of snakes." Zhang Chen flashed a triumphant smile. The residual power from 2 monsterizations was more than enough to deal with an idiot like him. In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing at the podium, telling everyone to turn their books to Chapter 2. On the surface, Zhang Chen appeared to be reading diligently, but he was actually browsing the Underworld app on his phone. A notification popped up on the screen. Codename, Fengdu 10-year riot cycle. He fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected the human no-go zone to be in Fengdu. It seemed the outbreak of yin energy was indeed a precursor to the riot. But it had only been 8 years since the last one. Just as he was lost in thought, a piece of chalk accurately struck Zhang Chen on the head. Zhang Chen was caught red-handed peeking at his phone and was called out by the teacher. "What are you doing? Stand up and translate the first paragraph." Zhang Chen awkwardly picked up his book, stuttering for a long time without being able to say a word. The entire class erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Chen looks like a complete moron." He brushed it off with a dry laugh, thinking it didn't matter. The affairs of the Forbidden Zones weren't his concern yet. For now, he still needed to find ways to increase his strength. The classroom returned to a studious atmosphere. As soon as class was over, Zhang Chen rushed to the cafeteria and shouted, "Ma'am, give me 2 fried chicken legs." The cafeteria lady praised him. "You have quite an appetite, young man." He took the freshly prepared chicken legs. Hot, hot, hot. Just as he was about to dig in, 2 guys walked over and swiped Zhang Chen's chicken legs. "Thanks, bro." The newcomers were Li Jia and his bodyguard, Zhao Erhu. Zhang Chen asked angrily, "Don't you know I've been in trouble lately? You still dare to get this close to me?" Li Jia said while munching on a chicken leg. "Others might be afraid of Zhang Xiaoming, but do you think I, the great young Master Li, would be afraid of him?" Zhang Chen mocked. "Hey, if you aren't afraid, then why are you carrying a bodyguard around?" Li Jia's mouth was greasy as he gave a sly grin. "Hee, it's precisely because Erhu is here that I'm not afraid." Erhu radiated a scorching aura and said seriously, "It's fine, I'm not afraid either. He can't hurt me." Zhang Chen looked at the glowing Erhu and thought, "Whoa, he's glowing all over. It looks like this Zhao Erhu is also an extraordinary person." Zhang Chen spoke up to reassure them. "All right, you two. I can handle a little fry like Zhang Xiaoming myself. Move aside, don't interfere with my meal." Just then, Li Jia's eyes lit up. He turned and shouted, "Look, it's Goddess Lin." Not far away, Yang Chan and Lin Yue were walking over. Seeing Li Jia's greeting, Yang Chan gave a cold, dismissive response and then pretended not to hear him, walking away. Lin Yue turned and saw Zhang Chen, taking the initiative to greet him with an attitude completely different from how she treated others. Zhang Chen and Li Jia replied awkwardly. Li Jia then turned and scolded Zhang Chen, "You don't happen to like men, do you? Goddess Lin takes the initiative to greet you, and you don't even react." Lin Yue snickered on the side upon hearing this. Yang Chan rushed over angrily and yelled, "Didn't I tell you yesterday to ignore him? You're such an outstanding girl. Why must you insist on hanging around someone of such a low level?" Lin Yue agreed fearfully. All right, let's go." Yang Chan turned back to remind them. "Besides, I heard Zhang Xiaoming has decided to deal with Zhang Chen. You'd better not get involved." Lin Yue replied reluctantly. "I've already asked my dad to go persuade him. Zhang Xiaoming won't do anything reckless." Yang Chan threw cold water on her. "There are so many heirs from great families pursuing you. Can your dad really keep up with persuading them all?" Yue, "Helping him is one thing, but if you get too close to him and those suitors find out, people will die." At that moment, screams erupted from outside a hospital. "Call for help. Is anyone there? Doctors, come quickly." 4 nurses frantically pushed an emergency gurney inside. "The patient is fading fast." The patient on the gurney was trembling and wailing in agony. Half of his face had rotted away all the way to the ear. Under the surgical lights, 2 doctors had donned their scrubs, ready for the rescue. One doctor said, "The damage to the right side of the patient's face is extremely severe." The other doctor replied, "Hurry, notify the director to come for emergency surgery." The surgery in progress red light lit up above the door. An IV was started on the patient's arm, which was covered in eerie patterns. The department director arrived in a hurry, scratching his head as he looked at the dying patient on the bed. Then he broke into a cold sweat. Staring at the patient's arm, he cried out in shock, "There are corpse spots all over his hand, and you called me here to perform surgery?" The 2 nearby doctors also replied, drenched in sweat, but his hand was definitely still moving just now, and he was even moaning. Suddenly, a whooshing sound of wind echoed around them, terrifying the 3 of them. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the director turned and shouted, "What on earth is going on? Where are the family members?" However, when he looked down the hallway behind him, he found it completely empty. Where did they go?" He then roared at the doctor beside him. "Quick, go report this to the dean." The man immediately turned and ran. The scene shifted to 3 days later with a yellow taxi speeding down the road. Zhang Chen sat inside, calmly scrolling through his phone. The screen displayed information from the Underworld app. Frequent cases of critical patients at North 2nd Road Hospital. Mysterious deaths of medical staff. The Dean has contacted the Underworld and registered the case on the Underworld app. The taxi driver suddenly spoke up to warn him. Little brother, things haven't been peaceful at North 2nd Road Hospital lately. You'd better choose a different hospital. Zhang Chen stared at the screen and replied confidently. It's better that it's not peaceful. If it were peaceful, I wouldn't even go. Seeing they were almost at the hospital, the driver broke into a cold sweat. The hospital is right ahead. Why don't you just walk the rest of the way? Zhang Chen smiled and replied, sure. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped out of the car, the driver floored the accelerator and vanished in a cloud of dust as if he didn't want to stay for another second. Zhang Chen walked forward calmly, looking around and muttering to himself, strange indeed, a place that's usually this busy is now completely deserted. A gloomy mist lingered around the hospital. While heading up the steps, he ran into a man whose face was distorted and bloodshot. The man ran past Zhang Chen with his eyes rolled back, screaming in terror, "Go away, stay away, don't follow me." Seeing this, Zhang Chen hopped up the stairs. Arriving before a building filled with eerie green gas, he looked up and said, "This should be the place, right?" Suddenly, several hideous ghosts poked their heads out of a box in front of him, roaring at him. Instead of being afraid, Zhang Chen revealed a bizarre smile and retorted, "I came all this way, you'd better not disappoint me." In the hospital corridor, a nurse walked with a twisted gait, making a click-click-click sound. Upon seeing her, Zhang Chen nearly started drooling. "Oh, a ghost nurse right as I arrive, I like it." With his eyes glowing with heart shapes, he lunged forward suddenly, caught off guard. The nurse screamed as her face turned bright red. The documents in her hands scattered all over the floor. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. "This is clearly a living person. Where would ghost chi come from?" Zhang Chen felt utterly humiliated. While helping her pick up the documents, he gave an awkward yet polite smile. "Nurse, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," he cursed in his heart. Who would have thought it was actually a person? Still shaken, the nurse snatched the documents and replied hastily, "The outpatient clinic is on the 3rd floor. Go there yourself." Zhang Chen flashed a friendly smile and said, "I'm not looking for a doctor. I want to go to the morgue." The nurse's terror instantly soared from level 1 to level 10. She repeated tremblingly, The morgue?" Zhang Chen's smile turned a bit eerie as he confirmed, "That's right, I have some urgent business to attend to there." The nurse backed away in fear, stuttering, What are you planning to do?" Zhang Chen waved his hand to reassure her. "Don't be afraid, I'm not that murderer from the news." But he muttered to himself, does this smile not look right? It was practically scaring her to death. The nurse summoned all her strength and fled the scene at top speed, leaving behind a single sentence. Don't ask me." Zhang Chen retracted his hand with regret, muttering to himself, "Was my smile not sincere enough? Why did she run? Whatever, I'll stop being sincere, it's too creepy." Just then a door opened and a doctor with buck teeth poked his head out and asked, "This is a hospital, what's with all the noise?" Zhang Chen turned back and smiled. "Sorry, I just wanted to ask where the morgue is." Hearing those two sensitive words, the buck-toothed doctor also broke into a cold sweat. "The morgue. Are you here to handle that matter?" the doctor asked, looking at him. Zhang Chen replied amiably, "Oh, you know about the morgue situation too." The doctor revealed a complex smile. I was the one who ran to report it to the dean back then." He recalled the scene of the director urging him to report it. Zhang Chen's gaze became sharp. "Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." In the eerie corridor filled with ghostly chi and flickering lights, the buck-toothed doctor led the way. "Turn left here," he said, with Zhang Chen following closely behind. The doctor continued, "After that patient vanished, strange things started happening in the hospital. It began in the ICU where eerie footprints appeared in the patient's room. My father is paralyzed. Where did the footprints come from?" a patient's relative had shouted in shock while carrying a wash basin. Furthermore, the footprints were all on tiptoes. Could he have been possessed by a ghost? A pair of feet appeared on the floor, one intact and one twisted and deformed, walking in on tiptoes. That night, while the relative was resting by the father's bed, he heard a snap sound. Although drenched in sweat, he kept his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. That sound, the snap sound, wouldn't stop. Suddenly, the patient's feet appeared in his sight. He jumped down abruptly, and the relative peeked while covered in sweat. The patient ran away quickly, then suddenly snapped his head back. The relative quickly lowered his head, pretending to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, his father was still lying quietly in bed. The buck-toothed doctor said with lingering fear, "I thought it was over, but that very afternoon he suddenly passed away from suffocation. After the body was put in the morgue, it vanished too." The doctor cried out in shock while looking at the empty gurney. "Where's the body?" After finishing his story, the doctor looked around suspiciously and warned Zhang Chen, "You must never tell anyone about this. Since he disappeared, several other critical patients have passed away one after another, and their deaths were exactly like that old man's." Snap. Speaking of this, the doctor's face became dark and terrifying. Then he took out a bunch of keys and quickly inserted one into the lock with a click. Before pushing the door open, he didn't forget to continue the horrifying topic. The morgue manager is dead too, so I have to open the door myself. Hee hee. Seeing Zhang Chen hadn't moved, the doctor asked in surprise. Aren't you coming in? Zhang Chen calmly pointed at the door. Why don't you head inside? If you're blocking the entrance, how can I get in? The doctor walked in with a look of disbelief, not forgetting to remind him. Remember to close the door or the cold air will escape. Before he could finish, Zhang Chen slammed the door shut without hesitation. The sudden noise startled the doctor, and Zhang Chen even slid the bolt into place. The buck-toothed doctor was both confused and afraid. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Low-level ghost corpse is stunned. Why did you lock the door? Afraid the bodies will run away, Ghost Chi 3. With his eyes gleaming, Zhang Chen instantly moved behind the doctor. The doctor cried out, Wah, when did you get behind me? The low-level ghost corpse felt a chill down its spine. Ghost Chi 15, Zhang Chen was overjoyed. It was rare to see someone so proactive in delivering Ghost Chi. It was truly touching. He revealed a sly smile. Take me to see the bodies. Before him were countless corpses covered in white sheets. He looked around and muttered to himself, Aren't they all lying here nice and neat? I don't see anyone missing. The doctor was already trembling all over, stammering. Could it be they've all come back? Zhang Chen's eyes flashed as he asked back, Oh, they're back? Then he excitedly threw a punch at a nearby corpse and cheered. That's great, none of them are getting away this time. The corpse tremblingly raised its hand. System prompt, Ghost Chi 6. As the notifications continued to pop up, Zhang Chen looked on indifferently. Ghost Chi 3, Ghost Chi 2, Ghost Chi 5. The corpse stuck out a long tongue and wailed while drooling. My face, you ungrateful brat, didn't your parents teach you better? Zhang Chen responded with a brilliant and friendly smile. I'm an orphan, so I really didn't have parents to teach me, hee hee. The fat corpse swung its arms and charged at him in an attempt to attack, cursing in a fit of rage. Zhang Chen seemed to be provoked as well. He clicked his tongue, then threw a heavy counterpunch, retorting, Are you an idiot? I already told you I'm an orphan. The punch sent the corpse's face whipping backward, its tongue extending another inch. Clutching its face, it shrieked in terror. I've seen a ghost. This guy actually dares to hit a ghost. Ghost Chi 8. Zhang Chen stood with one hand on his hip, the other slapping the nearby hospital bed as he said, We're all ghosts here, why wouldn't I dare? You're occupying my bed space. Isn't hitting you only natural? After speaking, he leaned in for a closer look at the corpse and asked, Brother, how many days have you been dead? The guy replied, 4 days. Why? Zhang Chen began counting on his fingers and said, 4 days, let me calculate. This gesture scared the other party into a cold sweat. He suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, a person's soul is supposed to return 7 days after death. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched the corpse's cheek, saying urgently, It's only been 4 days for you. I'm afraid something has gone wrong with this corpse. System prompt, the corpse is terrified. Ghost Chi 8. Ghost Chi 8. Ghost Chi 8. The Ghost Chi value continued to climb. The fat corpse was stunned after hearing this. He grabbed his chubby cheeks and shouted, Master, I'm already a corpse, what else could go wrong? Zhang Chen flashed a gentle motherly smile and said, You're too confused. The soul returning on the 7th day is a law of nature. Don't you know that? This not only affects your family's future but could even impact your reincarnation. At this moment, his image was like that of a living Buddha saving all sentient beings, illuminating the darkness of the world. The fat corpse now wore a look of supplication. Master, how can I resolve this? This living Buddha gave a devious grin and replied, Hee hee hee, it's simple. Die one more time, then pick the right date to return your soul. After speaking, he revealed his weapon and looked on calmly. System prompt, Ghost Chi 9, Ghost Chi 4. Seeing this, the fat corpse waved its arms angrily and charged, shouting, You're clearly trying to trick me into dying again, damn you. Zhang Chen decisively swung his short sword, slicing the ghost in two, and replied with a smile, Then I'll send you to see my ancestors. System prompt, Low-level resentful ghost corpse eliminated, Ghost Chi 9. Zhang Chen casually lopped off the ghost's head, looking at the notification with some disappointment. Only this much, Ghost Chi, what a weakling. The ghost's head hit the floor with a thud. Its tongue was still lolling out, having had no time to retract. Zhang Chen said with a look of disdain, Covered in black resentment, you must have harmed a lot of people in the past, right? Letting you die so quickly is doing you a favor. Suddenly, he glanced to the side and saw the buck-toothed doctor cowering and trembling behind a bedpost. The doctor likely thought that by hiding behind that thin iron rod he wouldn't be discovered. By now the doctor was scared out of his wits. He was sweating profusely, his eyes bulging with terror. Jumping around before the 7th day, Is there another one? Zhang Chen gave a sinister smile and said, There's another one who returned early, looks like he's right here. With that, he reached out and whipped away a white cloth in front of him. The cloth fell away to reveal a pale green ghost head with wide-open eyes and a mouth full of fangs, looking exceptionally hideous. Zhang Chen unceremoniously delivered a barrage of slaps to the head, smack, smack, and shouted, Old man, wake up. Time to get up and take your medicine. These slaps stung the ghost head, causing its 2 rows of fangs to part as it spat out a pointed tongue. System prompt, Damn it, I just fell asleep. Ghost Chi 8. The pale green ghost head roared at Zhang Chen's punchable face. "What do you want?" While picking his ear, Zhang Chen replied calmly, "Old man, it's time to take your sleeping pills and go to bed." The old ghost was both confused and enraged. "Waking me up to take sleeping pills? Are you even human? Where's the medicine?" Just as he roared, Zhang Chen's weapon had already swung before him. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword into the old ghost's skull. The short sword went right through the vengeful spirit's mouth, leaving it able to emit only a desperate wail. Zhang Chen pulled out the sword and gave a cold laugh. "Sorry, I forgot to bring the medicine. I'll use physical therapy to help you sleep. You don't mind, right?" System prompt. Low-level resentful ghost corpse eliminated. Ghost Chi 9. The buck-toothed ghost doctor was now paralyzed with fear. He killed another one. "It's too terrifying." Zhang Chen noticed it and spoke up. "Hey, you rat in the corner, stop pretending and show your true form." It stood up tremblingly. Cold sweat pouring down, it seemed to be contemplating something, then reached out and removed its hat, replying, "I was going to wait until you let your guard down to eliminate you. It seems I was careless." Once it removed its hat, the revealed eyes bulged out so far they looked like they might fall out at any moment. This was followed by a visually intense transformation. Turning from an ordinary person's appearance into a hideous snarling demon, it roared, "Aha, are we really going to wait for him to kill us one by one? Attack together." As soon as the words were out, the corpses began to sit up from their beds one after another. A tide of countless distorted, terrifying faces surged toward Zhang Chen, emitting eerie, howling cries. The corpses' eyes were blood red as they roared with excitement. "Why force us? We just want to live. What's wrong with that?" Facing this horde of evil spirits, Zhang Chen remained composed and retorted, "Surviving by eating human flesh, do you really think that's a good life?" Not getting the answer they wanted, the evil spirits flew into a rage, lunging at him with sharp claws, desperate to swallow him whole. "Aha, I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, a flash of cold light erupted and one of their necks was instantly severed. The ghost didn't even have time to react, its mouth simply opening mechanically until the head tumbled to the ground. Only then did a look of terror appear on its face, but it was too late. Zhang Chen swung his sword powerfully, sending the head flying. He said with a look of disdain, "Dealing with small fry like you doesn't even require a monsterization card." But the other ghosts didn't back down. Instead, they swarmed forward even more manically, making for a truly horrifying scene. Unlike an ordinary person, Zhang Chen seemed even more energized. He held up two fingers in a gesture before him. "Attacking together? Then let's test the monster power I inherited from the monsterization card." Immediately after, he opened his mouth wide and exerted all his strength to let out a roar. Azure Tiger's roar. The ghosts were stunned in place by the pressure, their faces filled with terror. Their entire bodies trembled as they painfully covered their ears and shouted, "Why are my ears ringing so much?" Seeing that the ghosts were actually unharmed and only experiencing some discomfort, Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disappointment with his own ability. No reaction? It seems the inherited monster power is still too weak. Physical elimination is more reliable after all. With that thought, he swung his sword again and charged into the crowd. One guy's neck and hand were instantly sliced open. Another's head was split directly in two, and another was slashed from the chin all the way down to the chest. This series of practiced movements was completed in just a few seconds. The ghost doctor was currently gnashing its teeth at Zhang Chen's blade. It arrogantly used its two buck teeth to bite down hard on the edge. A moment later, cracks began to appear in the two front teeth. Zhang Chen spoke up, "Those two front teeth of yours." Its eyes darted around. Zhang Chen gave a cold laugh. "I've hated the look of them for a long time." Then he threw a sudden heavy punch that drove right through the evil spirit's body. Having finished off these ghosts, Zhang Chen was panting for breath. This had indeed been a bit of an overload for him, and sweat was pouring down his face. System prompt, "Congratulations, host. Ghost Chi has surpassed 1,000 points. 2-star monsterization card draw authority unlocked." Zhang Chen was so exhausted his face had turned a shade of purple, but upon hearing the reward he cried out in surprise. 2-star monsterization card draw, 1,000 Ghost Chi points to draw a 2-star card. He could hardly believe it, and roared for confirmation. "It's actually 10 times more expensive than a 1-star? But he eventually accepted reality, saying through gritted teeth, "Then you'd better draw me an awesome card." As soon as the words were spoken, the slot machine began to turn. The machine displayed Deer Power and Great Immortal in sequence. Both frames showed Great Immortal Deer Power, while a mysterious symbol appeared in the center. Suddenly, a massive burst of energy erupted from the center of the machine, shooting into the sky. The scene that appeared before him caused Zhang Chen to let out a wow. The Great Immortal Deer Power appearing before him was both eerie and formidable. System prompt for usage. Simply think it to use. After activating monsterization, you will gain a portion of the monster's power for half an hour and can randomly draw 2 skills. The host can choose one body part to monsterize. The system also didn't forget to remind him. Monsterization consumes a massive amount of energy and may lead to an early termination. Please use with caution. After monsterization ends, a portion of the physical soul and monster power will be permanently retained, with a 1 probability of inheriting the body part. Zhang Chen frowned as he read through the lengthy prompts. At that moment he kicked away a head rolling around on the floor and sighed. 2 skills. I wonder how strong of a boss I can handle. The small fry are all cleared out. Time to find the main target. Scratching his head, he walked down the eerie corridor, where the few dim lights were nowhere near enough to mask the terrifying atmosphere. After entering the elevator, he pressed the L button. Suddenly, a blonde nurse rushed into the elevator shouting, "Phew, I finally made it." Then, to his surprise, she grabbed Zhang Chen's head and shoved it into her chest. "I'm sorry about that." Although Zhang Chen was a bit flattered, he couldn't help but curiously reach out and poke the spheres in front of him. The blonde nurse quickly backed away, clutching her chest and asking in a panic, "What are you doing?" Zhang Chen, however, was thinking to himself, "It feels ice cold even through the clothes, and she ran so fast, yet there's not a drop of sweat on her." With that thought, he stepped forward to tilt up the nurse's chin, licking his lips with a look of greed as he said, "Nurse sister, your skin is so good. I bet even someone dead for 3 days isn't as pale as you." She quickly reached out to push him away, scolding, "None of your business, get away." She then turned her back to Zhang Chen and waited quietly for the elevator. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and let out a soft cough. Zhang Chen continued to observe her from behind. The nurse suddenly spoke with a dark tone, "Do you know there's a taboo in our hospital?" Zhang Chen gave a curious smile and asked, "Oh, let's hear it." She then pulled a name card from her undergarment and continued, "When you encounter someone with a black card, it's best not to ride this elevator. Only the morgue guards wear those black cards. When you see one, you have to run fast." He, the nurse said in an eerie tone. At this point, only one eye remained on her face, making her look incredibly disgusting. But in the next second her intimidating smile froze because Zhang Chen revealed a large stack of black cards. Shaking a string of black cards in his hand, Zhang Chen asked with a devious grin, "Then should you be running a bit faster now that you've seen me?" The nurse had long lost her earlier smugness, replaced by a look of terror. "Holy crap, did you loot the entire morgue?" System prompt. The nurse is bowing in absolute admiration. Ghost Chi 30. At that moment the elevator reached the L floor. A doctor carrying a black plastic bag appeared, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Zhang Chen and the ghost nurse, clutching the bag tightly. He stepped into the elevator and stood with his back to the two. The silence in the elevator was eerie. Suddenly, Zhang Chen roguishly put his arm around the ghost nurse's neck and shouted, "Babe." Making her face turn bright red, he pointed at the black plastic bag in the doctor's hand ahead and asked, "What do you think is in that bag of his?" She replied casually that it might be someone's internal organs. Hearing this answer, Zhang Chen's hands began to wander restlessly as he teased, "Organs? Which part do you think it is? Heart, liver, spleen, or stomach?" The ghost nurse's face was filled with enjoyment, but she still put up a weak resistance. "You're so annoying, stop touching." Suddenly, the lights in the elevator went out, startling the ghost nurse. The doctor in front spoke up, "Hey, do you two want to know what's inside?" As he spoke, he shook the bag, which made a piercing sound. He whipped around, glaring with a hideous expression as he roared, "Don't regret it once you see it." With that, he tore open the black plastic bag. Zhang Chen also grew tense, swallowing hard repeatedly. The old doctor pulled out a bottle containing a mangled kidney. Zhang Chen observed it closely, asking while breaking into a cold sweat, "Those bite marks on it are?" The doctor removed his mask, revealing a face of mangled flesh and blood with traces of blood still at the corners of his mouth. He grinned sinisterly, holding up the bottle as he replied, "I was hungry, I couldn't help but take a bite." Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Then he suddenly grinned and asked, "How much is a kidney worth?" The ghost replied, 250,000. "Wait a minute, why are you asking?" Zhang Chen began to calculate on his fingers. "1 bite means 20 off, so it's still worth 200,000. He said, "If you're done with this plastic bag, let me borrow it." After speaking while the ghost doctor was completely bewildered, he snatched the black bag. Zhang Chen poked 3 holes in the bag to reveal his eyes and mouth and pulled it over his head, saying, "For the sake of this 200,000, I'll reluctantly pull some overtime." With that, he suddenly snatched the bottle with the kidney and bolted, not forgetting to drop a line. "Give it to me." System prompt. The evil ghost is stunned. Ghost Chi 25. A thunderous boom suddenly erupted at the elevator door as a figure charged straight out, smashing the elevator door in the process. The 2 ghosts inside were scared out of their wits. The ghost doctor couldn't believe his eyes, crying out, What just happened?" The ghost nurse added in terror. "Could he be a robber?" Hearing this, the ghost doctor's eyes widened as he roared, "What, daring to rob even a ghost things? Kid, I think you're tired of living." With that, he lunged out in pursuit, and the ghost nurse followed closely behind. Zhang Chen taunted as he ran, "Come on, come and catch me." He then suddenly ripped the plastic bag off his head and ducked into a corner. The ghost doctor pointed ahead and shouted, "He went in there, hurry!" Zhang Chen was currently hiding in the dark, watching them in a state of confusion, his heart brimming with joy. Suddenly Zhang Chen revealed his short sword and blocked the ghost doctor's path, catching him off guard. Then Zhang Chen slashed his sword across the doctor's chest before turning back to stab the ghost nurse. He thrust his sword toward her chest, but just as she panicked, Zhang Chen cried out in a cold sweat, "I can't pull the sword out." His blade was wedged firmly between the peaks of her chest. She sneered triumphantly, "It's useless. My heart rotted away long ago. Die, you petty thief." Her expression turned cold and dangerous as she swung her steel-like claws at Zhang Chen. Her claws grazed his chest, but a moment later, she was the one who fell into a panic. A massive force suddenly repelled Zhang Chen, allowing him to dodge the lethal strike, clutching his chest in pain. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. "Damn, that hurts. Is a rib broken?" The ghost nurse raised her hand, half of which had already turned to bare bone, and cried out in horror, What on earth are you carrying?" Zhang Chen pulled a glowing talisman from his shirt, thinking, "It looks like the talisman Lin Yue gave me just saved my life." The skeletal hand was soon enveloped in a swirling mass of eerie green ghost chi, slowly knitting itself back together. With a sickening crack, the nurse's arm swelled to a massive size, veins bulging with raw, violent power. She swung her fist and roared, "You blocked it once, let's see if you can block it again." Facing the lightning-fast punch, Zhang Chen exclaimed, "Too fast, if I don't dodge this, I'm finished." He lunged to the side, but at that exact moment the ghost doctor suddenly appeared behind him, trapping him in a pincer attack. The doctor locked his arms around Zhang Chen, howling with excitement, "Hee, I've been playing dead on the floor for ages, just waiting for this moment." Trapped by the doctor, Zhang Chen took the ghost nurse's heavy punch full on. She screamed, "Heart-crushing kill!" With a thunderous bang, Zhang Chen's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his face contorted in agony. Amidst the deafening roar and a massive surge of green energy, Zhang Chen was sent crashing to the ground, his expression one of extreme suffering. He struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his lip, and said solemnly, "Not bad, you two really don't hold back." Suddenly, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have reached its limit. The ghost nurse approached him with a triumphant giggle. "Hee, does it feel like your heart is about to give out? Maybe you've caught the same disease I have." Beside her, the ghost doctor wore a cruel smile. Zhang Chen clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart were being squeezed by an invisible hand struggling to beat. An image appeared of a beating heart gripped tight by a giant hand. The ghost nurse flashed a dangerous smile and said, "Don't be afraid, big sister will give you a shot and make it all better." A syringe filled with a bizarre liquid appeared in her hand. She aimed the needle at him and barked, "Stay still like a good boy." In this moment of crisis, Zhang Chen pulled out a monsterization card, Chaos Demon King. He calculated that with his current strength he was dead meat if he didn't use it. He formed a hand seal and roared, "Randomly draw supernatural skill, Chaos Skyblade." Radiant golden energy erupted from his body as the majestic phantom of the Chaos Demon King manifested behind him. His pupils turned cyan, eerie patterns surfaced on his face, and his hair transformed into a brilliant red. A system panel notification popped up. Randomly drew supernatural skill, Chaos Skyblade. Suddenly, two strings seemed to snap within the flames. Amidst her shock, a ghost nurse's massive eye was sliced in two in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Chen's blade cleaved the nurse entirely in half. Gripping his devastating weapon, he turned toward the other side and let out a cold snort. "HMPH, one more to go," a system notification appeared. The doctor is consumed by regret. He even wishes he had been a good person. Ghost Chi 90. The ghost doctor cowered in the corner, stammering in terror. Is this guy even human?" Zhang Chen suddenly poked his head out and greeted him. "Oh, so this is where you're hiding." The doctor's soul nearly left his body as he shrieked, "My God!" Zhang Chen reached out a hand with a dangerous smile and said, "Come here, help me wipe my mouth." The ghost doctor stared in horror at the hand reaching for him, then suddenly leapt away. Hurling a weapon to attack, he screamed, "Stay away from me!" But Zhang Chen didn't even acknowledge the attack. Seeing this, the ghost doctor cried out, "Lord have mercy, are you made of iron?" Zhang Chen reached up to rub his eyes and laughed. "That kind of itches, hee." Then his gaze sharpened as he warned, "Waiting for me to counter? You'd better run." Seeing a slim chance of survival, the ghost doctor scrambled away on all fours, shrieking as he fled. He didn't forget to look back to see if Zhang Chen was pursuing him. He climbed the stairs frantically, crying out for help. "Save me!" Zhang Chen found this behavior baffling. The guy knew he was being hunted, yet he was running upstairs while screaming for help. "Is the big boss finally about to appear?" he said with an excited look, lifting his blade and heading up the stairs. Flames roared wherever Zhang Chen walked. The ghost doctor was huddled in a corner chanting Buddhist prayers, tears streaming down his face from pure unadulterated terror. He wiped his eyes and sobbed with regret. "Wah, I shouldn't have provoked him if I'd known." The system dings rang out continuously. Ghost Chi 90, Ghost Chi 85, Ghost Chi 95. Looking like a Shira descended to earth, Zhang Chen reached out with two fingers to pinch out a small flame. He held a ball of violently burning fire in his hand, then blew on it gently, saying, "Go." The small fireball whistled as it rushed toward the doctor, nearly scaring the life out of him. The ghost doctor fled manically again, screaming, get away, don't follow me." System notifications flashed incessantly. Ghost Chi 10, Ghost Chi 10 until finally, it became Ghost Chi 1. By now, the doctor had collapsed to the ground, trembling and sobbing. "Wah!" Zhang Chen appeared behind him amidst a sea of flames. Holding his longsword, he muttered solemnly to himself, "The ghost chi is getting lower and lower, looks like he's almost squeezed dry." The figure on the ground continued to shake. Zhang Chen looked down and asked, "Doctor, weren't you supposed to heal the sick and save lives? So why do you look like you're the one dying now?" The ghost doctor was a mess of tears and misery, but he still tried to protest. "I'm not." Zhang Chen flashed a sinister smile and said, "Don't believe me, look, aren't you already dead?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his flaming blade at the doctor's shoulder, successfully splitting him in two. Moments later, the flames intensified. The ghost doctor was consumed by the fire until only a head remained. Covered in tears, he let out a desperate final sigh. "Ah, finally, peace." Seeing this, Zhang Chen remarked, "He's been tortured this much and he can still smile? What a pervert." He suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed he had used too much force. The power of the Chaos Demon King was indeed difficult to control. After eliminating the ghost doctor, the notification popped up. Ghost Chi 360. Zhang Chen looked at the panel in surprise. "Wow, over 300 points for one ghost now?" He tapped the panel and asked, "What's my total ghost chi now?" The screen displayed Ghost Chi 630. He scratched his cheek with a look of regret. "HMPH, I killed that nurse too early just to save my own skin." He thought to himself that if he had toyed with her a bit longer, he definitely could have earned more ghost chi. Suddenly, a beam of cyan light pierced through a hole in the ceiling, catching Zhang Chen's attention. Then, a bizarre energy fluctuation emanated from behind a door, accompanied by an incredibly piercing voice. Come here, hurry over here." The words crawled into his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Zhang Chen stepped closer. The eerie voice continued to echo in his mind, making him break into a cold sweat. He cried out, "What's happening?" and quickly used his thumbs to trace an energy wave across his lips. 100 barriers demon realm, open. A glowing circular object manifested. Zhang Chen looked as if he were wearing some kind of treasure. He panted heavily, sweat pouring off him. Suddenly an old man appeared behind him, calling out, "Honey, is that you calling me?" Zhang Chen turned and sighed. It seemed ordinary people really couldn't resist this demonic voice. The old man fumbled as he turned to leave, calling out, "Xiao Ming." The voice rang out from the end of the hallway again, and the old man began to walk toward it mechanically, as if hypnotized. Come here, come this way. Hurry over." A figure stood on the rooftop, summoning them. The old man walked forward mechanically, calling out, "Honey." Zhang Chen followed closely, observing the situation. When the figure on the roof saw that only the old man had come, they spoke up. "Tisk, I only lured this old geezer, looking at him gives me no appetite at all." With that, they pressed a massive palm onto the old man's head. "Die." They exerted a cruel force, forcing the old man to his knees. Watching from the corner, Zhang Chen was anxious. "Damn, the old man's in danger." He angrily swung his powerful weapon and roared, "You beast, you dare kill someone in front of me." The figure had already swiftly tossed the old man off the rooftop. Zhang Chen rushed over, crying out, "Damn it, I'm too late," he roared in fury. "Then you can go down and join him." Enveloped in roaring flames, he streaked past the figure. The figure's body was instantly sliced in half, the wounds still burning violently. By now, Zhang Chen was exhausted and drenched in sweat. He looked back and saw the figure's upper half was still burning, but it turned to flash a bizarre smile at him. He, "You finally arrived." Zhang Chen looked at him in total confusion. The figure's body actually began to heal as they said, "Fear, that's the most delicious flavor of all." Zhang Chen was startled at first, but then he broke into a ghostly smile. Before him stood an incredibly hideous and disgusting vengeful spirit, radiating waves of eerie black chi. "Whoosh, whoosh," Zhang Chen provocatively taunted. Since you're so good at taking a beating, let's play for a while longer." His smile widened as the flames grew hotter. He roared Chaos Skyblade. Second phase, black chains opened. The flames turned an eerie black. Zhang Chen charged out of the sea of fire, mocking. "I'm asking you, are you afraid?" The spirit radiated even denser black chi. It stared at the unfolding scene with wide, terrified eyes. A moment later, the spirit's flesh was shredded by countless fine black threads. It howled in agony. The system panel popped up. Patient number 18 is in soul-piercing pain. Ghost Chi 99. A deep, bone-deep wound on his face made him look even more grotesque. He looked at his severed fingers and roared piteously. "My newly restored body, The system notifications continued. Patient number 18 is howling for his parents in pain. Ghost Chi 99. Ultimately, the spirit was submerged in the massive sea of fire created by Zhang Chen. System notification. Patient number 18 has been drawn and quartered. Ghost Chi 99. Only a few remnants of the spirit remained in the inferno. His lone remaining head continued to roar. "It hurts, my head is splitting." Ah, don't think this is enough to kill me. The scene was revolting. From the severed palm, 2 fingers suddenly mutated into incredibly ugly claws. Immediately following that, the spirit mutated again, growing sharp horns. His entire body transformed into an unrecognizable monster, with only the number 18 on his chest remaining. Zhang Chen was surprised by the sight. Even that kind of slash was useless. I admit, this guy is like a cockroach. No matter how you hit him, he just won't die. Suddenly, the monster opened a massive mouth that had grown from nowhere and lunged at Zhang Chen, but he nimbly leaped to the side, planning to try a different approach. The monster's long tail swept across, making it difficult for Zhang Chen to defend. He was struck by the tail and sent flying, triggering an explosion. The monster said triumphantly, "Didn't expect that, did you? I secretly grew a tail, ha ha ha." But it didn't expect Zhang Chen to suddenly charge out from the flames with his blade. The monster's maw opened to its limit as it threw a flurry of punches at Zhang Chen, but he agilely dodged every attack before suddenly reaching out to block a fist. Immediately after, he summoned his flaming sword and slashed at the monster's hand. Zhang Chen pressed down hard on the blade, holding back the massive fist, parrying with one hand and controlling the sword with the other. The jewel on his crown glowed brightly, as Zhang Chen shouted confidently, "Hey, try this move, Demon Wing Annihilation." A powerful flame erupted from the circular glow on his crown, and a massive surge of energy burst from the jewel, piercing directly through the enemy. One of the monster's hands was torn clean off. It opened its mouth wide in pain, looking at the massive wound. Zhang Chen thought to himself, "It's not healing. Looks like this move is effective, but it's a shame I can only use it once." Patient No 18's head emerged from the monster's maw and shouted, "Stay right there and be killed by me." Dazed by the sound, Zhang Chen became a bit dazed and worried. Damn, I forgot he had this trick too. His consciousness began to blur. He had to hold on. Everything around him became hazy. The monster's giant claws had already grabbed him. Chaos Sky Blade, blade to fist. Zhang Chen suddenly threw a heavy punch and roared. A powerful lava-like flow manifested around his fist. He concentrated his power into his fist and slammed it into himself, sending spit flying. After taking his own punch, he wiped his face and exclaimed, "Hey, that punch really hit the spot." The seductive voices continued to echo in his ears. He flashed a smile and swung a fist at the monster, saying, "You should have a taste of this too." Chaos Heavy Impact. Facing the whistling beam of light, the monster fell into a panic. With manic joy, Zhang Chen rained down countless heavy punches. "No matter how many times you regenerate, I'll smash you to pieces until your soul is completely extinguished." The monster was now covered in wounds and cried out in terror. If this keeps up, I'm definitely dead." Then it roared insanely, "If I'm going to die anyway, let's die together." With that, the spirit opened its mouth and spat out waves of eerie black gas. Nauseated by the strange gas, Zhang Chen cursed. "Pa, what is this crap? Probably just the foul breath from this monster's mouth," he groaned inwardly. The spirit's head wore a triumphant smile as it replied, "I've turned the last of my ghost chi into a curse and attached it to you. You'll catch the same disease I had and your soul will never find peace." But before he could finish, he was struck by a massive pillar of fire from Zhang Chen. This ensured he would never make another sound. The system panel popped up. Patient number 18, a half-step vengeful spirit, has died. Ghost Chi 99. Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief and said, "What a chatterbox. How could a little trick like that ever work on?" Suddenly, the system notified him again. Monsterization period has ended. Zhang Chen instantly reverted to his normal state, but unfortunately, the number 18 had appeared on his neck. Starting from where the number sat, grotesque green veins began to spread outward. Zhang Chen's eyes grew vacant and blood sprayed from his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The veins had already crawled up to his face. He reached out to wipe away the blood, saying with deep concern, "Is this the curse of a half-step vengeful spirit?" He then opened his mouth wide and shoved his hand deep into his throat, trying to gouge something out. Zhang Chen's eyes were wide and bloodshot. A moment later, a plume of black gas escaped his mouth, followed by a fat black worm that tumbled out. He let out a long breath, phew, feeling much better. Looking down, he saw the floor was covered in those fat black worms, their bodies writhing in an exceptionally disgusting manner. While wiping his mouth, Zhang Chen looked at the pile of worms with disdain and said, "I've already killed the one who cast the spell. Can this curse still not be broken?" By now, he was exhausted and slumped onto the floor right next to the monster that had met its violent end. He pulled out his phone and said, "Better call the yin cow to handle this." Suddenly, something floated over. Seeing this, Zhang Chen let out a surprised "ha." He caught the object and examined it closely. It was the scrap of clothing he had blasted apart earlier. Zhang Chen pulled a piece of paper from the fabric and unfolded it to read the contents. The paper read, "Clinic number 7, name, Liang Yukon number 18. Diagnosis, cognitive disorder. Specific symptoms, patient feels they suffer from dozens of different diseases. Once coughed up intestines. Condition showed no improvement after treatment." As he read, Zhang Chen marveled, "Cognitive disorder? Is it really that kind of illness? Initially, the patient not only believed he was sick but also thought everyone else was. He once stuffed his younger sister into the refrigerator to cool her down because he thought she had a fever, resulting in her death. This behavior had led to the early death of a young girl. Zhang Chen let out a helpless, bitter smile. It seemed the principle of this ghost's curse was to force a cognitive disorder onto others, making them believe they were sick so that their bodies would produce real pathological reactions. The patient was transferred to my hospital, and the condition progressed well. Case summary. Am I the one who is sick, or are we? A bizarre eye pattern appeared. Reading this diagnostic report as he walked, Zhang Chen was suddenly startled. Does progressing well mean the condition worsened, or does it mean the ghost power increased? Clinic number 7 diagnostic report. Name Zhang Chen, number 18, diagnosis, cognitive disorder. Facing this bizarre scene, he was stunned. How had it changed to his own name? Furthermore, what exactly was going on with this clinic number 7? He pulled out his phone, feeling bewildered. The Underworld app popped up a prompt to provide an answer. Based on reliable speculation, the blood-colored text on the clinic number 7 medical record is a countdown. Once it hits 0, one will enter the 7th hospital. Those who go in will never come out. The rank of the selected specialist is only C, meaning the level of the vengeful spirit in that clinic is not high, with no entity exceeding the blood garment rank. Zhang Chen immediately crumpled the diagnostic report into a ball and tossed it behind him, saying calmly, "Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." With the system, achieving blood garment level strength within a month wouldn't be much of a problem, so he felt there was no need to worry about it. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. 5 or 6 people in black were waiting ahead. He thought to himself, the Yinkao people have arrived. The girl in the lead raised her hand to salute him. The Yinkao possessed a method of sealing ghosts into the body, using the ghost power to fight other ghosts. But even for the most iron-willed Special Forces soldiers, the mortality rate remained as high as 90. It seemed the death rate for the cleanup crew wasn't much lower than that of the Chi specialists. Zhang Chen looked at them and fell into deep thought. With the current high elimination rate, the Yinkao was constantly short-staffed. The girl leading the Yinkao walked toward him and then brushed past. Zhang Chen was the first to smile and speak. "I made quite a mess inside. Thanks for the hard work." The girl responded expressionlessly. "You also worked hard, eliminating so many ghosts at once." As she walked past her subordinates, she ordered, "Follow me." Outside, night had fallen, and faint moonlight draped the land. Zhang Chen was strolling through the hallway when he was suddenly drawn by a fragrance. "Smells so good." Following the scent, he pushed open a door and entered a room. "Is Sister Hong cooking?" After entering, he looked around and muttered to himself, "Sister Hong shouldn't mind me dropping in uninvited, right?" Zhang Chen then walked into the kitchen and called out, "Sister Hong, Sister Hong." At that moment, Sister Hong was focused on her work. It turned out she was indeed cooking. Hearing the call, Sister Hong looked back and replied, "Zhang Chen, you're here? Stay and eat with me." She was currently tasting a dish she had made. A moment later, Sister Hong leaned into Zhang Chen's arms with a flushed face and said coquettishly, "You're always leaving early and coming back late like this. Big Sister made a few good dishes to nourish your body and ensure you're full of vitality." He blushed with embarrassment and replied, Actually, I don't need too much energy. I'm afraid of getting a nosebleed." Sister Hong turned her head with some regret and said, "Oh, is that so? Well, the food is ready. Come and eat." After saying that, she walked away with a sweet smile. Zhang Chen stared blankly at that charming figure. Seeing the table full of lavish dishes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is too much." Zhang Chen picked up a piece of meat, drooling with hunger, and said, "Then I won't be polite, Sister Hong." Suddenly, Sister Hong seemed to discover something miraculous. Her face was full of surprise as she looked at him. She couldn't help but reach out and feel Zhang Chen's solid arm, so strong. Sister Hong gripped his hand with a look of obsession and said, "Do exorcists like you all place such importance on physical exercise?" Zhang Chen turned bright red, responding awkwardly. "Haha, it's all right," he screamed in his heart. "What exactly does Sister Hong want to do?" Sister Hong gripped Zhang Chen's hands with both of hers and pressed down, her eyes glowing as she tucked out her tongue, looking incredibly thirsty. He thought helplessly to himself, "Is she finally going to make a move on me? This vicious rich lady." A moment later, Sister Hong leaned in with a meaningful smile and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" He smiled awkwardly, thinking, "That's a very pointed question." Zhang Chen replied, "Sister, I'm only a sophomore, how would I have a girlfriend?" Hearing this, Sister Hong immediately suggested, "I know a beautiful girl, should I introduce you?" Upon hearing that, he quickly lowered his head and started shoveling food into his mouth. I'm usually pretty busy, let's talk about it later." Only then did Sister Hong stop teasing him and replied, "Fair enough, eat up." After the meal, Zhang Chen walked out and let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm stuffed," he muttered while struggling to rub his bloated belly. Returning to his room, he slumped onto the bed and sighed. "Tomorrow I have to go to the Zheng Group's villa. There's clearly something wrong with Zheng Xiaoming." With that, Zhang Chen summoned the system. The system responded quickly, I'm here. He tapped the system panel and said, check my points. Information appeared. Host, Zhang Chen, Ghost Chi, 1026, Monsterization card. Great immortal deer power. Looking at the information, he remembered the 2 clear green handprints on someone's back and thought that since the name sounded suspicious, he'd better prepare before setting off. Zhang Chen pondered helplessly. He then said to the system, isn't using a 2-star monsterization card to deal with that Zheng Xiaoming like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The system displayed Host, Zhang Chen, Ghost Chi, 1026, Monsterization card, Great immortal deer power. Hearing this, Zhang Chen happily ordered the system, draw 2 1-star monsterization cards. The system enthusiastically started the spinner. Accompanied by a series of clicks, a rather comical-looking animal appeared. 1-star monsterization card, Envoy S. Immediately following that, another animal appeared. 1-star monsterization card, Sea Dragon of Intent. The scene shifted to the next morning, with clear skies and brilliant sunlight shining on the houses. On a stretch of road, a crowd was gathered around a bus, bustling with activity. Zhang Chen was walking along as if nothing were wrong, when he suddenly heard someone call his name. Zhang Chen, a boy wearing sunglasses and surrounded by girls, waved to him. He shouted to Zhang Chen, come on, come to your daddy. Zhang Chen walked up to Li Jia and teased him happily. Yo, I never see you show up for class, but you appear the second there's something free to be had? Li Jia, who was chewing on a lollipop, immediately fired back. Pa, what nonsense are you talking? He then leaned in and covered Zhang Chen's mouth, saying, I only came because I was afraid you'd be framed by that Zheng Xiaoming. I'm here specifically to protect you, my dear son. Besides, this place is the great Master Li's hunting ground. As he spoke, he waved to the girls standing nearby. The girls all noticed them too. Suddenly those few girls ran away with looks of excitement. Ah, Zheng Xiaoming is here. Li Jia's hand froze awkwardly in midair. The boy called Zheng Xiaoming raised his hand and said to the girls, classmates, line up, we're heading out. Help yourselves to the snacks and drinks on the bus, haha. But a shroud of green chi emanated from his entire body, which Zhang Chen saw clearly from a distance. HMPH, the ghost handprints have grown even deeper. Now sitting on the bus, Zhang Chen remained focused on observing Zheng Xiaoming, pondering, did his family hire an expert to help him remove the curse? But if they removed half of it, why did they invite everyone to his house? He frowned slightly, deeply confused. This matter was not simple. Meanwhile, Li Jia looked out the window excitedly, cheering like a child. Oh, here we go. The bus sped along the scenic road. The sun was bright and leaves were falling. After a while, the bus passed through a desolate suburb. Then the wheels let out a sharp screech as it stopped at the destination. Everyone got off the bus one after another. Li Jia opened his arms to breathe the fresh air and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, a swimming pool came into view, with lounge chairs for resting along the side. Next was a modern, powerful fountain. Seeing this, Li Jia was full of praise. Oh, this is the summer resort villa, right? The boys nearby also cheered in surprise. This looks amazing. Only Zhang Chen continued to walk silently at the back. Zheng Xiaoming stood before everyone, wearing a brilliant smile as he introduced, welcome to my home, everyone. Please feel free to play as much as you like, don't be polite. Haha. Although the space was full of modern flair, it was shrouded in a layer of bizarre green chi. A female staff member stepped out and said with a weird smile, classmates, please follow me to the guest rooms to settle your luggage, then we will have dinner together. A man stepped out then, clapping his hands. Haha, thanks. The female staff member then turned and waved to lead the way. The resting area is this way, please follow me. Everyone was now crossing a small bridge. The natural beauty here was perfect for releasing stress. The boys and girls cheered excitedly. Wow, this lake is so beautiful. Look, there are caves over there. This villa is too huge. Zhang Chen remained silent in the back, observing. He looked down at the lake water and found that both the bridge and the water were unnaturally clean. Suddenly a hand slapped his head with a thud. Seeing Zhang Chen lost in thought, Li Jia asked, what are you dazing off for? Hurry up, or the lakeview rooms will all be taken. He could only rub his head aggrievedly while looking at Li Jia. The scene shifted to dusk with beautiful sunset clouds on the horizon. Voices drifted through the fresh, natural air. Let's make a bet. Whoever skips a stone the most times is everyone's daddy. Then a stone skipped across the lake's surface, accompanied by a cheerful shout. Hee hee, one more than you. Zhang Chen grabbed his face and said angrily, I've put up with you all day, hurry up and call me daddy. Li Jia quickly tried to smooth things over. What's the rush? Arhu hasn't thrown yet. A blond boy behind them watched the two messing around with a smile. Suddenly, Arhu stepped forward and picked up a large rock. Li Jia said in confusion, hey, we're having a skipping contest, you. Arhu then picked up the rock and threw it with a powerful toss. With a whoosh, the large rock went flying. The giant stone cut through the waves, splitting the water's surface in two as it charged toward the opposite shore. When the stone skimmed the water and slammed into the foot of the mountain, it triggered a violent explosion. Both Zhang Chen and Li Jia were dumbfounded by the sight. One had his mouth wide open, while the other was stunned like a wooden statue. Arhu then turned to Zhang Chen and smiled awkwardly. Oops, I have fewer than Zhang Chen. I accept my loss. Daddy Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen felt a wave of wordlessness toward this friend. Then he gave Li Jia a dangerous smile. Dear son, it's your turn. Call me daddy. He made an excuse to escape. I drank too much water just now. I need to go settle a matter of internal urgency first. Zhang Chen shouted angrily after him. Li Jia, screw you. In the restroom, just as Li Jia was about to enter, he suddenly heard strange noises from the stall accompanied by eerie black qi. But he clearly hadn't noticed. He curiously put his ear to the partition and said playfully, "What's that noise, having a quickie in there?" Suddenly, the voices from inside made Li Jia freeze. Where should we bury the body after we kill him? Or should we just throw him into the lake to feed the water ghost? 5 minutes later, Li Jia could no longer suppress his inner terror. He suddenly burst out, running and screaming in horror. Holy crap, run! After running for a while, he ran into his two companions. Seeing them, Li Jia quickly shouted for help. Arhu, Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen asked. Who bullied you? Tell your daddy. Li Jia was now terrified and blurted out. The restroom is weird, Zhang Chen followed up calmly. Oh, tell me in detail. Li Jia fearfully recounted what had just happened. First, I heard people in the restroom discussing murder. I looked down, but there was no one there. The door actually wasn't locked. His hand trembled as he prepared to push the door open. When I pushed the door open and squinted inside, the scene made Li Jia stand as still as a wooden statue. The walls inside were densely covered in the word kill written in blood. He screamed uncontrollably, then burst out just as he had before. Arhu burst out laughing. Haha, looks like you ran into something unclean. Zhang Chen non-committally gave a thumbs up and added, attracting 2 ghosts at once, that's pretty impressive. Seeing his 2 friends so indifferent to the terrifying experience he had just gone through, Li Jia roared. Damn it, it's easy for you two to say, try it yourselves. Zhang Chen then gently waved his hand to mediate. Brother Jia, calm down and don't be angry. The reason we're so calm is obviously because there's a solution. Li Jia immediately knelt before him, weeping bitterly. I didn't expect you to know how to exorcise ghosts. Teach me. Hurry and teach me. Zhang Chen, you're my real father. Zhang Chen gave a dangerous smile, then grabbed his hair and said, Dear son, isn't it just 2 ghosts wanting to kill you tonight? Now you go jump into the lake and kill yourself. That'll catch them off guard. Li Jia realized he was being played and jerked his hand away from Zhang Chen's, yelling with teary eyes, Go jump yourself, you blockhead. Zhang Chen, you have a human mouth, but you can't say a decent word to save your life. Arhu interjected to remind them. Stop messing around, Zhang Chen. Evil spirits love to strike when people let their guard down. He then turned to Li Jia and said, So as long as you make it until dawn, you'll be fine. Li Jia asked fearfully for confirmation, Am I safe as long as I survive tonight? Arhu offered a smile of awkward comfort to his companion. Well, you could choose to never sleep again, but then you'd be haunted by the ghost for the rest of your life without any release. Li Jia began to cry even harder now, snot and tears streaming down his face. If he wasn't killed, he'd be worked to death from exhaustion. He shouted in despair, Why don't you just tell me straight out that I have no way out? Zhang Chen put his arm around his friend's shoulder to soothe him. Yeah, don't worry. As long as you stick with us, I guarantee you won't die. The 3 friends stood together, admiring the beautiful sunset and the falling leaves. As the sky grew dark, the leaves began to swirl in the woods, a precursor to something ominous. As Zhang Chen and the others crossed a wooden bridge, they encountered a girl who was sweeping. The girl was carefully and timidly cleaning. Zhang Chen suddenly called out from behind her, Hey beautiful. This sudden voice gave the girl a massive fright, and the broom in her hand flew right out of her grip. The broom fell into the lake, and the girl cried out in alarm. Oh no, my broom! Zhang Chen squatted down with a grin and reached out saying, I'll get it for you. The girl quickly screamed a warning. Wait, don't touch it. She explained in terror that a woman had once drowned in the lake and several others had died in succession after that. Anyone who touched the water would be dragged down and drowned. Below the surface, the broom was currently being entangled by some sort of leaf-like material. A moment later, only a whirlpool remained on the surface. Zhang Chen pulled out his phone and said cheerfully, Then let's add each other as friends. I'll pay you for the broom, the girl replied hesitantly. Okay. Seeing the phone screen, Zhang Chen blurted out. Oh, Sundai? The screen displayed, Sundai, ID Sunny, Zhang City area. But he noticed that the name tag on the girl's chest read, Lu Guiwa. He stared at the tag on the girl's clothes. Sundai explained fearfully, I just started. The name tag on the clothes belonged to a former employee. Zhang Chen listened intently. She continued, I heard before that Lu Guiwa and that batch of employees resigned because they made mistakes, but everyone is whispering in private that they weren't fired at all. Li Jia interjected from the side, asking fearfully, If they weren't fired, what could it be? Don't tell me they're dead? Hearing this, Sundai became even more terrified, swallowing hard with difficulty and shouting to Li Jia in a trembling voice, How did you know they were dead? Her reaction made Li Jia even more panicked. Suddenly, the female supervisor from before shouted sternly, "Sun Dai, if you're going to slack off on the job, then quit." Sun Dai was so scared she quickly turned and left. The supervisor stayed behind and said to the three, "Please don't mind her, the new employee doesn't know any better." Zhang Chen walked away calmly, leaving behind a simple, "Let's go." Li Jia thought of the ghost plotting in the restroom, and Erhu had also sensed the situation with the water ghost in the lake. Zhang Chen noticed a detail. Employees were missing, and all three of them seemed to have some kind of faint mark on their bodies. Just how many secrets were hidden in this villa? They walked down the dirt road in deep thought. By now the lights in the houses had turned on. From one of the rooms came the sound of a voice. "Aya, why do you always have to be so jealous? You're suspicious all day long. If I'd known, I wouldn't have found a boyfriend at school. He invited the whole class to come play, not just me." A girl was in the room making a video call. Then she held up the phone and turned on the video function, saying, "Why do you still not believe me? I'll show you on video, okay?" She panned the phone around the room. "Look, there's no one here, just me." Suddenly, she aimed the camera at her ample chest and asked suggestively, "Or are you thinking about something else?" Suddenly, in the video frame, a curious eye peeked out beside the girl. An eye that was both bizarre and disgusting. The boy on the other end of the phone shouted in terror, "Hey, what is that behind you?" Hearing this, the girl was also startled and quickly turned to check. But she found the room empty. Cold sweat pouring down, the girl said to her boyfriend, "There's nothing there. If you scare me again, I'm breaking up with you." But when she looked at the phone, she found the other party had hung up at some unknown point. She complained angrily, "You jerk, you actually dared to hang up on me. Call duration 1913. Suddenly, hearing a noise, she jumped in fright. She peeked out the door and saw an old woman walking away carrying several bags of trash. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just the cleaning lady collecting trash scared her to death. However, in that instant she seemed to realize something. "Wait!" The old woman stopped in her tracks, and a massive crack appeared on her neck. Seeing that terrifying sight, the girl fell into terror once again. The old woman twisted her neck around, revealing a gruesome smile, and asked if she needed service. But when the girl looked back, the ghost lady had vanished. The girl quickly hid, but she didn't have time to close the door. The old woman, twisting her neck, strolled into the room talking to herself. "Since you didn't say anything, I'm coming in." The girl was hiding in terror behind the desk as the old ghost lady walked past with a dry chuckle. Just then, Zhang Chen and the other two appeared at the door, their three heads peeking in perfectly aligned to observe. Li Jia commented, "This cleaning service isn't up to par. How can she just walk into someone's room to collect trash?" Erhu exclaimed. "Collect trash? She's trying to collect a life." Suddenly, Li Jia realized he was stepping on Erhu's back. He asked in confusion, "Hey, where's Zhang Chen?" The ghost lady continued to chuckle dryly. Walking into the room of her own accord, she revealed a sinister smile, staring down at the trash hiding behind the girl with blood-red eyes. "So the trash is here?" The girl looked up in terror. "To be honest, if it were me, I'd probably be scared to death on the spot, especially watching this in the middle of the night," the old woman said while opening a plastic bag. "One this big. My trash bag can't fit it. Looks like I can only process you in pieces." Having said that, the old ghost lady extended her filthy sharp claws. Suddenly, Zhang Chen appeared beside her and shouted into her ear, "Beauty!" Giving the old ghost lady a violent start, a system panel popped up. The old woman was frightened. Ghost Chi 150. After the shock, she roared angrily, "Quiet down, do you have no manners?" Zhang Chen gave a friendly smile, casually put his arm around the girl's shoulder and said to the old woman, "You sneaked in here without a word to peek. Are you jealous of my classmate's beauty?" The system notified him that the old woman was fuming with rage. Ghost Chi 30. Then Zhang Chen pointed at the girl and continued his provocation. "Old woman, stop dreaming. Want to look better than the girls in my class? You'd have to change your head." The short-haired girl reminded him unhappily, "Zhang Chen, can you be serious for a second?" The old ghost lady froze for a moment, then gnashed her teeth and said, "Change my head, kid, are you sure?" With that, she actually used her own hands to snap her head off her neck. Her intent was to scare Zhang Chen, but to her surprise, Zhang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he happily grabbed the head and tore it away completely. Facing the stunned old ghost lady, he replied calmly, "I'm sure, very sure. It's time to change locations." Having said that, he tossed the head into the air and kicked it with immense force like a soccer ball, shouting, "Get lost." The old ghost lady's head screamed in terror. Looking out from the window, a streak of green light could be seen flying out with incredible power. The old ghost lady's body began to collapse in the room. The short-haired girl screamed, "It's too scary." Zhang Chen put on a rogue-like air and hugged the girl to comfort her. Don't be afraid, I'm here." Heh. Meanwhile, the cleaning lady's head fell into the lake with a thud. That gruesome head floated on the surface roaring, "Where did this wild kid come from? When I get back I'm going to..." Glub glub. Just then the head was entangled by some golden threads, as if an invisible force were dragging the hideous head to the bottom of the lake. Finally, only a string of bubbles rising to the surface remained on the lake. The old woman's headless corpse was still swinging its claws at Jiang Chen and the girl. Just as the claws were about to reach the top of the girl's head, they suddenly stopped and the body slumped to the ground. Jiang Chen said with great interest, "Hee, I thought she could keep struggling for a bit longer." The system panel popped up again. "The cleaning lady evil spirit is dead. Ghost Chi 99. Not bad, not bad. Earned over 300 Ghost Chi just by killing a common evil spirit," he thought happily while looking at the system screen. The short-haired girl was currently burying her face in Jiang Chen's chest and crying, "Wah, scared me to death." He noticed his two friends appear and asked, "Yo, when did you get here?" Arhu praised him with a face full of admiration. "Jiang Chen, you're really something. I'm talking about your ghost exorcising skills." Meanwhile, Li Jia's face was flushed red as he marveled. "So impressive, I've learned something new." This guy was referring to his girl-chasing skills. Jiang Chen just replied confidently with 2 words. "Just average." Meanwhile, in the villa hall, everyone was gathered and arguing. Jiang Chen walked out and asked curiously, "Why is it so noisy out here?" An old man wearing round-framed glasses said anxiously, "Zhao Shi is missing. A whole living person. How can she just be gone?" The girl beside him recalled that they were taking a walk nearby and encountered a gardener pruning branches. The man looked over and revealed a seductive smile. Zhao Zai's face had turned bright red at the sight of the handsome man's smile. Then she walked over to strike up a conversation. Zhao Shi said she wanted to watch for a bit longer, so the others left first. The 2 girls joked at the time that she pretended to like gardening but clearly just wanted to look at a handsome guy. When they returned half an hour later, both Zhao Shi and the gardener were gone. They called her phone, but no one answered. The girl recounted the story anxiously. The old man in glasses was sweating from anxiety. "What should we do? This is a huge problem." "Manager, can you find that gardener?" The female manager replied in terror. "We don't have any gardeners here." The girl in blue shouted in shock, "How can there be no gardener?" The girl in orange beside her added fearfully, "Could it be that we saw a ghost?" Everyone immediately retorted, "What ghost? Don't talk nonsense." Those few girls immediately reaffirmed with certainty, "But we really did see him." Jiang Chen was currently focused on calculating something. Seeing him motionless, Li Jia asked, "Son, what are you doing?" A moment later, Jiang Chen walked out of the building alone. Meanwhile, in the shimmering greenhouse hall, a hand covered in fresh flowers reached out from the bushes. The one who appeared fully was none other than the missing Zhao Shi. She had been turned into a plant, standing twisted in a flower pot, her entire body blooming with fresh flowers. Her face was covered in gruesome blue veins. She trembled and called for help. "Help! Help me, please help me." The gardener just stood there in silence. Then he put a finger to his lips to signal for silence. Holding a pair of shears, he said, "Everyone else is asleep, you can't just shout loudly." Before him was a skeleton covered in blooming flowers. He swung his shears and snipped at the human flower with a snip. Blobs of fresh blood dripped from the cut. As the blood fell, it dropped onto the skeleton below. The sound of groans caught his attention. Ah. The scene revealed an alien mass of flesh with a sewn mouth tightly wrapped around a flower. The gardener leaned into Zhao Zai's ear and said, "Naughty ghost, you woke up the cactus." Then, humming a little tune and holding his shears, he walked over to that human flower, squatted down to examine the hand on top, and muttered to himself that he didn't realize there was an extra piece here. Suddenly he swung the shears, snip, and cut off the exposed fingers. The fingers snapped off. He still smiled at the person. Hee. Meanwhile, the other party was already crying from the pain. Then he reached out to wipe away the person's tears, saying that looking like this made her look like the villa's most beautiful employee. He licked the finger from just now, looked at Zhao Shi and continued, "Next it's your turn." He stepped forward, reaching out to touch her sensitive areas and complaining, "These 2 legs are too in the way, they ruin the overall aesthetic." Then he pulled out a saw and vroom sawed off both of Zhao Zai's legs. After sawing the legs, he used copper wire to fix the pose again. All extra branches were clipped away. Seeing this, I think this guy is the most perverted character in the whole series. After finishing the work, he also breathed a sigh of relief, his face covered in sweat. Zhao Shi had now had 1 leg sawed off, her entire body fixed by thick copper wires, and her hands twisted over her head. She cried out in pain and despair, "Wah, help me." Meanwhile, that pervert stood to the side, clapping and laughing, "You look much prettier this way." The scene shifted to Jiang Chen, who was searching the road alone. He had already circled the entire villa once. Where could it be hidden? Suddenly his feet seemed to step into some sort of spell, and he immediately found himself back where he started. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain, "Tisk, how am I back here again? Is it that ghost wall trick again? There's really no other way." Open eyes. As he spoke, he cast a spell on his eyes. His eyes could now see the abnormality in the distance. Why is there a strange light behind that tree? He passed through that space. Arriving before the main building, he couldn't help but marvel. So it was here, hidden quite deep. Seeing the scene inside the greenhouse, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, cursing, crap. Is this really the aesthetic of a carbon-based life form? Meeting his eyes was a human head that was blooming. Walking inside, he recognized her as Zhao Shi. One of Zhao Zai's eyes had already bloomed, and the other was streaming tears as she pleaded for help. Seeing Zhang Chen enter, she let out a startled, "Ah." The perverted gardener turned around in surprise, only to see a skeleton wearing a brown wig with a few leaves stuck to it, and a plant similar to a fern standing next to it. He walked toward that fern, and seeing the flower pot had been moved to the side, he reached out to straighten it, saying, "Be a good boy, no moving around." Suddenly, a rumbling and cracking sound startled him, and a system notification popped up again. The gardener felt strange. "Ghost Chi 15. He exclaimed, "What's that noise?" Then he saw a flower growing from a strange place. Zhang Chen was currently twisting his body, his hands stuck in one pot, his feet in another, and a small yellow flower growing from the top of his head. The gardener muttered in bewilderment, "I clearly pruned and cared for every pot meticulously. How did this one mutate?" He stared at the flower on Zhang Chen's navel with disdain. "This flower is so ugly, the belly must be full of roots, tisk, disgusting. If I don't take away the whole pot and branches, it'll be a hassle once the foundation is ruined." Zhang Chen, who was working hard to maintain the pose, couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Damn it." The gardener raised his shears, prepared to snip the flower. Zhang Chen quickly pulled out his envoy card, thinking to himself that if he didn't act now, this guy was going to rip his intestines right out of his body. With a sharp snip, the blades closed and the flower was severed from his form. Seeing Zhang Chen suddenly shrouded in a bizarre red light, the gardener scrambled backward. He stared at the scene in terror, and the system panel popped up. The gardener's skin is crawling with goosebumps. "Ghost Chi 56. He shrieked in horror. "What on earth is this thing?" A horn-like protrusion began to sprout from Zhang Chen's navel. In the next instant, the growth transformed into a bull's head with two long menacing horns. Gathering his strength, Zhang Chen stood tall and roared, "Monsterization Envoy." Two sharp horns burst from his head and jagged spikes grew from his knuckles. System prompt: randomly drew supernatural skill. 800-mile demon punch. The gardener cried out in panic, "Oh no!" But Zhang Chen's fist was already hurtling toward him. He desperately raised his hands to block, but with a thunderous boom he was sent flying, crashing through his human flower pots before collapsing onto the ground. The gardener looked back, his face a mask of pure terror. He scrambled to his feet, and upon seeing the carnage he let out a grief-stricken wail. "Ah, my beloved jade dew, my precious dragon blood tree, my darling philodendron." After his lament, the gardener gripped his shears tightly and hissed at Zhang Chen, "You dared to destroy my treasures. I'm going to take you piece by piece." He clenched his pruning shears as green energy erupted around him. "I'll slice you into mincemeat and turn you into fertilizer." At that moment his shears transformed into a pair of massive deadly scissors. Zhang Chen let out a cold laugh, raising his fists. "Hey, those are some pretty big scissors. I'm so scared." The gardener brandished the giant scissors and strode forward, replying arrogantly, "HMPH, it's too late to be afraid now." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the once silent greenhouse, the sheer force shattering the glass into a million shards. The gardener was knocked to the ground again, clicking his tongue. "I underestimated him." Just as he prepared to crawl back up, Zhang Chen emerged from the broken glass, reaching out a hand like a predator. "Wait, I'm coming out now," he thought to himself. "It'll be a hassle if Zhao Shi gets hurt while we're fighting in that room." Having said that, he flashed a confident smile and swung his fist. 800-mile demon punch. The powerful blow surged toward the gardener. But the gardener reacted just in time, raising his massive scissors to block the strike. He then revealed a despicable grin. "Hee hee hee." Bizarre growths began to sprout from the top of the scissors, causing Zhang Chen a momentary flash of panic. His fists were suddenly entangled and attacked by a mass of green matter. He roared, "Get off me!" Taking advantage of Zhang Chen's distraction, the gardener immediately delivered a heavy kick. Zhang Chen raised his fists, flicking away the green threads as he remarked, "Good thing those didn't sink in, or I'd be in real trouble." Opposite him, the gardener remained insufferably arrogant. "My 10,000 sprouting arrows isn't something you can block with bare hands." Still clutching his scissors, he launched a sudden fierce offensive. Zhang Chen dodged while retorting arrogantly, "Is it supposed to kill me if I touch it?" He nimbly leapt behind a withered tree. The gardener swung the massive scissors, snipping the withered tree clean at the base. Watching new buds instantly sprout from the cut, Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Sprouting buds with a single snip? These ghosts are getting more ridiculous by the second. He then crossed his hands in front of his face and shouted, "Double-handed ghost chi strengthening." Zhang Chen began to unleash a barrage of punches. His fists moved so fast they left a trail of afterimages. However, the gardener ghost was no amateur. He wielded the massive scissors with incredible fluidity, his speed matching Zhang Chen's as he parried every move. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, their violent energy radiating outward, each collision triggering a series of thunderous booms. Their attacks clashed once more. And seeing the bizarre green buds extending from the scissors, Zhang Chen realized there were no openings. He suddenly drove his knee upward into the gardener ghost's chin, snapping the ghost's head back. He roared, "Triple exploding kick." Seeing the other party reach up to wipe his face, Zhang Chen thought in surprise. "I used my full strength. He should have been sent flying." The gardener ghost sneered triumphantly. "Look at my feet." Zhang Chen looked down and saw countless roots growing from the ghost's soul, sinking deep into the earth to stabilize his body. The gardener ghost mocked, "You think that little bit of strength is enough to knock me back?" He roared, "Don't you dare underestimate me." Suddenly, two thick branches burst through the soil. He bellowed, "Sovereign root chi." The branches grew at a lightning pace, instantly becoming as thick as house pillars, slamming ruthlessly into Zhang Chen and launching him high into the air. Zhang Chen thought in horror. "Damn it, I was careless." Zhang Chen was smashed back into the greenhouse, the impact kicking up a massive cloud of white dust. He stayed low to steady himself. Blood trickling from his mouth and forming a small puddle on the floor, Zhang Chen thought with frustration, "Damn it, how did I get knocked back into the greenhouse?" He spun around quickly, thinking, better move the battlefield back outside. The scissor blade swung toward him, wreathed in a green aura. Zhang Chen leaned back sharply to avoid the strike, but the gardener took the opportunity to press the blades downward, attempting to snip Zhang Chen in half. Zhang Chen lunged forward and gripped the two blades with all his might, his hands erupting in searing flames. He shouted, "Damn you!" Summoning every ounce of strength, Zhang Chen roared, "Ah!" He exerted a massive force, snapping the scissor blades with his bare hands before spinning around to sprint outside. Strangely, the gardener ghost didn't give chase. Instead, he wore a mysterious smile as a massive wave of tree roots erupted from the surroundings. Unable to dodge in time, Zhang Chen was caught in a death grip by the roots. More and more roots coiled around him, tightening like a noose around his neck. Zhang Chen exerted his power once more to break the shackles, shattering the roots with a punch as he roared, 800-mile dragon punch." Zhang Chen's face showed clear signs of exhaustion and weakness. His vision began to blur and his breathing became heavy and labored. At that moment, two more ghosts launched an ambush. Clearly intending to give Zhang Chen no room to breathe, they lunged between Zhang Chen's hands, and two plant ghosts used vines to bind his body. He cursed, "Damn it, using a hostage to threaten me." The gardener ghost stepped forward, gloating, "Hee, why aren't you struggling anymore?" Clutching Zhao Shi, he continued, "I knew it. Why were you fighting so hard to move outside? You were afraid of hurting my precious treasures, weren't you?" Zhang Chen snarled. "You bastard!" Zhao Shi suddenly hopped down from the flower pot on one leg. Seeing Zhao Shi jump toward him, Zhang Chen called out, "Zhao Shi!" Unexpectedly, Zhao Shi swung her hand and struck him. Zhang Chen took a heavy blow to his right collarbone, the pain making him gasp and cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. The gardener ghost reached out and snatched Zhao Shi back, provocatively daring Zhang Chen to try hitting back. Wasn't he quite capable just a moment ago? Zhang Chen was breaking into a cold sweat from the pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he continued to cough. Suddenly, the gardener ghost leaned in to inspect Zhang Chen, saying, "Oh my, your face is covered in wounds. How pitiful." He reached out and lifted the bangs on the right side of Zhang Chen's face, whispering, "It's okay." When his bangs were lifted, they revealed an eye socket devoid of an eyeball, replaced by a cluster of blue light emitting tiny black dots. Those things began to fly out. The gardener ghost said, "Now I'm going to turn you into one of my treasures, and then you'll never be hurt again." The particles drifted onto Zhang Chen's body, and he stared at the bizarre phenomenon with a pale face. In an instant, fresh green sprouts began to grow from Zhang Chen's skin. Suddenly, a wicked smirk appeared on Zhang Chen's lips, the look of a man who had achieved his goal. Seeing this, the gardener ghost asked, "What are you laughing at? Are you that happy to become my treasure?" The horns on Zhang Chen's head suddenly erupted with a brilliant sun-like red-orange radiance. With a sense of searing heat, he said, "I'm laughing because the time is finally ripe." A giant blazing fireball like a sun appeared in the sky. "It should have been the silver-white moon," he declared. "Now is the time to wipe you all out at once." In outer space, the entire moon was engulfed in golden flames. Zhang Chen opened his mouth and roared, "Azure bull pants for the moon, purify all sentient beings." Instantly, a massive pillar of fire shot from the moon toward Earth. A sense of dread washed over the gardener ghost, who looked up in terror as the system prompt appeared. The gardener ghost senses that the end is near. Ghost Chi 45. The fire pillar slammed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. Waves of fire radiated outward, turning the entire space into a furnace. When the flames dissipated, they left behind a ruin of broken walls and billowing white smoke. Zhang Chen deactivated his transformation and said triumphantly, "Look at you, reduced to this state after just a little purification from the moonlight." Zhang Chen stomped on the gardener ghost's face, crushing it like a mushy cake. He remarked, "It seems you were full of filth after all." System prompt, "Gardener evil ghost is dead. Ghost Chi 99. A man and a woman emerged from the green smoke. The two were completely naked, their clothes having vanished. "My God, where are my clothes?" Unlike the girl, the boy let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I was a goner." In the room filled with shattered glass, Zhao Shi lay in the center. Interlacing branches and vines grew from her body, mouth, legs, stomach, and even her eyes. Gradually the branches vanished, and the wounds on her body began to heal. Even more miraculously, her severed leg was restored, the toes gradually growing back like a 3D image. After a moment, Zhao Shi stared blankly at her hands. Her eyes were wide and her gaunt hands trembled as much as her heart. Seeing bloodstains on 2 fingers of her right hand, she said tremblingly, "I still can't move my fingers." Just then, Zhang Chen appeared behind her, holding her and whispering, "What's wrong with your hand? Let me see." He took Zhao Zai's small hand in his and the wounds began to close. Seeing the 2 fingers perfectly restored and mobile, Zhao Shi cheered, "I can move them." Then she immediately burst into tears, clutching Zhang Chen's clothes and sobbing her thanks. "Zhang Chen." "Thank you, Zhang Chen," sobbed. She pressed herself tightly against him to express her gratitude. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. "Let's go back first, the others are looking for you." As Zhang Chen supported Zhao Shi and walked toward the group, someone immediately shouted, "Ah, Zhao Shi is back." Zhang Chen brought Zhao Shi back. The teacher immediately asked with concern, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Recalling the ordeal, Zhao Shi was still shaken, stammering, I encountered a perverted murderer." The crowd was stunned, shouting in unison, A perverted murderer?" A male student with a somewhat dazed look covered his face. He said fearfully, "Good thing it wasn't me, or my innocence would have been ruined." In reality, the person who should have been afraid was the perverted murderer, Zhao Shi mentioned. Another male student was surprised by Zhang Chen's ability to defeat a killer. "Is Zhang Chen really that tough?" The girls were shy about Zhang Chen's actions, covering their mouths. "Wow, that was so brave." The teacher asked Zhao Shi with concern again, "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Zhao Shi leaned her head on Zhang Chen's shoulder and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen unceremoniously pushed her away. "If you're fine, then stop hugging me." It made things a bit awkward. Zhao Shi blushed and quickly let go. "Ah, sorry." The teacher gathered the students and said, "All right, just to be safe, everyone check on each other to see if anyone else is missing. Do not go out again tonight." A student quickly shouted. Teacher Yang Ji and Zhao Xiaodong seemed to be gone. Zhang Chen thought to himself with frustration. Yang Ji and Zhao Xiaodong, recalling those 2 annoying guys, made him even more irritated. Those 2 lackeys who run errands for Zheng Xiaoming, I don't really want to save them. Zhang Chen patted the teacher's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, teacher, I'll go out and take another look around." A friend asked him, "Are you sure about going alone?" Zhang Chen smiled and replied, "It's fine. You stay here and protect everyone." He reassured his friend, "Don't worry." A waitress saw Zhang Chen and asked, "Oh, classmate, are you still out wandering this late?" Zhang Chen pointed to the side and explained, "Yeah, 2 classmates are missing. I'm out looking for them." The girl's face turned pale with terror, her eyes wide as she muttered fearfully, "Is that so? 2 more people are gone." Zhang Chen then spoke with a serious expression, "Manager, I want to ask you something. What exactly happened in this villa?" His eyes turned bizarre, emitting a cyan light as if he were hypnotizing the girl. The waitress began to tremble all over. "I don't know much. I was only transferred here 2 months ago," she answered hastily. But Zhang Chen had no intention of letting her off, pressing further. "Tell me everything you know." Sweat beaded on the girl's face, her lips quivering, until she finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke. "This matter," she began her story. "When I first got here, there was a security guard uncle on the night shift. During one patrol, that guard stumbled upon a murder. He immediately bolted, screaming murder as he ran. But who would have thought? The person in charge of monitoring thought he was just out for a run and ignored him. The difference between a runner and someone fleeing for their life is massive, yet they actually managed to mistake them. That was the absurd reason a life was lost," the girl continued. "As a result, the next day he was found dead in the restroom. Since he was an elderly man with no family, the matter was suppressed." Zhang Chen thought to himself. In the restroom, those must be the 2 ghosts Li Jia encountered. He asked the girl one more question. "Anything else?" The girl said gloomily, "Before I came, I heard a gardener and 2 fugitives once drowned in the villa." Zhang Chen's eyes returned to normal, and he was somewhat puzzled. "Then you still dare to stay here, sister?" The female employee held up 5 fingers and said, "I won't lie to you. The Zheng family promised me a monthly salary of 500,000 for working here." Zhang Chen smiled slightly. "I see." Under the dim moonlight, a cold wind whistled. Zhang Chen asked, "Aren't you afraid of earning the money but not living to spend it?" A red aura lingered in the air. Zhang Chen followed the aura to a house. He let out a soft exclamation. "Oh?" Standing at the door and sensing the intense smell of blood, Zhang Chen whispered, "The scent of blood is so strong." He turned on his phone's flashlight and shone it inside, complaining, "Tisk, what kind of haunted house is this? They don't even have the lights on." Zhang Chen walked slowly into the spacious room, looking around. Just then, something caught his attention. He looked down and realized he had stepped into a pool of dark red blood. Staring at the corpse lying in the blood, Zhang Chen said calmly, "Another one dead?" He squatted down. It was a woman with a slender figure. Zhang Chen cautiously reached out his hand toward her nose and mouth. He used his finger to check the blood stain near the mouth and remarked, "The blood isn't dry yet, looks like they just died recently." As he flicked the blood off his hand, he muttered to himself. According to Li Jia, those two planner ghosts would usually dispose of the body after committing a murder. Zhang Chen turned to leave, leaving the corpse where it lay. Since the body hadn't been dealt with yet, the two ghosts were likely still around. With his hands in his pockets and his feet making a tap-tap sound on the stairs, he headed up. "Phew, hopefully I can find those two lackeys before the ghosts do," he shouted out loud. "Yang Dog, Zhao Dog, are you still alive? If you are, let out a bark." At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong was hiding in a corner, frantically pressing buttons on his phone. Seeing the no signal display on the screen, he cursed. "Damn it, why is there no signal?" He steeled his resolve. "Waiting here is just waiting for death. I might as well go out and try my luck." Suddenly, someone pressed a knife against his throat, making him scream hysterically. Immediately following that, Zhang Chen appeared behind the evil spirit that was holding Zhao hostage, placing his own blade against the ghost's neck. The ghost let out a scream that was no quieter than Zhao Xiaodong's. Not understanding what was happening, Zhao screamed even louder. That ghost was struck by a heavy, lightning-fast punch from Zhang Chen. System prompt: the planner ghost was scared to death on the spot by the sneak attack. Ghost Chi 15, looking at Zhao Xiaodong, he teased, "You're not dead yet. How disappointing." Zhao Xiaodong sobbed as he hugged Zhang Chen tightly. "I didn't think you'd actually come to save me, Wah." Zhang Chen kicked him away heartlessly. "Get off me, you're getting me all wet." "Ah," Zhao's head hit the floor as he pleaded, "Please just take me out of here, there are ghosts." Only then did Zhang Chen ask, "Did you have direct contact with that ghost?" "I did," he replied. He recalled saying, "It started chasing me from the bathroom, hacking at me the whole time. That's how I ended up fleeing here. If you hadn't come, I'd be dead, Wah." He began to suck up to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen slapped the back of his head and barked at him to turn around. "Huh?" Looking at the gruesome wound on Zhao Dog's back, Zhang Chen remarked, "It really is a miracle you're still alive." An image of Li Jia fleeing in panic flashed through his mind. It seemed that Kid Li Jia was quite something too, managing to escape completely unscathed. As Zhang Chen and Zhao Xiaodong walked together, he looked back and asked, "By the way, where's Yang Ji?" Zhao Xiaodong had exhausted himself looking for Yang Ji earlier and quickly explained, "I don't know. He was waiting for me outside the bathroom at the time. He was gone by the time I came out." Zhang Chen grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Tisk, now I have to go find Yang Ji too. You two are nothing but trouble." Zhao Xiaodong suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder. The trembling sensation made Zhang Chen very uncomfortable. He turned to look at Zhao, who was blushing furiously and stammering, "You," before his words turned into whimpering groans. Zhang Chen delivered a sudden heavy kick directly to his face, catching him completely off guard. Zhang Chen roared, "Get the hell away from me, damn it. What's a big guy like you got to be so afraid of?" Zhao Xiaodong suddenly burst into tears, his tears flowing like a fountain. He covered his face with his hand as if self-soothing after that kick. A tooth fell out. He opened his mouth and wailed, "But that ghost is really terrifying." Hearing this, Zhang Chen replied calmly, "Then don't go in." His words left the other man stunned. After speaking, Zhang Chen walked inside quickly. Zhao Xiaodong scrambled to keep up, shouting urgently, "Wait, brother Zhang, don't leave me behind." The bathroom area inside was eerie and cold enough to make one's skin crawl. Zhao Xiaodong sat on a toilet with him waiting for something. Zhao asked in confusion, "What are we doing here?" Zhang Chen sat with his legs crossed and replied, "Waiting." Suddenly a rustling sound echoed in his ears. Wisps of green smoke drifted through the hallway, flowing continuously like a breeze. Zhang Chen's intuition sensed something. He said they were finally here. Two mysterious ghosts appeared out of nowhere. The bald ghost giggled, "He, are there actually people offering themselves up to die?" The yellow-haired ghost chimed in, "Then we won't be polite." Suddenly, the sound of a conversation drifted over. "Zhao Xiaodong, have you heard that news?" The two ghosts were hiding by the bathroom door, listening intently to Zhang Chen's story. "There's a sophomore at our school who was holding a green dragon crescent blade that day." Just as he was getting into the story, a system prompt appeared. "Campus gossip has piqued the planner ghost's interest." Ghost Chi 16, Zhao Xiaodong responded with surprise. "Wow, that fierce," hearing Zhao's outburst. The ghost leaned curiously against the wall to listen more closely. Zhang Chen continued, "Later that girl was directly." By now both ghosts were completely engrossed. One of them thought irritably, "What is he saying? Speak louder." System prompt. "The planner ghosts are burning with anxiety." Ghost Chi 20, he continued slowly, "It was only later I found out. I never expected that girl would actually be my." His storytelling style made them both curious and angry. One of them was sweating with impatience, wondering why the voice always got quieter at the most critical moments. Zhang Chen's ghost Chi values continued to climb, 40-40. Zhao Xiaodong was currently playing the role of a dim-witted straight man, asking, "Holy crap, you could actually put up with that?" Zhang Chen replied with a happy smile. "I couldn't, I want to kill them both." Zhao Xiaodong asked with terror and confusion. "Then do you have a plan?" He then thought to himself, "Surely these two ghosts won't suddenly rush in while we're chatting." Zhang Chen revealed a bizarre and confident smile and replied, "Plan? To hell with a plan. One swing, one kill, that's all it takes to leave no loose ends." The yellow-haired ghost laughed triumphantly upon hearing this. He, turns out he's just a mindless brute. Killing without a plan, this kind of trash." In the distance, a massive blade was streaking toward them. Before the ghost could finish saying "dies fast," the blade was already shoved into its mouth. The attack was so sudden it was impossible to block, and the ghost was sent flying by the impact. The other ghost was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat, his mouth hanging wide open. The system immediately prompted, "So it wasn't gossip after all, Ghost Chi 60. By now the yellow-haired ghost had collapsed in shock before the bald ghost. System prompt, "Planner Ghost Zhu Hai is dead. Ghost Chi 99. The bald ghost shouted, "Brother, wake up." In his moment of extreme terror, a hand reached out to him. Zhang Chen placed his hand on the ghost's head, making him shake all over. He violently shook off Zhang Chen's hand and cursed, "You bastard." Zhang Chen gripped his arm tightly. Then a sharp blade sprouted from his elbow, acting like a shield to protect him in the moment of danger. Zhang Chen squeezed the arm tight, staring at the shield as he said, "You still dare to sneak attack?" System prompt, "Sneak attack failed. Fear is blooming. Ghost Chi 3. Zhang Chen let go, and the ghost immediately began to groan. "Ah, my hand." Zhang Chen raised his fist. Thinking it was only 3 points of ghost chi, he landed a heavy punch right on the ghost's face, followed by a flurry of strikes, shouting as he hit, "I can't even squeeze a drop of ghost chi out of you by snapping your arm. You're total trash." His eyes flickered with green light as he roared manically, "Drop dead." Zhang Chen's powerful fist triggered vibrations. The ghost was beaten dizzy, falling somewhere as he lost his balance. He shouted, "Ha! Oh, the room is filled with green smoke and dust." Just then, Zhang Chen sensed something wrong. A hole had appeared in the broken floor. He mused, "Did he slip away? That was fast." The ghost was actually hiding on the ceiling, panting as it observed Zhang Chen below. Sharp claws began to grow from its hands as it muttered about how much trouble he had caused it. "I'm definitely taking your head today." It began to manifest from the ceiling, preparing a sneak attack from behind. But Zhang Chen discovered it with his monster eye. He cast a spell, causing the ghost to fall into a daze and lose consciousness. Zhang Chen grabbed the ghost's head, dragged it down from the ceiling and slammed it onto the floor. With a mouth full of blood and covered in bruises, the ghost was stunned. It had been hidden on the ceiling. How could it possibly have been found? Zhang Chen's eyes flickered with a sinister smile as he replied softly, "Did you think my monster eye was just for show?" He called out to Zhao Xiaodong, "Zhao dog, hurry!" The other man immediately appeared with the large blade. "I'm here, master." Zhang Chen took the blade, prepared to stab the ghost on the floor. Then he said, "Now I'm sending you on your way to reunite with your brother." With that, he decisively split the ghost's skull in half. System prompt, "Planner Ghost Zhang Gojian is dead." Ghost Chi 99. Zhang Chen smiled with satisfaction. "It's over, let's go." Standing nearby, Zhao Xiaodong quickly replied, "Understood." The two were about to leave when they suddenly saw a figure flickering behind the wall ahead. "Hey, Yang Ji." Yang Ji walked out from behind the wall, his head twisted and turned backward. Seeing his friend, Zhao Xiaodong asked excitedly, "Are you okay? We've been looking for you for ages." Zhang Chen sensed something was wrong and reached out to stop Zhao. "Wait." Just as Zhang Chen expected, this guy was no longer human. Yang Ji's eyes were vacant, his face pale, and his veins were bulging. Zhao Xiaodong clasped his hands and pleaded, "What do we do now, brother Zhang? You're so capable, please save him." Zhang Chen observed with a serious gaze as Yang Ji, now a ghost corpse, roared, "Get lost!" Watching Yang Ji vanish instantly, Zhao Xiaodong was very worried. "Yang Ji, where are you going?" Zhang Chen gave chase. The two ran after Yang Ji ahead. Zhang Chen hugged the wall cautiously as he walked. Truly, he didn't fear a godlike opponent, only a teammate like a pig. Zhao Xiaodong wasn't paying attention and slammed right into Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was knocked down. "Zhao Xiaodong, you total screw-up. Sorry, I couldn't brake in time." Yang Ji stopped and faced Zhang Chen. He scratched his head with a look of confusion. "He wasn't in this room." Yang Ji ran through the entire room as if searching for something. "It must be over there." "Stop, don't run." Zhao Xiaodong didn't understand what his friend was doing. "What does Yang Ji want?" "Stop, why can't I see anything?" Zhang Chen was drenched in sweat, deducing thoughtfully, he must be caught in some kind of vengeful spirit rule. He'll probably have to keep running until he's completely exhausted. Zhang Chen tossed the blade to Zhao Xiaodong to use for self-defense. Then Zhang Chen hurried away, instructing Zhao, "Just stay here and don't wander off." Zhao Xiaodong took the blade with a look of bewilderment. Zhao Xiaodong stayed put to wait for Zhang Chen, breaking into a cold sweat and shivering all over. A tap-tap sound echoed. Zhao Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat as he shouted. Yang Ji's twisted, staggering figure appeared. The tap-tap sound continued. Oh, is that Yang Ji? Yang Ji's face was still covered in bulging veins, and he was drenched in sweat, panting as if he were exhausted. Yang Ji collapsed to the floor. Zhao Xiaodong was very worried. Yang Ji, what's wrong? Zhao was also sweating profusely. As he slowly approached and looked at Yang Ji on the floor, he saw his condition was terrifying. Even if you have to run, you should take a break. A ghost with stubble on its chin whispered in Zhao Xiaodong's ear. How can you rest? The guard ghost's eyes flashed with a vicious light. If you rest, how can we catch the killer? Kid, why don't you work with us too? Zhao Xiaodong was terrified. He fell backward onto the floor, staring at the ghost and shouting, don't come any closer. Zhao threw the blade Zhang Chen had given him at the security ghost. Get lost. Zhao was shaking all over, his eyes wide. Seeing the security ghost unharmed, he was filled with terror. Instead, the ghost looked at him with disdain. How can someone so big have no strength? Another blade stabbed toward the security ghost from elsewhere. If I use too much strength, I won't be able to catch it. Zhang Chen sliced the security ghost in half with a sudden strike. You're that security guard who was killed by a ghost, aren't you? Instead of being a good little corpse, you turned into a ghost to harm others? But the security ghost let out a dangerous dark laugh. Seeing the system screen with no activity, Zhang Chen wondered, why didn't the ghost chi value increase? The security ghost kept screaming. Its neck suddenly bulged as if a dinosaur egg had been shoved inside. Then the head separated from the body, and the security ghost's head flew out excitedly. It grew a complete new body with all 4 limbs, a giant head on a small body. The security ghost leaped toward Yang Ji, pressing its hands onto the back of Yang's head and lifting it up suddenly. It grinned sinisterly. Come on, keep hacking. Go ahead and hack if you aren't afraid of hurting your friend. A beam of light shot out, piercing the security ghost's face. The ghost fell to the ground bleeding and complaining. Are you even human? You have no conscience at all. Zhang Chen blew on the weapon in his hand and replied calmly. Where'd you hear that false intel? Who told you he was my friend? System prompt. The security ghost miscalculated. Ghost Chi 99. Yang Ji returned to normal then, but one of his ears had been caught in the energy wave and was partially torn. Yang Ji cried out in pain. My ear? Zhao Xiaodong was very worried in the back. Yang Ji, are you okay? Seeing Yang Ji crying so miserably, Zhang Chen was satisfied. It looked like he'd been saved. Zhao Xiaodong helped Yang Ji up, anxiously asking Zhang Chen for help. Brother Zhang, come see what's wrong with Yang Ji. Zhang Chen grumbled a reminder. Do you need to ask for him? Doesn't he have a mouth? Yang Ji clutched his bleeding, mangled ear and cried for help. Brother Zhang, please save me. I'll be your loyal servant from now on. Zhang Chen reached out and touched Yang Ji's ear, saying happily, consider it my good mood, I'll save you this once. Yang Ji pleaded in pain. I'll be gentle. It was just a small wound on the hand. Logically, it shouldn't have hurt that much. Looking at that mangled ear, still carrying an eerie yin aura, it was indeed infested with ghost chi. The bloody ear was radiating it. Yang Ji felt, wait, it doesn't seem to hurt that much anymore. Brother Zhang really is amazing. Elsewhere, someone was sprinting, the soles of their shoes hitting the ground with a continuous tap-tap-tap. It was a girl, her face a mask of extreme terror. Just found one and lost 2 more. I'd better notify them to leave this villa as soon as possible. Her shoes crunched on green slime on the ground. Vines appeared on the floor, entangling the girl's feet. They began to wrap around her entire body. Where did all this moss come from? She screamed. She called for help, but the moss had already sealed her mouth. Damn it, I just passed my probation this month and haven't even collected my salary yet. Why am I so unlucky? I'm going to lose my life before I even get that 500,000. A hand grabbed the girl. Arhu rescued her from that patch of vines. Just as I thought, why did the ghost chi by the bridge suddenly become so dense? He pulled the girl up from the pile of moss. Arhu said with a smile, are you okay? The girl got up and ran, shouting, help, there's a ghost. Arhu watched her run off with a look of disappointment. She didn't even say thank you, how rude. Those vines then turned to crawl toward the unfamiliar target. Arhu, looking at the vines before him, Arhu huffed. It seemed now wasn't the time to worry about whether someone thanked him or not. Arhu prepared to launch an attack. Great Samadhi Mudra, Samatha Samapati, Dhyana, Outflow-less Sunyata Samadhi, Signless Samadhi, Wishless Samadhi, Evil Creature, show your true form. A massive surge of power erupted upon the moss. Transforming into an exorcism seal, Arhu leaped into the air, striking a pose intended to force the creature's revelation. Whoosh, was that a bit too much commotion? A figure emerged from beneath the pile of moss, stirring up a swirling vortex of water. Arhu muttered to himself, the sea dragon of intent, a female ghost. I'm not exactly great at dealing with women. The water ghost, Sun Mailing, revealed herself standing atop the crest of a wave as she lunged forward with her claws. Arhu landed firmly, his toes hitting the water with a resounding thud. Arhu lunged forward, and the water ghost, Sun Mailing, refused to back down, meeting him head-on. The two moved with lightning speed across the water's surface, the battle growing exceptionally brutal. Drenched in sweat, Arhu offered a word of counsel. Female benefactor, the sea of bitterness is boundless, turned back to the shore, but the water ghost ignored him completely, leaping up with a hideous expression and throwing a fierce roundhouse kick. Since falling to the bottom of this lake I never intended to return to the shore. Seizing the moment, Arhu firmly grabbed Sun Mailing's ankle. Then I'll drag you back to land myself. With that he exerted his strength to haul her toward the bank. Sun Mailing flew into a rage. Filthy man dropped dead, countless seaweed-like strands of hair swirled out, but Arhu nimbly dodged them. Looking at that seaweed, Arhu's heart skipped a beat. So sharp, the strands of hair shot out like a barrage of arrows. Arhu dodged repeatedly, but the hair only grew more entangled. In a moment of carelessness he was completely enveloped and bound tight by the dense mass of hair. He wailed in his heart, it's over, I'm a goner." He quickly pulled out a Dharma tool, a Buddhist chanting machine emblazoned with the character for Buddha. If he didn't pull out some high-tech trick now, he really was going to lose his life here today. Arhu reached out and flipped the switch, and a thunderous volume of chanting poured out. The entangling mossy hair actually began to shrink back. Sun Mailing was struck with terror, screaming, "What on earth is that thing?" "This is a prayer machine personally consecrated by 108 abbots. Did you think it was a toy?" However, the chanting machine's volume grew lower and lower until it finally went silent. Seeing this, Arhu bolted, complaining as he ran, "Tisk, I should have known to bring more batteries." Sun Mailing, consumed by humiliation and rage, frantically whipped out countless strands of hair to seize Arhu. "Let's see where you can run." Facing the hair lunging at his back, Arhu grinned. "Again?" He channeled his spiritual energy, his palms radiating a brilliant light. "Fearless mudra," he followed it by shifting the radiance between his fingers. Earth-touching mudra, a golden light barrier manifested instantly. Clang! Arhu took the opportunity to leap, using the force of the rebound to vault onto the shore. Sun Mailing roared in fury, "Get back here!" The lake's surface instantly erupted into violent waves. In this critical moment a figure appeared and said calmly, "As long as the students are protected, there's no need to fight her to the death." Arhu looked toward the source of the voice in surprise. Zhang Xiaoming emerged with a smile, teasing, "I didn't expect that among this group of useless classmates there would actually be someone as special as you." Xiaoming pointed to the man beside him and introduced, "Oh, I forgot to mention, this is my butler." Arhu's mind raced as he stared at the two. He suddenly leapt, charging straight for Zhang Xiaoming, thinking, even if the tactic is a bit despicable, to get the whole class out safely, I have to take Zhang Xiaoming hostage first. Seeing Arhu charging with murderous intent, Xiaoming quickly shouted, Butler Zhang." Butler Zhang vanished from the spot instantly, intercepting Arhu with incredible speed. Arhu swung his palm to block, secretly alarmed. The force is immense and he's too fast. Where did Zhang Xiaoming find such a master to be his butler? The two were locked in a bitter struggle. Butler Zhang's moves were vicious, launching a series of sinister attacks. Arhu's palms became red and swollen with faint, eerie ghost chi leaking out. He cried out in shock, "Manipulating ghost chi, you're from the ghost refinement sect." Butler Zhang gave a cold laugh. "Kid, you've got a good eye." "Zhang Shan, ghost refinement sect?" Arhu asked in shock, "After harming so many people, aren't you afraid the underworld and the Tao Alliance will come for your head?" Butler Zhang held a treasure pearl and laughed manically, a sickening slime oozing from within the pearl. "As long as I kill you all, who will ever know?" A hideous vengeful spirit crawled out from the pearl, letting out a piercing shriek. Arhu recognized it instantly. "A ghost slave." Butler Zhang pulled out a Dharma tool glowing with a red light and said coldly, "Killing a disciple of the Zhao family, that should be worth 500 points in the underworld, wouldn't it?" Butler Zhang waved his hand and commanded, "Ghost slave, it's dinner time." The ghost slave lunged at Arhu like a madman. Arhu dodged frantically, but the ghost slave pursued him relentlessly. Arhu had no choice but to face it head-on. His hands quickly formed mudras as he muttered, "Uncommon prajna, oversee evil and transform it to dust." The ghost slave roared and crashed toward him. Arhu let out a great shout, a heavy blow flipping the ghost slave onto the ground. He thought with lingering fear, "That was close, it nearly pierced my chest." Butler Zhang completely lost his patience, gnashing his teeth and roaring, "At such a young age you're already nearly C-grade. Killing you will be worth at least 1,000 points." Butler Zhang gasped his spell again, plumes of purple smoke billowing from his mouth. 10,000 souls sacrifice ghost slave." The ghost slave's eyes instantly erupted with a bizarre light, its size swelling several times over as it looked down at Arhu. Arhu ripped off his jacket and let out a cold snort. He tossed aside his jacket, a surging battle intent igniting in his eyes. "You really want to stake your life, huh?" Brilliant patterns surfaced on Arhu's bronze skin, and dragon elephant golden light instantly covered his entire body. The Vajra glares, and all sentient beings bow on the other side. Zhang Chen saw the radiance and said in surprise, "Is that the dragon elephant golden light? Is that Arhu?" Zhang Chen remembered Chen Shui mentioning that there were two major camps in the world of extraordinary people, the Tao Alliance and the Underworld, and one of the 6 top powers of the Tao Alliance was the Dragon Elephant Temple. the signature technique of the Dragon Elephant Temple disciples, was precisely this Dragon Elephant Golden Light. It seems Arhu has quite a background. At that moment the ghost slave roared and lunged at Arhu. With a cold expression, Arhu threw a massive powerful punch that actually blasted the ghost slave's body apart. A minor nuisance. After I deal with you, I'll teach your master a lesson too. Seeing this, Xiaoming panicked. Butler Zhang, what do we do? Butler Zhang's face was terrifyingly dark. A member of the Zhao family and a disciple of the Dragon Elephant Temple at that. Killing you will be a massive profit for me. Butler Zhang suddenly bit his thumb and smeared the blood onto the ghost slave. Ghost slave, let him taste the power of the blood soul sacrifice. The blood instantly merged into the ghost slave's body, and it let out a savage roar, swinging its giant fist at Arhu with a strength that had become exceptionally brutal. The ghost slave became increasingly hideous. Zhang Chen shouted from the other side of the bridge, "Arhu, watch your back." The water ghost, Sun Mailing, lunged out from beneath the water. Arhu shouted without looking back, "Forget about me, get back to the dormitory and protect the students." Zhang Chen made an okay gesture, "No problem." Zhang Chen leaped off the bridge, hitting the water with a plop. Both Arhu and Sun Mailing were stunned, wondering what Zhang Chen was plotting. Sun Mailing, thinking she had the upper hand, immediately lunged for Zhang Chen. But Zhang Chen was exceptionally calm. "Oh, so I've lured you over?" He took the opportunity to pull out a card. Monsterization, Sea Dragon of Intent. The phantom of a majestic giant sea fish flashed and vanished. Zhang Chen's body began to rapidly transform in the water. Gills appeared on his neck and his teeth became as sharp as steel saws. System prompt: randomly drew divine path technique, water evasion. Zhang Chen revealed a smile full of fangs, a water vortex condensing in his palm. He teased, "Flirting with a water ghost, don't be shy, come give me a hug." Sun Mailing screamed in terror but was held tight by Zhang Chen. System prompt: water ghost is extremely shocked. Ghost Chi 30. Zhang Chen continued to mock her. "Yeah, this hairstyle is quite unique, isn't it?" Zhang Chen took a bite of her hair. "I love eating seaweed the most." The water ghost's hair was torn to shreds and she screamed in a fit of rage, "Bastard, let go of me." But Zhang Chen held on tighter, muttering through a mouthful of seaweed, "I'm full." Zhang Chen suddenly threw the water ghost away. "Get lost." The water ghost crashed heavily onto the surface of the water on the shore. Arhu watched, dumbfounded, thinking, he actually blasted a water ghost right out of the water? He hadn't expected Zhang Chen to be so fierce. In his momentary daze, the ghost slave suddenly appeared at Arhu's side and sent him flying with a heavy blow. Arhu spat out blood, his heart filled with dread. "Nearly pierced my chest. This guy's strength has increased so much." The ghost slave let out a series of bizarre roars and attacked again. Back to Zhang Chen's side, countless strands of hair swept out from behind him, binding him tight. Though ambushed, Zhang Chen showed no fear, instead offering a savage threat. Still trying to struggle, the black hair dragged Zhang Chen into the depths of the lake. Zhang Chen gave a cold laugh. Being dragged away was fine, it saved him the trouble of scaring others later. Sun Mailing had now advanced to a new form, and looking at the trapped Zhang Chen, she revealed a sinister smile. Her face began to crack open. "You think you can escape?" A flurry of bubbles rose as she transformed into a small octopus form. Those black strands were actually massive tentacles which gripped Zhang Chen's neck tightly, yet he remained calmly smiling. "Oh, you can transform too? Then I won't be polite either." Zhang Chen's face became extremely savage. System prompt: Sea Dragon of Intent state strengthened. Zhang Chen's palms underwent a mutation. "To defeat a monster like you, I have to become more of a monster than you." Zhang Chen's body fully monsterized. He transformed into the complete Sea Dragon of Intent form, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he let out a deafening roar. Zhang Chen launched a fierce attack, thinking, "A ghost slave that has smelled blood is certainly scary, but in the water I'm not afraid of anyone." The giant octopus tentacles whipped toward him, but Zhang Chen sliced them into pieces within a few moves. The water ghost continued to laugh coldly with confidence. "Can you cut them all?" A tentacle slammed into Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth and met the attack, grabbing the tentacle to brace against the subsequent strikes. As he struggled against the heavy tentacles, he observed that he was surrounded by them on all sides. No matter how he defended, he would take a hit. Zhang Chen had a sudden idea and quickly dived to the bottom of the lake. He swam toward the lake bed, deliberately baiting the other party into entangling all her tentacles together. Then the system prompt appeared. Unlocked ultimate skill. Zhang Chen's finger tapped the confirmation button. After release, the Sea Dragon of Intent form will expire in 2 seconds. Zhang Chen shouted excitedly, "Tighter, get closer." The water ghost stared at him with venomous intent. "Do you have any last words before I grind you into mincemeat?" Zhang Chen grinned. "I wanted to say you'll have to bear with this." Zhang Chen instantly unleashed a world-shaking power. Sea King's roar, the blast sent the water ghost flying. She was hurled away in agony, her heart filled with resentment. "I worked so hard to evolve those necrotic tentacles." She let out a scream. System prompt: Water ghost Sun Mailing is terrified. Ghost Chi 99, Zhang Chen reverted to his original form and watched his sinking opponent, thinking, she's still not dead after that. He had to restrain her quickly. Who knew what other dirty tricks she had left? Zhang Chen chanted a spell, unleashing the five-finger water prison. Several beams of green light acted like ropes, binding the water ghost tight. The water ghost was squeezed until she couldn't breathe, her face turning bright red. System prompt: Water Ghost's unmailing feels humiliated. Ghost Chi 50, Zhang Chen chuckled. This scene is a bit unsuitable for minors. Zhang Chen made a clutching motion in the air and the water ghost's limbs were pulled further apart. Then I'll make this scene even more explosive. The water ghost body was stretched to its limit, and she wailed in pain as Zhang Chen watched with interest. Zhang Chen's eyes were dark. Keep screaming. No matter how loud you shout, no one is coming to save you, the water ghost shouted weakly. Helping an evildoer, by helping that murderer, you're destined for a miserable end. Zhang Chen was stunned. Helping a murderer? What are you talking about? The water ghost roared. Zhang Xiaoming's accomplice, stop being so hypocritical. Zhang Chen let out a cold snort. Zhang Xiaoming? By now the night was deep with only the lake surface shimmering. On the shore, Erhu was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the ghost slave. Every time Erhu made a move, the ghost slave countered even more violently, its giant fist slamming into the spot where Erhu had just stood. Erhu dodged nimbly, but he was already covered in wounds, laboriously wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Is this guy's strength infinite? Black ghost chi continued to pour from Butler Zhang's palms. He had exhausted his inner power to control the ghost slave. His breathing grew weak and his face turned pale, yet he still wore a triumphant, sinister smile. It seems the disciples of the Dragon Elephant Temple are nothing more than this. Drenched in sweat, his veins bulging, Erhu thought he had to end this quickly. If the blood soul sacrifice continued to drain him, his life would be forfeit. Butler Zhang let out a wild roar. Ghost slave, kill! Erhu reached behind him, filled with resolve. It seems today will be a hard one to get through. He gripped his weapon, his heart full of mixed emotions. I really don't want to use this thing that drains my lifespan. Erhu's gaze sharpened. Just as he was about to stake his life, the ghost slave was suddenly sent flying a great distance by a massive wave. Zhang Xiaoming watched the flying ghost slave, utterly bewildered. Zhang Chen walked atop the waves, hands in his pockets, the other hand toying with a small water orb as he smiled. Erhu, how do we do this? Kill the ghost first or the person? Erhu was overjoyed. Zhang Chen, you're just in time. I'll take the ghost, you take the person, Zhang Chen replied from atop the wave. No problem. Erhu's spirits were lifted and his combat power erupted. Without the continuous support of the blood soul sacrifice, a mere ghost slave was nothing to fear. Erhu moved like lightning, instantly cutting in front of the ghost slave and unleashing a flurry of blows that left the slave unable to retaliate. Erhu sent the ghost slave flying with a heavy strike. The ghost slave rapidly shrank from its giant state, and Erhu followed up with a crushing stomp, physically shattering it. Butler Zhang was now at the end of his tether, panting heavily, his heart filled with hatred. I used too much essence blood just now. My whole body is weak. He nearly fainted after running just 2 steps. Zhang Chen followed unhurriedly behind Butler Zhang. Butler Zhang fled in terror, screaming, "Young Master Zhang Xiaoming, save me!" But when he turned his head, he froze. The area was empty. That kid had long since slipped away. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Chen sent a surge of power into Butler Zhang's back. Butler Zhang wailed as the clothes on his back exploded, and he fell to the ground in a pathetic heap. He watched as Zhang Chen leaped down from the crest of a wave, tremblingly holding up a blood talisman in his palm as a threat. "Don't, you can't kill me. I have an underworld blood talisman in my hand," Erhu quickly shouted. Zhang Chen, take him alive first or the blood talisman will. Before he could finish, another ghost slave crawled out of Butler Zhang's arm, laughing manically. Didn't expect that, did you? I still have a trump card. Zhang Chen was also surprised, but he moved with extreme speed, his face cold as stone as he made a backhanded strike, directly severing the ghost slave. The slave's severed limb hit the floor with a thud, blood splattering everywhere. Butler Zhang followed with a miserable cry and collapsed. Looking at the blood on his hand, Zhang Chen curled his lip. Yeah, it seems I used too much force. Disgusting pustules emerged from Butler Zhang's severed arm, turning him exactly like the ghost slave from before. Surges of dark red ghost chi rose from the surroundings. Zhang Chen quickly retreated to avoid it. Just then, a blood talisman faintly appeared on Zhang Chen's palm, the mark of being tagged. Looking at the red mark on his hand, Zhang Chen wondered, "Oh, what on earth is this thing?" Erhu quickly warned him. "Don't move. Once a blood talisman touches you, it can't be wiped off. Don't waste your energy." Zhang Chen lowered his hand, unfazed. "Forget it, it's probably similar to the one I got in the hospital last time." The system prompt sounded continuously. Ghost Chi 99, Ghost Chi 99. Suddenly another ghost slave roared out again, lunging straight for the two. Zhang Chen stepped in front of Erhu to protect him. "Erhu, get back." The weapon in Erhu's hand cost at least 1 year of his life to use once. "Zhang Chen, thanks." A large amount of slime erupted from the ghost slave. Zhang Chen grappled with it, sneering, "HMPH, you've got quite the spray, don't you?" A water vortex manifested out of thin air. The ghost slave's face was filled with shock and it broke into a cold sweat. A massive, majestic water dragon appeared. With a brain the size of a sesame seed, you dare to challenge the waters behind me? Zhang Chen unleashed his ultimate move, Water Dragon Burial. The ghost slave instantly shattered, and the red ghost chi dissipated completely. System prompt, Ghost Infant half-step vengeful spirit eliminated. Obtained 99 ghost chi points. Zhang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Monsterizing twice in one day is truly exhausting. His ghost chi value reached 2,720. Looking at the system screen, Zhang Chen was in high spirits. Earning over 2,000 ghost chi points from just 2 one-star cards was a massive profit. Arhu walked over from behind. Zhang Chen, I didn't realize you were a hidden master. Zhang Chen smiled. Just average. Arhu looked worried. However, you've provoked the ghost refinement sect. I'm afraid you'll have big trouble ahead. Zhang Chen asked in confusion. Trouble? Do you know this sect? Arhu replied. A little, but not deeply. He explained that factions like the Ghost Refinement sect belong to the Anming organization, a group of psychological deviants who raise or refine ghosts. Some have even turned themselves into ghosts. To satisfy their selfish desires, they rely on extraordinary powers to commit evil everywhere. The Blood Talisman is a mark issued by the Anming headquarters. If you kill someone marked with a Blood Talisman, you'll appear on their bounty list and be hunted by the organization. With your abilities, the bounty would likely be 30,000 N, equivalent to the value of a B-grade powerhouse. I suggest you quickly seek protection from your clan. Zhang Chen smiled, thinking, what clan? The old man Zhang who raised me for a few years disappeared long ago. Zhang Chen flashed a devious grin, looking at his glowing red system interface and pondering to himself. But I have a system. Hee, isn't this way more badass than any clan? Zhang Chen continued to calculate. A 1-star monsterization card can kill evil spirits, and a 2-star card can kill vengeful spirits. The stars representing levels flashed in his mind. The more stars, the higher the rank of ghosts he could eliminate, from evil spirits to vengeful spirits to those in red raiment. He speculated that a 3-star card should be able to completely slay a red raiment ghost. He felt he was simply a genius. A B-grade powerhouse was only equivalent to a half-step red raiment. Once he drew a 3-star card, what would he have to fear? Zhang Chen's face was full of excitement, his eyes flashing with a fanatical light as he giggled foolishly. Watching Zhang Chen's expression, Arhu could only marvel inwardly. He can still laugh while being hunted by Anming. Is he scared out of his mind? What a terrifying guy. Just then a shrill scream echoed from the blue puddle, and the water began to churn violently. A female ghost with long pale green hair, emerald eyes, a mouth full of fangs, and skin as green as banana leaves was screaming maniacally. Let me go. Zhang Chen snapped out of his thoughts, squatted down, and said slowly, I almost forgot about you. Hearing this, Arhu also remembered the existence of this female ghost. The ghost with green hair, green eyes, and fish scales all over her body exerted all her strength, suddenly lunging out from Zhang Chen's binding and letting out a roar. Ah! The female ghost struggled manically, and the threads of the water prison Zhang Chen had set were snapping one by one. Zhang Chen's face turned pale as he struggled to maintain his power, complaining tiredly in his heart, Crap, I'm overexerted, I can't hold much longer. The green-skinned ghost struck an incredibly undignified pose, gnashing her teeth as she exerted force, completely shattering all the water prison threads. Just as Zhang Chen was struggling to cope, Arhu lunged in front of him, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. It's my turn to deal with her. With that, Arhu raised his hand to condense his power. Arhu unleashed a move called the middle-grade life-bestowing seal, with his index finger and thumb touching, his palm erupting with a brilliant golden light. Immediately after, the ring finger of his other hand pressed against his palm, coordinating with the lower-grade life-bestowing seal. Once fully charged, Arhu let out a great shout. Bind! He crossed the fingers of both hands and an intense light exploded instantly. The green-skinned ghost didn't realize she was about to become grilled fish, roaring, I'm going to slaughter you lapdogs of Zheng Xiaoming. She charged manically toward the two. In that instant, several golden light chains whistled toward her. A cross-shaped array formed instantly, pinning the female ghost firmly at the intersection. She looked completely bewildered, unable to understand why she couldn't move. Arhu pressed his palms together near his mouth, saying with relief, Phew, that was close, finally caught her. She really would have lunged right at us. Zhang Chen watched from behind, stunned. After trapping the ghost, Arhu sighed. Sigh, she's a poor girl with a hard life, Zhang Chen asked in confusion. Oh, why do you say that? Arhu explained with a serious expression. Didn't you see the resentment behind Zheng Xiaoming? It must have been left by this ghost. On Zheng Xiaoming's back were 2 clearly visible green handprints. Arhu continued. This means this girl was killed by Zheng Xiaoming when she was alive. That's why he hired someone from Anming as a butler, to use their forbidden techniques to erase the resentment. In the image, the man from Anming was covered in blood, painfully performing the forbidden ritual. Zhang Chen suddenly understood, marveling. I saw how arrogant that Zheng Xiaoming was, but I didn't expect him to actually be a murderer. Arhu replied calmly. Hee, the human heart is unpredictable. There are many things you can't even imagine. With that, the two looked at the green-skinned ghost who continued to roar and struggle. Zhang Chen asked, how do you plan to handle her? Kill her directly or let her get her revenge first? Arhu was startled by the question and asked back, I was worried you'd be soft-hearted and let her go. Zhang Chen's eyes turned cold, his teeth bared in a sinister grin as he said chillingly, let her go, the human heart is unpredictable. There are many things you can't even imagine. In reality, he was thinking, if I let her go, where am I going to get ghost chi? Zhang Chen felt now wasn't the time to kill this water ghost, so he said to Arhu, since we don't know how to handle her, let's go deal with that Zhang Xiaoming first. Arhu agreed. Fine, let's go. With that, Arhu used his spell to drive the cross array, trapping the ghost, lifting it into the air. Arhu took flight with Zhang Chen, and the tied-up female ghost was dragged along, screaming her lungs out the entire way. Let me go. In the dead of night, in a silent parking lot, a bus was wrapped in dense yellow protective charms. Inside the bus, Zhang Xiaoming was drenched in sweat, huddling in a corner and trembling. His eyes were fixed on the window in terror as he said in a shaking voice, Butler Zhang probably didn't make it. That bastard Zhang Chen actually ruined my plans. In the sky, the crescent moon hung tilted amidst thick clouds as if foreshadowing an impending bloody slaughter. Zhang Chen casually tore off a charm stuck to the bus, looking at the strokes that resembled a child's graffiti with disdain before tossing it aside. What kind of garbage is this? Seeing this, Arhu began to educate the magic idiot. That's Butler Zhang's death proxy technique. When Zhang Xiaoming killed that girl, she was filled with endless resentment. The image showed a hideous Zhang Xiaoming looking at the dying girl, his hands covered in blood, while the girl's eyes showed only despair and refusal to yield. Arhu continued, so the girl placed an extremely painful curse on him. In the image, Zhang Xiaoming was being strangled tightly by two semi-transparent ghost hands, screaming in agony. It hurt so much, he clutched his shoulder, cold sweat pouring down. Zhang Chen asked, so how does the death proxy technique work? Arhu explained. The technique uses a large number of charms to suppress Zhang Xiaoming's life force. In the image, Zhang Xiaoming was wrapped in a charm shield like a puppet. Arhu continued, then they let the ghost kill the people around him, using that as a way to offset the curse. In the image, the green-skinned water ghost was manically harvesting the lives of those around Zhang Xiaoming. Arhu continued to explain slowly, the principle is to kill living people, letting the ghost vent its resentment for the target onto others. Once the resentment is gone, the curse naturally weakens, Zhang Chen exclaimed. So that's it. He recalled seeing Zhang Xiaoming in the crowd. The handprints on his back had seemed to fade, meaning he had likely already killed many people. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen revealed a brilliant yet somewhat lecherous smile, leaning in toward the green-skinned ghost and saying insincerely, Beauty, care to help me out? Seeing Zhang Chen's expression, the female ghost screamed in terror, what do you want to do? Zhang Chen leaned his face even closer, almost touching hers, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Babe, do you still hate that Zhang Xiaoming? The ghost was so scared she squeezed her eyes shut, shouting repeatedly, What do you want? Zhang Chen laughed. I just wanted to say, we can't let him die too quickly. As he spoke, he slowly untied the ropes binding her. Right? Once the ropes vanished, Zhang Chen opened the bus door like a gentleman. Ladies first. The door opened slowly, and Zhang Xiaoming, hiding under a seat, poked his head out, asking in terror, Butler Zhang, is that you? When he saw the visitor clearly, several strands of blue-green hair like seaweed drifted in, followed by a dense mass of weeds that surged toward him. Zhang Xiaoming was frozen on the spot. A moment later he squeezed out a voice from between his teeth and then screamed hysterically, which bastard is it? Hearing the shout, the green-skinned ghost slowly revealed her tragic yet beautiful face, showing a sinister and sorrowful smile. You forgot me so quickly? Zhang Xiaoming was like a man struck by lightning, stammering incoherently. The ghost manipulated the seaweed to cover the entire cabin, stepping onto the wet floor as she approached him. A strand of hair instantly pierced Zhang Xiaoming's mouth. The ghost revealed her jagged fangs, launching a manic attack. Blood sprayed wildly from Zhang Xiaoming's mouth. The entire bus suddenly jolted violently, emitting a deafening roar. Seeing this, Arhu and Zhang Chen exclaimed in unison, That's some intense fighting, just how much hatred is there? A large amount of red liquid like ketchup poured from the gaps in the bus. Then the door opened, and a thick, unknown liquid like chili sauce flowed out. A truly disgusting scene. Zhang Chen and Arhu walked forward and couldn't help but marvel at the sight inside. Holy crap, he's in pieces like this? The inside was like a pool of strawberry jam, with a single hand sticking out. Suddenly the female ghost appeared behind them like a phantom. Zhang Chen looked at his companion and asked, Shall we? Arhu replied without hesitation. Yes. The two then synchronized their hand seals. One unleashed the 800-mile demon punch, while the other cast the golden light curse. The female ghost let out a scream and the system panel appeared. Sneak attack failed and countered. Mood is extremely depressed. Ghost Chi 78. Under their powerful pincer attack, the ghost collapsed to the ground with a miserable cry. She shed 2 trails of tears. A moment later, Zhang Chen grabbed the ghost's leg and dragged her out, saying, "Do you still need her? If not, I'll take her." Arhu replied, "I think there's still humanity left in her, better let the underworld handle it." The people waiting at the entrance saw them come out and swarmed around to praise them. "Zhang Chen and the others are back, they're even dragging a ghost? I didn't expect them to be ghost hunters, that's too cool." The ghost was slammed heavily onto the ground, screaming in pain. Li Jia pointed at the ghost and asked, "Arhu, you caught her?" Arhu didn't take the credit, replying cheerfully, "Zhang Chen caught her." Zhang Chen chuckled, pressing down on the ghost's head and saying to Li Jia, "I see you're quite thirsty. How about I let her go so you can have some fun?" Li Jia quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No, forget it." Just then, Sun Dai suddenly squeezed out of the crowd, waving and shouting, "Master, I have something to report." Zhang Chen walked over and asked, "Aren't you the girl who was sweeping on the bridge? What's up?" Sun Dai pointed at the ghost, trembling as she said in terror, I know her." The ghost also looked up now, letting out a low growl. "Gurgle?" Zhang Chen asked in surprise. "Oh, you know this ghost?" Sun Dai immediately began her story. "Yes, her name is Sun Mailing. She's my best friend. We came to the city together to work and originally applied as waitresses for the Jun group. Mailing was selected to work at the villa, and after just 2 days she called to say Zhang Xiaoming had taken an interest in her and was pursuing her manically. The image showed Mailing happily on the phone. "Sister, young Master Zhang is pursuing me. I'm eating and having fun in the villa every day." At this point, Sun Dai said sadly. Later, there was no more news. "I came to the villa specifically to find her." The ghost seemed to recognize the person before her body trembling as she squeezed out a word. "Sun." This left Sun Dai stunned. The ghost shouted with a face full of tears, "Sun Dai." Sun Dai couldn't help but hug her head and weep. Mailing Zhang Chen cursed in his heart. Not only did he play with her feelings, but he also took her life. That beast Zhang Xiaoming caused these two good friends to be separated by life and death. Arhu leaned into Zhang Chen's ear and whispered, "Don't kill this ghost, her identity is special. She's useful to the underworld." Zhang Chen was shocked to hear this. The scene shifted to the outdoors late at night. A crescent moon hung in the sky and a helicopter appeared with a roar. Speak of the devil, the people from the underworld had arrived. A girl opened the hatch and leaped down without hesitation, her movements clean and agile. When she landed, the ground beneath her feet cracked. She narrowed her eyes and her subordinates followed, parachuting down. The leading girl led her team to a wall and walked through it with ease. They appeared right in front of Zhang Chen. A cold voice spoke, "Underworld C-Grade Soul Reaper Squad Captain Xu Lei." Xu Lei ordered her subordinates, "You two handle the onlookers." The subordinates agreed readily. "Understood." Seeing the green ghost chi permeating the air, Li Jia screamed in terror, "Ghost, there's a ghost!" The eerie aura drew closer as he shouted, "Zhang Chen, Arhu, help!" A hand suddenly grabbed Li Jia's wrist, and a reaper comforted him. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you forget these unpleasant memories from today." As he spoke, a spell flashed in his palm. Pressing onto Li Jia's hand immediately after, an ugly little ghost appeared, hugging his hand tightly and revealing its jagged teeth. Li Jia screamed in terror, "Don't come near me, get lost!" But the little ghost ignored him, suddenly opening its massive maw and biting onto Li Jia's head. Li Jia was as if hypnotized, instantly stopping his struggle and shouting with a silly smile, "Hee hee, this bite feels so good." Arhu frowned as he watched, an underworld nightmare ghost specifically used to erase memories. Then Arhu turned his head toward Xu Lei. "This is the female ghost we caught. Behind her is Mailing. She's snarling and acting quite terrifying, but she seems to have retained a shred of her humanity. I hope you all..." Before Arhu could finish his sentence, a massive hand suddenly reached out from the shadow at Xu Lei's feet. In the next instant, the hand brushed past Arhu's side, startling him so much he scrambled backward to dodge. Arhu was consumed by dread. So powerful, Zhang Chen, though a C-grade master himself, was also stunned. There seemed to be another person hidden within her shadow. The ghost Mailing was gripped tightly by the throat by that massive hand and hoisted up effortlessly. Countless vessel-like tentacles sprouted from the hand, burrowing into Mailing's mouth to probe around. The probes were blood red. It appeared a trace of humanity did indeed remain. Sealing a ghost into the body can increase the success rate by 40%, Xu Lei calculated silently. At that moment, the ordinary onlookers were being bitten on the head by nightmare ghosts, their memories being drained away. A soul reaper carrying a nightmare ghost walked over to report, "Captain, everyone has been dealt with." Those whose memories had just been erased were now giggling inanely. "Hee hee hee hee." Xu Lei waved them off, signaling, "Leave the remaining cleanup to the logistics team. We're leaving." As she brushed past him, her curvaceous figure accidentally bumped into Zhang Chen, leaving him momentarily stunned. He blurted out, "Whoa, they're huge." Suddenly, a giant eye manifested on the ground, staring fixedly at him. System panel pop-up, Ghost Chi 500. Seeing Zhang Chen's lecherous, giggling expression, Arhu warned him in terror, Zhang Chen, have you lost your mind? You even dare to harass a soul reaper?" Zhang Chen played dumb on the surface, but his mind was busy crunching the numbers. I killed several ghosts through blood and sweat just to earn 2,000 points, yet a little harassment toward a reaper nets me 500 points directly. He revealed a sinister smile, muttering to himself, "It seems I'll have to get a lot closer to the soul reapers in the future." By now, Shu Lei had likely taken offense as her figure vanished instantly. After a night of terror, the sun rose as usual the next day. Morning light spilled over the bus traveling down the highway with Zhang Chen and his group inside. Arhu looked at Li Jia and sighed, "Happy times are always short, it feels like it was over in the blink of an eye." Li Jia replied rapidly while scrolling through his phone, "Yeah, we were so busy I even forgot to take photos." Beside them, Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his phone screen. The screen displayed that he had earned 3,100 points. He was overjoyed. Hee, now I have the confidence to accompany Chen Shui to the activity. Currently, Zhang Chen was sitting on the sofa staring at the system panel. "Draw 2 1-star cards and 1 2-star card," he said, clicking the draw button. The spinner began to turn at high speed. Zhang Chen grumbled, "Why is it card drawing again? Hurry up and give me the goods. This broken machine talks too much." He looked extremely impatient. A moment later, the reward surfaced. 1-star Monsterization card, White Fox Vanguard, 1-star Monsterization card, Benboerba, and 2-star Monsterization card, Lone Straight Lord. Zhang Chen stared at one of the cards. Benboerba. He imagined what he would look like after transforming and was instantly struck by a wave of revulsion. Who would ever want to turn into that thing? Suddenly, the phone on the sofa rang. As soon as he answered, the other side asked, "How are the preparations for tomorrow's group mission going?" Zhang Chen raised his short sword with a serious expression and replied, "Almost ready, but this is my first time participating in a group activity. Isn't it a bit pathetic to only bring a small short sword?" Chen Shui's voice came softly from the other end. "It is a bit. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll take you to buy some equipment." The next day at Zhongbei University, Chen Shui sat in a dazzling yellow supercar and dialed the phone. "I'm here, come on out." The sports car instantly drew the attention and chatter of the boys on the sidewalk. "A luxury car and a beauty. She's a rich woman, do you think I have a chance?" Just then, Zhang Chen walked toward the car, stunning the onlookers. Those boys shouted in envious rage, "Zhang Chen, damn it, it's you again, you're practically public enemy number 1 for men. We're sworn enemies." After Zhang Chen got into the car, Chen Shui asked curiously, "Are those your classmates? They seem quite heated." He replied calmly, "Hee, ignore them." The sports car sped away, leaving a group of fuming boys in its wake. "Don't let me catch you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm definitely going to tie you up and burn you to death." The sports car passed through several old streets and arrived at an old alleyway cluttered with crisscrossing power lines. Zhang Chen looked out the window and asked, "Where are we going?" Chen Shui replied, "To the ghost market." The ghost market is a place where extraordinary people conduct private transactions to avoid the oversight of the underworld and the Tao Alliance. It opens once every 7 days and sells all sorts of bizarre and rare items. Zhang Chen listened with great interest. "There's actually a place like that? Then I'll have to come here often in the future." Chen Shui explained helplessly, "Keep dreaming. Without a regular to lead the way, ordinary people can't even find the entrance to the ghost market." Zhang Chen immediately entered pleading mode. "Sister Chen, you definitely have to bring me here more often to broaden my horizons." The sports car passed through a desolate stretch of road. A moment later, it pulled steadily into a spot in a parking lot. The area was already neatly filled with various luxury cars. The two got out and walked side by side down a quiet path. An insect flew past, giving Zhang Chen a start. In the next instant, the insect exploded with a bang, and Zhang Chen stared in surprise. Subsequently, his gaze turned serious. A semi-transparent barrier appeared before them, covered in eerie patterns. He marveled inwardly, "So it's hidden with an array." Chen Shui stepped forward and said, "Step aside, let me." She pressed her palms together, a surge of power condensing in her hands before she suddenly thrust them into the barrier. As the barrier cracked, she exerted force and physically tore it open with a ripping sound. Zhang Chen watched from behind, dumbfounded. He looked at the scene before him and marveled. "There's actually a whole other world inside?" Chen Shui replied triumphantly. "Exactly, didn't expect that, did you?" In an instant, a mysterious market revealed itself. Zhang Chen praised, "Wow, it's so lively." Chen Shui suddenly tossed something to him. Zhang Chen caught it and asked, "Hey, what's this for?" She explained, "Put on the mask so people in the ghost market don't follow you out and cause trouble." Zhang Chen put on the mask and asked casually, "Why aren't you wearing one?" Chen Shui pointed to her armband and replied, "I have this." At that moment, 2 people wearing eerie masks walked by, whispering when they saw Chen Shui, It's someone from the Chen family." The other warned, "Stay away, we can't afford to provoke them." Zhang Chen looked at Chen Shui's back and thought, having a major family as a backer really makes a difference. He walked into a shop where the owner was a bare-chested man wearing a bullhead mask. He greeted them warmly, "Welcome, customer, see something you like? Take your pick." Zhang Chen picked up a small knife and examined it for a moment. "Looks decent," the owner immediately said. "You've got a good eye, sir, only 3,000 underworld points. You definitely won't regret the purchase." Chen Shui leaned in from behind to take a look. "You like this knife?" The owner's expression suddenly changed drastically, as he stared fixedly at the armband on Chen Shui's arm. Chen Shui gripped the hilt of her sword, her eyes sharp as she stared him down. The owner quickly waved his hands. A misunderstanding, this knife isn't for sale. Don't be like that," Chen Shui said, peeling a talisman paper off the blade. The spiritual aura on the knife vanished instantly. Once the talisman was removed, what was revealed was actually a blunt, ugly, broken kitchen knife. Chen Shui explained that this was the most common counterfeiting method in the ghost market. He had slapped an infernal fire talisman on the knife. "It looks like a divine weapon for a short time, but if you buy it and take it home, it's just a piece of scrap iron. Let's go, we'll check out a more reliable shop." She tossed the broken knife aside without hesitation. The two arrived before a grand gate behind which a crowd had gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Zhang Chen was amazed. He hadn't expected such a luxurious shop to exist here. Chen Shui said that this shop was the main event of the day. Zhang Chen was puzzled. "How can you tell?" Someone in the crowd opposite shouted. "People from the Qin family are here too. There are definitely treasures today." Zhang Chen pointed at the smiling man and asked, "Oh, is it that guy who keeps smiling?" Chen Shui followed his finger and answered, "Yes, his name is Qin Zi. He's the one leading tomorrow's group mission." Just then, Qin Zi walked over with a hypocritical smile to greet them. "Goddess Chen Shui, hello." Chen Shui gave a polite wave. "Hello, Master Qin." Zhang Chen, hiding behind Chen Shui, was spotted by Qin Zi, who looked at him with an extremely lecherous and perverted gaze. Zhang Chen cursed in his heart. "What are you looking at, you dead pervert?" At that moment, a shout drew everyone's attention. A woman with an extraordinary temperament walked out slowly. Zhang Chen's eyes went wide. "Whoa, where did this beauty come from?" The woman, whose long hair covered one eye, announced to the crowd, "Everyone, do you have enough points? The treasures are about to be auctioned." The crowd below responded one after another. "Finally, Master Lu is setting up shop. I wonder what rare items she has today. I'm so excited." Chen Shui leaned into Zhang Chen's ear and whispered an introduction. Master Lu is a disciple of the Lingbao sect and one of the top artifact refiners in Zhangbei City. The scene shifted to a room filled with eerie blue light. Master Lu sat inside, a thin stream of water condensing at her fingertips. "Well then, let us begin." After speaking, she stood up and splashed the water around her. The water instantly expanded, revealing a massive box in the center. "Please look, everyone." As Master Lu spoke, she opened the lid and a dazzling blue light burst forth. The crowd whispered, "What is that? I've never seen it before." The things Master Lu brings out are always so novel. Master Lu picked up the treasure from the box and introduced it. "This is my latest work. A high-grade, middle-rank Dharma tool, the demonic sound drum." Suddenly, a bizarre eye appeared on the drum, peeking at the surroundings. The material of the drum head was very special. Touching it lightly produced strange sounds. As Master Lu spoke, she gave the drum head a light flick with her finger, and waves of fluctuations radiated from it. A person in red asked, "What if you hit it hard?" Master Lu revealed a meaningful smile. "He want to hear it. Please guard your minds. Those with sensitive senses, please step back a bit." Master Lu issued a warning. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at her movements. Master Lu was about to demonstrate the Dharma tool. Such an opportunity was rare. As Master Lu struck the drum head again, the resulting sound waves sent Chen Shui into an instant daze. Qin Zi also couldn't withstand the pressure, and Zhang Chen was even more terrified. For others wearing masks, their masks were shattered directly by the sound waves. Under this terrifying power, everyone seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. The resonance of the sound waves echoed for a long time. A moment later, people finally gasped for air, still shaken. "What just happened? I thought I was a goner." Someone turned pale with fright, their voice trembling. "This Dharma tool is too insane." After breaking free from the pressure, Chen Shui cried out in lingering fear, "Zhang Chen, are you okay? That was really terrifying just now." Zhang Chen barely managed to reply, "Hey, it was indeed scary." In truth, the drum sound hadn't made him uncomfortable. Instead, it had resonated with the power inside his body. He calculated in his heart, "This is a good treasure. I have to find a way to get my hands on it." After the demonstration, Master Lu said, "All right, let's start the bidding. Starting price 10,000 points." With that, she closed the lid of the box. Immediately after, bids rose one after another. 12,000, 15,000, 15,700. Zhang Chen broke into a cold sweat. This price was too expensive. His entire net worth was only 4,800. Suddenly, Qin Zi held up 3 fingers and called out calmly, 30,000 points. The entire room went instantly silent. Master Lu clapped happily. 30,000 points. Are there any more bids? Congratulations to the Qin family for winning the demonic sound drum. Qin Zi commanded confidently. Feiyang, go get the drum, as soon as he spoke, and after him it shot out with incredible speed, bypassing Master Lu to rush toward the box. Subsequently, that blur of light grabbed the box and quickly returned to Qin Zi's side. Master Lu looked around in surprise. Who was it? The person's speed was faster than the naked eye could follow. The person said to Qin Zi, "Young master, the drum is secured." After hearing this, Qin Zi turned around. "Let's go back to the villa." Zhang Chen felt a bit depressed. He had wondered why a rich heir like this would come to a place like this alone. It turned out his bodyguards were all hiding in the shadows. He let out a sigh. It's good to be rich. Otherwise you can't even afford decent equipment. Zhang Chen turned to Chen Shui and said, "Thanks to Sister Chen for broadening my horizons today. Let me treat you to dinner." Chen Shui pointed to the side and declined. "No need. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. I still need to buy some talismans. See you tomorrow." Zhang Chen waved goodbye and the two went their separate ways. She replied, "All right, I'll pick you up tonight." At that moment, Zhang Chen took a look at the Underworld app on his phone. Mission mode, collective threat level, D, reward, 180 points per person. Zhang Chen fell into a memory as he read. Returning to 1 year ago, 4 girls stood on the rooftop of a building late at night. A girl with long purple hair argued tremblingly, "It has nothing to do with me, I really didn't do it." The girl with blue hair roared angrily, "You still dare to lie? I saw you burning paper with my own eyes. You must have cursed Xiao Ai." The red-haired girl also shrieked, "Speak up, what kind of sorcery did you use?" Tears fell like rain from the purple-haired girl. "It really wasn't me. Why are you all targeting me?" Sob. That blue-haired girl pulled out a sharp object and said viciously, "If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't own up to it." The purple-haired girl continued to argue, "Xiao Ai was hospitalized for appendicitis. What does that have to do with me?" Suddenly a needle was jabbed into her stomach and she screamed in pain. Those 3 girls were like demons, each holding a giant needle, shouting excitedly, "Stab her! Yeah, stab this freak to death." The purple-haired girl's arms were riddled with stabs from the giant needles. "Please stop stabbing me with the needles, I beg you." She was pushed to the edge of the guardrail. Suddenly, the guardrail snapped, and she was still desperately trying to prove her innocence. "It really wasn't me." In the moment of the fall, she let out a cry of despair. After hitting the ground, blood pinned everywhere. The same sentence echoed through the campus, "We will all return after we die." The Underworld app screen displayed the 3 taboos once again. 1. Do not call them by their names. 2. Never go to the top floor of any building. 3. Do not violate any school rules. Zhang Chen's expression turned a bit complex. A student falling to their death and turning into a vengeful spirit, combined with taboo rules. Now this was getting interesting. Suddenly he heard a series of honks from downstairs. Looking down, he saw the familiar yellow sports car. "Sister Chen is here, right on time." After he got in, Chen Shui asked, "Have you looked over the mission list and briefing?" Zhang Chen replied immediately, "I have." Chen Shui warned him with a serious expression, "This D-level collective mission is led by Qin Zi. We're just there to clear out the small fry. Leave the powerful ghosts to them." Hearing this, Zhang Chen curled his lip in disdain. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shui reached out and slapped his face a few times, scolding him, "What are you smirking at? Listen to what I'm telling you. If you provoke them, you'll bring a mountain of trouble upon yourself." Zhang Chen's cheek puffed up slightly from the slaps. He rubbed his face and quickly replied, all right, I get it." Then the yellow sports car sped off again. Zhang Chen and Chen Shui's car passed by a cluttered construction site. A member of the construction crew saw the car approaching and stepped forward to warn them, "Construction is underway here, it's not convenient for parking. Move along." Zhang Chen requested politely, "Just let us in to take a look at the school." The worker firmly refused and urged them to leave. "The abandoned school is about to be demolished. Go, go." Seeing that the soft approach wouldn't work, Zhang Chen decisively pulled out his professional ID and said, "We are on a mission, we must enter." Only then did the worker say in a panic, "Oh, so you're police officers?" Zhang Chen put a finger to his lips. "Shish, keep it down." A moment later, they were granted permission to enter. Chen Shui teased, "Hee, you've learned to be quite sneaky." Zhang Chen shot back, "Isn't it all thanks to Sister Chen's excellent guidance?" The worker was still waving at them from behind. After walking for a while, they encountered another 3-person team in front of a building. A flash of green light appearing. Before Zhang Chen and Chen Shui stood a group of people shrouded in a bizarre aura. Zhang Chen evaluated them mentally. None of these people are simple. Their strength is at least on par with Arhu. The leader, a man with spiked hair dyed gold named Lu Kai, asked in an unfriendly tone, "What took you so long?" Chen Shui admitted her mistake gracefully. "I had to pick up Zhang Chen, so I'm a bit late. My apologies." Listening from the side, Zhang Chen felt a surge of anger. "Qin Zi hasn't arrived yet either, has he? What are you acting so high and mighty for?" A short-haired girl, Sun Jia, smiled to smooth things over. "It's fine, we just got here too." A man named Zhang Xi asked politely while smoking, "This little brother looks like a new face. What's his grade? Zhang Chen replied politely. D grade. Zhang Ci took the cigarette out of his mouth and marveled. Whoa, not bad. Same as us, D grade. Zhang Chen responded humbly. Hee, you flatter me. Lu Kai chimed in with an arrogant look. Who's the same grade as you? I'm D grade. Looking at his behavior, Zhang Chen was so annoyed his hand moved toward his cards, cursing in his heart. Isn't D still just D? Why act like a big shot? Believe it or not, I could monsterize in a second and teach you some manners. Sorry I'm late. At that moment, a voice made the two turn back in surprise. Qin Zi appeared with his signature smile, followed by two cold-looking men. Seeing him, Lu Kai immediately greeted him with a fawning expression. Oh, young Master Qin has arrived. Zhang Chen couldn't help but complain. Tisk, what a sycophant. Qin Zi kept his smile and reached out to introduce the two behind him. These are my two brothers. The burly bald man was Qin Hai, D grade. The younger one wearing a bandana was Qin Feiyang, D grade. Zhang Chen noticed the young man and thought, Qin Feiyang, isn't that the guardian who helped him carry the empty box? After his introductions, Qin Zi looked around as if searching for something and asked, Wait, where's Yang Chen? At the mention of that name, just as Zhang Chen was wondering, a weapon suddenly lunged toward the spot where he was standing. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and jumped away, narrowly escaping. But it still gave him a cold sweat. Holy crap, where did this staff come from? A girl leaped down and landed on the weapon, which was driven deep into the ground. She shouted excitedly, I'm here, I'm here. Then, as if she had discovered something, she paused. Wait, Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen whistled and looked elsewhere, pretending not to know her. Qin Zi then clapped to get everyone's attention. All right everyone, look here. Before we start the mission, I'll analyze the intel for you. Based on the Underworld app's previous tips, these three ghosts are the hardest to deal with. The three taboos: 1. No names. 2. No top floor. 3. No breaking rules. If you go to the top floor, the ghost will push you off. An image appeared of a ghost with 2 braids and an evil smile. If you break school rules, the ghost will attack you. Below that appeared a bald ghost with eyes glowing like car headlights. Qin Zi's eyes narrowed dangerously. Also, calling them by name is the ultimate death taboo. Having said that, he showed a friendly smile again. We three brothers will handle the rule ghost and the taboo ghost. You three will go to the top floor to deal with the fallen ghost. As he spoke, he pointed to Lu Kai, Zhang Ci, and Sun Jia. Lu Kai immediately agreed. No problem. Then Qin Zi turned to the other three. He commanded, Zhang Chen, Chen Shui, and Yang Chan. You three are responsible for clearing out the small fry in the perimeter to ensure they don't return to interfere with our work. After finishing, he asked everyone how they felt about the arrangement with his hypocritical smile. Lu Kai echoed blindly, Young Master Qin has taken the most dangerous job for himself. What else is there to say? Let's just get to work. Then Qin Zi reminded them, Everyone, wear your communicators. If you encounter danger, remember to call for help immediately. Let's move. As soon as he finished, the other two teams leapt out, leaving only Zhang Chen's squad. Suddenly, Yang Chen turned sharply toward Zhang Chen, her wide eyes giving him a start. Then she roared at Zhang Chen. I really didn't expect you to be an extraordinary too. Zhang Chen quickly signaled Chen Shui for help and retorted, No, Sister Chen just brought me along for fun. Yang Chen leaned her face in and exposed him. Stop trying to act low-key. As a mere D-grade, you aren't worthy of Wei Wei at all. Zhang Chen suddenly revealed a meaningful smile and closed in on Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked confused and shyly dodged. You creep, why are you getting so close? Zhang Chen patted her shoulder and said, Even though you're a princess flat chest. Hearing this, Yang Chen roared in fury. I hate you, get your hand off me, he continued. And you're carrying a big staff, but at the end of the day you're still a girl. As he spoke, he reached behind Yang Chen for her weapon. Zhang Chen's expression turned a bit dangerous. And although I'm just a poor D-grade you look down on, I'm still a man. So even if Wei Wei had no other choice, even if she were with someone like me, she would never like you. Zhang Chen put his arm around Yang Chen, who was flushed red and staring at him like a wooden statue. He continued to tease, Oh, are you blushing? Did I hit a nerve? Yang Chen was sweating profusely. She pulled her weapon back to block him and argued, What nonsense are you talking? I'm not a lesbian. With that, she swung her weapon at Zhang Chen's head, roaring angrily as she struck. Stop talking out of your ass. Zhang Chen's screams echoed around the building. Yang Chen, stop, we have a mission to do. By now, Yang Chen was still red-eyed and fuming as she walked ahead with her long staff, followed by Chen Shui and Zhang Chen, who was clutching a head full of bumps. Yang Chen said sullenly, I'm D-grade, stronger than both of you, so you both have to follow my lead later. The three were now deep inside the construction site when something suddenly fell from the sky. Chen Shui wiped herself and asked in confusion, What is this? Zhang Chen picked up a piece and examined it. Granules from a plastic running track. Yang Chen was puzzled. How can plastic granules fly? How hard do you have to run to make that happen? Zhang Chen replied seriously, It seems there's a ghost on the playground. Then the three headed toward the playground, and as they entered, eerie pulses of green light emanated from ahead. Dust and smoke filled the track, accompanied by a series of rumbles. Rumble, rumble. Chen Shui quickly checked her phone and said, according to the records, this ghost was punished by his homeroom teacher to run 10 laps on the playground, resulting in him dying of exhaustion. Anyone who enters the playground will be deluded by this ghost and will follow it, running until they die. Then she looked at Yang Chan with concern and asked, entering the playground is certain death. What should we do now? Yang Chan raised 2 fingers calmly and replied, there will always be a flaw. Follow my lead and then act. Suddenly, a hand pushed down her raised fingers, startling her. Under her shocked gaze, that hand overruled her command. Then Yang Chen leapt out, leaving behind a sentence, command received, I'm going in. Yang Chen shouted urgently, hey Yang Chen. At that moment a red-eyed male ghost appeared, panting as it ran, speeding at a rate difficult for the naked eye to follow. The dust kicked up behind it didn't dissipate for a long time. Suddenly Yang Chen joined the race, flashing a smile at the ghost. Good evening, running buddy. The male ghost looked over in terror. The system panel popped up a notification. This is my turf. The running ghost felt displeased. Ghost Chi 30. Yang Chen ran to the lead and looked back mockingly. Brother, this isn't good enough. You're running like a snail. The running ghost looked at Yang Chen with worry. While small electric sparks erupted from under Yang Chen's feet, he accelerated like he had a motor attached, leaving behind a single phrase, I'll head on ahead. He left the running ghost far behind. System prompt. The running ghost feels humiliated. Ghost Chi 66. Then Yang Chen displayed extraordinary speed. Tap tap tap. Seeing this, Yang Chen cried out in disbelief. Yang Chen can actually run this fast? Chen Shui replied calmly. HMPH, Yang Chen is much more capable than you think. By now the running ghost was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. It was panting heavily, its face covered in sweat, then it gnashed its teeth and a bizarre green light erupted from its body. It was enveloped in green light as if it had received some kind of buff. And it roared, ah! A moment later it caught up to Yang Chen. Yang Chen asked in surprise, oh, you caught up? Then Yang Chen slammed on the brakes and said, then I'll wait for you for a bit. The running ghost continued to chase desperately from behind. Yang Chen then flashed to the side and the running ghost overshot him. Suddenly it tripped and fell face first in a dog-eating crap pose. Yang Chen leaped over and looked down at it, saying with disdain, you can't even handle a simple break? Buddy, you're really a waste. Before the running ghost could get up, Yang Chen spoke first. Brother, don't be in such a hurry to get up. Let me ask you something. If you can answer it, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. The red-eyed running ghost jumped up and shouted excitedly, then you're dead meat. There's nothing about this school I don't know. Facing this confidence, Yang Chen spoke calmly. I heard that Director Long, who punished you until you died, was an extremely old-fashioned and ruthless man, but he wasn't very good down there. Is that true? While Yang Chen spoke, he also made an extremely lewd gesture. This caused the running ghost to freeze on the spot. Its red eyes turned pale white, and it covered its mouth and giggled. Hee hee hee, do you even need to ask? How do you think he got the nickname Bowed-Head Dragon? Yang Chen also revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Bowed-Head Dragon. How do you know? Did you see it with your own eyes? Did you come up with that nickname? No wonder he punished you to death on the playground. Ha ha ha, he laughed with great delight. Suddenly a gloomy figure appeared in the window upstairs. Yang Chen was laughing heartily. But the running ghost seemed to see something terrifying and began to scream. Ahead was the same snarling figure that had just been silhouetted in the window. A violent red baleful chi emanated from that direction. The system panel popped up again. The running ghost is frightened by the baleful chi in the distance. Ghost Chi 172. Yang Chen continued to shout recklessly, the bowed-head dragon really is something else. He only takes his pants off to put on lipstick. The running ghost warned nervously, keep your voice down, don't let the director hear you. Yang Chen continued to shout loudly, bowed-head dragon, poked by 1,000 people, wears colored contacts and photoshops his pictures to look like an influencer. The running ghost tried to stop him in terror. Stop talking, didn't you hear? The veins on its legs bulged, and it leapt up suddenly, delivering a kick so powerful it shattered its own shoes, roaring, I told you to stop talking. Yang Chen nimbly dodged, grinning. Facing those giant vein-covered legs, he continued to say happily, I'm shouting so loudly just to mask the footsteps of those 2 people approaching you. 2 dark figures with glowing eyes appeared behind the running ghost. It cried out in terror, when did they get here? Chen Shui quickly pulled out a talisman and ignited it. Then she threw the talisman, profound origin of heaven and earth, root of all energies. Yang Chen also focused on her long staff, swinging her weapon toward the running ghost without hesitation. 1 billion kalpas of cultivation prove my divine power. The 2 girls leapt together, launching a fierce downward attack. In a flash, the 2 had flipped back to their original positions. The running ghost stood tall, pulses of energy radiating from its body. Then it said arrogantly, against my exploding kick, you 2 are nothing. Yang Chen held up her blood-stained staff and gave a mocking cold smile. Nothing, hee hee. Why don't you look down? The running ghost was startled, then screamed in agony. Ah, my leg? One of its legs had vanished, leaving a mangled bloody stump. Zhang Chen poked his head out from behind. Can't stand steady anymore, let me help you. The running ghost had fallen into a frenzy. A dagger pierced through its chest from behind. It questioned, Zhang Chen, you call this helping? System notification. The running ghost has been backstabbed. Ghost Chi 20, he gripped the hilt and replied, I'm helping you to the afterlife. With that, he swung his blade upward, splitting it directly in half. The running ghost spat blood and collapsed, not forgetting to leave a final sentence before dying, you have no sense of sportsmanship. System point calculation. Vengeful spirit running ghost is dead. Ghost Chi 99. Chen Shui cheered happily. Zhang Chen is amazing, he took down a high-grade vengeful spirit in one go. Yang Chan meanwhile evaluated him in her heart with surprise. I really did underestimate this poor boy before. The running ghost's corpse gradually dissipated. As the three walked away, Chen Shui asked, where are we going next? Zhang Chen glanced at the person beside him and teased in a sarcastic tone, shouldn't that be for our commander Yang Chan to decide? Yang Chan could only gnash her teeth and glare at him. She angrily barked, you just killed one petty ghost, quit acting so high and mighty. Suddenly, Yang Chan sensed something off and gasped, wait, this barrier. She slung her long staff over her shoulder, looking upward as she spoke. As the saying goes, don't enter a widow's room uninvited. There was definitely something strange hidden in this isolated equipment room. Zhang Chen continued to tease her. Truly worthy of Commander Yang, your logic is impeccable. Yang Chen angrily pointed her staff at him. Zhang Chen, you're really asking for it, aren't you? Then her expression turned solemn. Everyone follow my lead. But before she could finish, Zhang Chen ignored her completely and turned to Chen Shui. Sister Chen, back me up. Being ignored made Yang Chen stare at his back with a look of total speechlessness. Her face darkened as she thought to herself that Zhang Chen had completely seized the initiative. Zhang Chen patted a nearby pillar, evaluating it. Thick enough and long enough. Then a surge of blue spiritual energy erupted from his palm. Activating the power of Envoy S, Zhang Chen leaned down, wrapped his arms around the pillar and suddenly exerted a massive force. The base that originally secured the pillar was forcefully uprooted from the ground. Putting every ounce of his strength into it, Zhang Chen hauled the pillar out, slung it over his shoulder, and shouted, is anyone in there? I'm coming in. He frowned and thrust the uprooted pillar directly into the room before him. The other end of the pillar erupted with a dazzling golden light. He then flicked the pillar upward, instantly piercing the wall and tearing it in two. Having completed the maneuver, Zhang Chen turned to Chen Shui and said, Sister Chen, your turn. Chen Shui, now holding a glowing paper crane, replied excitedly, no problem. Then she let out a low shout. Radiance shines everywhere. All evils be gone. With that, she released the paper crane. The crane flew into the air, surrounded by a powerful dreamlike light and shadow that looked incredibly mysterious. The paper crane flew above the building and projected a beam of holy spiritual power downward. Whoosh! Zhang Chen peered through the rift he had just created, but the room was empty except for some sports equipment. What a disappointment, a total waste of monster power. Suddenly Yang Chan broke into a cold sweat, seemingly sensing something, and let out a startled cry. She clamped a hand over Zhang Chen's mouth and urgently whispered, Shish, listen carefully. What's that sound, please? At that moment an old woman was sitting there burning something, a rustling sound echoing from the flames. The old woman kept her head low, muttering incessantly, I beg of you, listen. The sound was coming from the back of the room. Zhang Chen and the other two peeked out from behind a tree behind the old woman. Please forgive me. The old woman wailed as she burned paper money. The fire crackled and unburnt paper scraps drifted with the wind. Zhang Chen speculated, she seems to be repenting for something. Yang Chen added based on her files, speaking of burning paper, the records say that girl died specifically because she violated school rules by burning paper. Could it be related to this ghost? Forgive me, this old ghost's eyes were blood red, and her mouth was sewn shut with red thread. She had a high bridge on her nose and wore a pair of reading glasses. After observing her, Yang Chen worriedly said, looks like a tough customer, she won't be easy to deal with. Chen Shui asked in surprise, Where's Zhang Chen? At some point Zhang Chen had vanished. Suddenly he appeared before the old woman's brazier, actually unzipping his pants to settle things on the spot. Chen Shui was so shocked she ran over shouting, you kid. The old ghost hag initially followed the holy water upward with a dazed expression. Long-tongued ghost, the dorm matron stared blankly. Ghost Chi 30, having finished his business, Zhang Chen zipped up and calmly looked at the old woman, asking, Auntie, how can you start a fire on campus? That's a violation of school rules. The long-tongued ghost hag put a hand to her mouth to signal, shush, keep it down. Zhang Chen thought to himself, it seems the ghosts here are all terrified of breaking school rules. Hee, I've got it. Then he leaned over to ask the ghost matron, I can keep my mouth shut, but you have to do something for me. She answered tremblingly, you say it. Hearing this, Zhang Chen grinned, your girl's dorm has so many babes, can you introduce me to one? The long-tongued ghost hag pressed her palms together to signal a deal. No problem, hee. Who do you want to meet? I'll introduce you, Zhang Chen answered quickly. The one who jumped off the building. The long-tongued ghost hag was instantly scared out of her wits, even her glasses falling off. System prompt: Ghost Chi 66, Ghost Chi 66. Then her face turned dark, her body swelled, and she stared down at him, asking fiercely, "Are you trying to get me killed?" But Zhang Chen showed no fear. Instead, he boldly countered, "Why so agitated? Could her death be related to you?" At this point, the long-tongued ghost said nervously, "I've been repenting here for years. You?" The long-tongued ghost hag suddenly opened her mouth, the stitches on her lips snapping one by one. She screamed, "You? What exactly do you want from me?" She then transformed into an incredibly terrifying form. An eerie aura erupted, and her long tongue extended out. Facing this pressure, Zhang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Such terrifying ghost chi! She's a top-tier resentful ghost. The long-tongued ghost leapt up, launching a fierce attack at Zhang Chen. He revealed a card and said, "I'm afraid I can't send her off without using monsterization." Zhang Chen crushed the card and roared, "Monsterization!" Instantly, his hands mutated into sharp claws, and his arms crossed to emit a powerful surge of energy. A blue aura escaped the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned black with pinpoint pupils, and 2 fangs sprouted from his mouth. The long-tongued ghost hag scrambled back in terror. "What is this?" At that moment, Zhang Chen was standing atop a layer of ice covered in sharp spikes. "White Tiger Vanguard." The long-tongued ghost suddenly flicked out her long tongue, which was long enough to attack Zhang Chen from a distance. He was taken aback. The massive tongue delivered a heavy strike that sent Zhang Chen flying into the air. His face contorted from the impact. After steadying himself, he wiped his wound and muttered, "I was just about to look cool." She really gave him no face at all. The disgusting tongue whipped toward him again. Zhang Chen waved his hand to try and catch it, shouting, "Get lost!" However, the opponent's movements were incredibly agile, making it impossible to grab. Then Zhang Chen came up with a plan and cheered. "Then how about trying this move?" He slammed his hand onto the long tongue. By the time the long-tongued ghost sensed something was wrong, it was too late. Her tongue was frozen solid to the floor by the ice. Taking advantage of the ghost matron's inability to control her tongue, Zhang Chen charged forward with a raised fist. "Can't move, can you? Just die quietly." The long-tongued ghost desperately pulled back on her tongue. A moment later, she actually uprooted a massive chunk of the floor along with her tongue. Then the long-tongued ghost swung the stone block on her tongue to ambush Zhang Chen from behind. Although he sensed the anomaly, it was too late to dodge. He took a heavy blow to the back of the head and fell to the ground. The massive stone block remained pinned firmly against his face. The long-tongued ghost stepped closer, manipulating her tongue to increase the downward pressure on the stone, and then said triumphantly, "The one who should die quietly is you." After a while, Zhang Chen struggled to stand up. He was completely enraged. He reached out to cast a spell. Ice Hell. He channeled his spiritual power, and the long-tongued ghost was instantly trapped within countless sharp blocks of ice. Zhang Chen stood up and approached the ice to observe, wondering, is she dead just like that? Why hasn't the system notified me yet? Suddenly, a look of terror appeared in his eyes. The ice block was sliced in two from the inside. Zhang Chen hastily leapt back. A plump figure emerged from the inside, her long tongue flickering as a bizarre green light surrounded her, making a wailing sound. She glared with blood-red eyes and said angrily, "A few measly ice pillars, did you think I'd care?" Then she opened her massive maw and swung her long tongue at Zhang Chen. He quickly jumped to the side to dodge, but the opponent immediately followed up by swinging the tongue again with incredible speed, striking Zhang Chen heavily in the chest and making him vomit a mouthful of blood. He took the opportunity to grab the long tongue and roared. Cough, streaming mirror ice. Frost began to spread along the tongue. The long-tongued ghost stepped onto the icy surface Zhang Chen had created and slipped. Because the ice was too slippery, she couldn't stand steadily at all and finally fell hard on her back. Zhang Chen took the opportunity to charge forward with a punch. "Now's the chance, this move will take your life." But the long-tongued ghost reacted instantly, swinging her tongue to block his path. Zhang Chen was startled and hastily leaned back to avoid the attack. He couldn't help but gasp. That was close. She swung her long tongue again, and Zhang Chen nimbly leaped back several steps. She wrapped the tongue around herself and said triumphantly, "Did you think a little skating rink could stump me? I can spin freely as long as I'm sliding." "You're dead." Then she charged at Zhang Chen like a whirlwind. The long-tongued ghost grew faster and faster. Zhang Chen struggled to defend, shouting anxiously, "Damn it!" Suddenly everything went quiet, causing him to let out a cry of surprise. The two girls, Chen Shui and Yang Chan, appeared before him, each swinging their weapons to block the long-tongued ghost hag. Yang Chan shouted through the strain, "We'll find a way to distract her. Look for a weakness from every direction." Chen Shui condensed the falling light spell with her palms and replied with a smile, "Okay." Zhang Chen reached out to wipe the corner of his mouth, a wicked grin appearing. "Good idea." Then he shouted excitedly, "Let's start our performance." As soon as the words were out, he vanished in a flash. The two girls were still contending with the long-tongued ghost. Yang Chan tapped at the ghost matron's tongue and joked, "Hey, how do you think this ghost tongue got so long?" Chen Shui was busy applying talismans and replied, "She must have loved spreading rumors and causing trouble when she was alive." Zhang Chen joined in the humorous banter. Maybe that girl jumped because of the rumors she spread. The long-tongued ghost grew even more enraged after hearing this, spinning manically and screaming, "What kind of nonsense are you all talking?" Zhang Chen said with some concern, "I've searched every direction and haven't found a weakness." Chen Shui asked, "Then what do we do now?" Suddenly Zhang Chen spotted a plane in the sky. Inspired, he turned and shouted to Yang Chan, "I've got it, Yang Chan, use your strength to throw me into the sky." The others were drawing attention on the ground, making the ghost matron spin in place. As he spoke, he stepped onto Yang Chan's long staff. Yang Chan braced the head of the staff, looking a bit confused, then turned her head and warned, "Stand firm, I don't know what you're up to, but we have to gamble." With that, she swung the staff with all her might like a baseball bat, and Zhang Chen was successfully launched into the air. The ghost matron's tongue attacked Yang Chen again, and she struggled to defend. By now, Zhang Chen had soared into the sky. He gripped a small stone tightly in his palms and said, "If I can't break through from the sides, then?" As the stone continued to grow, he continued, "I'll give you a lethal blow from above." When the stone reached the right size, he lifted the giant rock with all his strength and hurled it downward without hesitation. The sharp giant rock spun as it plummeted toward the ghost's tangled mess of a tongue. Once the dust settled, the long-tongued ghost was revealed, her corpse pinned firmly to the ground by the giant rock. Half the flesh on her face had been sheared off, yet she was still defending herself in her final moments. "It was just a rumor. Is that such a heinous crime?" Then the flesh on her face began to rot, and the system panel popped up a notification. "Long-tongued ghost, the dorm matron has died." Ghost Chi 99 Chen Shui rushed over and asked with concern, "Zhang Chen, are you okay?" He replied, "Yeah." Yang Chan just watched him silently, thinking bitterly, "He actually charges forward even against a ghost like that. What a huge idiot." Suddenly a burst of static rang out. Everyone pressed their hands to their ears, and as soon as the connection was made they heard an urgent report, requesting emergency support, requesting emergency support. "There's more than one top-tier resentful ghost here. We're surrounded and under attack." Ah! The hurried words and screams made everyone turn pale with shock. Yang Chan gripped her staff tightly and shouted anxiously, "Something happened over there. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and help." Chen Shui quickly tried to soothe her. "Don't be impulsive. I think there's something fishy about this." Yang Chan stopped upon hearing that. Zhang Chen analyzed, "Exactly. Qin Zi had no good intentions when he assigned the tasks." At that moment, in a dark corridor, a "No Men Allowed" warning sign stood in the middle of the road. Zhang Chen continued, "Remember that rule about not violating school regulations. Normally men aren't allowed into the girls' dorm area, yet Qin Zi arranged for Lu Kai's group to go there. Isn't that clearly sending those two men to their deaths?" Yang Chan replied, still confused. "Lu Kai's group are D-grade, at least they're experienced. Surely they could see something was fishy." Zhang Chen countered unceremoniously, "HMPH, having lots of individual combat experience doesn't mean they have team combat experience. You can tell by how eagerly they followed Qin Zi's arrangements. In Lu Kai's team, Lu Kai himself followed blindly. Urgent calls for help came through the earpiece, requesting emergency support. Hurry over." Zhang Ziyi was reckless and Sun Jia was simple-minded. Inside an abandoned classroom, a monster had already collapsed onto the floor, a massive indentation appearing on its rump as blood pooled beneath it. It couldn't hold on much longer and kept calling for help. Facing his teammates' cries, Qin Zi still wore a hypocritical smile, slowly wiping the blood from his hands. Fei Yong behind him asked, "Brother Qin, aren't we going to help?" Of course we have to help." While answering, he tossed aside his blood-stained handkerchief. "But before that, we need to figure out the name of that taboo ghost first," he added calmly. Qin Fei Yong was still a bit worried. "But will we be in time? I feel like they're in a very bad situation." Suddenly, his gaze turned to one of terror. Qin Hai stepped forward to remind him, "Do whatever Brother Qin tells you to do. Quit the idle chatter." "You understood," Qin Fei Yong replied stammeringly. Then the three walked out of the room, leaving the monster behind on the floor, still radiating an eerie aura. Looking at the teaching building from the outside, several classrooms were lit with an eerie red light. Zhang Chen and the other two were now standing in front of the building looking up. Zhang Chen said worriedly, "I wonder what's happening inside." The scene shifted back to half an hour ago, with the three members of Lu Kai's team walking down the corridor. Lu Kai looked back and said, "Hee, back when I was in school I dreamed of getting into the girls' dorms." Suddenly, a dark shadow with a large round nose manifested. It was a ghost radiating a green aura. The ghost kept its head low, standing behind them. All three turned around, revealing their weapons as they shouted, "Who is it?" The big-nosed ghost then reached out and pointed at Lu Kai. "Male trespassing in the girls' dormitory." Then it pointed at Zhang Ziyi to list his crimes. "You are also a male trespassing in the girls' dormitory." Finally, it pointed at Sun Jia, who was holding a sledgehammer. "You are carrying prohibited equipment." 3 people violated school rules. Execution of punishment. In a bizarre space, red lights lit up simultaneously on the backs of their heads. An X mark appeared on the back of Lu Kai's neck. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I've been hit. Zhang Ziyi also touched his mark and said, Qin Zi didn't say that no violations meant this. Sun Jia was now drenched in sweat. I feel like I only have half my strength left, the round-nosed ghost continued. Improper conduct. Immediate disciplinary action. Lu Kai crushed 2 small vials in his hands, reassuring his teammates, don't be discouraged. It's 3 against 1, we still have a chance to flank him. Subsequently, the 3 split up to besiege the round-nosed ghost. The ghost grabbed Lu Kai's hand, which was now turning a bruised red. He resisted with all his might, snarling, You've got some moves. Suddenly, a surge of green ghost chi erupted from the ghost's hand, and the color on Lu Kai's arm began to shift. Before he could realize the consequences, Lu Kai remained arrogant. He, the dog's blood on my hands will eventually corrode you until there's nothing left but scraps. Suddenly, the round-nosed ghost pierced Lu Kai's chest with something. He was struck with terror, not even realizing what had happened. Failure to comply with punishment, the crime is doubled. It turned out to be the ghost's round nose, which had now become long and hideous. Lu Kai was already too weak to speak. Seeing his teammate in danger, Zhang Ziyi quickly leapt over, shouting, Lu Kai, I'm coming to save you. Suddenly, the long-nosed ghost swung its nose like a razor-sharp sword, slicing Lu Kai's body in half at the waist. Then the nose continued its thrust toward Zhang Ziyi. Zhang Ziyi scrambled to defend himself, raising his weapon and shouting, I've got him tangled with my black fire claws. Sun Jia, move now. Sun Jia quickly swung her massive axe at the long-nosed ghost, roaring, Die! The axe slammed heavily into the ghost's head, but it failed to bite in, producing only a crisp clack. When she lifted the axe to look, the blade's edge had shattered. Sun Jia broke into a cold sweat. Tisk, I can't cut him at all. My power is being suppressed too heavily by the school rules. Subsequently, the long-nosed ghost leaped to counterattack Sun Jia. Zhang Ziyi was still desperately clutching the opponent's nose. The ghost sent Sun Jia flying with a single punch, knocking the axe from her hand. Zhang Ziyi continued to struggle, thinking, I didn't expect his punch to have so much power. Zhang Ziyi calculated in his heart, as long as I hold onto his nose, I can predict attacks from his other limbs. Suddenly, the long-nosed ghost retracted its nose. Zhang Ziyi cried out in surprise. Why did it shrink back? The ghost returned its nose to its previous spherical shape and said viciously, Can't bear to let go of my nose? Then let me give you another taste. Then it thrust the nose out violently. Under Zhang Ziyi's terrified gaze, the nose pierced through his body and even skewered the wall behind him. Zhang Ziyi collapsed to the ground, lamenting, I didn't expect the nose could actually be launched like that. Suddenly, the cracks in the wall began to glow, and a monster with 3 horns and 4 legs emerged. This bizarre entity flew out, scurrying through the space before flying toward Sun Jia. Sun Jia looked back in horror and screamed, Ah! The monster was now crawling on the ground like a giant ant. The round-nosed ghost charged to attack her, and Sun Jia only had time to press her headset and shout, We're surrounded and under attack, requesting emergency support. She then leaped violently to dodge an attack. The bizarre creature also took flight, attacking Sun Jia with its legs. It flew towards Sun Jia at an incredible speed. She moved constantly to dodge. As the dust cleared, her face was covered in wounds. She then jumped to the ground and bolted. The round-nosed ghost and the monster pursued her with vicious expressions. Zhang Chen's squad was currently at the entrance. The 2 girls raised their weapons vigilantly. But Zhang Chen stood with his hands in his pockets asking, Are we just going in like this? Could there be an ambush? Yang Chan said worriedly. It's pitch black, I can't see a thing. Suddenly, a terrified face appeared out of the darkness. Before Yang Chan could recognize her own teammate, she slammed her weapon heavily onto Sun Jia's head. Sun Jia let out a piteous cry. The round-nosed ghost and the monster caught up at that moment. Zhang Chen spoke up. Don't get so agitated. She has no ghost chi on her. Why are you hitting her randomly? Chen Shui cried out, It's a teammate, it's a teammate. At that moment, the monster transformed back into a nose and hopped back onto the round-nosed ghost's face. The ghost turned to leave, tossing back a warning, If you dare to violate school rules again, you won't be so lucky next time. Yang Chan felt extremely guilty, while Sun Jia clutched the massive bump on her head, crying out in pain. Sun Jia lowered her head and said despondently, Trying to coast through a D-grade collective mission really isn't easy. We were framed by Qin Zi, and one of my teammates was heavily injured right in front of me. His life is hanging by a thread. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears. Zhang Chen comforted her. It's fine, we'll go in and help you save him. Chen Shui suddenly reached out to stop him. Zhang Chen was a bit confused. She explained, Did you forget what I just said? A male entering the girls' dormitory is a violation of school rules. It's a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen looked around as if searching for something. Then what should we do? Then he saw a mannequin wearing a wig under the stairs. Zhang Chen reached out and grabbed the wig, saying, Borrowing this. He placed the wig on his head and said cheerfully, Let's go. Moving out. The 2 girls traveling with him felt utterly helpless toward their teammate. The lighting in the corridor was dim, unable to dispel the eerie darkness. Zhang Chen rested his chin on his hand and thought, There's only Lu Kai's body here. Where's Zhang Xi? On the floor before him was Lu Kai's corpse, sliced in two and lying in a pool of blood. Sun Jia said with a long face, I don't know either. I was too busy running for my life just now. The dormitory building is so big, searching the whole place would be too much effort. Why don't we split up? Zhang Chen suggested. Chen Shui asked worriedly. Won't splitting up be too dangerous? Yang Chen reassured her confidently. Just follow me. As the only D grade here, I'm more than capable of protecting you. But Chen Shui was still worried. The guy lying on the ground was also D grade and his guts were punched right out of him. Those words left Yang Chen completely speechless. Zhang Chen stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be afraid. If anything really happens, I'll be there in an instant. Although Chen Shui was still worried, she had no other choice and could only agree. The two teams split up. Before leaving, Zhang Chen instructed them to contact him immediately if anything happened. Chen Shui gave an affirmative response. Zhang Chen and Sun Jia formed one team, observing vigilantly as they walked one behind the other. Zhang Chen asked, Sun Jia, what did you encounter before you violated the school rules? Can you be more specific? Sun Jia recalled. It was quite smooth when we came in. We didn't run into anything strange. Well, if there was anything strange, it was right after we entered. It seemed like some paper was stuck onto Lu Kai and Zhang Xi's backs, and then it just vanished. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Zhang Chen was startled to hear this. He pointed to a piece of paper on Sun Jia's back and asked, Is it a paper just like this one on your back? Sun Jia felt her back and screamed urgently. Yes, quick, help me tear it off. Zhang Chen condensed spiritual power in his hand and ripped the paper off with a rip. Sun Jia looked back in terror and said, I felt like it was about to burrow into my body. How terrifying. Zhang Chen looked at the slip of paper in his hand and replied, Good thing we found it early. Tearing it off should make it okay. There are ghosts watching us from the shadows. Be careful. With that, he tossed the paper slip aside. Sun Jia looked tense. The paper fell to the ground and was suddenly picked up by a pair of pink hands. It turned out to be a teddy bear with a hole in its stomach. It picked up the paper and walked to someone's feet. The person spoke. He actually saw through it. I wanted to toy with that blondie just now, but the director beat me to it. It's truly infuriating. Then she picked up the teddy bear that was biting a cigarette and gouged out one of its eyeballs. It was a red-haired female ghost, she said angrily. I'm definitely going to play with you all to my heart's content this time. By now, Zhang Chen and Sun Jia had reached the third floor. Zhang Chen observed for a moment, feeling a bit disappointed. They were already on the third floor and still nothing. Sun Jia also found it strange. Zhang Xi was so heavily injured he shouldn't have been able to go far. Zhang Chen echoed, I think so too. Could he be on Yang Chan's side? Suddenly, the corpse of Zhang Xi, with a massive hole in its chest, appeared. Hey, isn't that Zhang Xi? Zhang Xi's corpse still had a cigarette in its mouth as it called out. Sun Jia asked worriedly, Zhang Xi, are you okay? Zhang Xi's head looked as if it had been cut off and then sewn back on. It looked extremely eerie. He answered mechanically, I'm fine. Sun Jia didn't notice anything wrong and said happily, Good, it's good that you're okay. Zhang Chen, standing behind her, was totally speechless, his face contorting as he thought, Is Sun Jia stupid? He's clearly been modified like this and she still thinks he's alive, he thought calmly to himself. Defeating this puppet of Zhang Xi won't solve the problem. I have to smoke out the puppet master behind the scenes. The Zhang Xi puppet continued to repeat mechanically, I'm fine. Sun Jia reached out to support him. Are you hurt too badly? Let me help you. Suddenly, Zhang Chen grabbed the Zhang Xi puppet's hand and greeted it enthusiastically. Brother Xi, how's it going? He thought happily to himself. He, time to earn some ghost chi first. I heard you're a pole dancing master. As he spoke, he casually took a broom, tore off the brush head by hand, and thrust the pole into the floor. Shall we have a little match? The system panel popped up with an point allocation notification, and a snarky remark, Damn it, you actually came here to dance. Ghost Chi 40, the red-haired female ghost controlling the Zhang Xi puppet thought, This won't stump me. She nimbly flicked her invisible threads over here. The Zhang Xi puppet was dancing vigorously on the newly erected pole. Whoa, the dance moves were elegant and skillful. Zhang Chen couldn't help but cheer along. He raised his hands and shouted excitedly, Come on, fly, wait, stop. The Zhang Xi puppet was dancing until it was dizzy, its long tongue even lolling out. Then its hand slipped from the pole, and Zhang Chen took the opportunity to give it a push, sending Zhang Xi crashing directly into the wall. Sun Jia screamed Zhang Xi's name in a panic. Zhang Chen walked over and gave the puppet a thumbs up. Nice dance. That moment you flew out at the end was quite imposing, he thought secretly to himself. Next, I'll make the puppet master lose their composure. Then Zhang Chen stood up, striking a pose like a superstar making an entrance. I heard you're pretty good at disco too. How about a bit of Rene circulation? Zhang Chen tied his hair into two little pigtails and began to dance comically. Fuari, fuafuaru, tie up the pigtails, fugari, fuafuaru, let's dance together. The Zhang Xi puppet followed the dance clumsily. Sun Jia watched from the side dumbfounded. What is going on? Here comes the climax, Kama-sama Arigatu. Jiang Chen danced with more and more excitement. The puppet was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Jiang Chen revealed a wicked smile. Ghosts can get drenched in sweat too. Looks like the person controlling from behind is also running out of patience. The puppet continued to pant heavily. Through the puppet's eyes, the red-haired female ghost could be seen operating it. She was also exhausted by now, gasping for breath as sweat poured off her, before she cursed angrily, "Damn it, my hands are so sore." The system panel popped up again. "Why are you making me control a puppet to do this kind of dance?" Ghost Chi 200. After a while, Jiang Chen stopped and asked with hands on his hips, "Nice dance, haven't had enough yet?" The puppet was completely exhausted, but the other party clearly had no intention of stopping. Jiang Chen stepped forward and hugged the puppet from behind, suggesting, "Then how about a striptease?" As he spoke, clothes were tossed into the air. He threw out the last piece of clothing, a cold smile in his heart. "Time to show your true face, isn't it?" Sun Jia asked in confusion. Jiang Chen commented, "This body structure is quite unique. I didn't realize Brother Ce was a furry fan." Jiang Ce's body had stitch marks at the elbows, thighs and neck, and he was wearing a pink onesie. Hearing the mockery, the red-haired female ghost fired back, "What's wrong with being a furry fan?" She pressed her palms together to cast a spell. "Everyone who mocks furries must die." Subsequently, Jiang Ce's corpse began to swell. The corpse contorted as if it were about to explode. Jiang Ce's body underwent a mutation. His hands and feet vanished, replaced by 4 cotton-like limbs, and his torso bloated, covered in circular lumps. There were even more lumps on his chest and neck, looking extremely disgusting with a cigarette still in his mouth. A giant teddy bear appeared before Jiang Chen and Sun Jia. Jiang Chen stepped forward and said with satisfaction, "He, the real culprit has finally shown her face." Sun Jia also revealed a slight smile. "He really turned into a ghost?" Then she pulled a cord, wrapping her hands tightly around both ends. "Now I can finally fight without any reservations." Sun Jia leaped up and slammed a punch into the giant plushie's head, but her fist sank deep inside, making her scream in surprise. "It's as light as a feather and soft as cotton, it's completely useless." The teddy bear suddenly swung a hand to counterattack. Fortunately, Sun Jia dodged. Then she launched another attack. "I'll smash your head." The teddy bear fell to the ground, but it soon stood back up with its cracked head. Sun Jia found it troublesome. "He can still stand up after being hit like that?" Jiang Chen observed from the back for a moment, his eyes turning cyan. He saw eerie auras surrounding the puppet, with something controlling it from behind. System panel pop-up, entering General Yin combat state. Facing the giant puppet, sharp claws grew from Jiang Chen's hands. The puppet violently kicked Sun Jia away. Sun Jia cried out, "Oh no!" A cloud of black smoke erupted from the puppet's hand, enveloping Sun Jia. Sun Jia jumped away. Jiang Chen covered his nose to avoid inhaling the smoke. The red-haired female ghost controlling the puppet felt uneasy. "Tisk, has he seen through it?" Then she pressed 2 fingers to her eyes, unleashing a full power strike. "Die all of you!" The puppet's eyeballs suddenly projected out, forming a bizarre state. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen charged forward, his sharp claws scratching manically at the puppet's face. Subsequently, he leapt behind the puppet. The puppet emitted a pink aura and then collapsed to the ground. Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the puppet's eyes, shooting straight into the sky. The ceiling was shattered, the shockwaves even penetrating the floor where Yang Chan and Chen Shui were passing through. As that powerful energy surged toward the sky, an exceptionally wondrous red-violet light radiated through the air. The system panel popped up once more. "You have destroyed the cursed spirit ghost's favorite toy, Ghost Chi 99. It turned out this red-haired female ghost was named the cursed spirit ghost. Seeing her toy destroyed, she shrieked in a fury. "You dare destroy my toy? I'm going to turn you into a toy," Jiang Chen said happily. The main event has finally shown her face. Pink silk threads lashed out at him, but he nimbly caught them in his grip. With a sudden violent yank, he dragged the cursed spirit ghost right out of her hiding place. As he pulled her in, Jiang Chen teased playfully, "Why be so shy? Come here and let Big Brother give you a hug." He took the opportunity to grab her hand, making her shriek in pain. Eek! He hauled her right up to him, leaving her panicked and breathless, her pretty face flushed crimson. He asked, "You were the one controlling that puppet just now, weren't you?" Then Jiang Chen actually stuck out his tongue and licked her hand, saying, "Such a clever pair of hands. Want to help me do something fun? Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood." System prompt: Cursed Spirit Ghost's emotions are stable. Ghost Chi 0. This left Jiang Chen somewhat bewildered. How can this be?" The Cursed Spirit Ghost looked back at him then, a bizarre smile spreading across her face as she said, He, look at my other hand." Jiang Chen's eyes instantly filled with alarm. Her other hand was manipulating silk threads to attack Sun Jia. The threads wove together into a web, trapping Sun Jia tightly. Then the threads transformed into a cage, imprisoning her within. Finally, the ghost pulled the threads tight around Sun Jia's entire body, threatening triumphantly, "Try touching me again and see what happens. Your friend will be turned into mincemeat instantly." But Jiang Chen was completely unmoved. his grip on her arm never wavering as he said calmly, "It's fine, she's not my friend anyway." The cursed spirit ghost shrieked in pain. "Ah," then she asked in confusion, "how is that possible? Aren't you all together?" Zhang Chen retaliated with a mocking smile. "Hey, are you a pig? Just because we're walking together doesn't mean we're friends." Struck by those words, the ghost froze. The system panel popped up again. Triggered the cursed spirit ghost deeply buried past. Ghost Chi 300. It turned out that a long time ago when those three girls pressured the purple-haired girl to fall off the building, the red-haired girl had looked down tremblingly and cried out, "Ah, how did she fall? What do we do now? Will we go to jail?" she asked in a panic. At that moment, the green-haired girl and the girl with pigtails walked over to comfort her. "It's fine, we'll just say she jumped on her own." "Exactly. As long as we stick to the story and don't let up, it'll be fine." Hearing this, the cursed spirit ghost responded as if hypnotizing herself. "Right, as long as we don't let up, it'll be fine." However, the next day she was still taken away by 2 police officers. She roared in despair, "Is this how you treat a friend? Why did you push me out to take the blame? Weren't we together?" she questioned the girl with pigtails. Hearing this, the girl with pigtails only replied calmly, "Hey, is being together the same as being friends?" The green-haired girl also added coldly, "Who would believe she committed suicide?" Then those 2 bastards said in unison, "You'll just have to work hard and take the hit for everyone alone." The cursed spirit ghost was led away by the police, her heart filled with grievance. Outside the window the sun was bright and the scenery was pleasant. A police car was speeding down the highway. Inside the car transporting the ghost, a policeman pointed at a teddy bear and asked, "Did your daughter give you that?" The other policeman answered happily, "Yeah, my daughter was afraid I'd be lonely, so she insisted I keep it in the car with me." Watching the 2 of them talk, the cursed spirit ghost lowered her head and thought sadly, "If I could do it again, I'd rather be friends with a doll." She didn't notice a car suddenly charging toward them from outside the window. She didn't want to trust anyone ever again. Before she could finish her thought, that car slammed into them with immense force. The windows shattered and the girl was thrown from the vehicle. Her body was pierced by sharp objects, leaving her drenched in blood. Looking at the doll beside her, she thought tremblingly, "Dolls are so good, at least they won't hurt me." Then she reached out her hand, wanting to touch that doll. Back in reality, the cursed spirit ghost let out a series of cold laughs. "Hee hee hee." The laughter made Zhang Chen feel quite odd. She bared her jagged teeth and said, "Hee hee, you're right." With that, she exerted her strength and tightened her fingers. On the other side, Sun Jia was also squeezed even tighter by those silk threads. The cursed spirit ghost continued, "Since she's not your friend, I'll kill her for you first." Facing the crazed ghost, Zhang Chen shouted with feigned terror, "You're serious?" The strangled Sun Jia lowered her head tremblingly toward the threads. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a glass vial containing a red liquid. Without hesitation, Sun Jia crushed the vial. The red liquid dripped onto the silk threads, which began to melt instantly. The cursed spirit ghost asked in terror, "What on earth is this?" Having escaped, Sun Jia replied with a triumphant smile, "This is black dog blood I stole from Lu Kai. It's come in handy now." The ghost didn't have time to retract her threads before the blood spread along them, scaring her out of her wits. How is this blood traveling through my ghost chi?" The black dog blood quickly invaded her body, and blood-red patterns appeared on her hands, looking exceptionally disgusting. She shrieked piteously, "Ah, my hands!" Zhang Chen then gripped her head tightly with both hands and said, "It hurts, doesn't it, babe? Come, let me set you free." As soon as he spoke, he violently snapped the cursed spirit ghost's neck. Top-tier vengeful spirit cursed spirit ghost has been killed. Ghost Chi 199. Zhang Chen tossed the red-haired head onto the ground and said with satisfaction, "Phew, the first time I've taken down a top-tier vengeful spirit without needing to monsterize." As Zhang Chen scratched his face in thought, Sun Jia calmly wiped her face and replied, "You're right, we weren't friends to begin with. If I had really been killed by her just now, I could only blame myself for being useless." Just as Zhang Chen was about to stammer a response, Sun Jia quickly turned and put on her headset, crying out. An urgent voice came through the earpiece, "We're on the 5th floor, Zhang Chen, get over here fast, the water is about to flood everything." As Sun Jia ran, she urged him, "Quick, to the 5th floor." Zhang Chen looked at the hole in the ceiling that the puppet had just smashed through. He leaped into the opening, leaving behind a sentence, "I'll go straight up, taking the stairs will probably be too late." His feet landed in a pool of stagnant water. He looked around and exclaimed, "A school abandoned for so long, where did all this water come from? If a ghost made this, stepping into it will be trouble." Zhang Chen thought that if it came to playing with water, he was the man for the job. How lucky! Thinking of this, he clicked the icon for Benboerba. Zhang Chen began to transform, his eyes turning blood red and his body wreathed in plumes of eerie white smoke. He opened his mouth and roared, "Monsterization, Benboerba." Suddenly, a puff of white smoke escaped from behind him. His hands mutated, his nails growing long and sharp like a terrifying demon's, his hair stood on end, and his once blood-red eyes now became as white as snow, shining like an asura's. System prompt randomly drew supernatural skill. Demon Rain Technique. Zhang Chen looked at his hands in horror, exclaiming, "Why did I become so strange? Heavens! Is it because I'm wearing a wig?" Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Yang Chan and Chen Shui were trapped inside a bizarre water sphere. Gritting her teeth, Yang Chan swung her weapon to pierce the sphere. The weapon passed through, causing ripples, but as soon as she pulled it out, the rupture restored itself instantly. She thought through gritted teeth, "I can't break it no matter what I do. To think my glorious reputation will end with me becoming a drowned ghost. I wonder if Zhang Chen got the signal. Hurry, Zhang Chen, I can't hold on much longer." Trapped with her, Chen Shui was gasping for air due to the lack of oxygen. Suddenly, Yang Chen saw Zhang Chen appear and her face lit up with joy. She cheered, "Ah, he really came." Zhang Chen leaped over and shattered the water sphere with a single punch. The sphere split in two with a crack. He asked with concern, "You two beauties okay?" Yang Chen was moved to tears, shouting, "Zhang Chen, I knew you'd come for us." Caught in the beauty's hug, a flash of surprise crossed Zhang Chen's face, followed by a bit of smugness. He teased her with a wicked grin. "HMPH, weren't you acting all tough earlier, not pretending anymore?" Chen Shui warned in terror. "There's a female ghost on the 5th floor who can control water. You must be careful," Zhang Chen replied confidently. "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of her now." With that, he walked straight toward the 5th floor. Before him was a dark, terrifying corridor with lights flickering on and off. But Zhang Chen showed no fear, shouting loudly, "Ghost sister, where are you?" he added in a flirtatious tone. "Let's play with water together." At that moment, a few drops of water fell from the ceiling, landing right on his shoulder. He looked at his shoulder in surprise, when a head suddenly popped out, giggling. Zhang Chen pursed his lips, clenched his fists, and looked up. A terrifying ghost appeared with green eyes and hair, her hands covering her face. She extended her long tongue with a look of longing and said, "Want to play with water with me?" Suddenly, Zhang Chen lunged upward with both hands, grabbing the female ghost's head and dragging her down. Catching her completely off guard, Zhang Chen asked with feigned friendliness, "Why are you all soaking wet?" The ghost was stunned, and Zhang Chen said calmly, "How about I give you a spin first?" Before he finished speaking, he spun the female ghost violently, leaving her dizzy and terrified. Zhang Chen extended his own long tongue and held the ghost tight, teasing, "Come, let big brother lick you dry." The female ghost struggled desperately under his teasing. Has this guy been single for too long? He won't even let a ghost off. Ghost Chi 20. Just as Zhang Chen's tongue was about to touch the ghost's lips, although she felt something strange, she still resisted weakly. "Gross, go die, stop licking me," Zhang Chen asked triumphantly. "What's wrong, did I make you uncomfortable?" Zhang Chen used both hands to pinch her cheeks hard, deforming her face until her cheeks puffed out and her tongue stuck out. Zhang Chen said, "Then it's your turn to lick me instead." Zhang Chen used his hand to pull the ghost's tongue toward him and said, "Come on, lick me." The ghost was terrified by this move, but she obediently opened her mouth anyway. She hadn't expected to encounter a pervert. Ghost Chi 40. The female ghost shrieked, "I've had enough of you." Then a water sphere and eerie green smoke erupted from her mouth. Following that, she sprayed a powerful jet of water directly at Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen's face was covered in water, but he licked his lips and said with a look of enjoyment, "The sister really is willing to play with me. Why does it taste like spit though?" After tasting the ghost's saliva, Zhang Chen wouldn't be outdone. He said, "My turn." Before the words were out, he exerted all his strength, clenched his fists, and blasted a massive water column that sent the ghost flying. She collapsed on the floor, cursing in a rage, "Damn you. I heard you aren't afraid of physical attacks, right?" Having said that, Zhang Chen fell into an offensive stance. "Then I'll have to give it a try." He then revealed a bizarre smile. Suddenly, a drop of water fell before him, catching his attention. And in the next instant, the water droplet shot toward him like a bullet. Zhang Chen nimbly dodged, but more and more water droplets appeared to launch an attack, and he decisively turned to run. He thought as he ran, "Why are they all coming for me?" Those droplets continued to zip past him. He raised his hand to condense a powerful energy, feeling a force awakening within his body. He stared fixedly at the ghost, thinking, the female ghost wasn't controlling these droplets at all. They were attacking autonomously, completely out of control as they continued to strike at him. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth in anger. Then why on earth suddenly a droplet radiating a bizarre purple light caught his eye? Was he dripped on earlier? So that was it. A bold idea suddenly occurred to him. He said, "Then I'll beat you at your own game." He vanished instantly amidst those bizarre water droplets. The ghost was wondering where he had run off to. She shivered and hugged her shoulders when a coat was suddenly draped over her. Zhang Chen appeared above her head and said, "I saw you were soaking wet and was afraid you'd catch a cold. Don't mention it. Put it on." The ghost's face turned grim as she suddenly realized something. Wait, the marked attack point. She checked her array, then opened her mouth in horror, a look of disbelief on her face. "Ah, how can this be? Heh. Zhang Chen suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He condensed a force in his hand and calculated. "First, I'll use demon energy to cover the marked point and cut off the signal. That way the water droplets won't be able to determine the target. To prevent you from controlling the water as well, I specifically hid in your blind spot. The female ghost finally understood, finally when the coat was draped over her. He removed the demon energy that had been cutting off the signal. Zhang Chen continued to refine his plan. In this way she became the target for her own move. Consequently, countless water droplets slammed into the ghost, catching her completely off guard. She shrieked, "Are you only going to stop when I'm beaten to death?" Zhang Chen covered his mouth and laughed triumphantly. How terrifying! After the battle, Zhang Chen picked up the coat that had been shredded by the water droplets and said with heartache, "Having to pay such a high price just to fight a ghost. My coat is ruined, drowned ghost has been killed, Ghost Chi 400. After he eliminated the ghost, the system panel appeared with a smile and said, "Congratulations to the host for breaking the 5,000 Ghost Chi mark." The system panel then asked, "Will you consume 1,000 Ghost Chi points for an upgrade?" Zhang Chen opened his mouth wide in shock and said, 1,000 points? That's too expensive." He followed up with, "Upgrade what? Are you giving me a luxury car?" The system panel replied, "Forget about luxury cars. After the upgrade, you can unlock a new system function, Strengthen." Then the system began to upgrade for Zhang Chen. The system voice rang out, "System is upgrading, please wait patiently." In the distance, a ghost was peeking out to observe the upgrading Zhang Chen. He marveled, "This kid has some skill." Zhang Chen had already discovered that big-nosed ghost. He thought to himself, "HMPH, think I haven't noticed? That nose exposed you long ago." Zhang Chen returned to the two girls, and the short-haired girl asked, "Has Zhang Chen dealt with that female ghost?" Zhang Chen replied confidently, "Of course." The short-haired girl asked with concern, "You must be tired, right?" He still answered confidently, "A piece of cake." Suddenly he smugly put his arms around Yang Chan and the short-haired girl's shoulders and said arrogantly, "With this body of mine I could go another 500 rounds with you two without a problem, unlike some people who are completely impotent at such an old age." Zhang Chen said in a sarcastic tone. The big-nosed ghost in the distance stared at Zhang Chen's every move, left speechless by the mockery as his eyes glowed with a red light from anger. The director was poked where it hurts. Ghost Chi 20. Just as the three were walking with their arms around each other and joking, the big-nosed ghost suddenly appeared to block them, saying solemnly, "Improper relations between men and women, a serious violation of school rules. I hereby announce." As soon as he finished, the big-nosed ghost opened his mouth wide and countless bizarre things flew out. A powerful golden light appeared as he roared, "Go die all of you." Facing this sudden attack, Yang Chan was sent flying, groaning in agony. The situation for the short-haired girl was no better. Under the fierce onslaught of the big-nosed ghost, both young women had been knocked unconscious on the ground. Zhang Chen hadn't expected this scene and cried out in alarm. What powerful ghost chi! It actually knocked them out cold. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he remarked that the school rules were truly strict. Violating them meant certain death. Zhang Chen wiped his face, his gaze deep and calculating. "I like it." Suddenly, the big-nosed ghost nose elongated violently, lunging toward Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen swung a heavy fist to block the attack, dodged nimbly to the side, and then slid back a distance to put some space between himself and the ghost. After easily avoiding the attack, Zhang Chen let out a hee-hee smirk. Demon Rain Technique, Monsterize. Zhang Chen's expression turned solemn, and a faint anomaly began to manifest on his forehead. Suddenly, a long horn sprouted from his brow, and he declared war on the big-nosed ghost. "Come on, director, let's go for a few hundred rounds." The big-nosed ghost nose remained in its elongated state. Though it appeared somewhat flustered, it still roared, "Violent misconduct. The crime is doubled." Man and ghost engaged in a heart-pounding, fierce battle, both using their strengths to outmaneuver the other. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's long horn let out a sharp crack as it shattered the square-faced ghost nose, driving the long appendage straight back into the ghost's own face. The square-faced ghost was caught completely off guard. Seeing his chance, Zhang Chen retracted his horn and leaped high into the air. Startling the ghost, upon reaching a certain height, Zhang Chen shouted, "You think you're the only one who can attack from a distance?" As soon as the words left his mouth, countless white projectiles streaked toward the square-faced ghost. Seeing the projectiles about to hit, the ghost's figure flickered in and out of the white smoke before vanishing entirely. In the next instant, the square-faced ghost appeared eerily behind Zhang Chen, putting him on the defensive. The ghost transformed its own head into a horn resembling that of a rhinoceros beetle, and lunged at Zhang Chen, who cried out in shock, "Crap, I underestimated him," just as Zhang Chen raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself. Behind the ghost that was currently monsterizing into a beetle, a golden afterimage flashed instantly. A girl wearing a yellow jacket with short purple hair said through gritted teeth, "Another one of these damn monsters." With that, she summoned every ounce of her strength and slammed into the beetle ghost, flattening it instantly. But before the purple-haired girl could celebrate hitting the evil spirit, the beetle the ghost had become extended a sharp leg, instantly piercing the girl's chest as blood sprayed out. Immediately after, the girl spat out a large mouthful of blood, yet she did not fall. Instead, a sinister smile spread across her face. "It seems I was careless, but even if I grow weaker, I'm dragging you down to hell with me." With that, she wrapped a thin black cord around her fist, pinned the square-faced ghost's body down and unleashed a frenzy of repeated heavy strikes, roaring, "Did you think these exorcism wristbands made of black dog skin were just for show?" She threw punch after punch like a madwoman while the ghost remained buried deep in her chest, causing her to knit her brows in pain. After a long exhale, the girl stood amidst a pool of blood, panting heavily. The ghost's corpse had been beaten into fragments. She squeezed her eyes shut, staggering and nearly collapsing, the blood still flowing uncontrollably from her mouth. Zhang Chen, witnessing this brutal battle, was secretly stunned. It seemed this ghost's strength was far beyond his imagination. He couldn't just toy with it. Having assessed the situation, he turned sharply to fix his gaze on the evil spirit approaching him, continuing to calculate. "If I can't finish this in one move, I'll be the next one to die." At that moment, Zhang Chen's system panel displayed the words "Demon Rain Technique Boiling Hell." Subsequently, Zhang Chen revealed a triumphant cold smirk and mocked, "The weapon you were most proud of is gone. What do you have left to fight me with?" These words made the ghost opposite him tremble with rage, letting out a series of sinister low growls. Then the ghost laughed manically, violently twisting its neck to transform into a multi-eyed red ghost, grinning sinisterly. "Naive, so what if I lost my nose?" the red-eyed ghost continued to provoke. "You think you can be my match?" With that, as if it had taken a stimulant, the ghost's muscles began to bulge frantically, instantly tearing through its clothes, leaving Zhang Chen staring in disbelief. But in the next instant, Zhang Chen provocatively beckoned with his finger, "Come over here and talk, come over here and die." Seeing this, the red-eyed, multi-eyed ghost's fierce expression instantly froze, and cold sweat poured from its forehead. It said with a lack of confidence, "Hey, another little trick, trying to use this drizzle to blind my eyes?" As it spoke, it even reached out its hand to catch the falling raindrops. Zhang Chen revealed a meaningful smile and said, "That's 105-degree boiling water, you know." The palm the multi-eyed ghost had extended jerked violently as plumes of white smoke rose from it. It wailed in agony. Ah, why did it suddenly become so hot? By now, its body was covered in burn marks, and the multi-eyed ghost screamed in pain while struggling manically. "I'm burning to death," the system panel kept popping up notifications. "The department director finds the heat unbearable. Ghost Chi 95 points. The department director is crying from the heat. Ghost Chi 97 points. The department director is about to be boiled to death. Ghost Chi 99 points. Amidst a series of piteous wails, the rain gradually stopped. At this point, the multi-eyed ghost was curled up in a puddle. Zhang Chen revealed a disdainful smile. "Let me send you on your final journey." With that, Zhang Chen leaned down and exerted his power, using the long horn on his forehead to violently impale the multi-eyed ghost, blood splattering everywhere. The system panel immediately popped up one last notification. "The top-tier evil ghost department director is dead. Ghost Chi 199 points." Upon hearing the system notification of the department director's death, Zhang Chen reverted to his human form. The long-haired Zhang Chen lightly wiped away his sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly removed the long-haired wig and looked at the system panel with a smile. "This time I really hit the jackpot." Chen Shui and Yang Chan, covered in wounds, walked to Zhang Chen's side. Chen Shui spoke, "Zhang Chen, you." Zhang Chen put on a helpless expression. "You two certainly woke up at the right time." Chen Shui looked around and found Sun Jia sitting on the ground, her body pierced by a sharp, jagged claw. Chen Shui cried out in alarm. "Ah, Sun Jia has sacrificed herself as well," she then lamented. "I thought this was just a simple collective mission, but it turns out even lives were lost." Yang Chan also echoed with a look of shock. The strength of the ghosts this time was clearly severely underestimated. They weren't something we could handle at all. After speaking, Yang Chan fell into a solemn silence. Chen Shui asked, "So what do we do now?" Zhang Chen interjected. As the old saying goes, he turned around, waved his hand and continued, "Since we're already here." Yang Chan was amused by Zhang Chen's words and agreed, "Haha, you're right, since we're already here." Chen Shui also accepted the suggestion, adding, "Yeah, since we're already here, we might as well completely clear out the ghosts and monsters in this place." Meanwhile, on the top roof, 3 men were surrounding a trembling girl. The ghost with double buns and eyes full of venom was leaking green slime from its mouth, shivering all over. Qin Zi revealed a sinister smile and asked one last time, "What exactly is that female student's name?" The double bun ghost had already lost an arm and said in a trembling voice, "If I say it, we all die." Qin Feiyong appeared very impatient, brandishing his twin blades in a threat. "If you don't say it, you die right now." The ghost stared at the oozing green liquid, stood dazed for a moment, and then began to tremble in terror. Suddenly, the double bun ghost bared its fangs, letting the green liquid flow down the corners of its mouth, and let out a manic and piteous laugh that echoed through the silent night sky. It shouted manically, "Fine, then let's all die together." With that, it began to chant a spell, revealing a bizarre smile as it said, "Listen carefully. Her name is..." After a moment of deathly silence, it spat out the name filled with a death curse, Bai Ling. As soon as the name was spoken, the double bun ghost's head was instantly severed, and the green liquid at the wound gradually turned gray. Bai Ling. Just as the name was uttered, its head rolled to the feet of an old ghost hag. The old ghost hag appeared, reaching out to cover her mouth and asking, Who is calling me? Then she picked up the headless corpse and took a savage bite out of the shoulder, subsequently demanding, Who was shouting my name just now? Killing one's own kind is the most brutal act even in the ghost world. Qin Zi began to feel fear. Drenched in sweat, he thought to himself, this is at least a half-step vengeful spirit. Qin Hai also asked Qin Zi in terror, Can we win? Should we retreat? Even if we abandon a C-grade mission, there's compensation. But Qin Zi was inexplicably confident. What are you afraid of? Didn't we bring the Blood Sun pill today? Oh right, I forgot until ZGE mentioned it. The Blood Sun pill could squeeze out one's potential to unleash extreme combat power in a short time, but it would damage a martial artist's foundation and had massive side effects. Qin Hai gripped the pill in his hand, thinking, as long as we can complete a mission above our level, ZGE will be able to enter the martial sect. Our Qin family desperately needs a leader. After swallowing the pill, Qin Hai's eyes erupted with brilliant light. His power instantly climbed a level. His body was wreathed in a violent aura, and the muscles on his arms and torso continued to bulge and strengthen. Feeling this power, he lunged violently at the old ghost hag. Die, old woman, he roared as he launched a fierce attack, the impact triggering a world-shaking explosion. At this time, the 3 members of Zhang Chen's squad saw the brilliant light exploding in the sky and cried out in alarm. What a powerful aura! Is it Qin Zi and his group? Should we go help? Even though that guy's character is subpar, he is from a great family after all, we can't afford to offend him. Hearing Zhang Chen say this, Chen Shui and Yang Chan immediately became displeased. Yang Chan mocked, how ridiculous, would the Chen family be afraid of him? You don't think our Yang family isn't a great family too, do you? Chen Shui followed by saying, Qin Zi caused so many deaths and he wants me to just wipe the slate clean? Just make sure he doesn't come begging us to save him later. Chen Shui walked over and patted Zhang Chen's shoulder. Don't worry, Zhang Chen. Yang Chan and I will back you up. Zhang Chen also put on a humble and sensible act. Don't be like that. If we should save him, we still have to. Zhang Chen rubbed his belly and said, I'm a bit hungry after fighting so many ghosts just now. At the mention of food, Chen Shui immediately nodded in agreement. Haha, I'm hungry too. Come on, let's go eat something to replenish our strength first. Yang Chan suddenly remembered that today was Thursday, carnival night. 1 portion for each person my treat, Chen Shui generously suggested. The scene shifted back to the fierce battle between Qin Zi's squad and the old ghost hag. The exposed brain tissue seemed to be her weakness. Having found the flaw, Qin Hai delivered a heavy punch directly to the old ghost hag's exposed forehead. But when the fist landed, he felt he hadn't caused any substantial damage. Seeing that the opponent was unharmed, he followed up with a heavy, heart-piercing punch. He exerted his full strength to blast the old ghost hag high into the sky. Suddenly, in the instant he threw his punch, the old ghost hag actually reached out and grabbed his arm. Was it you who called my name? In the blink of an eye, she directly snapped Qin Hai's arm, the sound of bone cracking clearly audible. Qin Hai wailed in agony. Just as she was torturing Qin Hai, Qin Feiyang's attack arrived, delivering a barrage of fierce slashes. Are you okay? Qin Hai asked with concern. He then asked, Feiyang, you took the Blood Sun pill too, the other replied. There were no other options. Qin Feiyang brandished his blades and charged at the old ghost hag. Take this. The old ghost hag still asked calmly, Was it you who called my name just now? Qin Feiyang had just rushed over when she grabbed his head and slammed him hard onto the ground. Seeing his brother humiliated, Qin Hai leapt up and shaved off a large chunk of the old ghost hag's hair with a heavy punch. Die, monster, let go of Feiyang. That punch directly peeled off part of her scalp and hair, which landed on the ground with a thud. Qin Hai began to pant heavily as the side effects of the Blood Sun pill began to manifest. The old ghost hag, whose scalp had been shaved off to reveal her skull, instead revealed a perverted smile. Thanks, that feels much better. My skull has been feeling uncomfortable ever since I fell from the building. It felt like it was in the way. Qin Zi was completely bewildered. She's clearly just a half-step vengeful spirit. Why are 2 Blood Sun pills useless? Drenched in cold sweat, he muttered anxiously. Where exactly did things go wrong? The ghost pointed to her squelching, exposed brain and said, My brain feels much better after getting some air. She reached out and pressed the soft, mushy brain matter, talking to herself. This is the real me. The old ghost hag's gray-black body gradually began to take on color. First she grew purple hair and then her clothes turned a vibrant red. Qin Zi's pupils shrank violently and cold sweat poured out. He said in a trembling voice, Ah, this is, Qin Zi thought in terror. The brain turned red. This isn't a half-step vengeful spirit. This is a true vengeful spirit, Qin Feiyang also shouted in horror. This, Qin Zi ordered, run. Subsequently, the group transformed into several streaks of golden light and fled at high speed. Qin Feiyang was running for his life when suddenly, the brain-exposed ghost flashed in front of him, letting out a series of bizarre cold laughs. He, the ghost teased. You're quite fast, aren't you? With that, it swung its hand violently. The ghost grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck and hoisted him up like a little chick, its other hand directly piercing his heart. And so he met his end on the spot. Qin Hai glanced back in terror, then charged forward like a madman to rescue him, shouting, "Feiyang!" Qin Hai threw his fists with all his might, but they were easily blocked by one of the ghost's hands. Qin Hai hastily cried for help. "Zge, come lend a hand." Qin Zi put his hands in his pockets with a calm expression and said unhurriedly, "Oh, just hold on a bit longer." Qin Zi pulled out a bizarre small green drum and said, "Coming right now." He gave the drum face a hard strike and rings of bizarre green waves radiated outward. Qin Hai questioned uneasily, "Hey, why did you pin us down too?" Qin Zi asked softly. "Qin Hai, remember that story I told you before?" He continued cruelly. "If you don't want to be eaten by the wolf, you don't necessarily have to run faster than the wolf. You just have to find a way to let the wolf eat the other sheep." Qin Hai cursed angrily. "You animal, didn't we all come out to do the mission together? What good does it do you if I die?" Qin Zi mocked. "No good but no harm either. But if I have to mention a benefit, if you die, won't your family assets and your wife all be mine? Hee hee." Qin Zi watched the demonic sound drum in his hand as it emitted green waves, looking quite leisurely. While the drum sound's effect has worn off, Qin Zi turned to leave with a sinister face, leaving behind one last line. "I'm heading out first, you're on your own." The brain-exposed ghost shivered all over. It stiffly moved its body and let out a piercing shriek. It slanted its eyes to glare at Qin Hai, letting out a mocking, sinister laugh. From inside that room, Qin Hai's final screams drifted out. Qin Zi smiled. "What a piteous scream, haha." The desperate wails echoed outside the building, waking Chen Shui and Yang Chan. Zhang Chen, still with food in his mouth, muttered, "I just got back from eating and I hear this kind of screaming. It's a bit nauseating." Chen Shui asked worriedly, "If the three Qin brothers are so strong and still can't handle it, should we call the underworld for support?" Zhang Chen replied with a look of dejection. "Don't, we haven't reached that point yet." He thought to himself, "If the people from the underworld come, where am I going to earn ghost chi?" Zhang Chen put his arms around Yang Chan and Chen Shui's shoulders to comfort them. "Since we let them suffer, we still have to save them if we can, right?" Zhang Chen led the two into the building, shouting, "Let's go, let's go." The interior of the building was as silent as death, the atmosphere desolate, eerie, and oppressive. Zhang Chen craned his neck and shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" Hiding in a corner and observing Zhang Chen, Qin Zi felt very annoyed, thinking, "Tisk, how did these guys end up here?" He squatted down, grabbed some dirt from the ground and smeared it on his face to fake an injury. Then, with a hypocritical face, he ran out, shouting in a feigned panicked voice, "Great, everyone is here." Qin Zi pointed toward the depths of the floor above and began to talk nonsense. "Everyone arrived just in time. There's a vengeful spirit upstairs. I've already fought with all my might and heavily wounded it." Zhang Chen stepped forward and asked, "There's such a good thing. Well, since it's already heavily wounded, why don't you finish it off yourself?" Qin Zi tilted his head to the side and coughed. "Ahem, I'm seriously injured. I can't beat her." Then he continued, "This is a vengeful spirit. If you kill her, you won't just get a massive amount of points, you can even apply to join those hidden cultivation sects." He painted a glowing picture, asking, "Haven't you guys considered taking down Bai Ling?" Qin Zi didn't notice that the brain-exposed ghost had already appeared behind him. Chen Shui and Yang Chan screamed in terror. "Ah, TT, the vengeful spirit is here." A long ghost shadow stretched across the ground as the brain-exposed ghost asked hollowly, "Who was calling my name just now?" Zhang Chen looked on with surprise. Cold sweat trickled down his face, but then the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smirk, and finally, he let out a loud manic laugh. "Ha ha ha!" A flurry of 19-inch symbols representing ghost chi drifted off the brain-exposed ghost. Zhang Chen thought excitedly, "This is practically the ghost of my dreams." Qin Zi stared at Zhang Chen as if he were looking at an idiot. He thought to himself, "This kid can still laugh, he must have been scared senseless." Qin Zi stealthily pulled out that bizarre small drum, thinking insidiously, "I'll let them fight the vengeful spirit to the death first. Once their energy is drained and everyone is mangled, I'll step in and reap all the benefits." Qin Zi tapped the drumhead lightly with his finger. The green sound waves rippled outward once more. Like ripples on a pond, the sound waves swept over the three of them. Chen Shui and Yang Chan were affected, falling into a state of panic. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen stared blankly, thinking, "There's that feeling again. It's like the whole world is floating on clouds." Zhang Chen thought secretly, "The drumbeat is actually resonating with my body again." System panel notification, resonating with envoy ability. Envoy ability increased by 5. Qin Zi turned to flee, muttering, "I'm out of here, I'm out of here." However, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. It was Zhang Chen who said, "Well said, why don't you tap it a few more times?" Qin Zi stared at the drum in terror, stammering, "How is this possible? Is the demonic sound useless against him?" Zhang Chen spoke like a perverted uncle enticing a child. Come on, give it a few more taps." Qin Zi shouted in a fit of rage, "Tap what? The vengeful spirit is charging. Are you just going to stand there and watch her kill your teammates?" The brain-exposed ghost was closing in on the paralyzed Chen Shui and Yang Chan. Zhang Chen replied, "You have a point there." Zhang Chen sent Qin Zi flying with a swift kick, cursing, "Get lost." Looking at the brain-exposed ghost, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, "A ghost this strong, a 1-star card probably won't cut it." He reached out and drew a card with 2 golden stars. Zhang Chen let out a great shout. Monsterization, great immortal deer power. Red light erupted as a massive phantom of a deer skeleton manifested. The meridians throughout Zhang Chen's body lit up, converging toward his hands. When the light reached the top of his head, it extended upward into a pair of delicate antlers. Now, Zhang Chen's entire body had become exceptionally muscular, his arms from elbow to palm turning a translucent amber, with golden arcs of lightning-like light swirling around him. System prompt: randomly drew supernatural skills, dominant demon body and lesser palm lightning. Zhang Chen marveled, "Is this the power of a 2-star monsterization card? It's strong enough to instantly kill that long-nosed director." The brain-exposed ghost walked up to Chen Shui and Yang Chan, still under the influence of the demonic sound drum. Both were completely unable to move. The ghost asked, "Just now, was it you calling my name?" Yang Chan answered with a trembling voice, "And no, it wasn't me." The ghost leaned in with a contorted face and said, "Not you." So it turned to look at Chen Shui, raising a hand tipped with sharp claws and lunging toward her, muttering, "Then it was you." Chen Shui closed her eyes in despair. "Wah, am I dead meat today?" However, the ghost claw was blocked by a shower of electric sparks. Zhang Chen's hand, resting on Chen Shui's shoulder, was erupting with lightning as thick as a bowl. The thunderous light was dazzling. Zhang Chen said with satisfaction, "These lightning palms are quite convenient." Seeing Zhang Chen block the attack, the vengeful spirit was extremely shocked. The system panel displayed its thoughts. "Does this guy have bug spray? Wa shao. Why does it feel so numb when I touch him?" Ghost Chi 170. Zhang Chen provoked, "How about it? Feels pretty good, right?" Zhang Chen continued, "Then let me give you some even heavier stuff." The lightning became thicker and more violent than before, carrying a destructive aura that blasted the brain-exposed ghost away. The ghost crashed to the ground, sliding backward from the momentum. Its palms were charred black and agonizingly painful. It said tremblingly, "It hurts. Why are you all ganging up on me?" The vengeful spirit let out a long skyward wail. "Why?" Crimson Ghost Chi, thick as blood, erupted frantically. The system panel displayed its resentment. "I'll make you die more miserably than I did." Ghost Chi 500. The ghost charged madly at Zhang Chen. With a flash, Zhang Chen locked both of the ghost's wrists with one hand. After hoisting its hands over its head, Zhang Chen delivered a heavy blow to the ghost's ribs with his other hand. The ghost made an incredibly bizarre teeth-grinding sound. When Zhang Chen's hand touched its face, white smoke rose as its flesh was seared. The ghost was terrified. Zhang Chen said triumphantly, "Listen up, cutie. Think carefully. What exactly are you so angry about?" Zhang Chen asked. "Is it because we ganged up on you that you're angry?" "No, it's because you went crazy and tried to kill us that we were forced to strike back together." The ghost asked with a bewildered look. Then why exactly am I angry?" Zhang Chen reached out and poked its exposed brain matter, saying, "Use your brain and think hard." The ghost answered, "It's because someone called my name." Zhang Chen revealed a villainous, wicked smile and replied, "Ding dong, correct. So what do you want to do now?" The brain-exposed ghost roared manically. "Kill the person who called my name, of course." Switching perspectives back to Qin Zi, he was hiding behind a wall, peeking at Zhang Chen, thinking, "Is this kid being controlled by the ghost?" Qin Zi thought with schadenfreude. "Those people just now drained a lot of the ghost's energy. Heh, once the ghost kills them off, it'll be the perfect time for me to close the net." Suddenly, Zhang Chen turned around and pointed at Qin Zi, saying to the ghost, "Look, a person who called your name is hiding over there. Go get him." Qin Zi jumped in fright, letting out a terrified curse. "Holy crap!" He hurriedly turned to flee for his life, muttering, "Working with a ghost to take me down, what a treacherous bastard." Qin Zi threw out a hollow threat. "Wait until I get back and use the Qin family's influence too." Before he could finish, a figure leapt over his head. It was the brain-exposed ghost, cutting off Qin Zi's retreat. Qin Zi tried his old trick, pulling out the small drum to tap it, but there was no response. Qin Zi's palms were sweating with fear as he pounded the drumhead frantically, shouting, "Why isn't it working at the critical moment?" The vengeful spirit let out a sinister laugh. He. Qin Zi screamed in terror. Get away from me!" The brain-exposed ghost walked closer and patted Qin Zi on the head, asking, "Just now, was it you calling my name?" The ghost's hand pressed down violently on top of Qin Zi's head. Suddenly, Qin Zi pulled out a handgun. He fired a shot directly at the ghost's head, roaring, "Die!" Then Qin Zi turned and continued to run, thinking triumphantly, "Haha, always gotta have a backup plan." The brain-exposed ghost reached out and caught the bullet between 2 fingers. It said, "That hurts. What on earth is this?" Witnessing this, Qin Zi cried out in disbelief, "Damn it, that one exorcism bullet cost 10,000 points." Qin Zi fled the building, diving into the nearby bushes. He wanted to reach a place with security guards before planning his next move. Qin Zi ran for his life, sprinting into a small grove of trees. Qin Zi felt a bit safer and stopped to catch his breath, warily scanning his surroundings. To his surprise, the vengeful spirit had already caught up. Qin Zi hid behind a shrub, covering his mouth tightly. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down, making him let out an involuntary scream. "Ah," Zhang Chen, standing at the top of a tree, said, "So sorry, I meant to ambush the female ghost, but my aim was off." The brain-exposed ghost discovered Qin Zi's trail and said, "So you're hiding here, kid?" Qin Zi fled in a panic, but didn't forget to shout back, "Ambush my ass, I saw clearly that you wanted the ghost to kill me." Meanwhile, Zhang Chen chased from behind, shouting, "Don't be afraid, young Master Qin." Qin Zi glanced back in terror and shouted, "Again?" Zhang Chen smiled, "I'll help you get rid of that female ghost." Lightning exploded right behind Qin Zi's back, forcing him to leap forward. A second bolt followed immediately, and Qin Zi barely dodged it. Qin Zi broke into a torrent of abuse. "Get rid of her, it looks to me like you're trying to get rid of me," Zhang Chen said. "Young Master Qin, instead of looking up to curse me, why don't you look at what's in front of you?" Qin Zi hurriedly looked back, only to see a sheer cliff ahead. He froze on the spot and cried out, "Eh?" Qin Zi turned and shouted, "Damn it, it's a dead end." Qin Zi then ran toward the right. He muttered to himself that there was a small slope to the side he could climb to circle around her. But Zhang Chen landed at the mouth of the slope, blocking the path. Qin Zi cursed hatefully, "You bastard, you dare to cut off the Qin family's only way out." Then Qin Zi's face instantly changed as he begged for mercy. "Brother, let's talk this out. Give me a way to live. Our Qin family will definitely reward you generously. From now on we're brothers." Zhang Chen curled his lip in a cold smile, mocking, "Why does young Master Qin say such things? I'm here to save you. Rewards between us, I'd have to step in even without the money." Qin Zi turned red with anger and humiliation, pulling out his handgun and chambering around. "Giving me that snarky attitude, are you?" Qin Zi raised the gun and shouted, "Then I'll finish you off first." Suddenly, a red flash streaked by, and the hand Qin Zi was holding the gun with hit the ground. Qin Zi was completely stunned. Before he even realized what had happened, he stared at his severed hand and cried out, "Eh, my hand, how?" A withered hand suddenly gripped Qin Zi's neck with incredible force, nearly strangling him. The brain-exposed ghost hoisted Qin Zi into the air by the throat and said, "It's you scumbags. Friends this, brothers that. Then you flip and betray people behind their backs." Zhang Chen acted out a hypocritical performance. "Let go of my good friend, let go now." The ghost actually took him seriously and looked back at him. He, just now he was trying to harm you, and yet you still want to save him?" Zhang Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. This ghost is a bit too literal. She's strong in a fight, but how can she not hear the sarcasm? So Zhang Chen came up with a plan intending to toy with her. Zhang Chen talked utter nonsense. "Even though he wanted to harm me, young Master Qin is our spiritual leader and my dearest friend. If you dare to kill him, I won't be polite." Qin Zi squeezed out a few words with difficulty. "Damn it. Just shut your mouth." The brain-exposed ghost suddenly swung its arm, shouting manically, "Then I'll kill him right now and see what you do about it." Qin Zi's face was as pale as death. Zhang Chen Qin Zi's head was slammed heavily against the rock wall. The ghost frantically smashed Qin Zi's head into the cliff, shouting, "Die, die, just die already." Witnessing this carnage, Zhang Chen remarked, "Good grief, that's some serious rage." Finally, the ghost held up Qin Zi's mangled head and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't be polite if I killed him? Let me see how impolite you can be," Zhang Chen provoked. "But you haven't killed him yet. Doesn't he still have a breath left?" The system panel popped up with the vengeful spirit's thought. "I was careless. I didn't land a killing blow just now." Ghost Chi 90. The ghost let out a savage roar. "Then I'll kill him right now and see what you can do." With that, it released a dense gray-green ghost chi. Under the erosion of the ghost chi, Qin Zi's physical body rapidly dissipated, turning into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. That bizarre small drum fell to Zhang Chen's feet. He put on a fake mournful face. "Ah, my dear friend." Then Zhang Chen charged forward. "Now I have a reason to kill you for revenge." Bai Ling roared in fury. "You bastard, how dare you call my name?" The vengeful spirit opened its mouth and spat out ghost chi, which Zhang Chen easily dodged. He appeared at the side, swinging both arms and landing a heavy punch that sent the ghost flying, shouting, "Ha!" Zhang Chen continued his offensive, throwing a punch at the ghost's exposed brain tissue. The fist slammed into the brain matter with a dull thud, but it felt as hard as iron. Zhang Chen retracted his hand and muttered, "That skull is too hard, my hand is numb." The brain-exposed ghost charged forward. "I'll ram you to death." It was incredibly fast, but Zhang Chen barely avoided it every time, causing it to crash repeatedly into the surrounding rocks and trees. Suddenly Zhang Chen was startled as the ghost lunged from below, headbutting him upward. Zhang Chen said irritably, "Want to play bumper cars, do you?" System prompt: activated supernatural skill. Dominant demon body. Lightning-like patterns appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He headbutted the vengeful spirit right back. Their heads collided violently with a heavy muffled thud. The ghost was hit so hard it saw stars, rubbing its head in disbelief. How did it suddenly become so hard? Taking advantage of the opening, Zhang Chen charged forward, grinning like a little thug harassing an innocent woman. "Ha ha!" Zhang Chen pinned Bai Ling's shoulders down tightly and said, "Why did you suddenly get so wobbly? Are you a bit dizzy?" Zhang Chen rested his hand on the ghost's brain matter, offering fake comfort. Maybe your brain is broken, Zhang Chen said. Let me take it out and fix it for you. With that, he actually tore a whole chunk of brain tissue right out of the ghost's skull. Looking at the soft, sticky brain matter in his hand, Zhang Chen muttered, how do I fix this? Doesn't look like I know how, Bai Ling shouted. Damn you, Zhang Chen delivered a kick that sent the ghost flying. He tossed the brain matter aside and said, you're still not dead after your brains were ripped out? Truly a vengeful spirit of this building, Chen Shui said worriedly. It looks like Zhang Chen and the others fought their way toward the grove. Yang Chen said, let's go over and take a look. Just as the two ran out, they saw a helicopter flying overhead. 2 Soul Reapers leaped from the cabin, one of them snapping a branch upon landing. That person clicked their tongue. A mistake, I missed my footing. A massive purple phantom palm caught Xu Lei, and once she was steady, the giant hand dilted to let her slide to the ground. Xu Lei asked, where is the vengeful spirit? Yang Chan pointed toward the woods. In the grove, Xu Lei barked. Let's go. The group charged into the woods. Along the way, Chen Shui noticed that Xu Lei looked a bit disheveled and had injuries on her body. Chen Shui thought worriedly, it feels like the people from the underworld just came from a fierce battle and now have to deal with a vengeful spirit. Can they hold on? After walking for a while, Xu Lei discovered Zhang Chen was currently stomping on that ghost. Xu Lei shouted, found it. Seeing this, Chen Shui let out a sigh of relief. It's already been dealt with? I was overthinking it. As Xu Lei approached, Zhang Chen said irritably, I beat it half to death and now you people from the underworld come to take the credit? Zhang Chen waved his hand, releasing a bolt of lightning that pierced the ghost's chest and said, might as well send it on its way. System prompt. Bai Ling vengeful spirit has died. Ghost Chi 44. Witnessing this, Xu Lei asked, how is it you again? Who exactly are you to be able to solo a vengeful spirit? Zhang Chen replied, I don't think that's within the scope of an underworld interrogation. The accompanying Soul Reaper was enraged by his attitude. He was about to speak but was stopped by Xu Lei's raised hand. The Reaper stifled his anger, letting out a strange noise. HMPH, Xu Lei ordered, there's nothing more for you here. Go inspect the scene and confirm the cause of death for the deceased, then return the bodies to their respective families. That Soul Reaper let out a cold snort and turned to leave, intentionally bumping Zhang Chen's shoulder as he passed. The shoulder of the underworld agent, the shadow ghost, splashed out like liquid. Zhang Chen looked at him with disdain and said, purposely bumping into me, are you an elementary schooler? Suddenly, that black liquid began to move. Zhang Chen wondered, the clump of liquid transformed into a female ghost, wrapping her hands around Zhang Chen's neck. Zhang Chen remarked snarkily, so flat, are you a girl ghost or a boy ghost? The ghost instantly flared up. System display, Panlang Ghost Rafter Ghost, Ghost Chi 80. Then the ghost body expanded rapidly, becoming as bloated as a heap of rotting mud. It shouted arrogantly, how about now? Still flat, Zhang Chen said. I suggest you get off right now, Zhang Chen warned irritably, or face the consequences. Xu Lei walked over and commanded, stop fooling around, come back. The female ghost subsequently dissipated. Xu Lei explained, sorry, my subordinates just finished a mission, they're all exhausted. Xu Lei reached out to tilt Zhang Chen's chin up and said, the ghost chi inside your body is getting a bit out of control. Zhang Chen smiled, stuck out his tongue to lick Xu Lei's finger and said, let me taste some underworld lady agent ghost chi. A girl this pretty must have strawberry-flavored ghost chi, right? Xu Lei pulled her hand back as if struck by lightning and said, you. Xu Lei shook the saliva off her hand and said, I'm not here to fight with you, let's talk business. Zhang Chen responded, yeah, go ahead. Xu Lei said, 6 extraordinaries from your team were sacrificed during this collective mission. Xu Lei pulled out a dark red fingerbone and said, now as per custom I will conduct an interrogation. Chen Shui and Yang Chan cried out in surprise. The fingerbone of the lying ghost? Zhang Chen played dumb. What ghost? Is it scary? Yang Chan shouted angrily. Liar, this is a strict rule, Yang Chan explained. The lying ghost is a red raiment level vengeful spirit. Its fingerbone can be used as a lie detector. Zhang Chen asked in disbelief. Red raiment? Doesn't that mean it's at least B grade? Yang Chan nodded. Yes, an exceptionally powerful ghost. Yang Chan added that she had heard the underworld sent their most elite squad to eliminate it, losing over half their forces just to secure 10 of its fingerbones. Xu Lei said coldly, since you know where this thing came from, it's best to answer truthfully. Xu Lei flicked her wrist and sent the fingerbone flying, saying, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The fingerbone pointed directly at the space between Chen Shui's eyebrows. Xu Lei commanded, recount the entire mission process in full. Chen Shui recounted truthfully. It happened like this. She explained the events one by one. After a while, Xu Lei said, although Qin Zi is dead, killing one's own kind is a serious crime. I will still go to the Qin family to hold them accountable. Subsequently, Xu Lei manipulated the fingerbone to point at Yang Chan. Your turn, young lady of the Yang family. Xu Lei asked, what were you doing when Qin Zi was attacked? Under the influence of the fingerbone, Yang Chan replied truthfully, we were too hungry so we went to KFC. Hearing this, Xu Lei muttered, to recover stamina sounds reasonable enough. Zhang Chen thought to himself, does everyone have to get poked by this thing? It was his turn next. When it was Zhang Chen's turn, he secretly pulled out that bizarre drum behind his back. Zhang Chen stared at the incoming fingerbone, and just as it was about to touch his brow, he lightly tapped the drum head, sending out green sound waves. Zhang Chen revealed a brilliant smile as Xu Lei asked, "As teammates, why did you stand by and watch while Qin Zi met his end?" Zhang Chen faked a look of utter grief. "I tried to save him. I advised him to turn back before it was too late." Zhang Chen shed crocodile tears and said, "It's just that Qin Zi was too stubborn and the enemy was too strong. Sigh, I feel very guilty as well." Xu Lei was startled by his words, not expecting this frivolous kid to be so righteous. Xu Lei retracted the fingerbone and said, "You can go home now, the reward will be issued later." With that, Xu Lei's figure vanished on the spot. Inside Zhang Chen's apartment, a massive noise echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Chen was lying in bed fast asleep, his brow furrowed from the noise. Unable to take it anymore, Zhang Chen jumped up with a darkened face. He rushed toward the door in a rage. "Is that knocking ghost from last time not dead yet?" Zhang Chen gripped a transformation card tightly, opened the door and cursed, "Damn it, I'll kill you." He was just about to monsterize when he realized it was Hong Jia standing at the door. Zhang Chen froze. "Ah, Hong Jia." Zhang Chen leaned against the doorframe and asked, "Hong Jia, is there something you need?" Suddenly, Hong Jia's tears began to fall like pearls from a broken string. She lunged into Zhang Chen's arms and wailed, "Wah, you have to help me." After a while, the two sat in the living room in silence. Hong Jia held a cup of hot water, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Subsequently, Hong Jia spoke up, "This story starts with my family." Hong Jia recounted, 10 years ago, my father wanted me to marry the young master of another family. But I was very rebellious back then and wanted to pursue my own happiness, so I didn't agree. Back then, Hong Jia had bossily raised her middle finger in protest. Hong Jia lamented, "Because that marriage alliance failed, our family fortune plummeted. My father blamed me entirely and kicked me out of the house." Hong Jia continued, "My mother was afraid I'd end up on the streets, so she casually bought half an apartment building for me." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was utterly bewildered. "Casually bought half a building? You call that a plummeting family fortune?" Zhang Chen asked. "Hong Jia, exactly which great family's eldest daughter are you?" Hong Jia replied. "My original name is Jiyu Hongya. Have you heard of the Jiyu family?" Zhang Chen was stunned. "The Jiyu family? The Jiyu family, that's a commercial titan in Zhangbei." Zhang Chen felt himself become insignificant in an instant. He asked in confusion, "Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? What happened?" Jiyu Hongya said, "My mother called me yesterday and said that my brother and sister-in-law have encountered strange things recently." Zhang Chen's interest was piqued. "Strange things," Jiyu Hongya explained. "Yeah, she didn't give many details, only that there are unclean things in the house," Jiyu Hongya recalled. "So my father hired a Taoist to perform a ritual. That Taoist wore yellow robes and was jumping around the front gate with a peachwood sword and talismans. In the end, the guy just bit the dust." Jiyu Hongya continued her story. However, the ritual had no effect at all. Instead, things became even more bizarre. Subsequently, the elder Mr. Jiyu also fell ill. Jiyu Hongya said, "My father is also bedridden because of this." She put down her water cup and continued, "This matter is very troublesome." Therefore, the elder Mr. Jiyu announced that whoever could solve this matter would inherit his position. Hearing this, a glint of money appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. Towards evening, as the car traveled down a desolate highway, Zhang Chen rested his head on his hands. He fantasized about life after inheriting the Jiyu family business, wearing a sharp suit and smoking a thick cigar. He ordered with overwhelming authority, "Bring me that 500 million contract." Thinking of this, Zhang Chen began to drool. It was a beautiful dream indeed. Jiyu Hongya asked worriedly, "Xiao Chen, can you handle this?" Zhang Chen replied disdainfully, "PSH, it's just a petty ghost, isn't it?" Jiyu Hongya said with a long face, "I just remembered a few more things." Zhang Chen looked out the window, thinking to himself, what game is Hong Jia playing? Tricking me into the car before telling me the important parts. Jiyu Hongya spoke. "The Jiyu family used to be a very powerful great clan. The 3 leaders of the Jiyu family later went their separate ways." She added, "My grandfather's branch split off from the main Jiyu family house." Subsequently, the two arrived before a sign that read Jiyu family private territory. Jiyu Hongya continued, "Later the main house declined and instead my father became the richest man in Zhangbei." From the passenger seat, Zhang Chen asked, "So the main house got jealous and wanted to split the assets?" Jiyu Hongya denied this while driving. "Of course not," she explained. "My father wanted my grandfather to return to his roots and be buried in the old ancestral home of the main family." Her father and the people from the main house shook hands happily. Jiyu Hongya concluded, "The people of the main house agreed very readily." She recalled, "But on the day of the burial a green smoke rose from the ancestral grave and refused to dissipate for a long time. Jiyu Hongya's father was scared out of his wits and fled in terror." She continued, "Only my father fled down the mountain overnight and left the main house. Back in reality, Jiu Hongya gripped the steering wheel and said in a low voice, "Ever since then, strange things have been happening at home one after another." She began to list them. First was the cleaner who died, their chest sliced open with a massive wound, dying from excessive blood loss. The victim lay in a pool of blood, the wound stretching from the chest all the way to the abdomen. Next was the security guard, whose body was planted upside down in the dirt with only 2 legs sticking out. She listed, "A girl was scared into a screaming fit and went mad. That was her cousin." Subsequently, Jiu Hongya recalled another tragedy. A corpse was sliced in half with the upper body missing, the victim lying in a pool of blood. Back in reality, Zhang Chen scratched his head and evaluated with a grim expression. It sounds very troublesome indeed." The setting sun dyed the mountain road orange-red as Zhang Chen sat in the car, lost in thought. Although this was a scenic tourist area, it was too desolate. Zhang Chen judged, "A place with such heavy yin energy is simply a playground for ghosts and monsters." Then his face turned a bit sour, and he thought with a forced smile, "If there's a red raiment ghost here, can my 2-star card hold up?" He snapped out of it, looked at the road ahead and asked, "Hey, isn't this your family's private territory? Why is there—" Before he could finish, an ethereal shadow suddenly accelerated and sped ahead of them. Upon seeing it was a ghost driving, Jiu Hongya screamed, "How can there be a hearse from the underworld?" Seeing this, he quickly turned and shouted at Jiu Hongya, "Hongjia, something's wrong, stop the car." Jiu Hongya braked in a flurry, panicked. A spirit hearse drifted violently and blocked the path in front of the car. Zhang Chen looked at the bizarre smiling face inside the car and muttered, "Tisk, too late." System prompt, envoy path initiated. Zhang Chen leaped out of the car, rushed to the front of the hearse and exerted his strength with both arms to block the momentum. His face was covered in bulging veins as he let out a roar. "Ah!" Subsequently, Zhang Chen successfully pushed the hearse aside, avoiding a collision, and shouted a warning, "Don't drive any further." The car finally stopped, and Zhang Chen stood there panting. Behind him, a section of the guardrail had been smashed with an abyss below. He wiped his cold sweat and thought with lingering fear, "I almost flipped over the edge." Inside the car, Jiu Hongya came to her senses, leaned out and asked, "Xiao Chen, what's wrong?" Zhang Chen looked back and shouted, "Hongjia, don't get out of the car." Before him was a carriage carrying a coffin, the ghost driving it, letting out bursts of eerie laughter. Zhang Chen looked toward Jiu Hongya and confirmed, "This is a ghost car." Jiu Hongya was so scared she covered her face and screamed, "Ah, a ghost?" Zhang Chen walked toward the ghost driver and questioned, "Hey, do you know how to drive?" The ghost driver let go of the steering wheel and looked at him coldly. As Zhang Chen approached, a hand reached out from a gap in the coffin. That hand was covered in talismans, and it trembled as it shouted, "Save me." Seeing this, Zhang Chen kicked it without hesitation. He roared, "Pull your hand back. If you run into a traffic cop, crossing the line by 3 centimeters is a 200 yuan fine, you get me?" System display of the ghost's thoughts. "I'm a ghost, why do I have to follow traffic rules?" Ghost Chi 50. Zhang Chen stood with hands on his hips, so angry that smoke was practically coming out of his head. Seeing Zhang Chen so fierce, that ghost was also scared into a cold sweat. Zhang Chen cursed with a darkened face. "You red-faced ghost, you almost drove us into the ditch. Do you know how dangerous that was?" He then extorted, "If you don't pay 5,000 yuan, you aren't going anywhere today." System prompt, turning the tables. The accident ghost felt aggrieved. Ghost Chi 50. It took off its hat and pulled out an eerie piece of hell money from inside. It handed the money over and said with a sinister smile, "This is 10 billion, keep the change." Zhang Chen's face instantly lit up with a smile as he took it. He asked curiously, "What country's JDB currency is this? You're really giving it to me?" The ghost grinned wide and nodded at him with its hollow eyes. "Of course it's for you." Suddenly, the talisman stuck on the hearse split open, transforming into a massive drooling bloody maw. Subsequently, the hearse ghost roared manically, "But the premise is that you have to be alive to take it." Zhang Chen looked up at the giant mouth full of fangs on the coffin lid. Seeing the opponent pounce, Zhang Chen calmly took out his weapon, struck a pose and smiled. "Hee, perfect time to test my new skills on you." The hearse ghost opened its massive mouth to bite Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen tapped his weapon and it instantly erupted with a blue light. The hearse ghost was dazed by this power. Zhang Chen confidently swung his weapon and shouted, "Killing trash like you doesn't take any effort at all." A hand reached out from the hearse ghost's mouth and gripped Zhang Chen's weapon tightly. Zhang Chen was startled and thought with a frown, "Is that the same hand from the coffin just now?" Subsequently, that hand exerted a massive force. Before Zhang Chen could react, the cyan short sword was snapped into pieces. The weapon shattered within the ghost palm. Zhang Chen cried out, "My blade!" Then that hand extended sharp nails and lunged at him. Zhang Chen was knocked back by this heavy blow and the short sword in his hand flew out. Subsequently, the opponent launched a flurry of attacks and Zhang Chen dodged frantically. He thought with a grim expression, "The attacks are too sharp. If that driver ghost wakes up and they double-team me, I'm in trouble." He stared at the driver ghost that was about to wake up and the continuously attacking ghost hand and shouted, "I've got it." Subsequently, the ghost hand lunged at Zhang Chen once more. Zhang Chen's figure flickered as he nimbly dodged the attack. At that moment, the hearse ghost finally shook its head and came to its senses. It opened its eyes and asked blankly, "Why was I so dazed just now?" The hearse ghost looked at that hard-as-iron ghost hand Flesh Ganoderma and asked, "Flesh Ganoderma, have you finished off that kid yet?" Suddenly, Zhang Chen appeared behind it and spooked it with a sinister whisper. I almost got killed by it." Hearing the voice, the hearse ghost's face turned black with fear. Zhang Chen sat behind it and analyzed while pointing ahead. "This car of yours can only drive forward. I'm guessing the thing in the coffin can't reach the back." The hearse ghost looked back at him with slanted eyes, unable to say a single word. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chen lunged forward, grabbing the ghost's waist in a rough embrace and announcing loudly, "Let's play a little game together." He then pressed close from behind with a lecherous and wretched smile, nonchalantly starting the game. Zhang Chen asked, "What do you call your father's father?" The ghost was held in a death grip, completely unable to resist, its expression turning deathly pale, while Zhang Chen forcefully hauled the ghost out of the hearse, causing its body to tear and tremble. He muttered to himself in its ear, "And your mother's mother is called Grandma." Then Zhang Chen's expression turned even more sinister as he grinned at the ghost, continuing to whisper in its ear, "And Grandma's daughter is..." By now, the hearse ghost's mouth was stretched wide in agony as its body was being forcibly ripped from the vehicle. With a swift motion, he hoisted the paralyzed ghost out of the coffin. Seeing this, the hearse ghost roared in a fury, "Zhang Chen, damn you!" Immediately, the hearse ghost spat out a massive mouthful of ghost blood and began to cough violently, blood gushing uncontrollably from its lower body. Simultaneously, the mouth of the hearse sprayed blood, letting out rhythmic clack-clack coughing sounds. Just as he completely eliminated the ghost, the system notification rang out, "Bai Nan Ghost has died. Top-tier evil ghost. Ghost Chi 199. Seeing this, he pressed one hand against the still spurting coffin and held the hearse ghost's head with the other, concluding darkly, "As expected, it's a symbiotic relationship. Once the host dies, the thing in the coffin can't survive either." Suddenly, a piteous cry for help echoed from within the coffin. "Save me," the voice pleaded incessantly. Then clusters of green tentacles sprouted from the coffin. Zhang Chen looked down, completely bewildered and puzzled. Calmly, he pulled out his phone to verify the situation. Opening the Underworld app to see what on earth this thing was, the tentacles below continued to writhe and crawl. The Underworld app displayed a sample image, and the system immediately popped up information. Ghost device, Flesh Ganoderma, grade, evil ghost class, category mature form, value 80,000 points, status out of stock. Details, commonly produced in places with a high density of corpses. Shape-shifting capabilities, requires daily nourishment with yin chi or ghost chi to recognize a master. Staring at the grotesque monster, with an eye in the middle of its body and surrounded by tentacles, and the information on the system, Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, that's badass." He grinned from ear to ear, marveling excitedly. "I didn't expect this thing to cost 80,000 points to exchange. That's twice as expensive as the anti-demon sound drum," he added, marveling at his own luck, "and it's currently out of stock. I've really picked up a treasure." Without delay, he reached into the narrow coffin toward the pile of slimy tentacles, testing to himself, "There's no ghost chi. Let's see what happens if I use demon energy on it." The ghost device's eyes snapped open, staring at him as the tentacles began to twist frantically. Then he grabbed it and gave a hard yank, snapping the tentacles that were tightly clinging to the inner walls of the coffin. Zhang Chen summoned his short sword and teased it. "Hee hee, so you know you're the one who broke my blade. Sensible of you." With a wretched expression, Zhang Chen gripped the sword and stared at the creature, his gaze gradually losing its humanity as he chuckled, "Oh ho, looks like a fine treasure." After evaluating it, he stared at the slimy mass in his hand and commanded, "Show me another form." Immediately, it crawled up Zhang Chen's body, actually transforming into a piece of deep purple underwear, staring back at him with a pair of piteous large eyes. Seeing its choice, Zhang Chen shouted in a rage, shaking his hand and yelling, "Damn you, you think I won't strike you dead with lightning?" It quickly shifted again, transforming into a belt, its central eye peeking at him timidly. Seeing this, Zhang Chen praised with a dark face, This one's passable." Having dealt with the two ghosts, Zhang Chen patted his hands and turned toward the red car, urging, "Hang Jia, let's go." But he sensed something was wrong. There was no response from inside. He looked in and saw Jiyu Hangya trembling all over, unable to stop sobbing. "Wah?" Her eyes were filled with terror, staring fixedly straight ahead. In the rearview mirror, a pair of horrifying eyes radiating an eerie green light were staring fixedly at Jiyu Hangya. The surroundings suddenly turned a ghastly, gloomy green. She trembled, stammering inside the car. Xiao Chen." Then Jiyu Hangya saw the reflection clearly. A girl with red hair was staring her down. At the sight, she screamed in terror. There's a ghost in the car too." Hearing the scream, Zhang Chen rushed over and peered inside, asking what's wrong. He pulled open the car door, looking at the glowing rearview mirror and muttering in confusion, "When did it crawl in? I didn't sense it at all." Suddenly, the ghost lowered its head and began to wail piteously, ghost tears falling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhang Chen, now in the passenger seat, was stunned. Ghost tears dripped from the rearview mirror as he asked, bewildered, why the sudden crying?" Then Zhang Chen leaned in, subconsciously asking the ghost, "What's the matter?" From Ji Yuhangya's perspective, Zhang Chen was just muttering to the rearview mirror. Terrified and anxious, she asked with a trembling voice, "Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Don't scare me, sister." But Zhang Chen was now completely immersed in the story the female ghost was telling. After listening, he revealed a look of realization. "So that's how it is. I understand now." Then Ji Yuhangya asked with a worried and troubled expression, "Xiao Chen, are you okay?" Zhang Chen was startled by her sudden proximity, then replied with an awkward forced smile, "Yeah, I'm fine." Then with the car parked by the roadside, Zhang Chen confirmed with Ji Yuhangya, "You mentioned before that you had a cousin who went mad, right?" Hearing this, she nodded. "Yes, that's right." By now it was late, and the streetlights cast long shadows over the car. Having received confirmation, Zhang Chen announced solemnly to Ji Yuhangya, "She's dead." At this news she was overcome with terror, cold sweat pouring down as she covered her mouth and screamed in disbelief, "What, dead?" Then, as if worried she wouldn't believe him, Zhang Chen pointed to the eerie rearview mirror, looking at her out of the corner of his eye as he explained, "She's in the mirror right now. She just told me she has something to say to you." Ji Yuhangya turned deathly pale. Then Zhang Chen reached out toward the mirror's surface, which rippled like water. He confirmed to Ji Yuhangya, "Just get close to the mirror and you'll be able to talk to her." After hearing this, she leaned forward without hesitation, reaching out to touch the mirror. As expected, the surface rippled with small waves. Ji Yuhangya called out, "Sister, can you hear me?" Inside the mirror, the place where her fingertip touched the surface began to spread outward. Then a portal to a void space slowly opened, and she looked in with surprise. Subsequently, Ji Yuhangya's body was sucked into the void within the mirror, making her scream in alarm. Appearing before her was indeed her deceased cousin. Ji Yuhangya looked around in terror, asking helplessly, "Where is this?" Hearing the question, the cousin answered, "Sister, this is the world where I live." The little girl kept her head low, her expression hidden. Then she looked up, revealing a piteous look as she huddled in fear, saying, "It's dark and cold here. I'm so lonely." After speaking, the little girl burst into tears, lunging into her arms and sobbing, "Sister, stay here and keep me company, okay?" Then she began to wail even louder, "I'm so lonely here all by myself," sob. Seeing this, Ji Yuhangya was momentarily dazed. Before she could react, the little girl had already lunged at her. Eventually, Ji Yuhangya calmed down, gently reaching out to stroke her cousin's head and comforting her with a smile. "Don't cry, hasn't sister come to be with you?" Suddenly, Ji Yuhangya felt blood flowing uncontrollably from the top of her head, and her vision grew blurry. She reached up and found her hand covered in blood, shouting in terrified confusion, Why is there so much blood?" But the girl's voice and smile seemed to be hypnotizing her mind as she urged eagerly, "Sister, you just have to drive the car off the cliff and you can come find me with your head covered in blood." The ghost sister interrupted her, declaring that this was the only way they could be together forever. Ji Yuhangya's eyes were vacant, her head covered in blood as if her soul had been snatched away. She smiled dizzily and confirmed, "Yes, that way you won't be lonely." Hearing this, the ghost sister cheered happily, "Sister is coming to be with me, wonderful." Suddenly, a sharp shout came from nowhere. "Hangjia!" Ji Yuhangya's vision was blurred, filled with shadows of shattered mirror fragments, and the blood on her head continued to flow. Her eyes were glazed, but just as she was about to close them, she heard that familiar voice growing clearer, and she suddenly snapped awake, her eyes wide. "Hangjia, wake up!" In the midst of her trance, the mirror surface before her shattered. Ji Yuhangya cried out in response, returning to reality. Beside her, Zhang Chen looked on in terror. The windshield in front of them had shattered into pieces, revealing their panicked faces. Zhang Chen shouted, "Hangjia, what's wrong?" She looked forward in horror as if waking from a nightmare. Then the car broke through the guardrail and began to plummet toward the cliff below. Zhang Chen shouted instinctively, urging her. Hangjia hit the brakes. She frantically gripped the steering wheel and looked down at her feet. Then Ji Yuhangya was completely bewildered, letting out a bewildered scream of "ah." As Ji Yuhangya screamed, the car plummeted rapidly toward the abyss. "When did I drive off the cliff?" she cried out in shock and fear. Immediately, Zhang Chen lunged to open the door, thrusting his leg out to brace against the ground in a desperate attempt to slow the car. He gnashed his teeth, his expression solemn as he assessed the situation. Facing the flurry of flying earth and stones, Zhang Chen made a grim judgment. Too fast, the foot brake is useless. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen kicked open the sunroof and leaped out, letting out a great shout as he channeled his power. 800-mile demon punch. Simultaneously, the car slammed heavily into a rocky outcrop, causing a violent tremor. Zhang Chen strained to catch Jiyu Hongye as they jumped away, judging through gritted teeth. It seems we have no choice but to abandon the car to survive. Jiyu Hongye remained dazed in his arms. Then Zhang Chen used the car body as a springboard to leap upward, while the car accelerated into the depths under the counterforce. Finally, following a massive explosion as the car hit the canyon wall, the two managed to leap back onto the road. He carried the traumatized Jiyu Hongye and sprinted away. Just then, a cyan soul streaked past overhead. Zhang Chen looked up and recognized it immediately. That ghost chi, it's the thing from the rearview mirror just now. Then he set aside the matter of the female ghost for a moment and looked down at the unconscious Jiyu Hongye in his arms. Zhang Chen frowned and leaned in with concern, asking, "Hongjie, are you okay?" The person in his arms did not respond. He then reached out to gently pat her cheek, trying to wake her. Jiyu Hongye's brow furrowed slightly as Zhang Chen called out, "Hongjie." Then his opportunistic nature surfaced. He cradled her face with one hand and his mouth slowly drew closer. Zhang Chen feigned a forced justification for his actions. "It seems she's been invaded by ghost chi. I have to pass some yang chi to her." Before he could land the kiss, Jiyu Hongye slowly drifted awake. Then she frowned and stared at Zhang Chen, and with a backhand swing she slapped him across the face. Zhang Chen's beautiful dream was shattered as he let out a piteous cry. Then Jiyu Hongye was overcome with grief, tears streaming down her face as she covered her eyes and wailed like a child. "I just saw my dead sister," she added through her sobs. "She actually wanted to drag me down to die with her," sob. The two returned to the main road, and Zhang Chen gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, "We haven't even reached the Jiyu family yet, and we've already run into two ghosts." While Jiyu Hongye slumped on the ground, sobbing incessantly with her face in her hands, Zhang Chen fell into a state of anticipation for the journey. He revealed a gradually losing control, exceptionally excited smile, roaring in his heart. "This time I'm definitely going to make a massive profit." Once they both calmed down, they walked side by side through the night toward their destination. Zhang Chen walked with his hands in his pockets, looking at Jiyu Hongye and suggesting, "The scenery is quite nice, let's just walk there." Beside him, Jiyu Hongye followed, agreeing, "Yeah, the car is gone anyway." After walking for a distance, they arrived at a place with a sign that read, "Jiyu Family Annex." This was their destination. In the middle of the main road leading to the annex, a man was already waiting. The villa was brightly lit as the two walked over calmly. The man looked at Zhang Chen and Jiyu Hongye and said, "Oh ho, the eldest daughter has returned." Hongjie replied, "Uncle Zhao, it's been a long time." The man named Uncle Zhao revealed a stiff smile and asked, "Would you like to see the master first, or find a room to rest?" Hongjie answered happily, "Let's see my father first." Then that guardian ghost pointed a finger and invited, "The master is resting over here. I'll lead the way." The three were now walking through a massive estate surrounded by lush greenery. Zhang Chen activated his blue ocular technique, and at the sight before him he revealed a greedy smile, thinking, "He, this place is practically my lucky land." Displayed before his eyes was the entire residence shrouded in an eerie green aura. After Zhang Chen entered the room, the door was closed, and Uncle Zhao said respectfully, "Eldest daughter, please wait inside for a moment while I inform the master." After entering the room, Zhang Chen plopped down on the sofa and marveled, "Wow, this sofa is so soft." Then he sat upright, humming a little tune. Jiyu Hongye sat beside him in silence. After sitting for a while, Zhang Chen looked for a topic of conversation. "Hongjie, you haven't been home for so many years. You still remember all these servants?" Hongjie looked at him and answered, "Uncle Zhao has been with my father since I was a child. He used to be a driver, but now he's likely in charge of security. He's a very good man." Zhang Chen stroked his chin, asking back with a dark expression, "A very good man? Then why did he lock the door from the outside?" By now the door had been locked tight with a heavy chain. Hearing this, Jiyu Hongye cried out, "What?" She hurriedly rushed to the door, pounding on it as she shouted, "Uncle Zhao, open the door, what are you doing?" Zhang Chen speculated, "You don't think he's the security guard who died before you mentioned, do you?" Hongjie realized in horror, was I just reminiscing with a ghost? Uncle Zhao's silhouette was cast upon the door. Zhang Chen raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Shush," she asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chen held a hand to his ear and whispered, "Listen carefully." Dull banging sounds echoed through the dark corridor. Thud, thud. Jiyu Hongye stared at the door in terror, muttering, "What is that sound?" Zhang Chen pointed in a direction and answered, "I'm guessing there's a ghost over there knocking aimlessly." She asked in a panic, "Another ghost? What do we do now?" Zhang Chen revealed a calm smile. "Just go over there and tell it to stop knocking." Then the two walked into the corridor. Zhang Chen walked in front, saying, "Come on, let's go take a look." Jiyu Hongye followed worriedly, telling him to slow down. Ahead appeared a wooden cabinet tightly bound in layers of rope. Violent banging sounds continued to echo from within the cabinet. Zhang Chen walked forward with interest, evaluating. This cabinet is wrapped quite artistically. The thing inside was pounding even more frantically, as if the cabinet would burst at any moment. Finally, the door cracked open a sliver, and an eerie violet light burst from within. Jiu Hongya turned and hid in fright. An eye peeked out from inside the cabinet, looking out. Jiu Hongya trembled all over, screaming in terror. "Xiao Chen, I think that thing is coming out." That eye stared fixedly outside, letting out a hissing sound accompanied by a sinister aura as a hand reached out. That hand had nails as sharp as hooks. The thing inside spoke, "It's too stuffy in here. You should come in and feel my pain too." With that, it swung its hand to grab them. Jiu Hongya screamed, "No, don't, we aren't the ones who killed you." Seeing the hand about to reach her, Zhang Chen calmly stepped in to support the traumatized Jiu Hongya. The thing in the cabinet continued to bluster, "There are only the two of you here. If you didn't kill me, who did?" After hearing this, Zhang Chen replied with a playful look, "Logically speaking, you've got a point there. The two of us are a team. Since she's the victim, there's no way we're letting you out. This time you're staying locked in there for good." As Zhang Chen spoke, he stomped on the creature's hand, instantly plunging it into a state of bewilderment. He ground his heel into its hand, making the entity panic even more. He muttered as he worked, "Get back in there, hurry up. With nails that long, I wouldn't dream of touching you with my bare hands." The system panel popped up. "Let's see if you lock me up first or if I get out and kill you first." Ghost Chi 80, a piteous shriek erupted from the cabinet. "Ah!" In the next instant the wooden cabinet exploded, revealing a one-eyed ghost. Zhang Chen grabbed the rope with an excited look on his face. "Hee, did you think you could do whatever you wanted just because you got out?" His expression caused the ghost to freeze in confusion. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen looped the rope around the ghost's neck and grinned, baring his teeth. "Hee, let's play a little game. You'd better behave for me." A moment later, the ghost was tied up in a bizarre fashion, suspended in midair. Zhang Chen examined his handiwork and asked, "How about it? Do you look like a hairy crab or what?" Hong Jia watched from the side, dumbfounded, unsure of how to even respond. The creature from the cabinet roared, "You're the hairy crab, your whole family are hairy crabs." Ghost Chi 19 quote. Zhang Chen said with some dissatisfaction, "Only this much, Ghost Chi. It looks like I'll have to use some proper methods on you." With that, he pulled out the one-eyed treasure, transforming it into a long whip. He said excitedly, "Flesh Ganoderma, don't let me down." He then unleashed a merciless lash upon the ghost. System notifications rang out in quick succession. Ghost Chi 99, Ghost Chi 99, Ghost Chi 99. Zhang Chen grew more energized with every strike. "Faster, spit out more Ghost Chi for me." The ghost's eyes turned blood red from the pain as it cried out in disbelief. "How is this possible? A mere piece of junk rope can actually hurt me?" Zhang Chen looked down at the flesh Ganoderma and said, "It says you're just a junk rope. Can you take that? Increase the intensity for me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he had the flesh Ganoderma transform into a massive thick cable. Delivering a savage lash in accordance with the ghost's words, the ghost was sent rolling across the floor by the giant whip, wailing incessantly. "Ah, it hurts, stop hitting me." Then it suddenly threw out its limbs, snapping the ropes binding it into fragments. As the ghost shadow plummeted, Zhang Chen caught it, saying in a sinister tone, You should just head back into the cabinet. Don't worry, this time I'll make sure to nail the door shut for you." With that, he picked up a hammer and drove a long nail through the head of the ghost against the wooden board, a look of extreme terror flashing in the ghost's eyes. Blood splattered the moment the nail pierced its head. It wept in agony, screaming, "Ah, my head!" The system panel popped up again. The cabinet ghost feels intense pain. Ghost Chi 120. Now both pained and enraged, the ghost violently broke free from the board, shattering it in two. It roared hysterically, "You bastard!" A bizarre green smoke erupted from its jagged maw as it warned, "Don't you dare try to lock me up again." Hiding behind Zhang Chen, Jiu Hongya asked worriedly, "Xiao Chen, is that poison gas?" He stepped forward to shield Jiu Hongya, instructing, "Stay behind me." With a wave of his hand, Zhang Chen dispersed the smoke and turned to shout urgently to Jiu Hongya, "Hong Jia, find a place to hide." Suddenly, a foot with sharp nails stepped out, accompanied by a chilling voice, "No one will ever seal me again." Zhang Chen clapped his hands and revealed a calm smile, saying placidly, "Hee, congrats, you've come out of the closet again. As a reward, I'm sending you straight to your next life." With that, he swung a heavy fist at the ghost, landing a direct blow to its face that left it dazed and disoriented. Suddenly, the ghost swung its hand, sending Zhang Chen flying. Before he could steady himself, the ghost's shadow flickered, delivering a treacherous heavy blow straight to Zhang Chen's crotch. It shouted arrogantly, "First, I'll give you a taste of a fate worse than death." System prompt, supernatural skill, dominant demon body activated. The ghost punch landed as if it had struck solid iron, its wrist instantly fracturing and deforming. Stunned by the pain, it let out a cry of confusion before staring at its dislocated wrist and letting out a piteous shriek. "Ah, my hand!" Zhang Chen, his lower half now enveloped in a protective shield, stood with hands on his hips and looked down at the suffering demon, laughing happily. "If you don't have the diamond-tip drill, don't try to play at being a sneak attacker." As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward in a combat stance. "Take this," the line ender kick. Zhang Chen exerted all his strength, delivering a heavy kick to the ghost's crotch, actually splitting the ghost in two. The ghost stared at its mangled, bloody wound and screamed in terror. "How can a human be this strong?" System prompt. "The rogue kicked my crotch, but I'm a girl." Ghost Chi 101. With that, the upper half of its body and its head lost balance and fell, twitching painfully in its own pool of blood. Blood flowed out through the gap under the door, reaching the tip of someone's shoe outside. At this moment, Uncle Zhao was standing outside the door. He revealed a sinister, cruel smile and said, "Moving quite fast today. Time to go in and collect the bodies." With that, his figure pushed open the door and entered, his shadow cast upon the doorframe. Seeing this, a contemptuous, cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. As Uncle Zhao entered, Zhang Chen's face filled with disgust. "I just finished dealing with this thing and you old fogey want to come in and reap the rewards?" Then, as if he'd come up with a brilliant idea, he revealed a devious, wicked grin. "Hee, let me show you who the real hunter is." Uncle Zhao continued walking in, completely oblivious, but when he saw the massive pool of blood on the floor, he gasped in shock. "Xiaoping, how is it you?" The ghost named Xiaoping lay there with her intestines spilled out, her death truly horrific. She struggled to point upward. "HNNNGH." Seeing this, old Zhao was both shocked and terrified, asking hurriedly, "What do you mean by this?" Ghost Xiaoping's finger was pointing right at his back. He's behind you." A dark shadow had appeared behind Uncle Zhao at some point. Zhang Chen leaned into his ear and reminded him, "She's telling you to watch your back." Old Zhao was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his eyes straining to look behind him. Before he could react, Zhang Chen had already swung his sword down toward the top of his head. The system panel appeared. "Trying to sneak attack me from behind?" Ghost Chi 99. "Holy crap." Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse. His short sword actually melted away while old Zhao's head healed instantly. At that moment the short sword shrank back into a small knife. Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. "Even that didn't slice him to death. Looks like I underestimated the enemy." Taking advantage of Zhang Chen being off guard, Uncle Zhao blasted a punch into Zhang Chen's abdomen. Sending him flying, he crashed heavily onto the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Old Zhao, face full of ferocity, charged at Zhang Chen again, roaring, "Die!" Zhang Chen performed a kip-up to leap to his feet and swung his knife back, severing old Zhao's hand. In the blink of an eye, countless bizarre black auras surged from old Zhao's severed hand, and the wound began to rapidly swell and blister. He stared at the wound with gritted teeth before suddenly lunging to grab Zhang Chen by the throat. While strangling Zhang Chen, old Zhao cursed maliciously, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? You dare to trespass in the villa? Execution immediately." Suddenly, Zhang Chen's pupils turned a bizarre cyan blue. The system panel popped up. Supernatural skill, Roar of the Azure Tiger, activated. With a deafening roar, a dazzling golden energy wave erupted from all around Zhang Chen. Old Zhao's hand that was clutching his face rapidly dissolved under the impact of the golden light, leaving his face filled with horror. Immediately after, the golden flames released by Zhang Chen directly consumed and incinerated old Zhao's head. System prompt, half-step vengeful spirit security guard ghost eliminated. Ghost Chi 195, current Ghost Chi 9888. Zhang Chen looked at the system points and let out a sigh. Just a bit short of 10,000, might as well deal with this one while I'm at it, right? Having said that, he decisively unleashed a horizontal slash, hitting Xiaoping squarely in the neck. She didn't even have time to react, dying on the spot with a look of terror. The system panel refreshed. Ghost Chi 9999. Now Zhang Chen was truly fuming, roaring, "Damn it, is this system trying to drive someone with OCD to their death on purpose?" Having finished the cleanup, Zhang Chen called out, "Hong Jia, it's safe now, come on out." Suddenly, he realized that Hong Jia, who was nearby just a moment ago, had vanished. He couldn't help but wonder, where is she? Where did she go to hide? As he spoke, Zhang Chen walked toward the door, looking down to see Jiyu Hongya squatting there, waving her hands around aimlessly. He let out a surprised "ah" and hurried over. Seeing her bizarre movements, Zhang Chen asked anxiously, "Hong Jia, what's wrong with you?" He activated his cyan blue ocular technique again, covering Jiyu Hongya's body with his power. A moment later, she reached out to point in a certain direction. Zhang Chen suddenly understood. "Over there, there's a dancing ghost here, holding its stomach with one hand and beckoning forward with the other. What a weird move." The bizarre aura on Jiyu Hongya's body was already connected to that ghost. Upon seeing the dancing ghost, Zhang Chen wrinkled his face in disgust. "What kind of dance is that? Truly ridiculous." Then his tone shifted. "But I like it." With that, he actually revealed an excited expression and began to gesture along with it. Jiyu Hongya looked back to see this and cried out, "Aya Xiao Chen, have you been affected too? You look even worse than I do." Drenched in sweat, she asked anxiously. By now, Zhang Chen's eyes had rolled back, his tongue was hanging out, and his two fingers were wildly pointing and gesturing in the air. He and Jiyu Hongya thus danced their way toward the chicken-faced ghost. The chicken-faced ghost shrieked in bewilderment. I clearly only controlled one person." The system panel popped up. "Didn't expect to find a kindred spirit here. Emotion doubled. Ghost Chi 96. It then beckoned, signaling the two to approach and entice them. Come before me and let me get a good look at you." The dancing ghost looked at them and laughed triumphantly. He. The climax of the dance is about to begin." With that, its face darkened, and the speed of its hand movements became incredibly fast. Jiu Hongya's hands moved involuntarily toward her own neck, leaving her utterly terrified. Immediately after, under the monster's control, she strangled her own neck so tightly that her lips turned purple. Deprived of oxygen, the veins all over her body bulged as she struggled to squeeze out a few words. Don't." The dancing ghost had fallen into a frenzy by now, its head turning red from the strain. It waved its arms frantically, directing her. "Harder, strangle harder, cough, cough, cough." Before it could enjoy its triumph for long, Zhang Chen appeared behind it out of nowhere and grabbed its neck. Its eyes rolled back, nearly popping out of their sockets. System prompt. Brain nearly strangled out. Ghost Chi 80. After the strangling, Zhang Chen tossed the ghost aside and stood before it. The ghost opened its pointed mouth and asked in a mix of shock and rage, "What do you want to do?" Zhang Chen spread his hands and explained with a simple, honest-looking smile. "Didn't you say to strangle harder?" The dancing ghost was so angry it spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching its chest and cursing. "Crap, I meant for you to strangle yourself like this." As it spoke, it even demonstrated on its own neck. Zhang Chen wouldn't let it go, reaching out to strangle its neck again. "Oh, like this," the system panel prompted again. Again, where on earth did this moron come from? Ghost Chi 99. The dancing ghost was strangled until its face was flushed red. It trembled all over, then suddenly clenched its fists and unleashed a flurry of wild punches at Zhang Chen, cursing, "Trying to play at strangling when your arms are so short? See if I don't smash your head in." Zhang Chen leaned his head back to avoid the blows, then stared at the ghost and laughed. "Good thing I didn't deactivate the dominant demon body just now." At that moment, electric arcs flickered on his face. Having said that, Zhang Chen pressed both thumbs firmly against the dancing ghost's throat as if he were about to tear its neck apart. Zhang Chen revealed a friendly smile. "I had a great time today. Keep dancing in your next life." With a sudden burst of force, he directly crushed the dancing ghost's head. The system panel displayed ordinary evil ghost dancing ghost eliminated. Ghost Chi 99. Zhang Chen looked at the pile of rotten meat on the floor and said with a lack of interest, "The ghost chi I can squeeze out is getting lower and lower. It's truly exhausting." At some point, Jiu Hongya had appeared behind him, her eyes gleaming with worship as she stared at him. She cheered in her heart. "Xiao Chen is so amazing. The family is saved now." After a while, Zhang Chen spoke. "Let's go, Hongjia. I'm going to wipe out all the ghosts in your house right now." Suddenly, Zhang Chen sensed a surge of red ghost chi drifting from a certain direction. After analyzing for a moment, he spoke in a heavy tone. "The smell of blood is still fresh. There are men and women, and one who was hanged." Zhang Chen's voice grew increasingly serious. Jiu Hongya was both shocked and impressed. "You can even smell that? Xiao Chen, your nose is way too sensitive." Zhang Chen rubbed his nose and replied calmly, "What does this have to do with my nose?" Jiu Hongya was completely baffled. Zhang Chen then explained, "I saw it with my own eyes." As he spoke, he raised his hand to point toward a hanging corpse diagonally above them. It was a long-haired corpse wearing yellow clothes. It had been dead for a long time and flies were buzzing all around it. Suddenly, the corpse revealed a dangerous smile. Below, Zhang Chen remained lost in thought, while Jiu Hongya huddled behind him in terror. Zhang Chen, while mimicking the motion of sticking out his tongue and strangling his own neck, analyzed, "Normally, someone who hangs themselves would have their head hanging down. His posture is wrong. I'm afraid he's going to turn." After hearing his analysis, the hanged ghost revealed a playful smile. Immediately after, its finger suddenly moved, causing Zhang Chen's heart to tighten. Jiu Hongya was also scared out of her wits. Zhang Chen struggled to remain calm, and seeing her still frozen in place, he suddenly turned and let out a great shout, "Run!" Jiu Hongya finally snapped out of it, turned and bolted. Seeing her vanish in the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen let out a bewildered, "Eh?" Then he chased after her in a fit of rage, shouting, "Why are you running outside? I told you to hurry and lock the door." Jiu Hongya, still shaken, asked back, Then what are you going to do?" Zhang Chen revealed a sinister, wicked smile. "Hee." Jiu Hongya couldn't take it and smacked him on the head. "What are you laughing for? Have you been scared silly by the ghost? What if it's a trap? Both of us will be done for." As she spoke, she dragged him away in a hurry. Only then did Zhang Chen calm down, thinking to himself, Hongjia is right. I was too reckless. Just then, a head poked out from the stairwell. A panicked-looking old woman walked down, asking, Who's downstairs? Who's running around the house?" The old woman walked down the stairs tremblingly. Zhang Chen and Jiu Hongya were currently hiding around the corner of the stairs. Hongjia seemed to recognize the newcomer and gasped, "Auntie Lu, she's the maid at my brother's house. It looks like I've entered my brother's villa." Then she huddled back into Zhang Chen's arms in fear, asking, "Xiao Chen, is she a ghost?" He replied briefly, "No." Jiu Hongya then leaned out to respond, "Auntie Lu, it's me." This response made the old woman jump. After recognizing it was her young mistress, Auntie Lu wept with joy. Aya, the eldest daughter, is back. Miss, you're finally back, wah. As she spoke, Auntie Lou burst into tears. After stabilizing her emotions, Auntie Lou led the way up the stairs, looking back to remind them. Hurry and come up with me, it's too dangerous outside. Jiyu Hongya pointed toward the outside, asking worriedly, I just saw someone hanging dead downstairs, what on earth happened? Auntie Lou replied without looking back. Sigh, there have been too many strange things lately. The boss told us all to lock the doors and windows and stay inside. The scariest part was last night. Your brother and cousin had just stepped out when a scene played out on the screen showing the boss reminding everyone before leaving, I'm heading out for a bit. Remember to lock all the doors and windows. Suddenly, a servant named Xiao Li let out a piercing scream. Hearing this, Auntie Lou looked toward the source of the sound in terror. As she and the others ran out, they saw a man frantically clutching his face and shrieking, a ghost. There's a ghost. By the time they reached the living room, Xiao Li had already transformed. He was staring at the crowd, trembling in fear, his hands and face covered in eerie dark red spots. Another servant stepped forward and asked with concern, Xiao Li, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, he was violently bitten on the neck by the man called Xiao Li. Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, green veins rapidly spread from the bite mark across his face. Then, Xiao Li gave a violent tug, tearing a large chunk of flesh clean off the poor soul's neck and shoulder. Blood sprayed out like water from a burst pipe. Auntie Lou quickly grabbed the red-haired girl nearby and urged, Miss, run. Eventually, Miss Xiao Nan and I also got separated, and we could only use a rope to bind Xiao Li and hang him in midair. After finishing her story, Auntie Lou urged Jiyu Hongya again, Miss, you should go find the boss quickly. I heard he invited several high-level experts who can exorcise evil spirits. Zhang Chen stared at her through gritted teeth, thinking, why look for other experts? Does this old hag not see me standing right here? Jiyu Hongya picked up her phone and said worriedly, I'm a bit concerned about Xiao Nan, let me try calling her. The phone screen showed it was dialing, with a ringing sound coming through. Suddenly she heard a ringtone nearby and let out a light "Eh?" Then Jiyu Hongya spoke up. Even though no one is answering, I can hear that her phone is upstairs. Let's go up and find her. With that, she sprinted up the stairs. Zhang Chen didn't have time to react and could only follow blankly behind her. The scene shifted back to the hanging corpse from earlier. Its hands had now transformed into terrifying, monstrous claws with blue skin and bared fangs. The perspective returned to Jiyu Hongya. She had already run up the stairs, calling out Xiao Nan's name. Auntie Lou followed behind, nervously cautioning, Miss, be careful. Jiyu Hongya froze. She saw two men with iron blue skin slumped on the ground, trembling. One had a bite mark on his neck and was moaning in pain. The other had a similar wound and was screaming in extreme agony. Jiyu Hongya covered her mouth in horror. Suddenly, Auntie Lou's eyes lit up, and she leaned in behind her to whisper a reminder. They are the servants who were bitten by Xiao Li. As long as you don't make a sound, they won't attack you. So the two of them, one tall and one short, crouched down and tried to pass through silently. Zhang Chen appeared silently in front of one of the bitten servants, muttering to himself, It's fine as long as I don't make a sound, then how about this? With that, he raised his middle finger for a disrespect test. The zombie appeared somewhat dazed and confused. System panel pop-up. Do you have any manners? Ghost Chi 9. Jiyu Hongya was burning with anxiety and walked quickly ahead. Auntie Lou couldn't keep up and called out from behind, Miss, walk slower. Suddenly, Zhang Chen noticed an anomaly. He saw a bite mark on Auntie Lou's leg. Meanwhile, she was still calling out to Jiyu Hongya, Miss, slow down, my legs aren't what they used to be. Unable to keep up with Jiyu Hongya, a figure was now huddled on the floor in one of the bedrooms, shivering uncontrollably. It was a girl with short red hair. When the girl saw a shadow at the door, she jumped in fright. One side of her collar had been torn and she was crying and trembling as she wailed, don't come over here. Jiyu Hongya stepped forward to comfort her. Xiao Nan, don't be afraid, it's your auntie. Suddenly, Xiao Nan's eyes filled with terror as she pointed behind her and screamed, Auntie Hong, behind you. Jiyu Hongya turned in a panic, only to see that Auntie Lou had grown two fangs, her eyes glowing as she hissed at her with an eerie growl. Jiyu Hongya gasped in terror and turned to cry out, Didn't Xiao Chen say Auntie Lou wasn't a ghost? Zhang Chen scratched his cheek and replied helplessly, She wasn't just now, but she is now. To be precise, she turned into a zombie after being bitten. Something was writhing eerily beneath the skin of Auntie Lou's leg, looking incredibly gruesome. Then Zhang Chen leaned in without hesitation and bit her shoulder, saying casually, Then I'll give you a bite too. Maybe that'll turn you back to normal? She collapsed to the ground in a panic to dodge, questioning, What the hell are you doing? System panel pop-up. Good grief, are you a dog? Ghost Chi 99. Jiyu Hongya asked him worriedly, Xiao Chen, you just bit a zombie, are you okay? Zhang Chen replied without hesitation, Yeah, I'm fine. Suddenly he froze, breaking into a heavy sweat. His tone shifted. Wait. This left Jiyu Hongya staring at him in a mix of confusion and worry. Zhang Chen's body began to tremble violently, and blue patterns surfaced on his hands and face. The veins on his neck bulged as he opened his eyes wide and shouted, Something big is about to happen. I'm mutating. By now, the blue patterns covered Zhang Chen's entire face, and his mouth mutated into a circular shape. Aha, my mouth! The zombie slayer mutation was a success. Zhang Chen had transformed into a pea shooter with a mouth like a cannon barrel, looking utterly ridiculous. Then he struck a combat pose and let out a great shout. Azure Tiger Roar, ranged attack. As he spoke, a projectile burst from his mouth. That projectile pierced right through Auntie Lu's shoulder, leaving a massive bloody hole. She didn't even have time to react. Standing dazed on the spot, Zhang Chen loaded another round into his mouth and remarked, "This old lady's body is quite sturdy. Then let's try the Azure Tiger Roar Gatling." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Chen began frantically spraying countless projectiles at Auntie Lu, beating her so hard her mouth hung open in shock. Jiyu Hangya stood beside Xiao Nan watching the scene, evaluating. Xiao Chen is too strong. Auntie Lu is so old. Can she take this? By now, Auntie Lu's entire body was riddled with holes, her wounds a mangled mess of flesh. She looked exceptionally terrifying. She let out a piteous scream. Ah! Then, unable to hold on any longer, she plummeted face first to the ground. Zhang Chen reverted to human form and replied to Jiyu Hangya, "If she could hold on, wouldn't that mean I've lost face?" Then he looked contemplatively at Xiao Nan, who was staring at him in terror. Suddenly he roared at the girl, "Wah wah wah, I'm a zombie," frightening her into a scream. "Ah!" Xiao Nan fled in terror to hide behind Jiyu Hangya. Jiyu Hangya comforted her gently. "Don't be afraid, this is Master Zhang who has come to protect us." Hearing this, the girl finally dared to poke her head out and ask, "Are you a master of exorcism?" Only then did he explain with a serious face, "Don't be afraid. I am a genuine exorcism master. Unless you turn into a ghost, I won't hurt you." Suddenly, Zhang Chen sensed movement and turned his head sharply. It seemed the commotion just now was too loud and had drawn the zombies over. By now, the two zombies that were previously slumped and trembling were crawling in contortedly, followed by another zombie baring its teeth as it waited in line. Zhang Chen said in surprise, "Holy crap, that hanged ghost followed us up too. If he'd known there was an ambush behind, he wouldn't have used up the Azure Tiger Roar Gatling just now." He frowned, showing a trace of regret, then leaped up to attack the zombie horde, calculating in his heart, "I'll use physical attacks first to preserve some strength." He used his power to violently rip the head off one zombie, which hung its mouth open in terror. Then he attacked the second one, kicking its head away. But suddenly, the hanged ghost leaped up with its noose, snaring Zhang Chen by the neck. Because he was caught off guard, his neck was snared tight by the noose. The hanged ghost took the opportunity to close in, tightening the rope around Zhang Chen's neck. Then it opened its massive maw and bit into his body. The hanged ghost's sharp teeth bit firmly into Zhang Chen's arm, but no blood flowed out. However, through those sharp teeth, Zhang Chen saw cracks appearing in his shield. He thought with difficulty, "Fortunately, it hasn't bitten through yet. But in this situation, if I make a single mistake, I'll suffer at least some grazes. Even with the dominant demon body buff, it'll be a hassle if my skin gets broken." The hanged ghost was still desperately gnawing at the shield. Zhang Chen thought for a moment, secretly blaming his own carelessness. I was just talking about physical attacks. Looks like I underestimated the enemy." Then he used Thunder Palm to slam the hanged ghost's head, instantly shattering its blue hair and teeth. Half of its upper teeth rolled onto the ground, and Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief, turning to say, "Let's go." Seeing the two girls were still scared out of their wits, he walked over to take their hands, showing a determined expression to comfort them. A person must learn to grow, be a bit stronger. In the future, only those who dare to face their fears will have a sliver of a chance at survival. Jiyu Hangya seemed to be injected with strength, nodding in agreement. "Yes, we must learn to be strong." Xiao Nan also repeated blankly, facing the fear of survival. Although she didn't quite understand, it felt very impressive. Looking at Zhang Chen laughing with his hands on his hips, Xiao Nan felt a surge of peace, thinking, "He is someone who makes one feel very secure." The system panel popped up again. Zhang Chen thought smugly, another few hundred ghost chi points this time. Then he turned to ask Xiao Nan, Nan, where's your dad?" "Why run outside when you know it's dangerous?" she recounted despondently. "The exorcism expert invited by my second uncle went missing this evening, and the adults all seem to have gone over there to discuss a plan." Zhang Chen followed up, "So all the GU family members are at your grandfather's place now? Then let's go," he ordered as he turned around. Xiao Nan asked in confusion, "Where to?" Zhang Chen pointed cheerfully behind him and replied, "To find the old master of your family. Let's go have a look. I believe all problems can be solved." He took the lead, with the two girls following closely behind. Suddenly, Zhang Chen heard a strange noise and stopped. He bent down to pick up a large stone and hurled it violently into the bushes ahead, cursing, "What ghost noise is that?" Rustling sounds came from behind the bushes, revealing a person lying on the ground. Xiao Nan looked up at him and said, "Isn't that the missing exorcist? You've hit her to death." Zhang Chen analyzed. "Look closer, I didn't beat her into this state. Look, there's another one over there. It must have been injured by it." A dark-skinned, burly man appeared wearing only a pair of shorts and holding a shovel. Zhang Chen turned to warn the two girls. "You two step back quietly and wait. I'll go over and take a look." It turned out to be a shovel ghost with pitch-black eyes and a mouth full of jagged teeth. It hummed while digging. "Diggy diggy dig hee hee hee." Zhang Chen's figure suddenly streaked past behind it, startling the monster into a sharp turn. Zhang Chen looked down at the two holes before him and asked curiously, "Why dig two holes to bury one person?" The monster's eyes lit up instantly, and it bared its teeth in a grin. "Hee hee hee, isn't it because you've come too?" With that, it swung its shovel at Zhang Chen, who hurriedly raised his guard. He raised his arm, which was condensed with spiritual power, to block the shovel and answered with a smile, "So you already found out I was nearby. Quite clever." Then his fist, swirled with red energy, clenched tight. He delivered a heavy punch to the monster, shouting, "Now I'm starting to get excited." But suddenly, the shovel ghost's body dissipated into the air. Zhang Chen looked around in horror, crying out, "What happened? Teleportation?" The girl with the blue hair bun suddenly sat up and called his name, startling Zhang Chen. Then, the girl pointed upward and shouted. The shovel ghost was now plummeting from the sky with its shovel raised, saying triumphantly, "Even a passing old lady is faster than you." Zhang Chen didn't have time to dodge, and pulling out his blade he thought, "No way out. Let the flesh Ganoderma teach it some manners." Then Zhang Chen swung his blade at the monster, but the blade passed right through its body. It transformed into a puff of smoke again, leaving behind a trail of mocking laughter. "Hee hee hee." Zhang Chen broke into a cold sweat, crying out, "Avoided it again? What kind of illusion is this?" Then he activated his blue ocular technique. "Demon Eyes Insight, reveal the evil." The power in his eyes shot straight at the monster's dissipating body. Enveloped by that power, the monster let out a piteous scream. "Aha, so hot." Suddenly, it split into two, both monsters baring their teeth and mocking Zhang Chen at the same time. "Hee hee hee, I'm a fake. Hee hee hee, I'm a fake too." He gripped his small knife, his mouth hanging open in shock. "Holy crap, my demon eyes failed?" Then he stared at the two monsters with a serious face. "Why care so much? I'll just try a few more slashes." Suddenly a shout came from behind, making him turn to look. The girl with the blue hair bun had already stood up, reminding him, "Don't slash it recklessly. That will only make it keep splitting into more clones." Then she explained, "I was just beaten down by a massive crowd of clone ghosts." Zhang Chen asked back in disbelief. "What? Two can continue to split?" The word bug flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. He pressed his palms together, drooling as he calculated. "Then can't I use it to farm infinite points?" Then he charged at the ghosts with his blade, shouting, "Come on, my infinite treasure hoard." He swung his blade in a flurry of slashes. The group of ghosts still wore mocking smiles, completely unaware that disaster was about to strike. Zhang Chen grew more excited as he slashed, his blade flickering in the air as he shouted with joy, "Faster, split into a few more for me." Then he licked his lips, muttering incessantly like a hungry ghost, "Ghost Chi, I want Ghost Chi." The system panel popped up again. "This idiot. Ghost Chi 9, this made Zhang Chen roar in dissatisfaction. "I'm sweating my head off, and I only get 9 points after all this work?" The ghost then revealed a sinister smile. "I don't know what you're planning, but it looks like you want me to keep splitting so you can wipe us all out at once with some kind of trick." Then the ghost began to merge, turning into a burly giant that said triumphantly, "How could I let you have your way?" Seeing this, Zhang Chen turned to the blue bun girl and roared in a fury, "Didn't you say it would split into many? Damn it, you lied to me." The girl could only shout in a panic, "Ah, that." Zhang Chen was so angry he was practically in tears, shouting in a rage, "Those who toy with my emotions are all liars. If I don't get Ghost Chi, then I'll have your life." With that, he reached out to cover his own face. The system panel displayed activating supernatural skill. Palm lightning, he pulled out the flesh Ganoderma to activate it, letting out a great shout. "Infuse the flesh Ganoderma." The flesh Ganoderma began to grow, but Zhang Chen was still dissatisfied, shouting angrily, "Bigger, make it bigger for me." System prompt. Palm lightning upgraded to Great Purgatory Thunderbreak. The flesh Ganoderma transformed into a massive black sword in Zhang Chen's hand. He roared in a fury, "Thunderbreak flesh Ganoderma, kill him for me." With that, he gripped the black sword burning with lightning and leapt up, slashing down at the evil ghost. Zhang Chen's expression was now exceptionally ferocious. "Hee hee hee, you think you're the only one with a weapon?" The ghost looked at the scene before it, both dazed and terrified, desperately swinging its shovel handle to try and block Zhang Chen's black sword. The ghost's legs buckled under the weight of the heavy sword, forced into a kneeling position. The power of the black blade continued to intensify, leaving the spirit with almost no strength to retaliate. Its entire body began to crack like stone, and suddenly the panicked head of that red-haired ghost poked out from the fissures. Zhang Chen flared up in a rage, barking, "You again?" He continued to swing his sword at the husk. The red-haired ghost's phantom shrieked as it fled in a panic. He shattered the illusion space in a single blow. "This guy is terrifying." Before she could react, Zhang Chen lunged forward with another swing, scaring her out of her wits. The flesh Ganoderma sword slammed down ruthlessly toward the ghost. She was just about to flee. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth and hacked down. You think you can run after playing me twice? A massive pool of blood had already seeped out from the ghost body. She picked up a brick and frowned at him with a cold sneer. You think you're a big shot just because you have a giant sword in my illusion space? You're nothing. With that, she crushed the brick in her hand. In the next instant, the ghost's figure sank into the ground and vanished, leaving only a hand reaching out. Zhang Chen raised the flesh Ganoderma again and shouted, "Illusion space, my ass!" The system panel popped up. "If you have the guts, let me suck you into an illusion space." Ghost Chi 39. Trying to farm Ghost Chi. The ghost's head popped up again. System display. You always think you can harvest Ghost Chi infinitely. Ghost Chi 49. Zhang Chen swung his arms in a flurry of slashes, barking, trying to dig a hole to bury me. System explanation. I just dug it for fun. Ghost Chi 59. By now the ghost had been beaten to pieces, its limbs mangled and its entire body drenched in blood, a truly piteous sight. It begged for mercy. Stop hitting me." Zhang Chen was now completely devoid of pity, continuing to swing his blade as he said, "Who told you to injure my Hongjia?" Without hesitation, he hacked down at the spot where the ghost was sitting. System notification. The digging ghost, a vendor of vengeful spirits, has died. Ghost Chi 500. Only a pile of eerie white bones remained on the spot. Zhang Chen's anger had yet to dissipate. He unleashed another barrage of slashes at the bones until they were reduced to shards, barking, "Tisk!" He then looked at the system points and grumbled, "I worked my head off for half the day and didn't even get 1,000 points. This is infuriating." Having dealt with the ghost, Zhang Chen retracted his sword. Behind him, the girl with the 2 blue hair buns let out a cry of worshipful surprise. "Whoa, you must have the strength of at least a C-grade powerhouse." After sheathing the sword, Zhang Chen comforted her. "Tough work." The flesh Ganoderma reached out a small hand and made an okay gesture in response. "Done." Zhang Chen turned to look at the girl and questioned, "What about you? Who are you?" The girl looked a bit panicked and answered hurriedly, I'm also an extraordinary." He immediately pulled out his phone to check, saying, "Let me search for you." The photo of the girl with the buns appeared on the screen. Name, Han Yu. Category, free extraordinary. Grade D. After reading the information, Zhang Chen said, Too little info. I need to conduct a further check." With that, he revealed a devious smile and spread his hands. Zhang Chen approached Han Yu and reached out to grab and squeeze her chest. Han Yu cried out in a mix of pain and itchiness. What are you doing?" Stop." By now, Zhang Chen's hand had slid to Han Yu's waist, and a moment later it moved toward the hem of her skirt, revealing a pair of alluring legs in white stockings. She shouted, "Stop touching me." Only then did Zhang Chen remark, No Ghost Chi, seems you're clean." The system panel popped up. "I suspect you just wanted to molest her." Ghost Chi, my big head. After acting like a rogue for a bit, Zhang Chen turned and asked with a serious face, "You don't have any complaints about my check just now, do you?" Han Yu's face was flushed red with anger as she shielded her chest with both hands and replied, "No thank you." With that, Zhang Chen quickly sat cross-legged. "Phew, now I'm relieved. That was truly enchanting. I'll rest for a bit first." He then looked up at Han Yu and asked, "What do you know about what's happening in the villa?" At the question, her whole body began to tremble, and she had to press her hands against her chest to soothe herself. "This place is like a sheep pen and we are all lambs waiting for the slaughter." Zhang Chen was completely bewildered, scratching his face as he asked, "Waiting for the slaughter? By whom?" Han Yu was so terrified she could barely speak. "Right here, inside this villa, hides a top-tier vengeful spirit." A female ghost appeared on screen with long purple hair and a bulging pregnant belly, her face crawling with revolting maggots. A red-haired man lay unconscious on a hospital bed, guarded by 3 people, 2 men and a woman, all with red hair. The one with glasses was the eldest. The one with narrow, squinted eyes was the second. The remaining girl was the third. The eldest spoke. "The exorcist we invited has been missing for 2 hours. The third sibling suggested worriedly. "How about we try calling the underworld again?" The second sibling replied. "The moment they arrive, the ghosts all go into hiding. They can protect us for a moment, but not forever." The third sibling leaned in toward the man on the bed and said angrily, "It's all Dad's fault for digging up that ancestral grave. He's gotten so many people killed. My daughter was clearly so young. And yet she's already..." A scene flashed by of a girl being smashed against glass, covered in blood. The second sibling retorted, "Don't go blaming everything on Dad. Your daughter died. Maybe it's karma for all the wicked things you've done." The third sibling roared in a rage. "Say that one more time if you have the guts," the eldest intervened. "Enough, stop fighting. Now is not the time for infighting." The second sibling pulled out his phone and said with squinted eyes, Fine. I have a few buddies. How about I call them over to help?" The third sibling let out a cold snort, exposing his intentions. "HMPH, you just want to find partners to scam Dad's money, don't you?" He jumped to his feet and brandished his fist, his words tripping over themselves. "You!" Seeing this, the eldest quickly patted his shoulder to soothe him. "All right, second brother. Third sister is probably just scared out of her wits, but this time you'd better bring some reliable people. Don't worry, this isn't just for Dad's money, it's to save my own life too. I'm going out to make a call. After the second sibling finished, the scene shifted to the corridor. Hello, this is the third son of the GU family. Suddenly, a figure began to close in silently from behind him. The second sibling was still completely oblivious, talking casually into the phone. Jin Shah, don't you guys have a white-haired extraordinary who's quite sinister? Let me borrow him for a couple of days. Yeah, there's some trouble at home. Stop asking questions. A bizarre hand reached out and rested on his shoulder. The second sibling irritably shrugged it off and roared, "What is it? Can't you see I'm busy talking business?" But when he saw clearly what was behind him, he froze completely. Appearing before him was that charm ghost, her hands raised high. The second sibling fell back into the room, screaming in terror. "Ah," the third sibling scolded him from the side for being clumsy. "Dad is already scared to death and you're still screaming." The second sibling had lost all his previous arrogance, replaced by a face full of terror and trembling as he shouted, She's back again, quick, bring a chair." He was so frightened his features were contorted, pointing at the door as he spoke. "Quick, block the door, hurry." The third sibling also panicked, quickly grabbing a chair. "We're done for, it's all over now." The elderly father remained frozen on the hospital bed, motionless. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open and let out a trembling, blurred cry. The charm ghost had already reached his side. Heavy footsteps echoed. The red-haired man screamed in terror. "Ah!" Tears burst from his eyes, but there was nowhere to hide. "Ah!" The red-haired man bolted upright. But unable to accept the reality before him, he wailed in a trembling voice, "What kind of sins have I committed?" The charm ghost swung her sharp claws forward, then condensed energy in her hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike that shattered the wall in front of her. Shards of the wall flew into the hospital room. As the dust cleared, the charm ghost appeared amidst the ruins, cradling her massive belly. The three siblings were now scared out of their wits. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen, Jiu Hangya and Xiao Nan let out cries of surprise upon seeing something. They were currently standing before a house wreathed in an eerie, malevolent aura. Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. "Seems there's a big one inside." The Han Yu beside him chimed in. "After watching these past 2 days, I'm certain this female ghost is at least a top-tier vengeful spirit." Zhang Chen looked back with a surprised "oh," then began to crack his knuckles as he said excitedly, "That's perfect, let's charge in." Han Yu quickly blocked his path. "Wait, stay calm for a second," she said worriedly. "Even though you're very strong, you're at most C grade. We'd be better off retreating and waiting for reinforcements from the underworld." Zhang Chen looked at her with disdain and replied, "We're already at the door. If I don't go in and check it out, my sense of justice will be restless." Han Yu could only watch his back and reply helplessly, "That death wish excuse of yours is really casual." Zhang Chen grumbled irritably in his heart, "Reinforcements my ass. Once the underworld people arrive, where am I going to earn ghost chi?" Thinking this, he pulled the flesh Ganoderma from his pants, transformed it into a sword and shouted excitedly, "Flesh Ganoderma, let's go." Zhang Chen stood before the haunted house with his sword, looking imposing. He seemed to hear an anomaly and looked up. In the next instant, the wall on the upper floor shattered with a roar. Zhang Chen looked on in terror as flying rubble and a hospital bed came crashing down toward him. Following them were the three siblings screaming as they fell, along with the man on the bed. "Ah!" He quickly jumped to the side to dodge, shouting in bewildered surprise, "What's going on?" Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Chen mocked with a face full of contempt, "Using your own dad as a cushion, you guys really are filial." The eldest glasses had even been shattered in the fall. He quickly wiped his cold sweat and replied, "We're lucky just to have escaped. What else can you do against a monster like that?" The third sibling was also in a wretched state. "Phew, I thought I was dead meat." Luckily, second brother's mind is quick. He pushed the bed through the window and jumped out. Suddenly, piteous wails drifted from the room upstairs. "Wah wah!" The three siblings hurriedly pushed their father's bed as they fled in terror. "Ah, run!" Watching their retreating backs, Zhang Chen laughed speechlessly. "Hee, a bunch of losers." He then exerted his strength and leaped into the air. Just as he landed at the railing on the upper floor, he came face to face with the charm ghost. Seeing the monster before him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown. The charm ghost continued to weep incessantly. "Wah wah!" Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, teasing with a look of interest. "Oh, this look actually suits my taste." The charm ghost wept even harder, reaching out to grab him. "Wah!" Zhang Chen quickly reached for the demon sound drum at his waist, thinking, if it's a top-tier vengeful spirit, tapping it with 3 fingers should be more stable. With that, he struck the drum with 3 fingers. The sound waves from the drum attacked, forcing the charm ghost to leap backward to dodge. Zhang Chen had now appeared calmly before her. He leaned down to carefully examine that face crawling with maggots and said, "Come on, hit me. If you don't make a move, then it's my turn." With that, he revealed his black sword and lunged it straight at her bulging belly, adding, "I'll perform a C-section for you." Suddenly, he felt a sense of bewilderment, shouting in surprise, I can't cut through." Only green liquid seeped from her belly, while her body remained unharmed. The charm ghost began to weep again. "Wah!" Zhang Chen was startled, then pointed at his sword and explained awkwardly, "Sister, it's the sword that wanted to hit you, not me." Hearing this, the flesh Ganoderma squinted at its noble master in disbelief. Suddenly the charm ghost unleashed a palm strike that hit Zhang Chen, knocking the sword from his hand. He slammed heavily into the wall behind him with a muffled groan. Zhang Chen spat a mouthful of blood, a depression appearing on his chest as a bizarre slime seeped out. The charm ghost took the opportunity to continue her fierce assault. Zhang Chen looked worried, thinking, I wonder if the dominant demon body can hold up this time. Just as he reached out to block, a flash of light appeared. It was Han Yu. Although she was also spitting blood, she still turned back to ask Zhang Chen with concern. Are you okay? He replied quickly. Yeah, I'm alright, Han Yu said worriedly. Even a C-grade powerhouse was one shot by her. Her strength is beyond that of a vengeful spirit. The charm ghost suddenly spoke. How dare you ruin my plans? With that, she plucked a maggot from her face and held it up. Thinking you can mind other people's business with this little strength. With that, the charm ghost casually flicked the maggot out. The maggot shot toward Han Yu like a bullet. She was sent flying to the ground with a piteous scream. This speed was so fast that it caught Zhang Chen off guard, leaving him staring in terror. Han Yu was now slumped on the ground. The charm ghost pointed at him and said, You're not bad either, you'll make a sufficient meal for me. Zhang Chen felt insulted and shouted, Am I being looked down upon? This is truly humiliating. As soon as the words left his mouth, he let out a roar. His features began to contort, and his physical traits underwent a mutation. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the female ghost belly as if something were jumping inside, pushing out bizarre lumps that scared her out of her wits. The system panel popped up a notification. The charm ghost was startled. Ghost Chi 350. She quickly clutched her belly and muttered to herself, Why did I feel like I was being countered just now? I have to kill him quickly to avoid further trouble. With that, the charm ghost swallowed another maggot from her face, then held it in her hand and blew into it like a balloon. She then hurled the bulging maggot orb, shouting, Corpse-boring burst orb? Seeing the orb about to hit him, Zhang Chen revealed an excited smile. The 2-star card had finally met its match. He pulled out a card. He shouted, Monsterization, Gug Gong. Zhang Chen now stood before a massive bizarre phantom monster. Countless eerie vines entwined his body, and then his hands mutated into a wooden form. His feet were similarly entwined by vines erupting from the ground. Whoosh! Zhang Chen struck an offensive pose, his 2 wooden arms appearing exceptionally powerful. A brand new mysterious power wreathed his body as he stared fixedly ahead. System prompt, randomly drew supernatural skill, lesser wood manipulation. He raised a hand which had already mutated into vines, and caught the incoming maggot orb. The vines gripped the orb tightly and crushed it from within without hesitation. Having dealt with the attack, Zhang Chen retracted his hand and asked the charm ghost provocatively, Is that it? Don't get cocky, she replied quickly, baring sharp claws as she lunged at Zhang Chen. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, gnashing his teeth as he braced for the strike, but was still left with a scratch mark. Zhang Chen then looked at his arm and shouted excitedly, HMPH. This bark really is tough enough. My turn. As he spoke, he condensed a surge of power in his hand. A towering tree erupted from the ground with green sprouts constantly breaking through his palm. Great forest blessing. He swung a massive heavy punch with excitement, blasting it straight forward. The charm ghost was currently trapped within a field of green, unable to move. Immediately after, that heavy giant fist slammed ruthlessly into her. The charm ghost struggled desperately against this immense force, and when she saw the scene before her, she couldn't help but cry out, How are these vines still spinning? In an instant she was sent flying by that single punch. The massive impact sent her tumbling, crashing right through several patches of woods. After a long while, the charm ghost finally struggled to stand up by bracing herself against a broken tree, violently coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Cough, cough, she was filled with horror. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? From behind the broken tree, Zhang Chen emerged with a darkened face. She extended both hands again, 2 pink worms appearing in her palms. But this was only to slightly enhance her strength. Don't get cocky too soon. Gurgle, gurgle. One of the worms in her hand instantly transformed into a long club covered in tumors, and she did the same with the other hand, accompanied by a series of strange noises. Gurgle, gurgle. Immediately after, she frantically swung these 2 newly formed weapons forward, roaring, Die! Zhang Chen remained calm as he watched the storm-like attack, remarking, The speed is quite fast. But what's the use of that? At this moment, a sharp blade was pressed firmly against his forehead. The charm ghost shrieked in shock because several vines had already pierced through her chest from behind. The charm ghost was frozen in midair, the 2 long blades in her hands only inches away from Zhang Chen. Clusters of vines were locking her body tight. The system panel popped up. Didn't expect to be sneak attacked from behind. Ghost Chi 930. Zhang Chen raised his hand, saying with a sinister face, A mere monster, and you dare to contend with nature? The charm ghost tilted her head back and let out a piteous roar of agony, her entire body trembling violently. This behavior made Zhang Chen a bit puzzled. The charm ghost moaned in pain. I can't suppress it anymore. It's coming out. The stitched wounds on her belly erupted with a bizarre light, and massive lumps continued to throb as if something were violently slamming from the inside. A moment later, a bizarre eye peeked out from a split gap, followed by a nauseating liquid erupting frantically from her belly. That thick, fetid liquid doused Zhang Chen's head and body, leaving him momentarily stunned on the spot. He couldn't help but cry out in shock. The trees here are all dead. The vegetation touched by the slime lost its life force instantly, withering and dying. What she was carrying in her belly was actually a Hanba. The charm ghost stroked her belly, gently soothing the bizarre eyeball. Be good, just wait a little longer. Wait until you're fully developed before coming out. The eye appeared somewhat dissatisfied, but still retracted into the belly, though it continued to radiate waves of eerie aura. Zhang Chen calculated with a solemn expression, the appearance of a Hanba will surely cause a disaster. I must kill it in the womb before that fetus is born. Meanwhile, to protect the Hanba, the charm ghost roared and began to recycle. She retracted the writhing maggots on her face, which gradually shrank back into the shadows. Subsequently, a sinister cold smile appeared on the charm ghost's pitch-black face as she continued, I'll do anything for it. Immediately after, an extremely disgusting slime flowed from her mouth, dripping onto the vines piercing her chest. The vines were instantly corroded and melted, vanishing without a trace from her chest. Han Yu, her face half covered in blood, struggled to her feet and saw this, shouting in terror. It's a true half-step. Red raiment, we're finished. A blood-red ghost she wreathed the charm ghost, that dangerous smile still hanging on the corner of her mouth. Zhang Chen also grew tense, feeling that she was now a completely different ghost from before. Without hesitation, the charm ghost lunged at Zhang Chen in a violent leap. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed as he quickly calculated. Although her speed is incredibly fast, my demon eyes can still barely keep up. Crack, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and let out a great shout. Instantly, several tough vines erupted from the ground, building a solid barrier in front of him. But this barrier seemed useless against the charm ghost. She broke through in an instant, enveloped in red light. Aiming straight for Zhang Chen's chest, he let out a muffled groan after being hit. HMPH. Immediately after, she let out a confused cry. One of her hands was still pressed against Zhang Chen's body. It was actually blocked. A shield had manifested in front of Zhang Chen's chest just in time, blocking the charm ghost's strike. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth, sliding backward rapidly under the opponent's fierce assault. The charm ghost had no intention of letting him go. Leaping up once more to pursue him, she appeared before Zhang Chen in an instant to launch an attack, and Zhang Chen exerted all his strength to raise both hands in defense. Immediately after, he delivered a violent kick, striking the charm ghost heavily and sending her flying, muttering in his heart, "This belly really is hard enough." Subsequently, he pressed his hands together, activating wood control once more. In a flash, countless vines broke through the ground, growing frantically and entwining into a massive wooden pillar that slammed straight into the charm ghost. At this moment, the charm ghost's back was pierced by the sharp tips of the vines. Zhang Chen raised his hand, firmly locking onto the charm ghost as she plummeted toward the ground, then snapped his fingers violently. Several energy threads shot out as he roared, "Become fertilizer for the forest." Zhang Chen condensed a massive spherical energy ball in his hand and blasted it toward the midair charm ghost. She hurriedly swung her two blades in an attempt to defend, staring in wide-eyed terror. Immediately after, she waved her hand to counterattack, trying to dismantle Zhang Chen's offensive. After a moment of stalemate, she was already gasping for breath, shouting defiantly, "Puff, puff, if you've got the guts, you." Suddenly a vine pierced through the charm ghost's chest, a pain making her let out a piteous scream. Standing below, Zhang Chen looked up at her with disdain, mocking, "Hee, they often say pregnancy brain lasts 3 years. It seems you ghosts don't have brains either. You actually fell for the same move twice, but this time I won't go easy on you." With that, he violently clenched his fingers. Wood control burst as he opened his hand. The vines piercing her body instantly exploded, blowing the charm ghost's body into fragments. Han Yu watched from the side with a face full of worship, marveled, "Whoa, incredible." He actually took down a half-step red raiment. Zhang Chen was now utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Xiao Nan, hiding behind the bushes, asked nervously, "Is it over?" Jiu Hongya, also pale with shock, responded, "It's been nothing but explosions just now. I was scared to death." Looking at the two trembling girls behind her, Han Yu comforted them. "Haha, there's no more danger. Master Zhang won." Suddenly, a cold laugh from behind caught her attention. "HMPH, I have something to say." Han Yu looked back and was instantly scared out of her wits. Appearing before her was a pool of disgusting slime covered in that familiar red hair. The charm ghost's voice rang out again, "Is it worth being this happy just for shredding a red raiment clone?" That face full of maggots and the mangled body manifested once more. Zhang Chen also felt a surge of exhaustion, crying out, "Cough, cough, it's not over." Then he hurriedly turned to instruct Han Yu. "Han Yu, take them and hide first," she asked back anxiously. "Then what about you? Do you still have the strength to fight her?" Zhang Chen blocked the charm ghost's path, shouting back without looking, "Don't worry about me, just go." Meanwhile, the charm ghost had already recovered her human form, wearing a sinister, cold smile. He, if they don't worry about you then no one will be there to collect your body. Just as Zhang Chen was stunned, the system panel suddenly popped up with a smile. The system voice rang out, "Ding, system upgrade complete, update rewards granted. Spirit infusion pill. Stamina recovery effect 150. Take it now." Without any hesitation he responded excitedly, "Eat." Seeing him suddenly say this, the charm ghost was a bit confused, asking in bewilderment, "Eat? Eat what? Do you want me to eat you? Then I won't be polite." With that, she laughed manically in triumph. Ha ha ha. Immediately after, she charged at Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen was now completely fearless, landing a heavy backhand punch on her chest that made the charm ghost spray a mouthful of blood. Her body was sent flying into the distance by Zhang Chen's terrifying power. At this moment Zhang Chen was wreathed in a powerful aura. Clearly the spirit infusion pill had taken effect. Zhang Chen swung his heavy fist, announcing confidently, "The power is back." Steadying herself, the charm ghost asked in bewilderment, "HMPH, how did you suddenly become so strong?" Zhang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and then let out a roar. "Ultimate wood control manifest, Greenwood Giant." Instantly, a massive earthen giant rose from the ground before the charm ghost. Before the giant she appeared as tiny as an ant. The Greenwood Giant towered majestically, its body even taller than the distant mountains, its head seemingly piercing the clouds. Looking at this behemoth, panic finally appeared on the charm ghost's face. The system panel popped up. "Fighting is fighting. But why are you calling for backup?" Ghost Chi 920. Standing atop the Greenwood Giant's head, Zhang Chen looked down and suggested, "Hey, how about you just commit suicide?" The charm ghost was now scared out of her wits, the maggots on her face retracting. She shrieked, "What?" Zhang Chen continued, "Otherwise you're going to suffer." The Greenwood Giant began to raise its massive arms, then the two giant hands slammed heavily toward the ground. Zhang Chen shouted excitedly, "Wooden man piledriver." Following his words, countless heavy punches rained down on the ground like raindrops. Nearby, Xiao Nan cried out in terror, "Is this a bit too much?" Jiu Hangya, also pale with fright, echoed, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for this female ghost." Then Zhang Chen spread his arms and announced, "Finally accept the blessing from the great forest." The Greenwood Giant's eyes suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. That powerful energy beam shot straight downward. At this moment, on a rock above, that red-haired father and his three sons were witnessing the whole thing. One of the sons suggested, "Dad, let's just move." The system panel popped up a notification. "Half-step red raiment charm ghost is dead. Ghost Chi 999. By now the charm ghost lay dying in the ruins. Thick smoke billowed all around. Zhang Chen leaped down from the giant's head, staring at her as he said, "Phew, it should finally be over now, right?" The eye in the charm ghost's belly had now turned blood red, staring fixedly at him. Suddenly, a hand reached forward to try and grab Zhang Chen, scaring him into leaping backward. Immediately after, the charm ghost's bulging belly exploded, and a surge of blood shot out like a fountain. Although Zhang Chen had jumped away, he was still splashed with a few drops. He whispered in terror, "Ah, it really was born?" Amidst the mangled remains, a chubby, one-eyed monster, the Hanba, gradually emerged. Its eyes stared fixedly forward. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth and stood up, saying, "It came out after all." Then he ordered again, "Greenwood Giant, finish it." Zhang Chen faced off against the Hanba, the giant behind him reaching out its massive wooden hands once more. At the giant's feet, the Hanba was as tiny as a grain of sand. However, when the giant launched its attack, the Hanba instantly erupted with a startling counterattack. The moment the giant's hand touched the Hanba, the entire arm actually began to rapidly melt and dissipate. Looking at the severed arm, Zhang Chen cried out in terror. It withered. He calculated anxiously in his heart, "What should I do? My monsterization ability is countered by it. This little thing has definitely reached the red raiment class. Looks like I have to rely on a sneak attack." The Hanba remained where it was, staring fixedly at him. "Was I discovered by it?" Zhang Chen gripped his knife and leapt to one side, and its bizarre head immediately followed. Then, the Hanba launched a sudden ambush, startling Zhang Chen into shouting, "So fast!" He hurriedly urged the system in his heart, "System, let me draw a 3-star card." Then the system pulled out a camera and replied in a sarcastic tone, "Aya, what's the rush?" Coming. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Just as the Hanba was about to hit Zhang Chen, a light barrier appeared in front of him just in time to block the attack. The Hanba slammed into the light barrier and closed its eye in pain. Zhang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking with lingering fear, "That was close." Luckily, there's an automatic protective barrier during the card draw. Behind him appeared the phantom of a war bear with sharp fangs and claws. Zhang Chen cheered excitedly, "Phew, this time it's stable. Little beast, let's keep playing." He raised the card and began to activate it. Meanwhile, the Hanba was trembling all over, terrified. The system panel popped up. "The infant Hanba is heavily injured and sealed, feeling extreme panic. Ghost Chi 9600. Just as Zhang Chen raised that war bear monsterization card, the Hanba actually turned around, stuck its butt in the air and bolted. Watching it vanish in a flash, Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel, "It runs quite fast." The Hanba fled rapidly between the bushes and the villa's pool. Looking at its retreating back, Zhang Chen crushed the card in his hand, and after weighing his options decided not to pursue. It was too dangerous to chase, but letting the tiger return to the mountain would lead to future trouble. A mess like this was best left for the underworld to handle. With that, he dialed the phone. A crisp beep sounded from the communication equipment at the underworld headquarters, catching the attention of the girl on duty. Zhang Chen reported with a serious expression, "Hello, a Hanba has appeared here." "Hurry and send someone to clean it up," the girl asked in terror. "What? Please state the specific location," Zhang Chen replied a bit impatiently. "The location is hard to explain, just look at my phone's GPS. Move fast, this thing is Red Raiment class from birth." Meanwhile, the Hanba was running for its life through the woods. The underworld operator broke into a cold sweat, confirming, "What? Red Raiment class? Are you sure you can take responsibility for what you say?" Zhang Chen answered solemnly, "Of course." Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms sounded on the equipment. Red lights lit up on all the monitoring screens. 2 staff members in the room cried out in surprise. A Red Raiment class really has appeared?" The receptionist girl from just now hurriedly reported. "Attention all units, a new Red Raiment target has appeared in Zhangcheng." At this moment, a shadow rose from the ground behind her, and Yang Chuan appeared behind her. The girl looked back and shouted in surprise, "Ah, Group Leader Yang is here." He frowned, confirming with a solemn expression, "You just said that ghost was Red Raiment class from birth?" Zhang Chen stomped his feet in anger, roaring, "Why so much nonsense? Are you coming or not? If you let this thing rush into the downtown area, can you take responsibility for the consequences?" After hearing this, Yang Chuan immediately turned to leave. The girl reminded him, "Please keep your phone's GPS on, we'll be there soon." Yang Chuan urgently ordered, "Notify the special task force, we must stop that Hanba from entering the city area. I'll head out first." With that, his figure vanished into the void instantly. Zhang Chen hung up the phone, staring at it with a complex expression before revealing a devious smile. "Hey, inducement successful." Suddenly he turned his head sharply, crying out, "Hey, where did they go?" Then he leapt up and pursued toward the depths of the villa. Standing on high ground, Zhang Chen shaded his eyes to look around, frowning and complaining, "Tisk." He saw through a window that the family was gathered together and couldn't help but complain in his heart. "I'm out here fighting ghosts for my life and you guys are having a family meeting." Then he leaped down in front of the family. Jiyu Hongye looked back and cheered in surprise. "Ah, it's Zhang Chen. Dad, this is the master who helped our family exorcise the ghosts." The man behind also looked over with a bewildered expression. Subsequently, he looked at Zhang Chen, pressing his palms together in a gesture of profound gratitude. "The Jiyu family has been saved. Thank you, Master Zhang." Zhang Chen revealed a playful smirk, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together in a universal gesture for cash as he hinted, "Boss Jiyu, surely you have something else you'd like to say to me." Boss Jiyu broke into a cold sweat, stammering and unable to find the words. He then turned to his descendants and said, "All of you out. I wish to speak with Master Zhang in private." Once everyone had left, the two sat facing each other. Boss Jiyu spoke first. "Master Zhang, it's not that I'm unwilling to speak, but it seems everyone who knows of this matter is struck by an inescapable curse." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen nonchalantly revealed the 18 death mark on his neck and replied, "A curse? I'm more than familiar with those. The blood talismans from the Underworld's 7th clinic stopped working a long time ago. My ancestors weren't expelled from the family tree for committing a crime. Rather, the calamity bearer of that generation was forced to leave just to preserve the lineage." After listening, Zhang Chen asked in confusion, "Calamity bearer?" Boss Jiyu explained, "Such people are prone to sudden lethal accidents. The slightest lapse in vigilance can cost them their lives." Only then did the realization dawn on Zhang Chen, and he hurriedly asked in a panic, "Wait, does that mean Hong Jie is also?" He immediately replied, "Correct. I once consulted a master who said her only sliver of hope for survival was to remain far away from her family." Zhang Chen followed up, "Then what was the deal with the ancestral grave?" Boss Jiyu recalled with a shudder, "2 of the highest-ranking elders from the clan found me previously. They wanted Xiao Ya to go to the ancestral grave to bear the calamity. Otherwise, a great catastrophe would befall the entire Jiyu family. At the time, he had flatly refused the 2. How could I possibly let her do such a thing? So, I took a group of men up the mountain, intending to dig up the ancestral grave to get to the bottom of the mystery. But the moment I entered the burial chamber, Bosku's face filled with terror as he recalled the scene. Before him, a chaotic pile of white bones lay scattered across the ground. Deep within the chamber, a person was bound by 4 heavy iron chains, their face sealed by a single talisman. That woman locked in the center of the bone pile was none other than the corpse-charmed ghost. Boss Jiyu picked up a shovel and began digging, muttering, "This must be the source of the Jiyu family's disaster. Let's see if I can't smash your skull to bits." With that, he swung the shovel at the corpse-charmed ghost. However, when the shovel struck her body, the long nail in her face and the talisman both slid off, revealing writhing white maggots within. The nail and the talisman landed right in front of the corpse-charmed ghost. She let out a series of muffled guttural groans. Boss Ji was scared out of his wits by the sight, freezing on the spot with his shovel as he let out a scream. The corpse-charmed ghost's hollow, maggot-infested face emitted a chilling hiss. Then, with a sudden surge of power, she actually shattered the iron chains. The scene shifted back to reality, where Boss Ji was still trembling, patting his chest to soothe himself. "Thinking back on it still makes my skin crawl." Zhang Chen let out a cold, angry laugh and asked, "So she was released because of you?" Boss Ji clenched his hands filled with remorse. "I only wanted to save Xiaoya. Master Zhang, please look at this." Having said that, he produced a tattered notebook and a long red nail. "These are the items I brought back from the tomb." Zhang Chen looked down at them, muttering in disappointment. "What is this junk?" He then summoned the system to inquire. "System, what are these?" The system replied immediately. "Drought bone stake, damaged state. Repairing it requires 30,000 ghost chi points." It then turned its attention to the book. "Open double angle bracket Kuidu secret arts close double angle bracket. Damaged state. Repairing it requires 100 ghost chi points." Zhang Chen picked up the book and said, 30,000 points is ridiculous. Let's try the one that costs 100 first, eh?" Beside him, Boss Ji asked in confusion. "Master Zhang, is something wrong?" He snapped out of it and replied, "No problem for now, I need to study it first." Subsequently, a surge of spiritual power emanated from his hand as he began to repair the book. Once the repair was complete, a brand new copy of the open double angle bracket Kuidu secret arts close double angle bracket appeared in Zhang Chen's hands. Seeing this miracle, Boss Gu's jaw dropped in shock. "Oh, it's a divine miracle." Zhang Chen flipped open the book and said, "Let's see what's written inside." A line of text appeared in the book, restricted to those who have awakened the GU family bloodline. After reading it, Zhang Chen slammed the book shut in a fit of rage, unable to stop himself from cursing. "Holy crap, I can't even practice it. I wasted 100 ghost chi points for nothing." Subsequently, a sinister, calculating smile spread across his face as he thought, "Since that's the case, why not make a profit off him instead?" With his plan set, Zhang Chen handed the book over and said, "Boss Gu, I've repaired your family's ancestral secret manual for you." Boss Gu took the book with wild joy and asked, "How can I ever thank you?" Zhang Chen scratched his cheek, hinting meaningfully, "I'll leave that up to your discretion." Boss Gu responded generously, "As per our previous agreement, I will transfer the entire group over to you." Zhang Chen waved his hands frantically in refusal. "I decline. Haha, that's way too much. I couldn't possibly handle it." Seeing this, Boss Gu held up 3 fingers and proposed, "Then how about I transfer 1/3 of the shares to you, Master Zhang?" Only then did Zhang Chen reveal a satisfied smile. The two shook hands warmly, saying in unison, "A pleasure doing business with you." He wore a look of contentment, thinking to himself that he had finally achieved financial freedom. Boss Gu had his own calculations as well. Trading 1/3 of his shares for a secret manual and the piece of the GU family was a bargain. Once the business was concluded, Zhang Chen picked up the long nail and looked at Boss Gu, asking, "Boss Gu, then this nail?" Boss Gu answered immediately, "That nail is an ominous thing that was stuck in that female ghost. I was worried about how to dispose of it. If you like it, Master Zhang, just take it." Zhang Chen treated it like a precious treasure, quickly hiding the nail behind his back as he said happily, "Hee, that's good, that's good." Boss Gu watched his movements with a look of bewilderment. Where the hell does this kid plan on stuffing that? At that moment, 5 cars pulled into the garden behind the manor. Zhang Chen walked out and looked at the group of people waiting there, complaining helplessly. Why do the underworld folks always have to make such a grand entrance? Appearing before him was Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan stood there with a darkened face. He began with a brief self-introduction. "Underworld Yang Chuan," Zhang Chen replied cheerfully. "Yuan apartment, building 1, floor 12, room 01, Zhang Chen." Yang Chuan was instantly speechless. The system panel popped up. "Who asked for your home address? Ghost Chi 420. Subsequently, Yang Chuan asked solemnly, "Routine inquiry. On what basis did you determine it was red raiment rank?" Zhang Chen fell into thought for a moment, cursing in his heart. "This lunatic, instead of catching red raiment ghosts, he's here to test me." He then answered calmly, "It had the strength to kill me in a single move. It could only be red raiment." His volume increased as he erupted with a surge of power to counter Yang Chuan. At that moment, the aura surrounding Yang Chuan began to dissipate, and he broke into a terrified cold sweat, thinking, "How is this possible? The ghost within me is actually afraid of him." Subsequently, Yang Chuan frowned and let out a roar, swinging a palm strike at Zhang Chen while saying, "Forgive me." A bizarre power wreathed Zhang Chen as Yang Chuan's palm pressed against his chest. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth and looked down, then let out a great shout, "Be gone!" The ghost chi surrounding Yang Chuan vanished instantly. He blurted out in horror, "He dispelled my ghost chi with a single shout?" His hand was still pressed against Zhang Chen's chest. Zhang Chen's face flushed slightly, and he revealed a warm, flirtatious smile as he asked, "Brother Yang, isn't it a bit much to keep your hand on my chest like this?" Then Zhang Chen adopted a wretched expression, pushing up his glasses as his hair fluttered slightly, staring at Yang Chuan as he continued to tease, "If you want to feel, come over to my place later. My house is very big and it's quite beautiful inside too." This move scared Yang Chuan half to death. Zhang Chen quickly grabbed Yang Chuan's arm. The two accompanying subordinates witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in shock. Yang Chuan tried frantically to pull his hand back, shouting, Let me go." But Zhang Chen continued to grip his wrist tightly. The system panel popped up a notification. "You dead pervert, I'm straight. Ghost Chi 999. After fooling around for a bit, Zhang Chen teased, "Oh, you're blushing." Yang Chuan struggled desperately to break free from his grip. The subordinates behind them couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect Team Leader Yang to be played like this by this kid. What's this kid's background?" Yang Chuan turned his head in embarrassment and barked at his subordinates. "What are you just standing there staring for? Wipe everyone's memories and clean up the scene." The two subordinates quickly turned and replied, "Understood, doing it right away." Subsequently, Yang Chuan roared at Zhang Chen again. "Why are you still holding me? Let go." Zhang Chen continued to grin, revealing a devious smile. "I'll let go, but on one condition." Yang Chuan agreed immediately. Fine, just say it." He pointed at the boss Jiyu and his daughter, saying, "Don't wipe the memories of those two." Yang Chuan confirmed, That woman?" Jiyu Hangya looked touched, thinking to herself, "Is Zhang Chen pleading for me? So I'm that important in his heart?" Suddenly, Zhang Chen pointed to the man behind her and changed his tune. "What? No, I'm talking about that old man. He owes me several billion, and we haven't signed the contract yet. It'll be a massive headache if he forgets." His bluntness left everyone stunned. Seeing this, he asked irritably, "What are you looking at? Never seen a billionaire before." The system panel popped up again. "This kid actually has several billion." Ghost Chi 220. A moment later, the nightmare ghost bit Boss Gu's head, leaving him with a dazed smile. Jiyu Hangya was treated the same way, smiling like a total fool. He. Jiyu Hangya watched as the nightmare ghost bared its teeth to bite her, screaming in terror. She let out a sharp cry of pain after being bitten. "Ouch!" Zhang Chen was so annoyed he delivered a punch to the ghost, cursing, "Gotten addicted to taking a few nips, have you? Hangjia, let's go." The red car sped down the road. Inside the car, Zhang Chen sighed to the person beside him. "It's good to have a rich dad, a new car just like that." Jiyu Hangya said despondently, "What else could I do? My car was pushed down the mountain by a ghost when we were coming here." He still replied cheerfully, True enough." Suddenly he let out a startled cry, his face contorting in shock. "Wait, Hangjia, was your memory not wiped?" Zhang Chen's loud voice could be heard from outside the car. Jiyu Hangya replied sadly while driving, "Yeah, I seem to be fine. Maybe that secret manual my dad gave me protected me." After hearing this, Zhang Chen said, "Oh, that book is the Jiyu family's secret art. It seems it really is powerful." "Ah!" Jiyu Hangya suddenly slammed on the brakes, turning her head excitedly as her eyes lit up, asking Zhang Chen, "Can I become as strong as you?" Due to the sudden stop, Zhang Chen flew forward, completely caught off guard. He smashed through the windshield and flew out, landing steadily on the road. Zhang Chen wiped his face and said helplessly, "No, I'm not as strong as you. Your driving skills are truly something else, Hangjia." Jiyu Hangya leaned out the window and replied, "You need to wear your seatbelt, Xiao Chen." The scene shifted to another space where a street stall appeared. A chef was busy cooking with a customer sitting nearby, waiting for food. The chef kept his head down as he worked, but the food boiling in the pot was a vivid red, looking extremely eerie. When he was finished, the chef handed the dish to the customer wearing a hat. The man looked at the food, revealed a smile, and said thank you. He picked up his chopsticks and commented while eating, "Truly tender and soft." At that moment their red car passed by the stall. Zhang Chen looked out the window and marveled, "It's a barbecue stall, smells great." Suddenly, the diner noticed the blood talisman on Zhang Chen's hand resting on the window sill. After seeing it clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim, "A blood talisman?" He then wiped his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. It's practically delivering itself without any effort on my part. "Boss, I'm heading out." With that, he turned and left. Meanwhile, the stall owner had already collapsed on the ground dead. Their entire chest cavity had been hollowed out. The scene shifted to a grand apartment building. At this hour, a few windows still had lights on. Zhang Chen sat in his room, clicking the system to ask, "System, what do I have available to use now?" The system panel popped up with information. Host, Zhang Chen. Ghost Chi, 31,899, Monsterization card. 3-star bear monster, supernatural skill, 800-mile demon punch. Item damaged drought bone steak, defense, mid-grade superior anti-demon sound, support, high-grade ghost chi flesh ganoderma. After reading it, Zhang Chen planned to draw a few monsterization cards just in case. 2-star monsterization card, goat power grade immortal. Its image was a 6-horned goat. 2-star monsterization card, yellow lion spirit. Its image was a lion with wings, 3-star monsterization card, 9-headed insect. Its image was a horned serpent. Zhang Chen held the 3 cards with a satisfied smile. These look much stronger than the 1-star ones. Subsequently, he pulled out his beloved pet and the flesh Ganoderma. He raised his treasures excitedly and said narcissistically, "Am I about to become invincible? Ha ha ha." That man from before had now arrived at the apartment entrance, much to the security guard's surprise. Seeing him approach, the security guard barked loudly, "What are you doing? No entry for non-residents." The man in the hat activated an ocular technique and said, "Oh, take another close look." The guard's eyes were instantly charmed a bright red, a bizarre aura leaking from the corners of his mouth as his knees buckled. Subsequently, the guard bowed submissively to the man and said, "Welcome home, boss." The man sauntered inside as if he were returning to his own home. In the security room, the man ordered the guard, "Replay this afternoon's surveillance footage for me." Upon seeing the target, he shouted for it to stop. He pointed at Zhang Chen waiting at the elevator and asked, "Which room does this kid live in? Give me the spare key to that room." A moment later, the sound of leather shoes hitting the floor echoed through the corridor. Arriving at a door, the man naturally inserted the key to open it. After entering the room, he saw Zhang Chen sleeping soundly, even blowing a snot bubble. He revealed a sinister smirk, staring at the mark on Zhang Chen's hand as he said, "I wonder which underworld failure died at this kid's hands. I'll just follow the rules and dig out his heart." With that, he reached out to grab Zhang Chen's chest. Zhang Chen suddenly revealed a bizarre smile as black ghost chi erupted around his body. The man tried to retract his hand, but it was too late. The flesh Ganoderma manifested instantly and bit his hand. The man shook his hand frantically in terror, trying to throw off the flesh Ganoderma as he cursed, "Damn it!" Zhang Chen had already transformed the flesh Ganoderma into a sharp sword in his hand, saying to him with a ferocious face, "Surprised? Unexpected, isn't it?" The man clutched his hand, asking in terror, "When did you find out?" Zhang Chen replied, "I saw you when we passed the barbecue stall. You smell exactly like Zhang Shane from the dark abyss. But I won't be as easy to deal with as he was." The man spoke arrogantly as he stared at his own hand. Zhang Chen replied defiantly, "Unfortunately, I'm much tougher to deal with than back then too." With that, he swung his weapon. The man was knocked back by the blow. After steadying himself, he said solemnly, "Are you saying you have a good blade?" Just as Zhang Chen thought he was up to some trick, the man suddenly slammed into the floor-to-ceiling window, shattering a large section of glass, and leapt out. Zhang Chen shouted at his retreating back, trying to run. "The underworld's people will be here soon. You can't escape." With those words, he leaped through the broken window in hot pursuit. At that moment, the man looked back with a cunning smirk and chuckled. Then he took off his hat and continued, "My room was simply too small earlier. My weapon didn't have enough space to perform properly." He reached into his hat as if to pull something out. Suddenly, a large puddle of slimy liquid surged from the hat. Looking exceptionally disgusting, yet he wore a look of pure enjoyment, appearing completely entranced. Seeing this, Zhang Chen roared to his flesh Ganoderma, "Holy crap, flesh Ganoderma, is that your relative?" The messy liquid transformed into a weapon resembling giant blender blades. The man swung the weapon toward Zhang Chen and shouted triumphantly, "Die!" Zhang Chen nimbly leaped to the side, dodging the incoming projectile. That was close, but unexpectedly the object was attached to a rope. Zhang Chen cried out in shock, "What the hell, a boomerang attack?" The flesh Ganoderma streaked past, intercepting the weapon for Zhang Chen. It sliced the red orb in half with a single stroke. Suddenly a row of jagged teeth appeared behind Zhang Chen's head. The old man shouldered his weapon and sneered, "At this distance, let's see how you dodge." The monster's mouth was slowly opening wide, attempting to crush Zhang Chen's head in one bite. Zhang Chen was drenched in sweat, yet he still joked calmly, "Those words apply to your crotch just as well." The flesh Ganoderma had already transformed into a sharp blade, thrusting violently toward the man's lower half. The man angrily swung his weapon to deflect the flesh Ganoderma and cursed, "Damn it, playing at sneak attack. Since the flesh Ganoderma isn't in your hand, let's see how you dodge this time." Instantly, countless red orbs whistled toward Zhang Chen. Before they could hit him, Zhang Chen quickly activated the dominant demon body. His body was enveloped in a layer of bronze armor. Suddenly, all those red orbs exploded. A moment later, Zhang Chen emerged from the thick smoke with gritted teeth, his face covered in small scratches. The old man opposite him continued to laugh boastfully. "Ha, my long-range attacks completely crush you. From now on, don't dream of getting even one step closer to me." Zhang Chen appeared a bit disheveled but still countered calmly, "No, I have no desire to get close to you at all. Long-range attacks, that move of yours really isn't bad." With that, he reached out and recalled the flesh Ganoderma. "Flesh Ganoderma, time for us to transform." The flesh Ganoderma began to melt. It then transformed into a massive cannon on a tripod. Zhang Chen stood imposingly behind it and shouted, "Flesh cannon, then let's play a game of long-range crossfire." An immensely powerful shell boomed out, even kicking up sparks. The shell, carrying the formidable power of the flesh Ganoderma, sped away, the eyes and teeth on its body radiating a fierce intensity. The old man was stunned into silence at the sight. The shell closed in instantly, but he was so shocked he remained rooted to the spot. The violent impact triggered a massive tremor followed by a powerful explosion and soaring flames. Zhang Chen then walked out from the smoke with difficulty. He covered his chest with his hand and asked while coughing, "Cough, cough, cough, still alive?" The old man opposite him, despite losing half of his upper torso, could still stand steady. He stared at Zhang Chen with gritted teeth, then revealed a bizarre smile and said, "Next time we meet, you're dead." Zhang Chen returned a mocking laugh. "You're already mangled like this, and you think there's a next time?" The old man chuckled insidiously, and then the skin on his face began to peel away layer by layer. In the blink of an eye he vanished into thin air, replaced by the piteously wailing security guard uncle. Zhang Chen was staring at the man in confusion when he suddenly let out a cry of alarm. The security guard uncle collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chen frowned and said, "I didn't expect him to be a fellow who cares nothing for the lives of others." At that moment the roar of a helicopter came from overhead. Xu Lei leaped down from the helicopter and landed behind Zhang Chen, asking urgently, "Where is the person from the dark abyss?" He was busy putting away the flesh Ganoderma and replied irritably, "Can you guys arrive on time just once? By the time you get here, the person is long gone." Hearing this, Xu Lei pressed her headset and ordered her subordinates on the other end, "Everyone, stay on board. Immediately seal off this area and search for suspicious individuals." Zhang Chen couldn't help but go into mockery mode. "Hee, it's this same routine every time. Is it even useful? You let the Hanba escape last time. What use are you this time?" Xu Lei had lost her patience as well. She turned her head sharply and said, "We're leaving. I can't be bothered to waste words with you." Zhang Chen shouted from behind, "Don't blame me for not warning you. He's an incredibly powerful puppeteer." After speaking, he angrily stood with hands on hips and cursed, "Always acting all high and mighty from morning to night. With an attitude like yours, if you actually catch anyone, I'll do a headstand while washing my hair." By now, Xu Lei had vanished into the void. Her subordinates searched the streets for a while and reported no anomalies found at the only exit in the South District. Just then, the manhole cover by his feet was lifted and then hurriedly replaced. Zhang Chen looked up through the moonlight streaming in from the broken window, sighing in exhaustion. "This is killing me." Sigh, another night of lost sleep. He seemed to have been drained of all strength. It wasn't long before the sound of his steady snoring filled the air. Just as he was sleeping soundly, his phone suddenly vibrated. The screen showed the caller was Zhao Erhu. The scene shifted to Zhongbei University, where Zhang Chen was sitting in the classroom slumped over his desk catching up on sleep. He was sleeping so deeply that he even blew a large snot bubble. He mumbled in his sleep while drooling, "Don't be afraid, come over here and let Big Brother earn some ghost chi." Suddenly, a finger popped the bubble on his nose, making Zhang Chen snap awake in a fright. In the early morning classroom, Zhang Chen looked haggard, his dark circles exceptionally prominent. He listened with bleary eyes as Erhu said excitedly, "I called you this morning, why didn't you pick up?" Zhang Chen still looked groggy, asking back in a daze. Seeing this, Erhu asked with concern, "What were you doing last night? How did you end up so depleted?" Seeing that he kept pestering him and disturbing his sleep, Zhang Chen roared irritably, "Mind your own business." Seeing Zhang Chen flare up, Erhu explained somewhat sheepishly, "I just wanted to tell you that I feel like I'm about to break through to C rank." Zhang Chen rubbed his face to wake up and responded, "Oh, that's pretty fast." Zhao Erhu said proudly, "After all, I'm from Longsheng Temple, it's normal for me to level up a bit faster than others." Hearing Zhao Erhu boast, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh secretly. "Hee, can't you even recognize polite talk? I'm someone who can already trade blows with red raiment vengeful spirits." Zhao Erhu then invited Zhang Chen to join a mission. "I have a C-rank collective mission here. Want to join?" Zhang Chen asked curiously. "Oh, who's letting? Is it reliable?" Zhao Erhu replied. "The leader is from the martial sect and it's a large-scale collective mission." Zhang Chen turned his head in surprise and asked, "Large-scale? How large are we talking?" Zhao Erhu explained patiently, "Mainly because the range is quite wide. Large-scale collective missions usually involve clearing out an entire area like a ghost village, a ghost town, or a spirit space." After hearing Zhao Erhu's explanation, Zhang Chen thought it sounded quite interesting and agreed, "Sounds pretty exciting." Zhang Chen stood up to leave, turning back to remind Zhao Erhu, "Save a spot for me." Zhao Erhu responded happily, "No problem. I'll send the mission details to your phone later." At the school gate, two students who had just finished classes were chatting as they walked. "I heard Executional Brahma is live streaming on the web again." "What the hell, just the name sounds like bad luck." Just as they were speaking, an expensive luxury Li Jiao car suddenly charged toward them, nearly hitting them. The two screamed in terror, "Holy crap, They jumped back, trembling with lingering fear as they stood rooted to the spot, stammering, what are you doing?" Zhang Chen appeared behind them and said, "Excuse me, please move aside." The two were scared out of their wits. They stammered in response. Zhang Chen walked past them as if they weren't there, the car door opening to welcome him inside. Boss Jiyu was sitting on a high-end leather sofa, waving politely in greeting. "Master Zhang, I've arrived." The interior decor was the height of luxury, reeking of wealth at every turn. Zhang Chen smiled and replied to Boss Jiyu, "It's just a contract for a few $100 million. Is such a grand entrance really necessary?" Boss Jiyu took out a contract with a serious face. After the two carefully confirmed it, he pointed to the signature line and guided Zhang Chen to leave his print. "Place your thumbprint here." He let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, now 1/3 of the GU Group's shares belong to Master Zhang." The name of the recipient was clearly written on the contract. Zhang Chen pressed a bright red thumbprint onto it. He let out a light breath, thinking to himself, "You're quite a man of your word." Boss Jiyu laughed heartily upon hearing this, clapped his hands and made a new request. "Master Zhang, I have one more thing I'd like your help with." Zhang Chen's face instantly darkened as he calculated secretly. "I knew this money wouldn't be so easy to earn." Boss Jiyu turned on a projector and pointed to a land development map, saying to Zhang Chen, "Please look." Zhang Chen marveled in surprise. "Wow, there's even a projector in the car?" Boss Jiyu pointed to an open area of land and began to explain the planning details in depth. "I've bought all the properties in the Yuan apartment complex. All the GU descendants will be moving there." Zhang Chen's eyes widened, and he blurted out in disbelief, "You bought it all. What do you plan to do?" Boss Jiyu patted his chest and guaranteed, "I only feel safe placing my life in Master Yang's hands. Moving in with Master Zhang is of course for the sake of peace and stability." After hearing this, Zhang Chen's lip twitched slightly. He felt like a fish that had been hooked. Holding the contract in his hand, he could only helplessly accept the fact that he had become a bodyguard. He responded somewhat reluctantly, "Fine, from now on we are a community of mutual benefit." Both sides reached a consensus and were very satisfied with the project. Boss Jiyu laughed happily. "Haha, good good." In a dilapidated and eerie apartment, a middle-aged man was hurrying home. He was chuckling as he entered the door. Inside, his young and beautiful wife was wearing an apron, preparing dinner. Seeing her husband come home so happy, she said, "Hurry and wash your hands for dinner." The man wasn't in a hurry to eat and began to boast about the happy event of the day. He stepped forward and said to his wife, "Wife, something good happened to me today." Hearing this, the young wife gave him a disdainful look and mocked, "What kind of good thing would ever fall into your lap?" The man reached into his wallet and pulled out 3 bright red wedding envelopes. "Look, I picked these up on the road." His wife snatched them away, her eyes instantly lighting up. She examined the 3 envelopes carefully, weighed them, and said, "Looks like quite a bit of money." She looked at the double happiness character and the 2 pigeons printed on the front and said, They really are wedding envelopes." She then reminded him, "Since you picked up so many of their envelopes, you should at least say congratulations." Only then did the man remember. He nodded repeatedly, and then pulled out his phone to take a photo and post it to his moments. "Yeah, you're right." The man added a blessing and uploaded the photo. "Which couple got married and gave out envelopes today?" "I was lucky enough to pick some up, congratulations." Just after posting, a few people left comments expressing confusion. "I haven't heard of anyone getting married. I just got back, share one with me." "Whose wedding?" "I haven't heard a single peep." Looking at the comments, the man's face began to turn pale, cold sweat pouring down. He thought to himself, "No one's married? Then where did the envelopes come from?" Suddenly, the man received a voice message from a stranger. He clicked to listen out of curiosity. The message was very simple, asking, "What do the envelopes look like? Take a photo and show me." He hurriedly took a photo and sent it over, wondering in his heart, "That's strange, does he want to go down and pick some up too?" After seeing the photo, the stranger said, "Take a good look at that double happiness character. Those aren't wedding envelopes. Someone is clearly buying your life." Hearing this, the man collapsed into his chair in terror, staring at the phone screen while trembling. "Buying what life? There's still such feudal superstition these days." The man tried to comfort himself, but the stranger continued, "In the past, if a girl died before age 16 and was unmarried, she couldn't reincarnate." The man looked at the message, clutching the envelopes tightly, as he felt a chill run down his spine, sweat flowing uncontrollably. The stranger continued, "If those girls want to reincarnate, they must hold a ceremony." Before he could finish, the man understood. It was a ghost marriage ceremony, marrying a dead person. The stranger sent another message. To complete the ceremony, a lock of the girl's hair must be stuffed into the envelope and left on the road for someone to pick up. Seeing this, the man hurriedly checked the envelope. Sure enough, he pulled a clump of hair out of it. The man turned in a panic and shouted to his wife, "Wife, this!" Before he could finish, his wife had already turned into a ghost, looking back at him with a sinister grin. Blood was streaming from her eyes, nose, and mouth. her dead fish eyes staring blankly at him as she asked, "What is it, husband?" At that moment, a piteous scream from the room echoed throughout the entire apartment building. "Ah!" The man snapped awake, completely drenched in sweat. He was still shaken even after waking up. He sat for a while before coming to his senses, reaching out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. So it was just a dream. I knew it. Where would I get a wife from? Just as he looked toward the table, he found 3 bright red envelopes sitting there perfectly arranged. The man's pupils shrank violently and cold sweat began to flow again. The man asked in confusion, "Why are the envelopes still here?" At that moment, strands of long maidenly hair began to crawl out of the envelopes. The hair kept writhing like worms. The man picked up an envelope, not understanding what it was. Just as he was observing curiously, a voice suddenly rang out, "Is it strange? Look up." As soon as the man looked up, he was scared out of his wits and let out a piteous scream. A bleeding double happiness character appeared on the ceiling, blood dripping down the wall and onto the floor. The man fell back onto the bed in terror, huddling into a ball. That voice rang out in the room again. That bizarre and eerie voice was so soft it made one's skin crawl. At the hour of midnight, a beautiful moment for a propitious occasion. "Let us be wed." The man suddenly realized it wasn't midnight yet. He immediately jumped up and rushed toward the door. "There's still half an hour until 12 o'clock. I can still escape." The man scrambled toward the door, and that bizarre voice rang out again. "At the hour of midnight, a beautiful moment for a propitious occasion. Let us be wed," the man roared hysterically. "Shut up, stop saying that." As he rushed to the door, his hands were so frantic he couldn't open it. Suddenly, a red silk boutonniere appeared on the door, and then a monster extended tentacles to grip the door tight, preventing the man from escaping. The middle-aged man cried out in terror. What happened to the door?" He hurriedly grabbed a pair of scissors, intending to cut through the red silk flowers. "I'll see if I can snip these open." He lunged forward and snipped at the silk, but the moment the blades touched the ribbon, they instantly shattered. "Crap, it's completely useless." The man slumped to the ground, utterly terrified. "What am I supposed to do?" He turned his head and saw the red envelopes on the floor. He snatched them up, thinking, "This must all be because of these damn envelopes." He dashed toward the window and hurled the envelopes straight out. "If I throw them away, it'll be over, right?" Just as he tossed them down, he heard someone below erupt into a torrent of abuse. "Who's throwing stuff out the window? Have you no decency?" Inside, the man hurriedly poked his head out and shouted, "Throw it away, hurry up and throw it away." But the person who had been hit by the envelope shouted happily, "Wow, what are the odds of running into an honest person like me? Hang on, I'm bringing it right up to you." The man roared in terror. Don't come up." In the blink of an eye, the person who found the envelopes was already at the door. While pounding on it, they said, "Hello, I'm the Good Samaritan here to return your things." The person slammed against the door repeatedly. Hiding inside, the man broke into a cold sweat. How did he get here so fast? The person outside pounded even harder. "Open up now." The violent pounding snapped several of the red silk wedding ribbons blocking the doorway. A shout came from outside, "Open the door, hurry." A system notification popped up. "Crap, my ghost silk is about to fail. Ghost chi 39 points. The man trembled all over. What kind of Good Samaritan knocks like that? Seeing that no one was opening up, the person outside delivered a flying kick that sent the door flying, snapping all the red ribbons. Dust billowed everywhere, making the man cough violently. Cough, cough. A dark shadow manifested in the haze and spoke. "Hey buddy." The shadow was none other than Zhang Chen. He handed the red envelope to the man. "Your envelope." When the man saw the envelope being handed back, he was scared out of his wits. His face turned pale as he screamed, "Throw it away, this envelope attracts ghosts." A ball of fire suddenly erupted in Zhang Chen's palm, incinerating the envelope. He then smiled and said, "I know that. If it didn't attract ghosts, I wouldn't have bothered coming." Zhang Chen walked over and kicked away a silk flower, continuing, "From the moment I saw you pick up that envelope, I knew there'd be a good show tonight." The man's face was ash white as he looked up and asked, "Little brother, you know how to deal with ghosts?" Zhang Chen walked up to him with a teasing smirk. "I know a thing or two. Do as I say and I guarantee you'll be safe." At that moment the clock struck midnight. A female ghost draped in a red bridal veil appeared at the door. In an incredibly sweet voice she called out, "Darling, it's 12 o'clock. Standing at the threshold, the red-veiled ghost asked in confusion, "Wait, where's the door?" Despite her questions, she walked inside only to find that someone had already set out offerings. On the offering table sat a steamed bun with 3 lit cigarettes stuck into it, a bottle of Yakult and a bag of spicy strips. Even the system was speechless at the choice of offerings. Who offers spicy strips as incense? Ghost chi 144 points. Draped in her veil, the ghost stood frozen before the offerings, thinking, "Is this an attempt to use a ritual to catch me? Hee." As the ghost was pondering this, Zhang Chen suddenly approached and began shaking a bell violently. "Ring-a-ling," the ghost shrieked in fright and lunged backward. She raised a hand to shield her face and demanded, "Who is it?" By now, Zhang Chen had transformed into a master, shaking his bell with a somber expression and an elongated, sinister grin. He replied to the ghost, "Li Hong." A system notification popped up with the ghost's thoughts. "I threw my envelopes at random. How does he know my name?" Ghost Chi 650 points. Zhang Chen laughed happily at earning so much Ghost Chi with such simple tricks. Amitabha. Blessed be, blessed be. Zhang Chen immediately summoned the flesh Ganoderma, transforming it into a long sword. With his eerie expression and eyes as bright as candle flames, his smile resembled that of a soul-reaping king of hell. He spoke, "This poor monk shall now perform your last rites." Watching Zhang Chen's behavior from his hiding spot in the corner of a cabinet, the middle-aged man's face was covered in dark lines as he thought, "Are you a Taoist priest or a Buddhist monk?" The female ghost burst into a manic laugh and whipped off her red veil. He. Revealing a hideous, demonic face, she said, "Don't think just because I'm a ghost that I'm afraid of your petty tricks. Come and be wed to me." Baring her fangs with a sinister grin, she lunged forward with a palm strike. A double happiness symbol manifested in her palm as she slammed it heavily against Zhang Chen's chest. A brilliant surge of demonic red energy slammed into Zhang Chen, however he remained rooted to the spot, allowing the ghost to attack without any attempt to resist. After the strike landed, the ghost revealed a bizarre smile, her eyes glowing red. He, seen enough of my power yet." At that moment Zhang Chen's nose began to bleed as he said, "I've seen it." He put on a wretched expression and said, "You've made me so excited." "So, your nosebleed is from excitement?" Zhang Chen grabbed the ghost's hands in a death grip and said, "I thought I was going to be a bachelor for the rest of my life." He then suddenly scooped the ghost up into a bridal carry, shouting with manic excitement, "I didn't expect to actually get a wife today." The ghost's face turned bright red with embarrassment as she awkwardly tried to push him away, but the more she pushed, the more perverted Zhang Chen became. He puckered his lips, his eyes full of anticipation. "Wifey, gimme a kiss. Wifey, gimme a hug." Provoked into a flush by Zhang Chen's teasing, the ghost dodged frantically. Get away, who actually wants to marry you?" Zhang Chen immediately switched to best actor mode. With tears and snot running down his face, he wailed, "It's not a real marriage, so you don't truly love me." He stayed perfectly in character, leaning close to the ghost's cheek with a look of immense grievance, whispering softly, "Then let me say just one last thing to you." For a moment the ghost found herself unable to refuse. Zhang Chen suddenly unleashed his azure tiger roar. The roar, carrying a massive amount of spiritual power, blasted the ghost to the ground. Her whole body trembled, and feeling like one of her ears was about to burst, she found herself unable to stand. She erupted into a furious tirade. "Damn you!" she screamed like a madwoman. "My ears are practically deaf. What the hell kind of spell was that?" Zhang Chen stared at the ghost, wanting her to snap out of it. "How's that? Feeling much more sober now, aren't you?" Seeing that Zhang Chen was toying with her like a puppet, the ghost refused to be outdone. She immediately scrambled up to retaliate. "HMPH, you think you're the only one who knows that trick?" She closed in on the man hiding by the cabinet and began chanting an ancient incantation to hypnotize him. The man fell under the hypnotic spell. Under the ghost manipulation, he stood up unconsciously. With his eyes rolled back, he called out listlessly, "Wifey?" The ghost continued her chant to control him, forcing him to obey her will. She commanded the man to attack Zhang Chen. The hypnotized man shouted, "Wifey," as he grabbed a knife and lunged at Zhang Chen with wild slashes, roaring, "I'm coming to help you." Step by step he approached Zhang Chen from behind and swung the knife violently at his head. Fortunately, Zhang Chen reacted quickly, ducking to dodge. The man continued to swing the knife haphazardly while shouting, "Don't you dare hurt my wife." After dodging the attack, Zhang Chen said irritably, "Crap, I almost tripped up in the gutter." Zhang Chen spun around and delivered a heavy punch straight to the man's mouth. "Go to sleep." After taking the hit, the man slammed into the ground and passed out. His face was twisted and swollen, his mouth bleeding. He was practically unconscious. Zhang Chen shed his master's robe and stared solemnly at the ghost. "Interesting. You want to play a game of sonic warfare?" Zhang Chen then unslung the demon sound drum from his waist and challenged the ghost. "Let's continue." He struck the drumhead violently. The drumbeat carried immense power, making the ghost shiver in terror. The ghost turned pale, standing frozen and unable to move. Zhang Chen walked forward and mocked, "He." He provoked her right in her ear. "Sing, go on, keep singing." While the ghost was paralyzed, he reached out with a rogue's hand toward her chest and said, "Since you can't move, I won't be polite." Power condensed in his hand as the flesh Ganoderma transformed into a sharp blade, piercing through the ghost body and killing her on the spot. System notification, Ghost Marriage, Vengeful Spirit, Ordinary eliminated. Ghost Chi 999 points. Zhang Chen retracted his hand, ghost blood still staining his fingers. Looking at the gaping hole in her chest, he sneered. Done, however, when he noticed that the ghost's corpse didn't vanish as usual. Zhang Chen let out a surprised cry. He reached out to touch her face and discovered something strange hidden behind her hair. Wait, what's in her hair? Zhang Chen pulled a card from the back of her head. He examined it. Oh, so this slip of paper is your true form? As soon as Zhang Chen took the card, the ghost body instantly melted into a puddle of foul-smelling purplish-pink slime. Zhang Chen scrutinized the card in his hand. It was adorned with several blood-red skulls, and below them was a line of text, Route 444. Feeling the card was extremely ominous, Zhang Chen summoned flames, intending to incinerate it completely. He thought to himself that he had to pull the problem up by its roots. Keeping this unlucky thing will only lead to endless trouble. But strangely, the card wouldn't burn, he said in surprise. It won't burn? Holding the card, Zhang Chen speculated, could this be an entry ticket to some supernatural space? After some deliberation, he tucked the card into his pocket and turned to leave. I'll keep it for now, it might come in handy someday. Zhang Chen then hailed a taxi home. Once he was settled inside, he checked the system for his total score. Ghost Chi, 26,889 points. Seeing the total, he thought happily. A single ordinary vengeful spirit earned me over 7,000 Ghost Chi. My efforts in setting this trap weren't in vain. Just as he was basking in his success, the car suddenly slammed on its brakes, still shaken. Zhang Chen gripped his seatbelt, saying thankfully, "That was close. Good thing I wore my seatbelt this time." Outside the car, a girl in a black cloak stood blocking the path. The driver poked his head out and cursed angrily. "What are you doing wandering around in the middle of the night? You got a death wish?" The girl stood there trembling, pleading piteously. "Save me, someone's trying to kill me." Zhang Chen activated his yin-yang eyes and immediately saw through her. She was a ghost. Despite her not being a living person, he still poked his head out the window and invited her with a broad smile. "What are you waiting for? Get in." The car continued to speed through the silent night. The girl huddled in the back seat, her expression somber. A deathly silence filled the car. Suddenly, a group of masked men in black appeared on the roadside, leaping down from high ground. The leader surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "Where is she? How did she disappear so suddenly?" The leader turned around and noticed a faint ghost chi emanating from the taxi not far away. She immediately ordered her subordinates to pursue. "She's in the car, after them." 3 men in black followed closely behind the taxi. Zhang Chen sat in the car and saw the situation through the rearview mirror, letting out a contemptuous laugh. "So it's those trash from the underworld." Zhang Chen used a spell to inject an electric current into the taxi, saying triumphantly, "With me here, you won't catch a single ghost." With Zhang Chen's buff, the taxi became as fast as lightning, leaving the underworld agents in the dust in an instant. The group was left standing helplessly on the spot. The leader was fuming with rage. Staring at the receding car, she ordered into her walkie-talkie, "Damn it, the target is fleeing west, cut her off." Zhang Chen sat in the car, and seeing he'd lost the underworld agents, he smiled smugly. "Hee, who do you think you're going to cut off?" He then turned to the girl and said, "Don't worry, you're safe now." Zhang Chen began his performance, trying to goad her into revealing her true form. He played dumb, saying, "Speaking of which, I ran into something similar in a taxi last night." A girl flagged down the car, saying someone wanted to kill her. I asked if she knew who it was. She said, "I didn't see their face, I only know the guy's name is Zhao Zhongcheng." While speaking, Zhang Chen twisted his body toward the back seat. The moment he uttered the killer's name, he snapped his eyes open and stared fixedly at the girl. The girl was terrified, clutching her scarf tightly and staring in horror at the nameplate in front of her. Route 331. Driver, Zhao Zhongcheng. The girl blurted out, "Zhao Zhongcheng," she thought to herself. "Isn't the killer this driver?" Zhang Chen successfully spooked the ghost, Ghost Chi 300 points. He then suddenly ducked down and screamed, "Mommy, the driver is a psychopathic killer." The driver was completely bewildered, his head full of question marks. He thought it was some kind of prank and didn't understand why he was suddenly being called a murderer. Zhang Chen shamelessly leapt from the front to the back seat, clutching the girl in a death grip. His acting exploded as he pressed close to the girl with a pale face. The girl dodged awkwardly. What are you doing?" Zhang Chen scooped the girl up, burst through the car door and shouted, "Run!" The car screeched to a halt by the roadside with its doors wide open. The driver was stunned for a long while before coming to his senses. Seeing the two of them hugging as they ran off, the driver shouted angrily, "Hey, you haven't paid the fare yet, you two bastards." Zhang Chen carried the girl in his arms, sprinting across the rooftops of the buildings. Displaying his gentlemanly side, he said with concern, "Hold on tight, I'm speeding up." As soon as the words left his mouth, he began leaping between buildings like a madman, making her scream in terror. "Ah, too fast, slow down." After leaping for a while, he brought her to a wasteland and said, "That wicked driver definitely won't catch us now." In the secluded empty alley, Zhang Chen looked around to confirm no one was there, then reached down to unbuckle his belt. Perfect, no one's around. Seeing him about to commit an indecent act, the girl's face flushed red with shame as she stammered, Why are you unbuckling your belt?" Zhang Chen pulled out the flesh Ganoderma with a sinister, wicked grin. He, what do you think?" He then transformed the flesh Ganoderma into a long sword and attacked the ghost. "Obviously, I'm going to torture you to earn some ghost chi." Zhang Chen swung his sword with full force at the raincoat-wearing ghost, but she suddenly raised a leg to catch the blade between her thighs, then followed up with a backhand kick that sent Zhang Chen and his sword flying. The ghost gritted her teeth, realizing with fury that Zhang Chen had been lying to her the whole time. "Damn you, that serial killer driver, Zhao Zhongcheng. You made it all up to trick me, didn't you?" Despite taking a kick, Zhang Chen still wore that punchable smirk. "Oh, so you're that smart? Seems you're at least a half-step blood raiment then?" The ghost whipped off her cloak, revealing her true form, a female ghost completely covered in bandages. She threatened, "Since you know I'm a half-step blood raiment, you still dare to provoke me? Don't think just because I killed a few underworld agents earlier that I'm too tired to deal with you." Taking advantage of the ghost's distraction, Zhang Chen suddenly hurled his longsword at her, saying casually, "You talk too much." While she was still rambling, the sword instantly sliced her in half at the waist. The ghost was filled with terror as blood sprayed everywhere, dying on the spot. Zhang Chen retracted his sword and said arrogantly, "In your next life, remember to speak less." The ghost was still in her death throes, spitting blood and wailing in agony. "Ah, you're dead meat," a system notification popped up with her thoughts. "Fine, I'll remember that." Ghost Chi 1 point. Zhang Chen stared at the two halves of the corpse lying in a pool of blood, wondering what was going on, when suddenly a cluster of blood-red bubbles sprouted from the ghost's lower half. A monster resembling a centipede actually crawled out from that mass of red bubbles. Its carapace was as hard as iron, covered in serrated fangs. Beyond his surprise, Zhang Chen finally understood why he hadn't killed her just now. It turned out her lower half was her true form. After the transformation was complete, standing before Zhang Chen was a monster with human legs on its lower half and a deformed giant beast on its upper half. Zhang Chen revealed a perverted, excited smile. "Now this look is much more to my taste." The ghost spat out a ball of ghost chi, saying disgustingly, "Then you'd better catch my love." Zhang Chen nimbly dodged the monster's attack. He immediately taunted the female ghost. "That trick again? Can't you ghosts show a bit of creativity?" Although he had dodged the ghost chi sphere, it seemed to hover in midair without exploding. Zhang Chen instantly went on high alert. "Oh, why did this glowing durian stop moving?" While he was wondering, the ghost lunged forward, delivering a flying kick that sent Zhang Chen hurtling straight into the ghost chi sphere. The ghost followed up. "It's waiting for you to crash into it." The moment Zhang Chen made contact, the sphere detonated. Countless dazzling sparks erupted, followed by a violent explosion. He was charred black by the blue electric current, looking like a grilled fish on a skewer. Zhang Chen's face was covered in soot as he coughed violently. Seeing that Zhang Chen was now like a fish on a chopping board, the female ghost launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Her spiked head and jagged, uneven teeth slammed toward him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, leaping into the air to dodge. The ghost missed, her head slamming heavily into the ground with a thunderous thud. Frustrated by her missed strike, the ghost said angrily, "It seems you really do have a thing for women with beautiful legs." She unleashed both legs, kicking Zhang Chen squarely in the chest and sending him flying, leaving him with no chance to counter. The raincoat ghost took the opportunity to try and stomp him to death. "Since that's the case, I'll take extra care of you with these legs." Sensing things were going south, Zhang Chen hurried to pull out his 2-star monsterization card. It seemed he wouldn't be able to handle her without monsterizing. The ghost charged from a distance, her kick sending the 2-star monsterization card flying from Zhang Chen's hand. He watched helplessly as the card was kicked away, his heart aching. "Crap, my monsterization card." While Zhang Chen was still grieving over the card, the ghost opened her massive maw full of fangs, preparing to turn him into a midnight snack. She shrieked, "Die!" Suddenly, a flicker of flame streaked from the distance, piercing through the ghost's head. A fire rope was then retracted, shattering the flesh on the ghost's head and causing her to let out a piteous scream. The one who had arrived to save Zhang Chen was none other than the lead girl from the underworld squad. She stood before Zhang Chen and said, "I made it just in time." Zhang Chen, looking battered and recently rescued from the lightning, felt a secret surge of gratitude. "Looks like I misjudged them. The underworld isn't so useless after all." Xu Lei turned her head and asked Zhang Chen, "Can you still move? Let's kill her together." But when she turned and saw Zhang Chen's disheveled, half-human, half-ghost appearance, Xu Lei thought it would be more reliable to face the battle herself. Thus she took action personally. Summoning the ghost chi around her to confront the ghost, she condensed her ghost chi into a massive fist and, leaping into the air, slammed it toward the ghost's head with lightning speed. Zhang Chen retreated to a distance to observe the fight. "I haven't seen the underworld's fighting style yet. This is the perfect chance for a close-up observation." Xu Lei then executed a move called Shadow Dance Cut, slashing toward the ghost and slicing her body in half once more. However, the ghost regenerated from the cut, her upper half returning to human form as the outer monster shell fell away, revealing a complete human figure. Covered in blood and bared fangs, the ghost let out a piteous wail, starting to play the victim. "Everyone wants to kill me. I'm so miserable. I'm truly so miserable." Suddenly, she vomited a large mass of something from her bloody mouth. Bleg, she was attempting to arrange countless sharp teeth into a small shrine. The ghost then reached out and bit her own hand, blood flowing freely as she said respectfully, "I sacrifice my own arm." Before her voice even faded, the sharp teeth within the small shrine lunged out, biting off the ghost's arm and chewing it frantically. The severed arm caused the ghost to scream in agony. "Ah," she began a dark occult ritual. "The curse is set. You are shrouded in misfortune and shall die a wretched death. Rest in peace." Suddenly, the countless teeth in the shrine resonated with the ghost's words, "Shrouded in misfortune, die a wretched death. Rest in peace." An exceptionally eerie aura erupted from the shrine as the teeth clamored for a life like howling hungry ghosts. Seeing this, Xu Lei frowned in confusion. "Oh, what is this?" But her intuition told her this thing would be incredibly difficult to deal with, and she immediately turned to withdraw. "Something feels wrong, fall back for now." But how could the hungry ghosts in the shrine let her escape so easily? The bizarre object suddenly spat out a surge of black energy laced with blood, piercing directly through Xu Lei's chest. She let out a cry of pain. Watching from a distance, Zhang Chen broke into a cold sweat. "That looks like it hurts. Good thing I didn't charge in first." After her chest was pierced by the black energy, Xu Lei reached out to check the wound, but strangely there was no injury. It felt as if she had never been struck at all. She was stunned. "I don't feel anything. Did it fail to take effect?" The female ghost's face contorted into a laugh. He. Starting as a light chuckle and growing louder and louder, she laughed maniacally toward the sky, her frenzied appearance sending chills down the spines of anyone watching. Ha. Then, the raincoat ghost suddenly stood up and ran off with the small shrine. "Let's go." Seeing the ghost flee, Xu Lei ignored everything else and immediately gave chase. Don't even think about escaping, but she was suddenly tripped by a pebble, falling heavily to the ground as her body pitched forward uncontrollably. Xu Lei struggled to stand, reaching out to wipe the dust from her face. She thought suspiciously, "Is this what shrouded in misfortune means?" Suddenly, Xu Lei's eyes bulged, turning blood red as her head began to buzz. The world felt like it was spinning, and her body experienced a violent rejection reaction. Huff. Xu Lei felt the power within her begin to spiral out of control, rapidly leaking outward. She broke into a terrified cold sweat. "Damn it, the vengeful spirit inside me is about to lose control." Seeing her struggling in pain, Zhang Chen walked forward and reminded her, "You deal with your own problems first. Leave that ghost to me." He turned and strode away with confidence. Xu Lei only had enough time to shout a warning to Zhang Chen. "That's a half-step blood raiment. You have to be careful." Zhang Chen leaped onto the rooftop, pursuing the fleeing ghost. He was fixated on the treasure she was carrying, the shrine with the sharp teeth. His face was cold with determination. "I must get my hands on that treasure." By now Zhang Chen had caught up with the ghost, landing abruptly behind her to prepare for an attack. Seeing Zhang Chen in pursuit, the ghost turned sharply with a somber expression, still clutching the small shrine. She said angrily, "Tisk, you actually caught up." The ghost then manifested the small shrine to deal with Zhang Chen. She felt that even if she couldn't beat Xu Lei, surely she could beat him. Zhang Chen hurriedly pulled out the demon sound drum and began pounding it frantically. The drum beats acted like a powerful weight, instantly suppressing the ghost's entire body. The ghost and the small shrine were frozen in place as if sealed. Having controlled the spirit, Zhang Chen drew his sword and let out a sinister hee chuckle. He raised his long sword, preparing to slice the ghost in two. "Little ghost, stop struggling and let me split you open." Overwhelmed by shame and rage, the ghost suddenly gnashed her teeth and activated blood escape to forcibly break Zhang Chen's seal. A thick green mist erupted from her body, obscuring his vision and preventing him from finishing her in one blow. Zhang Chen looked at the smoke released by the ghost and said in surprise, "A blood escape that's actually green?" Taking advantage of Zhang Chen being trapped in the smoke, the ghost took the opportunity to slip away. Seeing this, Zhang Chen could only shout helplessly, "Don't run." The ghost had already sped into a restricted zone, the site of a C-rank collective mission. Just as Zhang Chen was about to give chase, Xu Lei arrived in time to stop him. "Wait," Xu Lei said weakly, "don't go in, that's the C-rank mission area." Zhang Chen sensed the intense ghost chi emanating from the building. No wonder it was so thick. He stood in place, lost in thought. "I really shouldn't charge in blindly. I'm only C-rank right now." He let out a helpless sigh and gave up the chase, turning to ask Xu Lei, "What's the story behind that ghost you're hunting?" Xu Lei began to recount the background of the incident. "This starts with Liang Zixu of the Dark Abyss, who was caught yesterday." Zhang Chen turned his head in surprise and asked her, "Oh, that puppeteer guy was caught by you?" Xu Lei nodded in confirmation. "That's right," she continued. "To save his own life, he snitched on the horrific activities of a vicious soul-class spirit." Hearing the term vicious soul, a massive phantom immediately manifested in Zhang Chen's mind. It was an indomitable entity with the head of a bull and a body of iron. Possessing a terrifying aura, a being that surpassed even the blood raiment red raiment class. He then asked, "But what does this raincoat ghost have to do with a vicious soul?" Xu Lei explained patiently. "Because that vicious soul is looking for a ghost device powerful enough to curse the entire city of Zhangbei." Zhang Chen suddenly realized, exclaiming, "That ghost device, could it be that shrine altar that just cursed you?" Xu Lei confirmed, "Exactly." She then described the encounter. Her team had been sent to find the shrine and she had discovered it in a mountain cave. Just as she was preparing to take it away, the raincoat ghost accidentally snatched it first. Since then they had been chasing her all the way into the city. The ghost had then quickly stuffed the shrine into her mouth and swallowed it. Cloaked in her raincoat, the ghost had been hitchhiking on the roadside pretending to be piteous. Zhang Chen thought about it, connecting all the clues. And then I ran into her." Zhang Chen scratched his cheek, thinking that this matter probably wasn't that simple. With all these coincidences piling up, something felt off. Just then, the ghost chi inside Xu Lei spiraled out of control again, causing her to curl up and groan in pain. Seeing this, Zhang Chen stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Xu Lei struggled through the pain. "The ghost inside me seems to be going out of control." With that, she turned to leave. "That's enough for today." Zhang Chen waved a cheerful farewell. "Oh, bye-bye." Despite preparing to leave, Xu Lei still looked back to warn him. "Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. The ghosts in there aren't something you can handle alone. Don't think about going in to throw your life away the moment I'm gone." Xu Lei stared at him with a warning gaze. Zhang Chen's face was covered in dark lines. He had been seen through but couldn't argue, standing there awkwardly as he thought, "Holy crap, does this lady have mind-reading powers?" But on the surface he still said calmly, "Hee, got it. I'm heading home now." Watching Xu Lei fly off on a surge of ghost chi, Zhang Chen waved and shouted, "Go slow, I won't see you off. If you can't control your ghost chi, don't push yourself." After confirming Xu Lei was far away, Zhang Chen opened the system with a serious face to check. He asked, "System, how much ghost chi do I have now?" After calculating, the system replied, 49,736 ghost chi points. Zhang Chen followed up, "System, how much ghost chi is needed to draw a 4-star monsterization card?" The system replied mockingly, 100,000 points. Hearing the high number reported by the system, Zhang Chen had no choice but to change his plan. He asked the system, "If I use a 3-star card to fight a vicious soul, will there be danger?" After some thought, the system concluded, "Combining the host's own strength, the win rate is 49. Seeing this 50-50 win rate, Zhang Chen scratched his head in frustration. After thinking for a long while, he made a decision. Zhang Chen shouted to give himself courage, though cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. To move forward is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To retreat is a total loss. Let's do it. Zhang Chen pulled out the flesh Ganoderma and asked, "Flesh Ganoderma, should we do it or not?" The flesh Ganoderma had eyes but no mouth. It manifested 2 hands and shook its head with a miserable look, its hands waving frantically in refusal. Ignoring the flesh Ganoderma's protest, Zhang Chen patted its head and said happily, "Since you're not talking, I'll take that as your default yes." Hearing this, the flesh Ganoderma broke into a heavy sweat. Zhang Chen carried the flesh Ganoderma into the dangerous zone, shouting excitedly, "Let's go." Being carried by Zhang Chen, the flesh Ganoderma felt a surge of resentment. "In my next life, I'm definitely going to be a ghost that can talk." Zhang Chen stared confidently at the building emitting thick ghost chi. He raised his sword and said, "If we fight 100 times, we can still win 49 times. After a bit of self-encouragement, he stepped inside. "Have I entered the netherworld?" After just a few steps, the thick ghost chi all around made him a bit anxious. And he even felt a sliver of regret. As he was walking, something suddenly flew over and blocked his vision, making him scream in fright. "Crap, my vision has been sealed." After a moment of panic, he reached out to tear the obstruction away. It turned out to be a pair of women's white panties with red trim. He looked up to see a girl leaning out of a room above, searching for her lost underwear. Zhang Chen looked at the girl and then at the panties in his hand, thinking, "Is this person calling for help?" Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as he said happily, "Helping others is our bounden duty." A moment later, Zhang Chen was as if injected with adrenaline, rushing up several floors to save the girl. He dashed toward the room while the girl hid behind the wall with a triumphant smile. He, a pair of panties was all it took to lure him up. Men really are easy to fool. She pulled out a knife and licked it, revealing a perverted and hungry expression. "The footsteps are getting closer. I must kill him in one stroke to keep the meat fresh." Just as she was hiding behind the wall, Zhang Chen suddenly smashed through a large section of the wall and charged in, proud of his own ingenuity. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The girl hiding behind the wall was hit on the hand by the stone fragments he'd smashed, causing her to accidentally stab her own throat with her knife, punching her ticket on the spot. Zhang Chen didn't even look back as he charged into the room to search. While looking, he asked in confusion, "Did I just hit something?" The girl's corpse lay on the ground in a pool of blood with a pierced neck. Zhang Chen pushed open a door excitedly. "Beautiful, here I come." But the moment he pushed it open, what met his eyes were piles upon piles of white bones. He walked forward to look, wondering, "Eaten clean so fast?" Just then, a dark figure appeared at the door and asked, "What are you doing shouting and screaming in this corridor?" Zhang Chen turned around to find a fierce-looking bald man. he asked calmly. A beautiful girl was calling to me for help. Do you know which room she's in? The bald man had a pair of chopsticks in his mouth and replied gloomily, No idea. He then picked up a bloody human hand from a bowl and began to chew on it loudly, saying through mouthfuls of food, Just don't bother me while I'm eating. Seeing him eating raw human flesh, Zhang Chen immediately opened the system to see what kind of monster this man was, but the system showed no results. He thought, no ghost chi is a living person eating humans? No wonder the underworld won't let people enter casually. Zhang Chen felt a surge of nausea at such behavior, his face turning pale. He thought that even if the other person was a criminal, killing him would be illegal. This situation was harder to handle than meeting a ghost. What to do? Just as he was hesitating on how to deal with the man, a little girl ran to the door, grabbed his finger and led him away. The little girl shouted with a face full of panic, Run quickly! The girl pulled him to a high platform. Zhang Chen was startled and braked hard. Hey, there's no road ahead, but the girl used her momentum to leap, taking him with her as she jumped from the height. Caught off guard, he slammed face first into the ground, shouting in pain. Ah! The little girl, however, landed steadily. She released his hand in a panic, then stood with her hands on her hips and scolded him with a serious expression. Hey, do you have a death wish? She pointed to the dilapidated apartment building and said, That whole building is lived in by murderers, they'll eat you alive. Having taken a fall, Zhang Chen slowly stood up, rubbing his head with an ignorant smile. Is that so? I thought they looked quite simple and kind-hearted. Looking at Zhang Chen's foolish appearance, the little girl was speechless, thinking, You call that simple and kind? Where did this idiot come from? Just as she fell into thought, a sound began rapidly approaching. The little girl was thrown into a state of panic. Not good, the security guard is coming. She spun around, her head darting in every direction as she searched for a way out. We're done for, she cried out in distress. There's nowhere left to hide. In stark contrast to the girl's terror, Zhang Chen remained perfectly composed. What's so scary about a security guard? He asked dismissively. The girl's eyes widened and her face went deathly pale as she explained. The guards in this neighborhood are nothing like the ones anywhere else, Zhang Chen continued to boast arrogantly. Tisk, a mere security guard, thinks he can? Before he could finish his sentence, a massive black shadow slowly materialized, approaching with heavy, thudding steps. The two let out a sharp cry of alarm. Zhang Chen grabbed the little girl and spun around to bolt. Run, he shouted as they dashed into a water treatment plant. Zhang Chen spotted a sewer opening and pointed toward it. There's a manhole here, it's the perfect place to hide. Seeing that Zhang Chen intended to go into the sewer, the girl gripped him tightly, blocking him in a fit of terror. No, anywhere but here. Seeing how frightened she was, Zhang Chen simply hoisted her up and dove into the sewer anyway. What kind of time is this to be picky about hiding spots? Once inside, he immediately clamped his hand over the girl's mouth, holding his breath as he monitored the situation outside. Until he knew exactly what they were up against, it was best not to make any sudden moves. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the outside. The security guard possessed the face of a ghostly fish, and a bloated, grotesque physique with rolls of fat spilling over its waist. As it walked, it stuffed biscuits into a massive maw filled with jagged teeth, the sound of rhythmic crunching echoing as it chewed with a look of utter contentment. I am a security guard who loves eating bear-shaped biscuits. Only after the ghost-faced fish guard had lumbered far into the distance did the two finally breathe a sigh of relief. The girl held her breath, staring into the dark depths of the sewer. The interior of the pipes was pitch black, filled with a silence so profound it made one's skin crawl. She prayed in her heart that the thing living deep within the sewer was still deep in slumber. Seeing that the monster outside had gone, Zhang Chen asked, So what's the story with that beauty just now? The girl looked at him with utter disgust and shot back. What, you call that thing a beauty? Zhang Chen turned around and began lecturing her with grand gestures. Did you even go to school? Among ghost-faced fish, the large ones are always the females. The girl talked back defiantly. HMPH, so what if you went to school? If I hadn't told you to run just now, you would have been eaten as a snack by your beauty long ago. Seeing the girl was about to flare up, Zhang Chen quickly reached out and ruffled her hair to soothe her. Hee, then thanks for that. What's your name? The girl puffed out her cheeks and replied huffily. Su Ling, Zhang Chen warned. Coming out alone this late at night is very dangerous. Su Ling placed her hands on her hips and said proudly, It's fine, if I run into danger, my sister will come out to protect me. Zhang Chen pressed further. Then where is your sister? How come I don't see her? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the depths of the sewer. A monster that was half human and half skeleton, wearing a pink bikini, stood there gasping for breath. Zhang Chen pointed at the monster with a look of pure disdain and asked Su Ling, Is this your sister? Su Ling was scared out of her wits, unable to even find the words to answer. She stared with wide eyes and screamed, We woke her up, run! Su Ling turned and fled for her life. The well ghost immediately released its ghost chi, sealing off the exit to prevent the two from escaping. Su Ling tried to warn Zhang Chen to leave quickly, but as soon as she reached the opening, the well ghost blocked her path. Su Ling leaned against the stone wall in terror, cold sweat pouring down her face. It's over. But when she turned to look for Zhang Chen, she realized he was gone. Where's the big brother?" she asked in bewilderment. At that moment, Zhang Chen was actually hitting on the well ghost. He tilted its chin up with a suave, dashing air, and the well ghost actually began to squirm and fidget shyly. Seeing Zhang Chen flirting with the monster, Su Ling stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word. Zhang Chen greeted it. "Hello there, are you Su Ling's sister? You have wonderful skin." Hearing the compliment, the well ghost's face actually flushed red with joy, and it let out a shy smile through its maw of jagged fangs. Zhang Chen reached out to stroke its cheek, continuing his praises. The well ghost was absolutely delighted, completely forgetting about the attack. It thought happily to itself, "I stay out of the sun all day. How could my skin be anything but perfect?" Ghost Chi 3 Su Ling snapped out of it, and watching this nauseating scene shouted, "You idiot, she's not my sister." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's face changed instantly. He whipped around and delivered a violent punch straight to the well ghost's face, cursing irritably. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Having taken a punch for no reason, the well ghost was overcome with shame and rage. "Is there no justice? You were the one who came over and started flirting with me." With that, it swung its blade at Zhang Chen in a fury, but he nimbly dodged the strike by leaning back. The well ghost grew more vicious as it fought, snarling, "You scoundrel." After dodging several moves, Zhang Chen summoned the flesh Ganoderma and let out a cold sneer. He then commanded, "Flesh Ganoderma, become thick and long for me." Just as he was triumphantly preparing to finish off this ugly monster with a single sword stroke, he realized the sewer space was too narrow. The elongated flesh Ganoderma jammed directly into the top of the pipe, stuck fast. Zhang Chen looked utterly embarrassed. The monster took the opportunity to swing its blade, and it was only thanks to his quick reflexes that he wasn't struck. He frowned, thinking to himself, "It seems I'll have to put in some serious practice for combat in confined spaces." Seeing that the sword wasn't going to work, Zhang Chen immediately thought of a spell. He subsequently unleashed water manipulation, controlling the sewage to shoot toward the well ghost at extreme speeds. Every drop of water struck like a bullet, catching the monster completely off guard. The well ghost was horrified. "So this kid is actually this powerful." Clouds of white smoke rose from the spots where it was hit, making it scream piteously in pain. Seeing this, Zhang Chen continued to provoke it, striking a punchable pose while flipping it the middle finger and sticking out his tongue. "Come on, keep fighting." The well ghost was so consumed by the humiliation that its veins began to bulge in a murderous rage. The well ghost let out a furious roar. "You think I can't touch you just because you've opened up some distance?" It subsequently fired a corpse bone arrow, several segments of white bone shooting toward Zhang Chen like miniature missiles. Seeing this, Zhang Chen actually became excited, thinking, I was waiting for exactly this move." Facing the incoming bone shards, he stretched as if doing morning calms, using the momentum to lead the bone arrows toward the sealed exit. Su Ling, hiding behind the stone wall at the exit, saw the bones flying her way and screamed in terror. "Oh, why are they flying toward me?" Su Ling's face turned ash-white as she dodged frantically. Seeing the bone arrows pierce through the exit's barrier, Zhang Chen immediately grabbed Su Ling and charged out. He held her close as they leapt into the air, landing steadily. The well ghost pursued them to the opening but didn't dare take a single step further. Having escaped, Zhang Chen swung his flesh Ganoderma longsword and said, "I couldn't move properly in there, so let me show you something now. Flesh Ganoderma, tear this hole to shreds for me." The flesh Ganoderma instantly transformed into a giant sword and slammed into the opening with a roar, grinding the well ghost to dust. The monster was instantly reduced to fragments. System notification, half-step blood raiment well ghost eliminated. Ghost Chi 999, Zhang Chen looked at the remains on the ground and lamented, "Fell apart in one move, the quality was too poor." Subsequently, he picked up a corpse bone arrow that had fallen into the pool of blood. "This is pretty good, I'll take it." He held the bone, intending to feed it to the flesh Ganoderma for fusion, muttering as he worked, "Here, flesh Ganoderma, have a snack. Don't be polite." With that, he began unceremoniously stuffing the bone into its body. The flesh Ganoderma's eyes nearly popped out of its head, protesting in its heart, "I don't have a mouth, what the hell are you trying to force in there?" Beside him, Su Ling witnessed this brutal behavior and began to tremble all over in fear. Too terrifying, her expression shifted between shock and dread as she thought, "He one-shot a half-step blood raiment, just who is this guy?" Seeing that she was thoroughly spooked, Zhang Chen showed a rare moment of mercy and asked, "Scared? It's getting late, let me take you home." The two walked out onto the main road, and Zhang Chen asked, "Where do you live?" Su Ling pointed ahead and said, "Over there." Zhang Chen looked in the direction she pointed and froze. Standing there was a dilapidated, crumbling apartment building, surrounded by ghost chi so dense it practically blotted out the sky. he calculated secretly. Only an exceptionally powerful ghost would live in a place this high up. What exactly is this little girl's background? Su Ling led Zhang Chen into the building, the dim and gloomy corridors so silent they made one's skin crawl. As they passed a room where a sliver of faint light peeked through the door, Zhang Chen stopped to peer inside. Seeing this, Su Ling quickly grabbed him and ran. "Aya, don't look in there." Su Ling explained that the woman inside had just lost her husband and daughter, and lately she'd been summoning their spirits every day. It was incredibly eerie. Zhang Chen activated his yin-yang eyes and, as expected, saw the room shrouded in ghost chi. After confirming there was a ghost, he grabbed Su Ling with an air of righteous authority, intending to barge in. "What era is this to still be doing such superstitions? Come on, follow me in and I'll expose her." Seeing him rushing toward his death, Su Ling shouted anxiously, "Are you crazy?" Zhang Chen ignored her completely. Bang, 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 he hammered on the door. Inside, a crazy woman with a deathly pale face and sunken eyes was efficiently slicing the throat of a live chicken, hot blood dripping into a bowl. She offered the blood before the funerary urns of her husband and daughter, pleading with a face full of grief. "Husband, child, come back. Today is the 7th day. Please come home." Just as she was sincerely summoning the spirits, Zhang Chen pushed the door open and entered with Su Ling. Zhang Chen tried to spook her with a wretched grin. "He, we're back." The crazy woman jumped in fright, nearly falling to the floor as she stared at them in utter confusion. System display, Ghost Chi 160. Zhang Chen went into full best actor mode, pointing to himself as he said, "I'm your husband, and this is your daughter." Beside him, Su Ling was breaking into a cold sweat, completely speechless. The woman came to her senses and roared, "Nonsense, my husband and child aren't nearly that ugly." Seeing that this ghost didn't seem too bright, Zhang Chen continued to tease her, sitting at the table with his chin in his hand. "Wait, hasn't the spirit summoning been a success? Isn't it better that our looks have improved?" Zhang Chen glanced at the offering food on the table and sat down unceremoniously, picking up a bowl and eating away. "You even prepared dinner. It's delicious. Go fry up a few more dishes. Is this how you treat your husband and child?" The crazy woman sinisterly raised 2 fingers. "He, 2 dishes are plenty." Zhang Chen, his mouth stuffed with food, retorted through his chewing, "Plenty? I'm not even full yet." The woman kept her head low, her long hair hanging down to hide her face as her tone grew increasingly bizarre. "No, what I mean is, assembling the 2 of you into these 2 dishes will be quite enough." With that, she splashed the chicken blood onto the funerary urns and shouted, "Come out and eat." Instantly, ghost chi surged violently. Su Ling grabbed Zhang Chen, trying to run. "Let's go, I told you not to come in." But Zhang Chen remained rooted to the spot as if he had grown there. His eyes were glowing with excitement, his tone filled with manic joy. "Go, there's so much ghost chi, I'm too excited to even move my legs." Subsequently, 2 ghostly figures materialized. A bald old ghost and a schoolgirl with the face of a middle-aged woman. Zhang Chen lunged forward impatiently. "Ghost chi, it's all mine." That elderly-looking schoolgirl ghost swung its claws with a sinister grin. "You want ghost chi, I'll give it to you." With those words, it actually began to self-harm with a blade. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The female ghost was unharmed, but a bloody wound appeared out of thin air on Zhang Chen's chest. Zhang Chen was shocked. "It's the one self-harming. So why are all the wounds appearing on me?" Seeing this, the female ghost began to hack at itself even more manically, shouting provocatively, "Is it not deep enough?" Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth and endured the intense pain, cursing in his heart. "This damage transferability is disgusting." Just then, the bald old ghost approached, spitting out nauseating saliva as it said, "Such a heavy wound, let me heal it for you." With that, it opened its mouth and sprayed a massive puddle of foul-smelling, corrosive slime. A chill ran down Zhang Chen's spine. "If that touches the wound, I'm done for." Faced with the pincer attack, he decisively used his trump card, pulling out a monsterization card. Monsterization, Yellow Lion Spirit. Instantly, his entire body was covered in a layer of solid armor, and sharp claws extended from his hands. System notification. Randomly drew supernatural skill. Golden Lion Fangs. After transforming, Zhang Chen used a defensive skill to block the corrosive slime. The female ghost shrieked in frustration, "You think you can block it? Then take a few more slashes." Despite the female ghost's desperate self-harm, Zhang Chen remained completely unharmed under the protection of his armor. He provoked, "It doesn't even itch." He subsequently let out a great shout, taking advantage of the Golden Lion Fangs to counterattack. A silver flash streaked through the air and the female ghost's head flew high. Zhang Chen said coldly, "I'll see you off." Seeing this, the bald old ghost lunged forward with a piteous wail. "You dare kill my daughter, I'll kill you." It sprayed venom frantically, but Zhang Chen was even faster, his long claws piercing directly through its skull. Zhang Chen looked at the power in his hands and muttered with some dissatisfaction, "It's over already? Seems my tastes have become too spoiled. Is a 2-star supernatural skill only this powerful?" At that moment, the woman who had originally summoned the spirits retreated repeatedly in terror. "Monster, just who are you?" Zhang Chen revealed a sinister smile, closing in step by step. The woman waved her hands in panic, pleading for mercy. Don't come any closer. She suddenly plunged her fingers into the bowl of chicken blood, smearing it haphazardly across her forehead and the bridge of her nose. Zhang Chen gave a contemptuous smile. As expected of a blood raiment rank, you have plenty of tricks. The woman chanted an incantation, initiating a sacrificial ritual. As the last syllable fell, her body began to undergo a violent and grotesque mutation, transforming into the hideous and terrifying 100-toothed blood raiment. Seeing that the opponent was also playing at transformation, Zhang Chen cursed irritably. Crap, you're copying me? Two surges of horrific ghost chi collided violently within the room. She transformed into a massive entity bristling with countless jagged teeth, instantly unleashing a terrifying deathly aura. Hiding in a corner, Su Ling trembled violently as the sheer pressure of it made her feel as though she were on the verge of suffocating. Zhang Chen stared at the apparition and remarked, "So you were holding back a trump card after all." The 100-toothed ghost stretched its maw wide and let out a blood-curdling roar. Roar! Suddenly, the flesh Ganoderma lunged out from Zhang Chen's waist. He asked excitedly, "What is it, flesh Ganoderma? Do you have a bold idea?" In his mind, the flesh Ganoderma screamed a frantic warning. "Run, this thing eats everything in its path." The moment the warning finished, the flesh Ganoderma slammed its hand onto Zhang Chen's head, forcing him to duck just as the ghost wagged forward for a bite. Thanks to that split-second reaction, he narrowly avoided being decapitated. The flesh Ganoderma cursed inwardly. "Duck, you idiot!" Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Chen turned deathly pale, exclaiming, "Whoa, that scared the life out of me." Seeing its bite miss, the 100-toothed ghost roared in fury, grabbing Zhang Chen and hurling him against the wall. Zhang Chen immediately summoned the Sovereign's fangs and charged, attempting to slash the ghost, but it dodged with eerie agility. Not only that, it bit clean through his armor. Good grief, it actually snapped the armor apart. Seizing the opening, the ghost lunged again, hoping to catch Zhang Chen off guard. He swung his blade in a vertical strike, intending to split the ghost's maw in two, but the moment the sword connected, the ghost bit down and shattered his Sovereign's fangs. Zhang Chen stood there, stunned and speechless. He leaped up and followed with a thrust aimed straight for the ghost's head, but the attack did almost nothing. Looking at the jagged broken remains of his weapon, Zhang Chen thought, "Is it impossible to cut through this thing?" Gathering every ounce of strength, he aimed a final, desperate blow at the ghost's head. "Then let's see how you like a little more power." A massive lump swelled on the ghost's head, but it merely mocked him. "You gave me a fright. For a second there I actually thought my skull might crack." Zhang Chen stared at the broken Sovereign's fangs and muttered to himself, "This is a 2-star supernatural skill. How can it be like this?" Before he could process the failure, the female ghost swung her hand at him. Fortunately, Zhang Chen leapt away just in time. He was still wondering, could it be that he hadn't mastered the proper usage? Seeing Zhang Chen distracted, the ghost struck again, slapping him clear across the room. He gasped. That was close. Realizing that slashing and stabbing were useless, he decided to transfer the skill to his own mouth. He thought, "Since it's called Sovereign's Fangs, maybe I should try using it on my teeth." Decisively, he lunged forward and bit the ghost back. The ghost froze in shock, never expecting its prey to retaliate with a bite. Before it could fathom what Zhang Chen was up to, it slammed a fist down, burying him deep into the floor. After taking the heavy blow, he lay miserably in the dirt, lamenting, "Seems that didn't work either." The 100-toothed ghost closed in, baring its freezing fangs, poised to swallow him whole. Su Ling screamed, "Big brother, watch out." Before her voice could fade, a ghost had already stuffed Zhang Chen into its mouth and swallowed him. Burp, satisfied, the ghost let out a loud belch, ready to digest its full-course meal. With a hideous grin, it turned toward Su Ling and said, "Now it's your turn." But before it could finish its sentence, the tip of a sword erupted through the back of its skull from the inside. Before the 100-toothed ghost even understood what had happened, it was sent straight to the afterlife. Zhang Chen squeezed his way out of the gash in its head. He panted heavily, gasping for air. Phew. Seeing him still alive, Su Ling was rooted to the spot in utter shock. Zhang Chen was in a wretched state, covered from head to toe in the ghost's foul internal slime. He had nearly suffocated inside. The flesh Ganoderma's eyes burned with rage as it roared, "You moron, you almost took me to the grave with you?" Seeing that the flesh Ganoderma could finally talk, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, so you have a voice now? You should be thanking me." Zhang Chen recalled the scene inside the ghost's stomach. At that moment he had accidentally let the Sovereign's fangs touch the flesh Ganoderma, and he finally realized that the skill wasn't a weapon-type ability at all, but rather a support-type buff. Once he fused the two powers, he had ordered the flesh Ganoderma to pierce through, otherwise they both would have been digested. The scene froze on him, bursting through the monster with his sword. System notification. Time is up. Monsterization ended. Self-harm ghost has died. Ghost Chi 999. Vomiting ghost has died. Ghost Chi 999. Spirit summoning ghost has died. Ghost Chi 1999. With everything settled, he let out a sigh of relief while holding the flesh Ganoderma. Phew, that was too close, seeing the flesh Ganoderma revert to its original form. Zhang Chen gave it a hard tug and shouted, "Flesh Ganoderma, why are you mute again? Say something, what's wrong with you?" The flesh Ganoderma was fuming with rage. With the monsterization over, it had lost the power of the sovereign's fangs and no longer had a mouth to speak with. It cursed inwardly, "Talk to my foot, why don't you activate a skill and see for yourself?" Su Ling stood to the side, watching him mutter to the flesh Ganoderma, and even back it into a corner to force it to talk. Her gaze was full of doubt. Is this big brother actually reliable? I can't tell at all. Meanwhile, at the top of a certain building, an immensely powerful surge of ghost chi was rippling outward. A ghostly altar built upon a mountain of white bones sat atop the roof, frantically absorbing ghost chi to increase its power. The female ghost with hollow eyes was the raincoat ghost. She let out a savage beast-like cackle. "Ha, the ghost chi of this entire district is converging here." A mysterious old man suddenly materialized and remarked, "You're moving too slowly. Do you want me to control the nearby ghosts and offer them as sacrifices to the altar?" The raincoat ghost turned pale with shock. "Weren't you captured by the underworld?" The old man merely offered a contemptuous smirk. Another old man looking exactly the same stepped out and explained, "Hee, don't forget that I am a puppeteer." Looking closely, one could see strange joints on the old man's body. Clearly the one who had fled was a mere clone, an easy feat for him. Staring at the altar, the raincoat ghost immediately agreed, "Then hurry up and summon all the little ghosts in the area. Don't keep the Great One waiting too long." Walking down the road with Su Ling, Zhang Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. He saw several trails of green smoke flying toward the roof of a nearby building. All the ghost chi was converging in that direction. Suddenly, a ghost bumped into Zhang Chen's shoulder and even knocked into Su Ling's head. He drew his weapon instantly, thinking, "Crap, when did it get behind me?" The ghost simply passed right through them, leaving behind a pensive young man and a little girl with a headache. "Wait, it just ignored me." Su Ling pointed to one side and screamed in terror, "Big brother, look over there." Hordes of ghosts and monsters were lining up, marching in the same direction. It seemed every spirit in the vicinity was heading toward that spot. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and suddenly understood. It seemed someone was holding a Ghost King birthday celebration. Just then, a massive catfish ghost twice his height lumbered past. Zhang Chen grew tense. This was a vicious soul-class ghost, he had to stop it. Then a dolphin-like monster darted out from nowhere, barking like a dog as it ran past. It slammed heavily into Zhang Chen, sending him flying. The dolphin cried as it asked, "Where is my master? Have you seen my master?" Woof woof. Zhang Chen stared at it thinking, "I didn't expect this thing to avoid being controlled. Its rank must be quite high." The dog-like dolphin pleaded, "My master just abandoned me and ran off. Help me find him." Zhang Chen replied calmly, "Don't worry, maybe he's not lost. Maybe he's just dead." These words instantly sent the monster into a frenzy. "You dare curse my master, you bastard." Woof woof. Zhang Chen pointed at its face and barked back aggressively. "I was talking about that stupid dog's master being dead. Did I say it was yours?" The dolphin was fuming. "You dare call me a dog, I'll kill you." Zhang Chen refused to back down. "If you're not a dog, why the hell are you barking? There's clearly something wrong with you." The dolphin entered rapid-fire bark mode, and Zhang Chen held nothing back, cursing even louder. As the two lunatics traded insults, Su Ling stood nearby, covering her ears and trembling as fangs began to sprout from the corners of her mouth. "Ah, it's too loud." Sharp horns grew from the girl's head, her eyes turned ghostly and her hands transformed into sharp claws. "Stop shouting." Good heavens, it seemed Big Sister Su had possessed her. The system promptly displayed a notification. "Su Chao cannot stand the noise. Ghost Chi 600. Zhang Chen broke into a cold sweat thinking, Su Chao isn't her name Su Ling? And why did this little girl turn into a ghost? Su Chao was livid. "You dead dog, your barking is hideous. It's so loud it woke me up." The dolphin ghost immediately retaliated, baring its own canine teeth. "You look more like a dog than I do." Woof woof woof. "Calling someone else a dog while you're barking yourself." The battlefield shifted instantly, leaving Zhang Chen standing on the sidelines. He thought to himself that it seemed he was no longer needed here. The dolphin lunged forward and bit down on Su Chao's head. "I'm going to bite you to death." Su Chao swung around and bit its snout in return. "You think you're the only one who can bite?" After the first round, Su Chao rubbed her head, crying out in pain. The dolphin dog also began to whimper. "Ow, ow, I hope I don't get rabies." Woof woof. Su Chao suddenly flickered behind it. But the dolphin reacted with lightning speed, whipping its tail in a sneak attack. "Trying to ambush me in your dreams?" Woof woof. The two were locked in a fierce melee, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The dolphin tucked its neck in to charge up and suddenly spat out a surge of energy, scoring a direct hit on Su Chao. Dog headbolt. Su Chao was beaten black and blue, her body covered in scrapes. She also tucked her neck in and shouted, "Dog headbolt plus." Before delivering a massive headbutt, the dolphin endured the pain and continued to spray energy, roaring in fury. "Come at me again." Su Chao accepted the challenge. "Bring it on." The two clashed again, becoming even more savage than before. Zhang Chen stood beside another ghost, unable to stop himself from complaining. "Crap, Do these two know how to give it a rest? A stray flying stone hit the ghost behind him, and the system notified him again. Bad luck, ghost has died, ghost chi 0.3. Looking at it, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. It really was a disaster from the heavens, just too unlucky. Just then, Zhang Chen was caught by a strange object. He saw a photo of the bad luck ghost wearing the same necklace as the dolphin dog. Zhang Chen stepped forward again to stop the fight. Stop! Before he could finish, a hand covered his mouth, and the dolphin slammed its head into his waist, causing agonizing pain. Zhang Chen was sent flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Chao and the dolphin were both livid, roaring, "Why are you interfering?" Zhang Chen groaned in pain. "Stop for a second, I have something to say to this dog." Zhang Chen pulled out the remaining half of the bad luck ghost's remains and asked, "Look, is this your master?" Staring at those pink bear-patterned underwear, the dolphin froze. Those pink panties, it instantly burst into tears as beautiful memories flooded back. My pervert master loved throwing his pink underwear for me to fetch. Returning to reality and seeing its master's remains, it wailed in disbelief. "How did master end up like this?" Hiding behind them, Zhang Chen explained, "Actually, it was that big rock you just threw that hit him. Unfortunately, it's too late," the dolphin dog barked hysterically. "I'm going to kill you." Tisk, it's impossible to explain anything to this thing. A moment later, his sword also began to complain. "Hurry up and pull me out." The dolphin had been pierced through the skull, and the sword spirit was grumbling about the foul smell. Zhang Chen struggled to pull the sword out, complaining, "Why do you talk so much after being enchanted? My ears can't take it." Zhang Chen turned to look at Su Chao, who hadn't moved. Seeing her suddenly collapse, he hurried forward and asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" By now, Su Ling had reverted and asked weakly, "Just now, was it big sister?" Zhang Chen replied, "Your sister is very impressive too." Su Ling's face flushed red with embarrassment. Zhang Chen comforted her, "I won't push you. Tell me when you're ready." He reached out and ruffled her hair. The ghosts were still lining up. The catfish ghost suddenly caught a scent. It took a deep breath, its eyes widening. It instantly went into a frenzy. "Who is eating my bear biscuits?" It charged forward, knocking aside the ghost blocking its path. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen and Su Ling were eating candy. "This candy tastes great, I just picked it up on the side of the road." The ghost appeared suddenly, giving them both a fright. Su Ling quickly tossed the bag of candy over. "Here, take it all, candy to eat." The ghost grinned dizzily, drool dripping from its maw. "My bear biscuits, hee hee hee." The anglerfish ghost opened the bag only to find it was empty, save for a few crumbs. It stood there in speechless silence. Then it furiously crushed the empty bag and roared, "You ate all my biscuits." Subsequently, the small bulb on its head flickered violently with rage as it shrieked a warning at everyone nearby. I'm angry." It immediately fired a bolt of electricity at Zhang Chen. Carrying Su Ling, Zhang Chen dodged and shouted at the monsters below, "Get out of the way!" But the ghost behind them couldn't react in time and was electrocuted into the shape of a bear biscuit. The anglerfish ghost walked over, tossed the biscuit into its mouth, chewed, and commented, "Ghost tastes terrible." It forced it down with a look of disgust. Taking advantage of its distraction, Zhang Chen flickered in front of it with a confident smile and unleashed a heavy punch. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." The anglerfish ghost's face was knocked sideways. Immediately after, Zhang Chen swung his sword down, shouting, "Full power strike." The blade hit the ghost squarely on top of the head, even splitting its hat in two, but the creature's skull was as hard as a bull's. The anglerfish ghost reached up to rub its head where it had been hit, as if scratching an itch. It didn't seem to realize it had been attacked. Zhang Chen stepped back, asking in shock, "How is its skin this thick?" Before he could recover, the lure on the ghost's head fired a bolt of lightning, which he narrowly avoided with a flicker dodge. Then, Zhang Chen refused to be outdone, retaliating with a palm lightning strike toward the ground, the electrical discharge snaking toward the opponent. Their moves collided and cancelled each other out. He gripped the manifested sword of ghost chi tightly. Immediately after, the light atop the anglerfish ghost's head began to charge again. Its eyes fixed on him with pure hatred. Staring at it, Zhang Chen thought, "This thing is a tank, and that ball on its head is just like Majin Buu's." The ghost launched an attack and Zhang Chen leaped to dodge, thinking to himself, "This move is too broken, one zap and you turn into a biscuit." He knew he had to take that bulb out first. He then looked at his ghost chi gauge and asked the flesh Ganoderma seriously, "Can you aim?" The Long's word vibrated in confirmation. Suddenly, without warning, Su Ling had scrambled onto the anglerfish ghost's head and grabbed hold of the light stalk. Stunned by the sudden movement, the ghost froze in place and Zhang Chen watched from below in awe. He then raised the flesh Ganoderma and laughed triumphantly. "Hey, looks like I don't even need to use you." At that moment, the little girl on top used every bit of strength she had and gave it a violent yank. The ghost screamed in terror, "Little girl, what do you think you're doing?" Hearing this, Su Ling let out a great shout and ripped the glowing tentacle clean out without hesitation. It was like pulling up a willow tree by its roots. After the tentacle was ripped off, blood gushed from the wound. The anglerfish ghost panicked, reaching up to clutch its head and screaming, Ah, my bulb! In the next instant its body began to swell, its clothes instantly shredding as it transformed into a hulking muscular form, spewing an unknown substance from its mouth. Once the transformation was complete, it let out a ferocious roar at Zhang Chen. Raargh! The anglerfish ghost exerted its full power, shattering its tattered garments. Facing this new form and the erupting ghost chi, Zhang Chen's face darkened and he let out a dry laugh. Just looking at this posture, I can tell it's going to be impossible to cut through. Standing nearby, Su Ling was also dazed by the sight, but she quickly suggested in concern, "Why don't you do what you did with the spirit-summoning ghost and crawl into its belly?" Seeing that she actually wanted him to crawl inside that disgusting anglerfish ghost, Zhang Chen gave her a sharp rap on the head and retorted, "What kind of thoughts are running through that little head of yours?" He then explained, "Look at its teeth, sharp, dense, and that mouth is huge." Zhang Chen added, "If I crawl into its belly, wouldn't I be chewed into mincemeat?" Suddenly, the flesh Ganoderma's body underwent a change. It glanced at Zhang Chen while he asked in confusion, "Flesh Ganoderma, what are you doing?" The flesh Ganoderma's body began to writhe and elongate, leaving Zhang Chen utterly baffled, and it transformed into a sharp long nail, pointing directly at the anglerfish ghost. Seeing this, Zhang Chen understood instantly and cheered. "Aha!" Su Ling watched from the side dumbfounded. Zhang Chen hoisted the drill onto his shoulder and charged forward with a look of smug satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, I almost forgot I still had this move." The flesh Ganoderma stared forward with a determined gaze. Zhang Chen revealed a wicked grin and settled into a combat stance, shouting out the activation of his skill. Corpse bone projectile, launch! Instantly, a sharp bone shot forward from within the flesh Ganoderma. The sharp arrowhead pointed directly at the anglerfish ghost, streaking toward it with incredible speed. The ghost didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It actually stood its ground and allowed the tip to strike, opening its mouth wide to mock Zhang Chen. "Woo woo woo, you think a measly trick from a well ghost can hurt me?" it asked provocatively. Zhang Chen and the flesh Ganoderma both wore somber expressions. He frowned and complained, "This guy's skin is really thick." Then he pressed his palms together, condensing a surge of powerful energy. "Let's add a little extra seasoning to it." With a flick of his hand, a current of electricity instantly entwined around the flying drill, emitting a piercing zzzt sound in the air. Suddenly, the arrowhead plunged violently into the anglerfish ghost's body, leaving it wide-eyed with shock. The tip spun and bored rapidly into its depths. Zhang Chen roared the name of the move, "Corpse bone projectile, penetrate." The sharp projectile tore clean through the ghost's body, leaving a massive blood-red hole wreathed in electric arcs. Having been pierced, the anglerfish ghost spat up a large amount of blood and let out a piteous shriek. Immediately after, a burst of lightning exploded, sending the anglerfish ghost flying as it wailed incessantly. The system prompt sounded. Half-step red raiment anglerfish ghost eliminated. Ghost chi 1200. The flesh Ganoderma hugged Zhang Chen's waist in celebration, and Zhang Chen rubbed its head, grinning through his frown. "Phew, done." Suddenly, Su Ling pointed in a certain direction and shouted, "Look over there." Zhang Chen followed her hand, his face full of curiosity. A thick vortex of ghost chi loomed over their heads. Su Ling analyzed, "The ghost chi upstairs is getting heavier and heavier." Seeing this, the two quickly darted into an alleyway. Sensing something was off, Su Ling looked around warily and said to Zhang Chen, "It's too quiet around here." Seeing the girl's panicked face, Zhang Chen explained with a serious expression, "That's because all the ghosts have been drawn away." At the top of a building before them, an intense cyan-green ghost chi was radiating outward. Seeing this, Su Ling couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect Zhang Chanyu to have such incredible ability." At these words, Zhang Chen asked in confusion, "Is Zhang Chanyu that female ghost who stole the ghost altar?" He then looked toward the roof and continued to press. "What else do you know about her?" Seeing him ask, Su Ling looked at him. Before she could answer, the image of Zhang Chanyu trembling while drawing flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. "I heard she was originally a manga artist," he added. "She specialized in drawing those dark, depressing stories." He continued his reasoning. "One day during a heavy rain, she ran into an abandoned high-rise looking for inspiration. Zhang Chanyu had stood in the rain, staring at the moss-covered, dilapidated building. Suddenly, the building collapsed. Despite the heavy rain, the dust still billowed into the sky. When she was found, her lower body had been crushed. In Zhang Chen's imagination, half of Zhang Chenyu's body was buried in the rubble, absorbing a horrific amount of ghost chi. Zhang Chen concluded, the ghost chi of the entire building funneled into her body because of that. And just like that, she died on that rainy day." Hearing Su Ling say this, Zhang Chen wore a profound expression and nodded in agreement. "Oh, so that's how it was." He then recalled the female ghost sitting in the car. "No wonder she usually wears a raincoat." Thinking of the raincoat ghost's lower half, he added, "And her true form is actually in the lower half." Subsequently, Zhang Chen stepped forward, complaining as he walked, "Instead of staying home to draw her manuscripts, why was a manga artist wandering around outside? She had it coming." Then they arrived at the place where the ghost chi fluctuations were strongest. Zhang Chen looked at the building and said, "It's right ahead, we're almost there." Su Ling followed obediently behind him. Suddenly he felt his foot step on something. Looking down, he saw a massive mouth spitting out ghost chi and bristling with sharp teeth. At that moment a voice rang out, "Hey Zhang Chen?" He looked around in shock and then heard another call, "Hey Su Ling." Su Ling hurriedly searched for the source of the voice. Zhang Chen shook his head, asking in bewilderment, "HMPH, who is it?" Suddenly, Su Ling tapped his shoulder, squinting at him with a darkened face. With a pale face she warned, "Don't look back and don't turn around or your body will rot." A massive hunk of meat suddenly appeared behind them, entinking them. Zhang Chen, "Su Ling, I'm right behind you." Hearing this, the two froze as if struck by lightning. Zhang Chen calculated in his mind, if I turn back I rot, if I don't I'll be sneak attacked. He came to a conclusion. This is trouble. The ghost behind them had a gaping maw on its belly and 3 eyes on its head. Then, as if he'd thought of something, he glanced at Su Ling to confirm, "Wait, did it only call our names?" Beside him, Su Ling answered with a stiff body, "That's right, just us." The ghost behind them still had its mouth wide open, waiting for them to turn back. Hearing the confirmation, Zhang Chen revealed a wretched, wicked smile, and summoned the flesh Ganoderma, saying, "Then this will be easy." He immediately commanded the flesh Ganoderma to launch a rear assault. "Kill it for me!" The flesh Ganoderma instantly elongated its body and struck with a heavy blow, but the ghost reacted with lightning speed, leaping away to dodge as it exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have this trick." Then the 3-eyed mouth ghost flickered from behind them to their front, questioning, "Did you think the rot curse only triggers when I call your names?" The flesh Ganoderma quickly retracted to Zhang Chen's side. The ghost instantly lunged in front of Zhang Chen, shouting, "By seeing my eyes you are already Dia." It stopped mid-sentence. Zhang Chen snapped his eyes open, staring at it like a judge passing sentence. Light erupted from his eyes, making the ghost scream in terror. Wah! Its 3 eyes were pierced blood red by Zhang Chen's gaze as if they were about to burst. It lowered its head, gasping in pain. In the next instant, the 3-eyed ghost's head exploded with a bang, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Chen looked at it triumphantly, his monstrous pupils flickering. He reached out to press his temple and sneered, "Hee hee, you dare show off your eyesight in front of my demon eyes?" At that moment, at the top of the building, Zhang Chenyu sensed the commotion below. She looked down and saw Zhang Chen, Su Ling, and the puddle of blood that used to be the guard. She gnashed her teeth in rage, realizing the lower floor guard had been taken out. Zhang Chenyu looked nervously at the ghost altar beside her and ordered it. "I can't leave this spot, you go down and take a look." Seeing that she dared to order him, the man clenched his fist, harboring secret resentment. "HMPH, you actually dare to order me around?" He then thought contemptuously in his heart. "If you weren't able to control the ghost altar, I would have killed you long ago." With that, he flickered and vanished. The ghost altar nearby continued to radiate ghost chi to the surroundings, while Zhang Chenyu stared fixedly in the direction he had left. Below, Zhang Chen and Su Ling were rushing toward the rooftop terrace, both wearing solemn expressions. Suddenly, Zhang Chen came to a dead stop. The man who had just been ordered stood blocking their path, hands behind his back, greeting them with a smile. "Long time no see." Seeing him, Zhang Chen was also taken aback. Facing this man, Zhang Chen unceremoniously raised a friendly middle finger and greeted him with disdain. "The sneak attack didn't work last time, so you dare to come for a head-on challenge this time?" Hearing this, Liang Zixu of the Dark Abyss smiled insidiously and casually tossed out 4 orbs, mocking, "A challenge, hee hee." He then wretchedly denied it. "Who told you it was a head-on challenge?" As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 evil ghosts lunged at Zhang Chen and Su Ling from 4 different corners. Su Ling hid behind Zhang Chen in terror, while he spread his arms to protect her. First was a monster with a face resembling an anus and sharp tentacles, followed by a decapitated, deformed ghost dragging its intestines, letting out a piteous shriek. Hiss, hiss. Among these 4 ghosts there was also a fat pig ghost with a straw hat and dazed eyes. Finally, there was an extremely bizarre cat. It had a floating eye, and its head split into 4 sections like a carnivorous flower, transforming into a massive maw full of fangs that let out a meow. Seeing these monsters, Su Ling poked her head out from behind Zhang Chen and confirmed in terror, "This is bad, the strongest ghosts in this neighborhood are all gathered here." Seeing this, Zhang Chen also looked at them, asking Su Ling in confusion, "Are you saying these are the strongest ghosts? Why would they take orders from that old fogey from the Dark Abyss?" The ghosts, being pointed at and questioned, remained somberly silent. Liang Zixu gave Zhang Chen no chance to continue speaking, violently waving his hand to release ghost chi and issue an order. He wore a dark expression, wondering in his heart, "Has this kid still not realized I'm a control-type spirit user?" Then the controller roared at the 4 varied monsters, "Enough talk, all of you, get him!" Receiving the order, the monsters bared their sharp teeth and roared, lunging ferociously at Zhang Chen. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Zhang Chen's face darkened, and he hurriedly instructed, "Su Ling, hide further away." The girl quickly responded, "Okay." With that, she leapt away to hide. Meanwhile, the 4 hideous monsters continued to close in on him. Then Zhang Chen produced a 2-star yellow talisman, gnashing his teeth and roaring to initiate his transformation. Monsterization, goat power great immortal. As the talisman took effect, his 2 eyeballs began to shift eerily across his face. Zhang Chen raised his hand and a circular seal appeared beneath his ring and pinky fingers. A similar seal appeared on his other hand. Then he brought his hands together to form a complete ritual pose, holding his 2 index fingers up before his face. Immediately after, the phantom sigil of an old goat appeared above Zhang Chen's head. He boasted confidently to the group of ghosts, "He, this is the power a 2-star card should have." The system prompt sounded, randomly drew supernatural skill, Eye of Hell, Death Array. Before Zhang Chen could finish speaking, the 4-legged deformed cat ghost whistled toward him like a blade, screaming meow. With 4 eyes now on his face, Zhang Chen smirked and grabbed the cat ghost's sharp claws. Seeing one side pinned, the claws beneath the cat ghost's other floating eye also lunged forward. But as expected, Zhang Chen caught both sets of claws again. Seeing its claws captured, the cat ghost's sharp hand-like tail whipped forward, its scream full of triumph. He. The real killing move is here, meow. Zhang Chen's gaze turned cold, looking at the hook claw piercing toward him. His 4 eyes narrowed slightly as he mocked, "I've been wanting to say this," while his hands still held the opponent's claws in a death grip. At that moment, a 5-pointed star array enclosed in a circle lit up beneath their feet. Zhang Chen asked in a cold voice, "Are you really in such a hurry to die?" Before the deformed cat ghost could even realize what was happening, it stood there in a daze. In the next instant, a powerful force swept through and the cat ghost wailed in agony. Its body began to rapidly rot. Zhang Chen released his grip, his gaze contemptuous. He stepped closer and teased, "Oh, not dead yet." The ghost lay on the ground with its mouth wide open. Then its entire body erupted with pitch-black ghost chi, and it roared excitedly, "Bet you didn't expect this, I have 9 lives." Hearing this, Zhang Chen's expression became increasingly twisted. He let out a sinister, cold laugh. "Oh, then it looks like you'll have to die 8 more times." With a flick of Zhang Chen's finger, the ghost body began to contort. A wild wind erupted within the array, sealing off all its escape routes. Zhang Chen announced in a grim tone, "Anyone who steps into this array is doomed to die." The monster within the array let out a piteous cry for help. "Hurry, save me." Zhang Chen stood behind it wearing a bizarre smile. The cat ghost's body rapidly twisted and collapsed, turning into a cloud of smoke. It struggled to reach a severed claw out of the array. Finally escaped. Ghost blood continued to drip onto the ground, staining a large area red. However, before it could leave the array, that extended severed claw snapped off at the base, rolling away like an object as blood pooled on the floor. Zhang Chen kicked the ghost's head aside and said coldly, "Pity, those 9 lives of yours have reached their end." Before he could steady himself, a heavy slash struck from the side, slicing clean through the array. Zhang Chen quickly leaned aside to dodge. His 4 eyes stared fixedly at the shattered array as he asked in confusion, "The array was destroyed?" Immediately after, the pig ghost swung its heavy sword again, aiming straight for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen analyzed in his heart, "This ghost is actually quite clever." His reflexes were lightning fast. At the moment the heavy sword swung down, he caught the blade between his hands above his head, stopping it dead in midair. Suddenly, the monster with the anus face and spiked tentacles burst from the muddy ground. Sensing the commotion behind him, Zhang Chen immediately turned to look. In the next instant, Zhang Chen quickly withdrew his hands, performing a feint on the heavy sword engraved with runes as he shouted, "Change." He immediately stepped aside to dodge the attack, shouting, "Release." The pig ghost couldn't pull back its strength in time, and the heavy sword slammed ruthlessly into the anus-faced ghost's head below, splitting its skull in half. Having taken a blow, the anus-faced ghost looked up with a face covered in blood, complaining in dissatisfaction, "What are you hitting me for? Can't you coordinate better?" Seeing this, the pig ghost remained calm as it held its sword and looked at Zhang Chen, arrogantly saying to its companion, "Didn't you see I already pulled my strength back? Otherwise your head would have been in 2 pieces long ago." Seeing this, the ghost raised a tentacle to touch its wound and couldn't help but lament, "Tisk, what a pig of a teammate." Its body was sinking into the slimy earth. While Zhang Chen leapt backward, analyzing the situation in a low voice, "I have to put some distance between us. Getting surrounded would be trouble." But before he could get far, he was snatched by the anus-faced ghost, its tentacle-like arms tightly entwined Zhang Chen, though its body remained hidden underground. Zhang Chen struggled in surprise. Immediately after, the ghost asked triumphantly, "Surprised? Wherever there's a shadow, there I am." Blood began to spray wildly from its mouth. Suddenly it staggered, its body gradually dissipating. It slumped to the ground, releasing Zhang Chen with a look of utter confusion. Seeing this, Zhang Chen glanced back at it and revealed a smirk. The anus-faced ghost's body was vanishing bit by bit, surrounded by pitch-black viscous liquid. It cried out in bewilderment, "Why?" Then, as if refusing to believe what was happening, it muttered while fading, "There was clearly no array on the ground." Hearing its confusion over its cause of death, Zhang Chen looked at the blade-wielding pig ghost before him and offered a reminder. "Hey pig-headed hero, take a look at your blade." Meanwhile, the anus-faced ghost looked up as it dissipated, listening to their conversation. Following Zhang Chen's words, the pig ghost looked at his massive blade, which was clearly stamped with a pitch-black pentagram mark. He cried out in shock, how is this possible? Not wanting the anus-faced ghost to die in ignorance, Zhang Chen explained, I slapped it on while I was blocking earlier. Zhang Chen had carved the mark onto the blade with a chillingly eerie smile. The anus-faced ghost finally collapsed face down into the slimy mud and completely vanished, lamenting before death, I never thought the one to kill me in the end would be this pig. Immediately after, the straw hat-wearing pig ghost frantically cast a spell on his blade, slicing off the section with the mark, causing the massive sword to shatter. Blood flowed from the pig ghost's hand, and then the shattered sword began to spray blood frantically as well. Subsequently, an eye rapidly grew on the pig ghost's blade, and an extremely disgusting long bone extended from it. The pig ghost roared in introduction, Black Gold Long Bone. Zhang Chen stared at the broken blade radiating ghost chi, his 4 eyes narrowing slightly as he offered an interested evaluation. You've got quite a few tricks, pig-headed hero. Not to be outdone, Zhang Chen produced the flesh Ganoderma, staring at the incoming Black Gold Long Bone with an incredibly punchable expression as he shouted, Flesh Ganoderma, transform. The flesh Ganoderma glanced upward, understanding the command perfectly. Immediately after, the flesh Ganoderma manifested a mouth, and Zhang Chen shouted its current form, Sovereign's Fangs. He then burst into a manic laugh. Ha ha ha! The flesh Ganoderma instantly transformed into a long sword, swiftly blocking the pig ghost's attack. Zhang Chen let out a great shout. Activate! Upon impact, the black gold long bone sliced into the flesh Ganoderma's blade body, causing it to shriek in pain with 2 eyes staring at Zhang Chen from the sword. The flesh Ganoderma warned in terror, This guy has the same attribute as me, I'm afraid I can't handle him. Then the flesh Ganoderma opened its mouth wide, complaining to Zhang Chen for confirmation. And his is called Black Gold Longbone, while I'm just flesh Ganoderma, he's way harder than I am. It added, How can meat beat bone? Hearing this, Zhang Chen squinted at it with a face full of disdain, concluding, You really grew that mouth just to spout nonsense. He then looked behind him. The ghost that was nothing but a head and lungs was sharing a cold sneer with Liang Zixu of the Dark Abyss. Zhang Chen instructed the flesh Ganoderma, Then you help me keep an eye on those 2 in the back, don't let them pull any tricks. Zhang Chen wore a look of pure contempt. Hearing this, the longsword replied quickly, No problem, easy as pie. Hearing Zhang Chen being so guarded against them, the 2 ghosts' faces darkened, the same thought flashing through their minds. Who would dare coordinate with this pig? One lapse in attention and he'll slice his own teammates. At the front of the battlefield, the pig ghost roared and swung his blade down. You dare be distracted? He felt slighted. While Zhang Chen stood his ground to take the attack head-on, immediately after, he used wood manipulation, summoning a row of hard wooden stakes that blocked the fat pig ghost's massive blade. Zhang Chen's face darkened as he analyzed, If not for this wood manipulation, this would have been really hard to handle. Then Zhang Chen spread his hands and vines rapidly entwined. He ordered, Condensed sword. He pulled a vine sword from the wooden stakes, staring at the vines with narrowed eyes and muttering, Let's see which is harder, your bone or my wood. Once the wooden sword was fully formed, Zhang Chen lunged at the blade-wielding pig ghost without hesitation, letting out a great shout. Seeing the attack, the pig ghost quickly raised his blade to block. He spun and slashed, a triumphant savage grin on his face. Then the pig ghost overpowered Zhang Chen's move, pushing forward violently with his blade. Zhang Chen used the wooden sword to desperately brace against the opponent's massive weapon. Muttering in a low voice, Sigh, such brute strength, his body was pushed back rapidly. Eventually, Zhang Chen could no longer hold out, and the wooden sword shattered. He fell heavily to the ground with the pig ghost blade hovering right over him. Seeing this, the ghost that was merely a skeleton and lungs greedily extended a bony claw, shouting with a dark expression, Now's the chance. Zhang Chen reacted instantly, shouting, Flesh Ganoderma, stop her. The flesh Ganoderma appeared in response, opening its large mouth toward the lung and head ghost. Subsequently, the ghost's maw violently bit the flesh Ganoderma in half, causing it to wail in agony. Wah, my body's been split. The situation was grim. Zhang Chen watched the severed flesh Ganoderma in shock, lamenting, She actually bit the flesh Ganoderma in 2. Meanwhile, the head and lungs ghost continued to stare at him triumphantly. In a fit of rage, Zhang Chen roared, Dominant demon body. Instantly, a powerful force surged through his entire being. The head and neck ghost bared its fangs and bit into his body, only to find that Zhang Chen's skin had become indestructible, even throwing off intense electrical sparks. Immediately after, he delivered a crushing punch to the head and lungs ghost's face, blasting it away as he shouted, 800-mile demon punch. Faced with this heavy blow, it wore a dazed expression, asking itself in confusion, Blasted away in a single punch, the ghost's body flew a great distance. Zhang Chen, however, found it hard to believe, asking in bewilderment, Are these really the strongest ghosts in the neighborhood? They feel way weaker than the ones before. Immediately, the pig ghost below swung his blade viciously at Zhang Chen. Sensing the intent, Zhang Chen looked up and roared in dissatisfaction. "Don't you ever let a person catch their breath?" He then raised his sword to block, his 4 eyes wide as he thought, "This pig-headed hero is really a handful." The two then engaged in a fierce exchange of slashes. Zhang Chen frowned, calculating privately. "This guy knows I can draw a raise, so he isn't giving me a single second to breathe." Then he leaped into the air to dodge the pig ghost's heavy assault, the massive blade slamming into the ground and triggering a violent tremor. As the ground beneath the blade shattered, Zhang Chen analyzed. "I'll have to find another way." Then, as if sensing something, he revealed a wicked smile and stared at his weapon, asking, "Flesh Ganoderma, can you still move?" It opened its mouth and looked at Zhang Chen tremblingly, replying, "I'm hanging on, I can move. That bite just now was brutal." The flesh Ganoderma then quickly wrapped itself back around Zhang Chen's waist. After stowing the weapon, he whispered an instruction, "As long as you can move, coordinate with me in a moment." Then Zhang Chen looked at the pig ghost with a somber expression, shouting provocatively, "Let's settle this once and for all, pig-headed hero." Seeing this, the pig ghost's eyes glowed red as it laughed triumphantly. "Hee, just what I wanted." Immediately after, it charged at him with its blade, and Zhang Chen charged back with his wooden sword. Their clash triggered a violent tremor. The pig ghost pressed forward step by step, mocking with a face of pure disdain. "You dare compete with me in strength? You're looking for death." As the black gold long bone blade slammed down, he was laughing triumphantly at Zhang Chen. Seizing the moment, Zhang Chen held out desperately, while shouting to the weapon at his waist, "Flesh Ganoderma, beat the drum for me." Holding the small drum, the flesh Ganoderma couldn't help but complain to Zhang Chen, "I'm in this state and you're still making me drum?" Despite the protest, Zhang Chen took the opportunity to strike the drum violently. A surge of ghost chi rippled outward with the sound of the drum, and the eye on the drum head snapped open. Perched on the drum, the flesh Ganoderma didn't forget to mutter to Zhang Chen, "Don't blame me if this doesn't work." The drum beat invaded the pig ghost's mind, startling it so much its eyes flickered with green light. Seeing the pig ghost frozen and trembling in place, Liang Zixu of the Dark Abyss asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong with this pig?" The ghost that was nothing but a head and spine also questioned with utter impatience, "What kind of fit is he throwing? Why is he just standing there?" Zhang Chen retracted his sword, looking at the uncontrollably trembling pig ghost and judging. "The range isn't large, but at least I froze one." He looked tense and was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the pig ghost was still struggling desperately. Its body becoming heavy and soaked in sweat, it cursed in a low, defiant voice, "HMPH, damn it." Seeing that it could still speak, Zhang Chen was greatly surprised. "Holy crap, you can still move even after that?" He couldn't wait any longer. Zhang Chen let out a sudden roar, his entire body erupting with brilliant light as he condensed a final blow in his mouth. He shouted, "Die!" Under the heavy assault, the pig ghost's upper body was shattered. Leaving only a section of its lower half standing in place, Zhang Chen clutched his chest and panted heavily, doubling over. Then the system prompt sounded. 5 minutes remaining until monsterization ends. Seeing the prompt, Zhang Chen looked to the side and let out a sigh. Then, standing beside the remains of the pig ghost, he looked at the remaining 2 ghosts with cold eyes, thinking, not much time left. He looked toward Liang Zixu, calculating. 1 defeated opponent left to settle. The other man was staring at Zhang Chen with a look of high alert. Then he looked at the ghost that was just a head and lungs skeleton nearby and added, "And another defeated opponent I already blasted away with 1 punch." That ghost was currently wearing a savage grin at him. Seeing this, Zhang Chen pointed at them with an arrogant face and shouted, "I'm in a hurry, both of you come at me at once." The 2 of them stared fixedly at him. Then the head and lungs skeleton ghost rapidly circled behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Chen asked, "Trying to ambush me?" But unexpectedly, the ghost's body burrowed into the pig ghost's mangled lower half. Subsequently, it began to fuse with the corpse, shouting with a sinister laugh, "Then I'll take this pig's black gold long bone and strength for myself." A powerful surge of ghost chi swept through the area. Seeing this, Zhang Chen hurriedly reached out to block the pressure, analyzing its ghost chi has increased at least 3-fold. Zhang Chen then turned and ran toward the other side with a furrowed brow, determined. "I have to take out this Dark Abyss guy before the fusion is complete." Suiting action to word, he charged at the man who was standing ready. The man wore a punchable smirk, then hurriedly snatched the hat off his head, staring at Zhang Chen with a scowl to confirm, "You don't actually think I'm as easy to deal with as before, do you?" With that, he pulled a slimy 3-eyed monster from his hat, introducing it with a sinister laugh. "Behold my monster gun plus." But before he could even fire, both he and the gun were instantly sliced in half. Liang Zixu let out a cry of shock. Zhang Chen had already passed through his body and the gun, standing behind him. Then, sensing movement from behind, Zhang Chen glanced back, thinking, "The ghost chi has already risen to 4 times its original level." Then, with eyes full of terror, he whipped his head around. It was here a dense mass of black ghost chi instantly appeared before him. The head and lungs ghost had completely finished its fusion with the pig ghost's body, its form now whole. She stood majestically, surrounded by crackling lightning, looking down at Zhang Chen as she provoked, "Come on, let's play properly." With that, she closed in step by step. Zhang Chen stared at her with a somber expression covered in cold sweat. The powerful ghost entwined in electrical arcs looked down with a sneer. "Scared because here I come." Hearing this, Zhang Chen let out a sinister laugh in his heart. "Hey, go ahead and come." The ghost then stepped forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had already laid down a talisman beneath its feet. As its foot landed on the array, it revealed a mocking smile. "Hey, child's play." As soon as the words left its mouth, the merged ghost stomped down violently, instantly shattering the sigil and the surrounding ground. Then the ghost's long hair stood on end like steel needles, and every step it took triggered a violent tremor, causing the earth and stone to crack and crumble. Zhang Chen watched, dumbfounded. Hiding to the side, Su Ling was also shaken and struggled to stand, asking him with a face full of worry, "Can you hurry up and finish her off?" Immediately after, Zhang Chen was slammed to the ground by the sheer pressure of the aura. He looked pained, struggling desperately. The ghost's long legs stood before him with calm composure. Then a cold purple light flashed in its eyes as it arrogantly pulled out the steel nails from its head. Those nails shot toward Zhang Chen like throwing knives, giving him a fright. Zhang Chen reacted quickly, hurriedly reaching out to block in front of him and letting out a great shout. Wood caltrop, a shield made of wood, rapidly formed in front of him, intercepting the incoming steel nails. But immediately after, a steel arrow shot from her neck, aimed straight at Zhang Chen. Then she revealed a triumphant smile and struck a narcissistic pose, radiating green ghost chi as she fired the steel arrow at the wooden shield. That sharp steel arrow instantly pierced and shattered the shield, heading right for Zhang Chen. He froze on the spot, looking at the incoming blade with a pained expression. Zhang Chen nimbly extended his right hand to prop up another wood shield, only barely managed to deflect the steel arrow. Zhang Chen lamented with lingering fear. That was close. Then, as if sensing something, he looked back in terror. The merged ghost had flickered behind him in an instant, her skin and bone hands tightly locked around Zhang Chen, causing him to break into a cold sweat in shock. The ghost laughed with a sinister sneer. Then the steel arrow carved an arc through the air, once again aiming at Zhang Chen. He struggled and roared, "Are you planning to shoot me to death?" Realizing things were going south, Zhang Chen shouted urgently, "Ultimate wood manipulation," yet the ghost's bony hand still held his body in a death grip. Following his words, a massive ghostly figure was summoned to block the steel arrow. Zhang Chen ordered, "Block that arrow for me." Then the steel arrow pierced through the giant's body, making the giant look down in shock. In the back, Zhang Chen took the opportunity to break free from the restraint, leaping out just before the steel arrow could hit him. Zhang Chen rolled several times on the ground before stopping. After steadying himself, he wiped the dust from his face, analyzing with a somber gaze. Even the greenwood giant was shot through. "This thing is way too ridiculous." Before he could catch his breath, the merged ghost lunged down from above him. Zhang Chen whipped his head up. The ghost kicked toward his face. He stood there dazed, lamenting, "So fast. The eyes can keep up but the body can't react in time." In the next instant, the merged ghost landed a heavy kick on his head with a triumphant laugh, and Zhang Chen was sent flying by the impact. Zhang Chen crashed heavily to the ground, smoke rising from his body. He propped himself up to stare at the ghost ahead, calculating privately, "I have to stall her first, then find a counter-strategy." Zhang Chen then reached for the drum at his waist, but the opponent snatched his wrist and the drum fell to the ground. Then she violently hurled Zhang Chen away. Zhang Chen let out a piteous shout, his body smoking from the ghost chi impact, with blood filling his mouth. He stared at the merged ghost before him with half-open eyes, muttering under his breath, "Cough, cough. You really aren't giving me any openings, are you?" Zhang Chen tried to move his body, but he soon let out a startled cry in his mind. "HMPH can't move?" He widened his eyes in confusion, still staring warily at the merged ghost. At that moment, the ghost's toes brushed against his leg and slowly moved up toward his chest. This movement made Zhang Chen tremble, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet he actually flushed red with excitement. Immediately after, the ghost stroked his chin with its toes and pressed a sharp claw against his throat, while Zhang Chen stared back, gnashing his teeth. The ghost, its face twisted, grinned and offered an evaluation. "A human as powerful as you is truly rare. If we fuse into one, I might even reach the vicious soul rank." Its toes toyed with his chin, tilting Zhang Chen's head up and down. Zhang Chen's 4 eyes stared at it, and he seemed momentarily dazed. Then he glanced toward the wall, looking through the shattered glass window at the full moon outside, thinking to himself, "The window over there is broken." Zhang Chen then revealed a smug smile, confirming in his mind, "Got it." He reached out and touched the ghost's foot, sliding his hand from its calf all the way to its thigh with an incredibly wretched look and a wicked grin. Seeing this, the ghost couldn't help but cry out in confusion, "WH, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, he continued to grope around, exclaiming, "So silky." He then went even further, leaning in between its legs and sighing, "Sister, these legs of yours are truly top tier." The merged ghost turned bright red from his antics, staring at him blankly with its mouth agape. Immediately after, Zhang Chen pulled its body into an embrace and said, "They've gotten all dirty just from stepping on the ground," he added. "Let me take you to get washed up." The merged ghost was suddenly hoisted up, having no time to react. It could only be pushed backward with its mouth wide open. As Zhang Chen shoved it toward the shattered window, he looked at it and said, "A good wash will clean away all the filthy things on you, sister." Then he hurled the ghost into the moonlight outside the window and shouted, "Purify her." The moonlight seemed to follow his command, shining brilliantly onto the ghost's body. The merged ghost, not understanding what was happening, looked back in terror. Zhang Chen's voice rang out again, shouting the move's name. Blue Bull pierces the moon. In an instant, the pale yellow moonlight outside transformed into a massive energy beam, shooting through the broken window and striking the ghost directly. Once the blinding light dissipated, the ghost in Zhang Chen's arms had been reduced to a set of white bones, the ghost chi within rapidly fading away. Zhang Chen shook the skull of the remains in his hand, sighing happily. "All clean now?" Then he planted a kiss on the merged ghost's bone and said with excited, shameless bravado, "Turns out you were the filthiest thing of all, right, my little baby?" In a sinister building nearby, the ghost altar was frantically devouring ghost bodies, radiating a chilling red ghost chi. Beside the altar, where a feast was in progress, the vengeful spirit Li Yiwen was clutching a severed limb of a horse ghost and gnawing on it. Ghost chi continued to seep from her own severed hand as she chewed and said triumphantly, "Hee, thanks to this ghost altar I can piggyback on some ghost chi to boost my strength." After eating, she wiped her blood-red mouth with a blood-stained hand and complained, "Liang Zixu took those 4 elites so long ago, why isn't he back yet?" Meanwhile, in a corner, Liang Zixu of the Dark Abyss was clutching his wounds, stumbling along and cursing under his breath. "Damn it," he reached up to touch his neck, looking around warily as he lamented. "That was too close. I almost got sliced in two by that kid." Suddenly, Zhang Chen lunged out from behind him, his 4 eyes fixed on Liang Zixu as he said, "That's why I'm here to follow up with another strike." Seeing Zhang Chen, the coward was stunned into a wide-eyed scream. Liang Zixu spun around instantly, raising his hands in a combat stance and roaring with high alert, "My substitution technique was clearly flawless. How did you see through it?" he questioned through gritted teeth. Seeing his confusion, Zhang Chen didn't hold back, offering a bizarre smile as he replied. "Because," he paused, then explained to Liang Zixu, "My eye of hell hasn't seen the image of your death yet." Zhang Chen then confirmed, "But I see it now." Behind him, a pair of terrifying eyes and a giant mouth slowly materialized. Liang Zixu's hair stood on end as he sensed the danger. Then the shadow behind him revealed a massive, eerie grin. Not understanding what was happening, Liang Zixu looked around and shouted, what is this?" Immediately after, he saw a bizarre smiling face emerge from the ground right where he was standing. Panic-stricken and at a loss, he screamed, "Why is there one under my feet too?" Seeing Liang Zixu so frantic, Zhang Chen explained with a glare, "This is the death state the Eye of Hell has preset for you." Then rows of smiling faces heavily surrounded him. However, Liang Zixu regained his composure at that moment, confirming with a look of triumph, "Even if it's a death state, it can only entwine itself around my puppet." He laughed mockingly. Subsequently, his eyes gradually lost focus, slime dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his entire body was completely enveloped by those bizarre faces. He provoked, "Hee, you can't catch me." Those faces tightly bound his body, yet Liang Zixu continued to move. Seeing this, Zhang Chen stepped aside to clear the way, letting out a cold laugh. "Hee, you think you can run this time?" Liang Zixu then ran toward the vengeful spirit Li Yiwen, those faces following him the entire way. Seeing him return, Li Yiwen turned her head and asked impatiently, "Back already? What took you so long?" Her jaw dropped in shock when she saw Liang Zixu's state. Those bizarre smiling faces began to detach from his body. Immediately after, they manipulated him into reaching out for Li Yiwen. His body being eroded by those smiling faces caused the man hiding inside to scream in agonizing pain. Seeing this, Li Yiwen shouted at him in terror, "What kind of ghostly thing are you carrying on you?" Within those faces, Liang Zixu's mind had been completely shattered. He was a mess of tears and snot, screaming helplessly in despair. "Help! Help me!" Seeing Liang Zixu lunging at her with those clinging faces, Li Yiwen barked at him in a panic, Don't touch me." But Liang Zixu's hands continued to reach for her, letting out piteous wails, "Save me." Facing this wretched sight, Li Yiwen let out a disgusted tisk as those hands covered in bizarre slime touched her. She stared at him through gritted teeth and finally, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike, roaring in fury, "More hindrance than help," she then added, "Die." Li Yiwen's body leapt backward, and Liang Zixu was instantly and completely submerged by the smiling faces. Those smiling faces wrapped around him tightly, and Liang Zixu breathed his last amidst a struggle of screams. With his death, the system notification rang out. Monsterization ended. Cat Ghost has died. Ghost Chi 1111. Shadow Ghost has died, Ghost Chi 1111. Pig Ghost has died, Ghost Chi 1111. Head Ghost has died, Ghost Chi 1314. The Puppet Ghost within Liang Zixu has died, Ghost Chi 999. As the system prompts ended, the 2 extra eyes on Zhang Chen's forehead gradually vanished, and the flesh Ganoderma reverted to its original form. Zhang Chen looked at it and asked excitedly, "Flesh Ganoderma, are you recovered?" He then lamented, "Seems we have enough Ghost Chi this time." A wicked, eerie smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face as he gripped the flesh Ganoderma, now transformed into a longsword, and urged, "Next, let's get straight to the point. Let's go." Somewhere, a ghost was absorbing demonic energy, converging with other monsters. Its voice was filled with ecstasy. "Is it almost a success?" it then reminded the others. "At a time like this, there must be no mistakes." Surrounding ghosts continued to swarm in, drawn by the Ghost Chi. Suddenly, the nearby door was smashed open, and Zhang Chen's teasing voice drifted in. "The rain is quite nice today. The mistake has arrived." Li Yiwen looked toward the source of the massive commotion with a look of surprise. Then, Zhang Chen emerged from the dust carrying the flesh Ganoderma. Seeing him, Li Yiwen roared, "You again!" immediately, her face filled with rage as she snatched up another ghost in her hand and barked at him with a darkened face. "Damn you!" Before the ghost in her grip could realize what was happening, she violently bit off a large chunk of it, leaving a missing piece of flesh on its body. A bloody gap also mysteriously appeared on another ghost with many eyes and mouths. A piece of flesh vanished from a puppet ghost's shoulder, making it roar in pain. Even a ghost in the distance found a piece of flesh missing from its head for no reason. Above, Li Yiwen was frantically devouring those ghosts. Then, amidst the dust, she shifted into a bizarre form. Her body became twisted and deformed, resembling a giant spider with a human face. Li Yiwen then swung a sharp claw toward Zhang Chen, who parried with his sword. Immediately after, another object lunged at him with startling speed. Zhang Chen's reflexes were divine as he nimbly dodged the attack. It was a poisoned insect ghost covered in venomous stingers, lunging frantically at him. In the next instant he was tightly entwined within the poison insect's body. Li Yiwen took the opportunity to plunge her sharp claws into the insect, shouting, "Iron Maiden!" Trapped within the circle of poison stingers, Zhang Chen's face darkened as he declared loudly, "The enemy is careless." Outside, Li Yiwen mocked triumphantly, "Don't think you can break through from the inside." She continued her frantic stabbing, adding, "The poison needles of the Iron Maiden will corrode you into a pool of rotten meat." Then the merged head ghost revealed an extremely bizarre and smug smile. However, at that moment the poison insect's body was torn in two amidst Zhang Chen's roar, blood spraying everywhere. With a swing of his longsword, Zhang Chen instantly and heavily wounded the head ghost. The ghost screamed in defiance. How is this possible?" Zhang Chen explained with a laugh. "My flesh Ganoderma just ate over 5,000 ghost chi from your master. Did you think it ate for free?" Then the merged head ghost was sliced at the waist, its tattered remains crawling frantically on the ground toward the altar that was continuously drawing in ghost chi. It trembled all over, tears flowing uncontrollably as it piteously pleaded, "My lord, I'm sorry, I still couldn't." Before it could finish, Zhang Chen didn't care to listen to its rambling. He directly commanded the flesh Ganoderma to shred its body, barking, "Alia, so much nonsense, just die." He stared at the ghost with a look of disgust. The ghost breathed its last while spitting up blood. Ghost blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding altar. Immediately after, the altar, now soaked in ghost blood, actually stood up atop the pile of swallowed skeletons, letting out a series of roars. Countless skulls began to merge under the guidance of ghost chi and blood. Then a faint green light flickered within the sunken eye sockets, revealing a spark of life. A powerful surge of ghost chi swept through the surroundings. Su Ling stood beside Zhang Chen with a serious expression, judging the situation. "This is bad, it's a corpse possession rebirth," she then added. "A vicious soul is about to be born." Seeing this, Zhang Chen's face turned ash-white as he watched the skeletal body gradually take shape within the shroud of ghost chi. Meanwhile, Xu Lei was nearby tending to her wounds. Her body was connected to countless pipes delivering ghost chi, charging her frantically. She was calmly flipping through an ancient book when she suddenly seemed to find something interesting. She let out a small "A," then confirmed the altar's condition in a low voice. "So, a fragment of a vicious soul was hidden in this altar," she then shouted excitedly in her mind. "Once it's absorbed enough ghost chi, it will liquefy." Xu Lei imagined the scene of liquefaction at the center of the altar. She then confirmed thoughtfully, "When this liquid fuses with the Jingguan skull pyramid made of those 14 skulls, the vicious soul will be reborn." The vicious soul's body began to take shape under the stacking of skulls, the smile on its face becoming eerie to the extreme. Xu Lei then stood up from her chair, the ghost chi and tentacles still tightly entwining her. Her voice rang out, declaring, "It seems that to eliminate this altar we must deploy a B-grade Grandmaster to be certain." Meanwhile, Zhang Chen watched the monster taking shape, his brow furrowed as he cursed. "Damn it, it's almost finished forming." Without hesitation, he flew forward with a kick, scattering the pile of stacked skulls and sending bone fragments everywhere. Zhang Chen roared at the pile of bones through gritted teeth. "Go to hell." Retracting his foot, he looked at the mess of skulls on the ground and asked Su Ling in confusion, "It should be fine now, right?" Suddenly, a skull in the bone pile began to struggle violently, blood seeping from its eyes and teeth even sprouting from its mouth. It lunged upward, then manifested an arm that struck Zhang Chen heavily in the abdomen, making him scream in pain. Subsequently, the monster's body rapidly formed, horns growing from its head as it let out a roar. "Who is it?" When it opened its mouth, scalding hot steam billowed out. Then as its massive frame fully materialized, it let out an even more deafening roar filled with confusion and resentment. "Who ruined this seat's great plan for rebirth?" Zhang Chen, knocked to the ground with half his armor shattered, struggled and muttered, "Good thing I used the dominant demon body." Immediately, the system notification rang out again. "Vicious soul is enraged, Ghost Chi 1600. Seeing this, Zhang Chen thought darkly, releasing 1600 Ghost Chi with just a single roar, terrifying. Then, before the two could react, the vicious soul roared again, the sound chilling them to the bone as their hair whipped wildly in the wind. Zhang Chen then pointed despicably at Su Ling beside him, confirming it was her. Seeing him point at her, Su Ling's gaze seemed to say, "You're quite the big brother," before she burst out cursing, "Holy crap!" Su Ling then turned and bolted, shouting back as she ran, "It wasn't me, ah!" Seeing this, Zhang Chen revealed a pleasant smile at the girls retreating back. Then the vicious soul wound up its leg in a charging pose. It whispered, returning the favor with a kick. As soon as the words were spoken, it swept its leg forward with a whistling wind. Zhang Chen nimbly bent down to dodge the heavy kick. He then looked up, eyes wide and slightly surprised. The vicious soul's massive fist was smashing toward him. Zhang Chen couldn't dodge in time and had to tank the hit. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking the attack like a shield. He gave the ghost a smug smile, thinking, "I can just barely block this move without monsterizing. It seems my understanding of supernatural skills has improved again." Without hesitation, Zhang Chen opened his palm and called, "Flesh Ganoderma." He then swung the longsword, shouting cheerfully as he slashed. Oh yeah, with a single stroke the flesh Ganoderma struck the vicious soul's head, but the opponent was unharmed. Instead, it revealed a sinister smile and asked back, "Have I been underestimated?" As soon as it spoke, the vicious soul shot two beams of intense light from its eyes toward Zhang Chen, forcing him to let go and leap away. Immediately as he landed, the opponent followed up with a violent stomp. He could only grab the flesh Ganoderma and leap into the air to dodge. While dodging in midair, he calculated in his mind, "I must take full advantage of being small and agile." But before he could form a counter-strategy, Zhang Chen was snatched up by the vicious soul. It gripped him extremely tight, and Zhang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood in pain and shock. Finally, the vicious soul slammed him violently against the nearby wall with a thunderous boom. Not finished, it followed up with a heavy punch against Zhang Chen's body embedded in the wall. The vicious soul was enjoying the fight, an excited smile on its face as its punches fell like raindrops. Zhang Chen was beaten beyond recognition. He panted in agony, his heart full of confusion. "Didn't I already destroy the ritual?" His body was completely driven into the wall. The vicious soul gave Zhang Chen no room to breathe, throwing another punch. Hiding behind the fist, he thought in terror, "The remains of a vicious soul that hasn't even fully evolved actually have this much power?" Zhang Chen finally reached his limit, pulling out a 2-star card, shimmering with golden light and reaching out to block the vicious soul's heavy punch. A powerful surge of energy swept through his body, shaking the vicious soul back several steps with a look of disbelief. Zhang Chen let out a great roar and activated the skill. Monsterization, the phantom of a giant beast emerged within his body. Zhang Chen tilted his head back and roared, officially announcing his transformation. "Let's do this, great bear monster." Immediately after, his teeth grew sharp. His fingernails transformed into lethal claws, and the clothes on his back bulged as they failed to withstand the violent expansion. Finally, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, a pair of powerful muscular bear arms erupted from his back. Seeing this, the vicious soul gnashed its teeth, its face filled with disbelief. Zhang Chen then swung those two pairs of sharp giant claws and lunged forward, his legs propelling him with explosive force. He charged at the vicious soul with utter determination, while the monster merely revealed a triumphant cold smirk, swinging a fist to meet Zhang Chen's head-on assault. In an instant, their fists collided with a thunderous impact, their power so evenly matched that they were locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, the bear claws on his back came into play. Lunging forward to grab the vicious soul, this startled the monster, leaving it frozen in place, staring at the extra set of arms behind Zhang Chen in total confusion. In that split second of distraction, one of the sharp claws landed a heavy punch squarely on the vicious soul's face, dazing it instantly. Following the blow, the vicious soul lost its balance and tumbled to the ground, while Zhang Chen landed steadily in a dashing pose. From her hiding spot in the corner, Su Ling watched and trembled, marveling at how this big brother had suddenly become so powerful. But the vicious soul refused to be outdone. The dual horns on its head began to emit waves of energy, gnashing its teeth at Zhang Chen. The monster condensed a violent force between its massive horns and blasted it toward him. Zhang Chen extended a massive bear paw in front of him, catching the strike with brute force. With a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "HMPH, bear paws really are tough enough." Immediately after, Zhang Chen leapt up to launch a counterattack, his bare arms flailing out. He pinned one of the vicious soul's arms with one hand while locking onto its neck with the other. In the next instant, Zhang Chen sat astride the vicious soul's massive chest, looking down at the monster pinned beneath him with a piercing gaze. Setting his stance, he raised his fist and roared, "Let me teach you the true meaning of bear power." As he spoke, terrifying energy condensed in his palm, and he growled through gritted teeth. Without mercy, Zhang Chen slammed a heavy punch into the vicious soul's face, pouring every ounce of his strength into the blow. The vicious soul's face was crushed into a massive crater by the punch, and it lay on the ground, struggling to endure the pain. Once it regained its senses, the vicious soul turned its head and roared in a fit of rage. "Ah!" It opened its blood-red maw and hissed furiously. "You bastard!" Zhang Chen, however, remained perched on its body, keeping it pinned tight. Suddenly, a cross-shaped light flickered on the vicious soul's face as it bared its teeth in a desperate frenzy. In an instant, a massive cross-shaped pillar of light erupted toward the sky, churning the clouds and filling the air with malevolent energy. The light pillar glowed a searing red, casting a fiery hue over the entire area. Seeing this grand display, Zhang Chen asked, "So, you're finally planning to get serious?" The vicious soul swung a fist at Zhang Chen, who watched its movements from above. As the monster delivered a heavy punch, the bare arms on Zhang Chen's back moved quickly to parry, while he shielded his chest with his own hands. The vibration from the impact made Zhang Chen frown involuntarily. Taking advantage of the moment it retracted its hand, Zhang Chen struck out with both fists, roaring at the vicious soul. "I'm giving this back to you twofold." He followed up with a frantic barrage of heavy strikes, leaving the vicious soul with no chance to defend itself. It could only lie there and take the beating. As he struck, Zhang Chen calculated inwardly, "It's only a fragment of a vicious soul after all. A half-baked creature forced out early because the ritual failed." He continued to think, if this were the complete form, just how terrifying would it be? His heavy bear paw punches moved so fast they left afterimages, shattering the ground inch by inch as stone fragments and dust flew everywhere. With a cross-shaped crack on its face, the vicious soul lay miserably in the crater. It let out a furious roar, "Damn you," followed by the name of its technique, Heaven's Punishment. In an instant, a beam of light shot down from a cross-shaped array in the sky with staggering power. It slammed heavily into the ground, reducing the surrounding area to ruins. Su Ling, hiding behind a wall, was sent flying by the aftershock, letting out a piteous scream. "Ah, I was hiding so far away and still got caught in it?" In the center of the battlefield, Zhang Chen was exhausted, propping himself up by his knees and gasping for breath. His bare paws were covered in blood-red cracks from the shock of the impact. He continued to stare warily at the vicious soul. The monster staggered to its feet, gasping for air amidst the smoke as it stared back at him. Zhang Chen wiped his mouth and muttered in a low voice, "After using such a big move, he's probably at his limit too, right?" Thinking this, Zhang Chen quickly summoned the flesh Ganoderma, intending to finish him off once and for all. He settled into a combat stance and the two bare arms vanished. Gripping the flesh Ganoderma, Zhang Chen charged at the vicious soul and stabbed his sword directly into the intersection of the cross mark on its face, making it scream in agony. Zhang Chen used the momentum to step on its face, pinning its jaw down as he slammed the sword downward, nailing the vicious soul firmly to the ground. Immediately, a system notification popped up. "Vicious soul remains eliminated. Ghost Chi 50,000. After taking down the vicious soul, Zhang Chen stood atop its corpse, wiping away his sweat and letting out a long breath of relief. Phew, the monster's body lay on the ground, blood pooling around it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked around at the pervasive smoke and asked in confusion, "Wait, where's Su Ling?" He then moved the rocks pinned over the girl and found that she had fainted. Zhang Chen asked with concern, "Su Ling, are you okay?" Suddenly, the girl snapped her eyes open and let out a roar, her fangs exposed and her gaze completely transformed. She lunged at Zhang Chen with a hideous snarl, "Trying to kill me? No way." Zhang Chen watched this scene with a look of utter helplessness, replying, "I am truly speechless." In the next instant, the girl's other hand grabbed the wrist of the hand she was using to attack Zhang Chen. The other soul within Su Ling's body questioned angrily, "Little sister, why are you stopping me? Don't you know this guy specializes in killing ghosts?" Within their shared consciousness, Su Ling advised with an embarrassed face, "Sister, my dear sister, he won't make things difficult for you." Watching the two sisters argue, Zhang Chen picked Su Ling up, looking at her dazed expression. He thought to himself, "This half-human, half-ghost little girl really is a bit of a handful." He then thought that it would be disastrous if they were caught by the people from the underworld. With that in mind, Zhang Chen carried Su Ling away, muttering, "Let's just get her home first." The girl in his grip struggled desperately, shouting rebelliously, "Let me go, you bastard." Meanwhile, Su Ling was trying to stop her sister from within. "Sister, stop making a scene." At that moment, in a room at the underworld headquarters, two men stood together. The one wearing a hat urged the man in front of him, "Chief, let's head out." Hearing this, Xu Jinfeng looked out the window and replied in a low voice, "Let's go." With his command, the underworld's forces mobilized in their entirety, leaping toward the target location. Xu Lei watched her brothers retreating back as he led the charge, secretly assessing the situation. "Although my brother has become incredibly strong, we're facing a vicious soul-class entity." She then scratched her face awkwardly, thinking that just in case she should check if that kid was coming. She pressed the communicator at her ear and dialed Zhang Chen. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen's phone was ringing incessantly on his nightstand, but it was Su Ling who answered. The girl held the phone and asked curiously in a small voice, "Hello, who is this?" She was still holding a pen, busy drawing. Hearing someone pick up, Xu Lei asked and then instructed, "Is Zhang Chen there? Tell him to get to the mission site immediately." Hearing this, Su Ling forced a slight smile and glanced to the side, telling Xu Lei, "He probably can't make it." She then added, "He's currently sleeping like a dead pig." At that moment, Zhang Chen was indeed sleeping soundly on the bed while Su Ling was using her pen to draw various doodles all over his face. Hearing the reply, Xu Lei simply answered, "Oh, forget it then." After hanging up, Xu Lei grumbled to herself in frustration, talks about being able to help, and then he's fast asleep at the critical moment. Immediately after, the two landed at the scene, and Xu Jinfeng warily scanned the surroundings. What appeared before everyone was a mess of ruins. Seeing this, one of the subordinates couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Is this still Jing'an apartment?" Before they could say more, Xu Jinfeng issued an order. "Search in pairs, split up." Receiving the command, the group quickly dispersed and leapt into the ruins. Xu Lei and Xu Jinfeng landed together, finding the corpses of various ghosts sweatered across the ground. Seeing this, Xu Jinfeng stood frozen in shock. There was the frog ghost with a hole in it, the corpse of the dolphin ghost, a head ghost reduced to white bone, and the remains of the mushroom ghost. Following this, they slipped into the depths of the building through a small window. As she landed, Xu Lei asked her brother in confusion, "Did the vicious soul fragment kill every ghost in the neighborhood just to restore its strength?" Xu Jinfeng was looking down, examining the corpses. He then stood up and told Xu Lei, "It's very likely." With a serious face he added, "If that's the case, we're in trouble." Suddenly, static hissed from his communicator. Xu Lei's communicator made the same noise, and they both pressed their headsets. An emergency broadcast came through, "Attention all units, please assemble at the 5 o'clock position immediately." Hearing this, the two immediately leapt toward the coordinates. The broadcast continued, "Vicious soul corpse discovered." In a flash, the underworld forces had all arrived, surrounding the remains of the vicious soul that Zhang Chen had eliminated. Xu Jinfeng looked at the corpse and asked his subordinates in disbelief, "What on earth happened here?" He then knelt down, touching the still bleeding hole in the vicious soul's head, and made a preliminary judgment. "It looks like these ghosts were all killed by a single strike from some sharp weapon." In the back, Xu Lei was also filled with doubt, thinking to herself, "This operation was classified. Aside from us, the only person who knew there was a vicious soul here was..." Thinking of this, she suddenly froze, startled by her own thought. She stared with wide eyes, asking herself, "Wait, could it really have been Zhang Chen?" Meanwhile, back at Zhang Chen's place, he suddenly sat up with a start and let out a sneeze, his face pale. Zhang Chen sat on the sofa rubbing his nose, muttering, "Phew, I think I caught a cold." He quickly turned on the lights and went into the bathroom to look in the mirror. Seeing his face covered in doodles, he cursed under his breath, "Holy crap." Zhang Chen walked out and saw the culprit, Su Ling, still sleeping soundly in the chair, and grumbled irritably, "You little brat. You actually dare to sleep?" Finally, Zhang Chen also picked up a pen and drew a turtle on the girl's face, muttering, "I'm definitely going to fill your whole face with drawings." After getting his revenge, Zhang Chen walked out of the bathroom while drying his face with a towel. He then looked at the system's bizarre smiling face and gave it a command, "System, display my status." Hearing this, the system complied. Host Zhang Chen. Ghost Chi, 196,699. Monsterization card. 3-star 9-headed insect. Items: damaged drought bone steak, damaged anti-demon sound, high-grade ghost chi flesh ganoderma. Seeing these values, Zhang Chen smiled happily. "It looks like I earned enough from this trip." He then looked at the monsterization card, featuring a green-maned lion with a long sword in its mouth, and called out its name, "Blue-maned lion monster." Zhang Chen looked at this 4-star card calmly, commenting, "Another lion, huh?" He then muttered, "I hope this lion doesn't have some weird vague ability again." The system then spoke up with a reminder, "You can consume 60 of your monster power to condense this monster's innate chi." Hearing this, Zhang Chen scratched his head and offered a reluctant compliment. Haha, this time the reminder was quite clear. He then looked at the wheel, planning in his mind, "I'll draw 2 3-star cards for backup first." The wheel spun rapidly. The first card landed. It was the Kui Wood Wolf. He looked at the weird creature on the card with its exposed skull and spine. The second card was a bony rhinoceros. Zhang Chen called out its name, dust-avoiding Great King. He then sat in the chair staring at the system thinking, those supernatural skills all have level restrictions, I can't keep using them forever. He then decided, I'll use the remaining ghost chi to enhance the anti-demon sound. No sooner said than done. Zhang Chen placed the small drum in front of the system and gave the order with a smile. Enhance anti-demon sound. In response, the system popped up another notification. Consume 500 ghost chi to enhance anti-demon sound. Yes, no. Faced with the choice, he hit yes, without hesitation. The system then displayed in succession. Consume 1000 ghost chi, consume 2000 ghost chi. Before the system could finish, he stood up abruptly, shoved the drum toward the system, and shouted, select all, enhance everything. Hearing this, the system didn't waste any time and popped up a window. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Kui bull drum. The form of the small drum gradually changed, an eye appearing upon it, which then suddenly snapped open. Seeing this, Zhang Chen looked excited, holding the Kui bull drum in both hands and laughing triumphantly. Haha, it's perfect. He tapped the drum head with his index finger, and the eye on the drum moved accordingly. Zhang Chen talked to himself, I can't help but want to try hitting it. Suddenly, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang out, startling him into dropping the drum in a scramble. He shouted toward the door, you scared me, I thought I'd already hit it. Zhang Chen then peeked out the door with a gloomy face. Seeing it was Jiyu Hongya, he asked in surprise, oh, Hongjia? She stood outside and waved at Zhang Chen. Seeing his confusion, Jiyu Hongya explained with a smile, I accidentally made a bit too much double skim milk, help me finish some. Hearing this, Zhang Chen followed behind her, rubbing his hands together and laughing with a bit of embarrassment. Then I won't be polite. Jiyu Hongya led the way. They arrived at her house and she took a bowl of double skim milk from the refrigerator. She then turned around and handed the bowl to Zhang Chen with a smile. Here, eat up. Seeing this, Zhang Chen looked at the milk and said happily, then I won't be polite. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. In his sight, the bowl in Jiyu Hongya's hand had already shattered into several pieces, yet the milk hadn't spilled out. Zhang Chen wondered in his heart, what's wrong with this bowl? He was stunned. In the next instant, the bowl in Jiyu Hongya's hand suddenly cracked and fell to the ground. She looked down at the fallen bowl and cried out in surprise, oh no! With a sharp crack, fragments and milk splashed everywhere. Seeing this, Jiyu Hongya bent over to pick up the pieces while saying to Zhang Chen, I'm so sorry, my hand slipped, I'll go get you another bowl. Zhang Chen, however, remained frozen in place, staring at her movements, still immersed in his confusion from a moment ago. Why did I feel like that bowl was supposed to break? He couldn't suppress his curiosity. So he knelt down and asked Jiyu Hongya as she picked up the fragments, Hongjia, did you do something to this bowl? Hearing this, her face darkened, and she then put a hand to her lips, looking up as she recalled, now that you mention it. Jiyu Hongya paused, then told Zhang Chen about her practice session with the bowl last night. Last night I used this bowl to practice with the manual. She then made a gesture toward Zhang Chen. It was roughly like this, cuxing pointing the dipper. Zhang Chen reacted instantly, leaning back sharply to avoid her gesture and warned, don't point that at me. Suddenly, following the direction of her finger, a picture frame on the wall fell. They both turned to look at the frame. Jiyu Hongya asked in confusion, why is even the painting broken? Seeing this, Zhang Chen looked at her and asked, Hongjia, how long did you practice for? Hearing his question, she tilted her head with a puzzled look. She then covered her mouth and recalled, it seems it was only for one night, I just started practicing last night. Hearing this answer, Zhang Chen was stunned and blurted out, you learned the secret technique for changing fate in just one night? He then praised her incessantly. Hongjia, you are simply a genius. Zhang Chen then pointed excitedly toward the sky and told Jiyu Hongya, Hongjia, you can now be considered a half-step adept. He then urged, next time there's a mission, come with me, sister. You can help me buff my attributes. Facing Zhang Chen's proposal, Jiyu Hongya pressed her palms together excitedly, looking at him with a smile as she confirmed, okay, when is the next time? Just then his phone suddenly lit up. Zhang Chen checked it, and his expression immediately turned serious, though a hint of excitement flickered across his face. He scanned the message, muttering to himself, well, speak of the devil. He then glanced at the information, his eyes gleaming. At that moment, a call or notification came from Xu Xinfeng. The system displayed the mission, Jing'an District, Zhangbei City. A rank alert. Personnel below Grandmaster rank. Please evacuate immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Chen turned to leave with a hint of awkwardness, not forgetting to explain to Jiyu Hongya, sorry Hongjia, this mission might not be suitable for you. Jiyu Hongya stood behind him, watching with a dazed, adorable expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt straight out the window, vanishing into the night while shouting back a promise, I'll definitely bring you along next time. Jiyu Hongya stared at his departing back, feeling somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was full of suspicion, talking to himself. Didn't I just take out that vicious soul fragment in Jing'an District? he shouted in bewilderment as he sprinted. What on earth has happened now? Meanwhile, in Jing'an district, the members of the underworld headquarters were warily monitoring the surroundings. Suddenly a massive object plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily into their midst and triggering a violent tremor. Seeing this, Xu Xinfeng quickly issued a warning to his subordinates. Everyone fall back immediately. Upon hearing the order, the group leapt away. From within the massive object, a thick surge of ghost chi erupted. Following that, a set of gates opened completely, and a ghostly figure radiating powerful ghost chi stepped out. Within that ghost chi a voice rang out, "Who?" Before the voice could fade, the figure strode out, surrounded by intense ghost chi. He had a grim face and a large scar below the bridge of his nose. He roared in a furious interrogation, "Who destroyed my vicious soul fragment?" Seeing this man, Xu Lei couldn't help but cover her face. The ghost chi was simply too overwhelming. She recognized him. Her eyes filled with vigilance and doubt as she uttered his name. "Anmin Zifu." Then she realized the truth, asserting to Xu Xinfeng, "So it was you who wanted to utilize the ghost altar and the vicious soul fragment." Regardless of what she said, 2 energy beams shot from Anmin Zifu's eyes. He roared toward the sky in a fit of rage, shouting once more, "Answer me, who was it?" Several members of the underworld stared in terror. Before they could react, they were shaken by Zifu's roar, which blasted a massive hole in the wall behind them. The pressure emanating from the gateway behind him grew increasingly stifling. Under that crushing weight, the group could only struggle to raise their hands in defense. Xu Xinfeng squinted against the ghost chi, looking up as he warily concluded, "This is a true vicious soul class." He couldn't help but marvel. This power is on a completely different level compared to the fragment before. At that moment, Xu Lei could no longer restrain herself. She charged forward with her weapon. Xu Xinfeng shouted anxiously from behind, "Xu Lei, don't be impulsive," but the warning came too late. Xu Lei had already reached Anmin Zifu to launch an attack, while the opponent merely watched with calm composure. He then made a casual swipe in the air, creating a vortex, and stared at Xu Lei with a look of pure disdain, evaluating where did this fly come from. Below, Xu Xinfeng was both shocked and frantic, shouting a loud warning, "Xu Lei, get out of the way!" A gateway suddenly appeared in the path of Xu Lei's attack, causing her move to pass right through it. She asked in bewilderment, "Where did this door come from?" Immediately after, Xu Lei seemed to sense something and looked at her own ghost shadow in a panic. Before she could react, Xu Xinfeng had already charged up from behind with a heavy punch wreathed in ghost chi, shouting out his technique, "Ghost chi full armor." He threw a punch, not forgetting to look back and warn Xu Lei. "Go quickly, he's opened a black hole space," he urged her while desperately trying to resist. "Go back and get reinforcements." Xu Lei didn't dare hesitate, immediately leaping away to escape. In the next instant, Anmin Zifu appeared silently behind Xu Xinfeng. He stepped out from another gateway, wearing a helpless, cold smirk. Sensing movement behind him, Xu Xinfeng broke into a cold sweat. He glanced back and asked in confusion, "An anywhere door?" The man pointed at him, offering an evaluation with a faint smile. "Underworld brat, you're still a bit too green." Immediately after, Xu Xinfeng was pulled in by a powerful suction. His face went pale as he screamed, "Crap!" The man then revealed a sinister smile and pointed his hand downward. Following his lead, several small black holes appeared behind Xu Xinfeng. His body was pinned down by the ghost chi, leaving him to stare helplessly with wide, terrified eyes at Anmin Zifu. Then a single strike flashed past, and Xu Xinfeng's body was instantly sliced in two. The blow was so powerful that even the ground beneath his feet completely shattered. In the distance, Zhang Chen stood on a rooftop, shading his eyes as he looked toward the fierce battle, unable to stop himself from marveling. "Holy crap, this scale of battle!" His expression then turned solemn as he analyzed. "A true vicious soul rank. It feels like the underworld people are about to hit their limit." Zhang Chen then let out a great shout and charged out, "I have to hurry." Suddenly, a heavy blow flew from out of nowhere, knocking Zhang Chen straight out of the air. He crashed headfirst into a pile of dirt, causing a nearby cat to screech and leap away. Dust billowed across the scene. Zhang Chen sat up, clutching his head in rage as he cursed, "Who the hell is driving? Have you no decency?" On the other side, Xu Xinfeng's severed body was beginning to heal slowly. He lay weakly upon the rubble, watching Anmin Zifu approach step by step. Looking at the healing body, the opponent marveled with interest. "Oh, you can actually self-heal, kid?" He then raised his hand, revealing a bizarre smile. He stared down at Xu Xinfeng, his gaze full of playful malice. "Then I suppose cutting off your head should do the trick." Anmin Zifu's hand gradually closed in. Xu Xinfeng stared fixedly at him, desperately calculating in his mind, "Just a little closer." Anmin Zifu, unaware of his thoughts, continued to walk over with an air of amusement. Xu Xinfeng made a resolve in his heart. "Then I'll just take you with me in a self-destruct." Seeing the timing was right, Xu Xinfeng suddenly grabbed Anmin Zifu's hand, gnashing his teeth as he roared in his mind, Now seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zifu's face. However, Xu Xinfeng was also stunned, staring in shock at the person who had suddenly appeared. A man had blocked the two with lightning speed, firmly pinning their wrists. He let out a sigh of relief, marveling, "Phew, made it just in time." At that moment on the Netherworld app forum, everyone was in a heated discussion. A vicious soul-class disaster. Zifu is attacking Zhangbei City, someone on the screen questioned. "Heavens, is that for real?" Another person then explained. "I heard Taishan Wang has already rushed over for reinforcements." Hearing this, another person followed up in surprise. "Taishan Wang, isn't he supposed to be guarding the Yangtze River?" Back on the battlefield, Zifu stared at the hand gripping his wrist, muttering in a low voice. This mark, he then looked up at the newcomer and questioned, "Taishan Wang, what are you doing here?" Taishan Wang stared at Zifu, declaring in a firm tone, "Zifu, leave your life here." Zifu violently shook off his hand. He then rubbed his wrist, letting out a cold, furious laugh. "Hee hee, fine." Zifu then pointed toward the sky, condensing ghost chi as he looked up and laughed loudly. "But first you'll have to ask our friend up there if he agrees." Following his finger, Xu Xinfeng also looked up and was instantly stunned into a daze. Directly above them, a massive eye was summoning another evil, vengeful spirit. Both men looked up in terror, especially Xu Xinfeng, who watched the horrific scene and couldn't help but shout, "We're doomed. When did he open a portal right above us?" Faced with this situation, Taishan Wang still replied calmly, "Don't worry, it's just a small scene." In the next instant, the character for Tai appeared on one of his palms, emitting waves of black energy as Taishan Wang's voice rang out. A large-scale technique like his requires time to charge. The character for Shan appeared on his other palm, bursting with a bluish-white light. Taishan Wang continued to analyze coolly. "We just need to completely destroy him before that happens." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he charged toward Zifu and his portal, asking back, "You and this door are one and the same, aren't you?" Faced with Taishan Wang's sudden assault, the opponent froze in place, unable to react. Then Taishan Wang clenched both hands into fists, the characters for Taishan clearly visible on his palms. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the energy erupting from Taishan Wang's body triggered a violent tremor. He lunged toward the gateway overhead, striking downward. Zifu was stunned. When that blow slammed into the giant eye, Zifu was also heavily wounded, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His body slumped backward in agony. Subsequently, the man quickly retreated toward the portal, covering his mouth as he muttered to himself, "I only came to reclaim the vicious soul fragment, adding no sense in losing my life here, better to leave while I can." His portal then closed rapidly, and Zifu chose a decisive retreat. Just then, Zhang Chen happened to arrive. Seeing the state of the scene, he muttered in his mind, "Ha, I'm late." Before he could steady himself, Taishan Wang had already flown off in pursuit of Zifu. Below, Zhang Chen watched his departing back, analyzing in his mind. "That giant furball that knocked me away just now actually drove off a vicious soul in a single move?" He then fell into deep self-doubt. "That must be king rank strength at the very least." He then made an absurd comparison. A 3-star monsterization card is probably like paper in front of him. He completely failed to notice Xu Xinfeng behind him. When Zhang Chen turned around, Xu Xinfeng happened to collapse, causing him to shout incoherently in a fright, "Holy crap, is that a person or a ghost?" At the underworld headquarters deep in the mountains, Xu Xinfeng lay in an oxygen-filled cultivation pod, his face contorted in pain as bubbles continuously rose within the tank. Outside, Zhang Chen and a member of the medical staff were watching the unconscious Xu Xinfeng. The nurse looked at him while holding a medical chart, evaluating with a smile. "Thanks to Master Yang's timely delivery, we got him back to the underworld." She added, "Any later and he likely wouldn't have made it." Hearing this, Zhang Chen turned his head, his gaze wandering toward the nurse's slightly revealing collar as he confirmed with an improper air, "Assisting an ally is the duty of every gifted individual." The nurse turned and glanced at him, lamenting with some regret, "If everyone in the underworld were like you, the casualties would definitely be much lower." She then sighed, "Those guys, they don't even treat people like humans." Hearing this, Zhang Chen looked at the nurse in confusion. She stared at the unconscious Xu Xinfeng in the pod and added, "They don't even treat themselves like humans." Just then, a voice of urgency came from outside. "We have 2 critically injured patients here. Hurry to the emergency room." Hearing the call, the nurse quickly responded while clutching her chart. "Coming, coming." Meanwhile, Zhang Chen stood before the pod with a somber face, staring at Xu Xinfeng. Zhang Chen let out a bitter laugh, teasing with some helplessness. "Risking his life like this, I wonder how much he earns a month." Suddenly, the voice of a man with messy blue hair came from behind in rebuttal. "A sense of mission is something that cannot be measured by money." Hearing the voice, Zhang Chen turned to look and then waved with a smile. "Yo, team leader Yang." He then introduced himself. "Remember me, Zhang Chen from room 02, floor 12, building 1 of Yuan apartment." Immediately after, a system notification popped up with Yang Chuan's inner thoughts. Still playing around, aren't you, Ghost Chi 2000? Subsequently, he closed his eyes with a serious face and said with some annoyance, in any case, thank you for saving Xu Xinfeng. Seeing the other party wasn't falling for his antics, Zhang Chen also stopped joking, putting his hands on his hips as he listened to the command, follow me to make a record. Zhang Chen watched his movements, complaining with some dissatisfaction, no way, do you and your dad both enjoy bossing people around like this? Seeing that Zhang Chen had no intention of moving, Yang Chuan looked back and asked, then do you not want the mission rewards anymore? Hearing about rewards, Zhang Chen's eyes gleamed, he waved his hand and ran over excitedly. I want them, I'll go with you right now. Yang Chuan meanwhile gave his cloak a disdainful flick. Zhang Chen sat in a chair talking incessantly about the encounter while Yang Chuan took notes. After hearing the whole story, Yang Chuan confirmed with Zhang Chen while typing, so in other words you were the one who stopped Zifu's plot to revive the vicious soul and killed the remains? He then provided the reward scheme. In that case, the underworld is willing to offer 100,000 netherworld points as a reward. Immediately after, the system notification appeared. Mission reward is 200,000 points, confirming. Yang Chuan then pressed the confirmation key on the screen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's grin stretched from ear to ear, and he said triumphantly, hee, I've been waiting for this moment. He sat before the screen with his legs crossed, looking at Yang Chuan as he spoke with a bored hand on his cheek. I don't want points. Yang Chuan looked up in shock, confirming in surprise. 200,000 points is enough for many underworld members to earn in a lifetime. Are you sure you don't want them? Zhang Chen changed his posture and gave a mysterious smile. It's not that I don't want anything, he then stated his requirement. To be precise, I want to trade these 200,000 points for level 2 clearance from the underworld. Zhang Chen analyzed the current situation in his mind. I'm leveling up too fast, I can clearly kill blood raiments, but I can only take those missions for killing small fry. A clearance level chart appeared in his mind. S-rank powerhouses have level 1 clearance Ghost King rank, A-rank powerhouses have level 2 clearance Vicious Soul rank, B-rank powerhouses have level 3 clearance Blood Raiment rank, and C-rank powerhouses have level 4 clearance Vengeful Spirit rank. He then added, I need the corresponding clearance now to take higher level missions and earn more points. Hearing this request, Yang Chuan clenched his fist, barely restraining himself from punching Zhang Chen, and informed him coldly, only the director has the authority to grant level 2 clearance. At the same time, the system popped up Yang Chuan's inner monologue, damn it, I only have level 3 clearance, and you want level 2, you're dreaming. Ghost Chi 744. Seeing this, Zhang Chen squinted with a wicked smile and teased, then I'll just wait for the director to come and talk. Seeing Zhang Chen's behavior, Yang Chuan finally exploded. A powerful aura erupted around him as he closed in, suggesting coldly, I suggest you trade those 200,000 points for something else. He suddenly clenched his fist, releasing an incredible pressure as he said in a low voice, for example. His figure then flickered as he charged toward Su Chao, who was hiding in a corner shouting, the life of this brat. Su Chao's hair stood on end in a fright. Faced with the sudden attack, she screamed, Wah, I've been discovered. Zhang Chen quickly rushed forward to block in front of Su Chao, asking in confusion, weren't you home sleeping? Why did you follow me? Su Chao quickly explained, Su Ling is asleep but I'm not. Once the attack stopped, Zhang Chen protected the girl behind him with a serious face and explained, wait brother, she's a good ghost. Hearing this, Yang Chuan questioned Zhang Chen in a fury, I'll judge good or bad for myself, it's not for you to tell me what to do. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhang Chen glanced back but still kept Su Chao protected behind him. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and evaluated coldly, I'm afraid you aren't qualified to say that either. Seeing himself being slighted by Zhang Chen, Yang Chuan was completely enraged. He grabbed Zhang Chen's arm, his entire body erupting with a powerful aura as he roared, what do you mean, you want to fight? Zhang Chen looked at him calmly, a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. If you really fought the current me, you'd have lost your life long ago. Immediately after, he turned to ask Yang Chuan, didn't you notice someone just entered this room? Zhang Chen then evaluated. Based on his ghost chi, this guy is much more qualified than you are. Hearing this, Yang Chuan froze in place, his mouth hanging open in shock. Suddenly a spatial vortex appeared above his head, and a voice filled with amusement drifted out. This brat is quite interesting, isn't he? Zhang Chen looked toward the source of the sound. A little boy wearing official robes and an official hat appeared, arms crossed, as he smilingly appraised Zhang Chen. I didn't expect you to actually notice this old man entering the room. Seeing him, Zhang Chen let out an embarrassed cry of alarm. The bureau chief? Seeing the high-ranking official appear, Yang Chuan hurriedly ran over, shouting in a panic, Chief, But the chief was squinting with a smile. He gave him a cold, sidelong glance and reminded him, there's nothing for you to do here. Get out. He then floated lightly toward Zhang Chen, praising him with a beaming face. Kid, you've got good eyes. Zhang Chen, as if seeing through his thoughts, glanced at Su Chao beside him. In the next instant the chief strode toward the little girl, scaring her so much she retreated repeatedly. As the chief leaned in close to her face, Su Chao trembled all over, stammering, what do you want? In contrast to her fear, the chief looked at her and offered a satisfied evaluation. A ghostified spirit body? What a fine prospect. He then tempted her without hesitation. Little one, would you be willing to become a disciple under a Yama? Hearing this, Su Ling was full of question marks, asking the chief in return, what's a Yama? The chief recalled the look in his own master's eyes and spread his arms with pride, saying, that would be my master. He then added, he is the strongest person in this world. Seeing this, Su Chao pointed at Zhang Chen and pressed further. The strongest, then how many times could he hit him? Hearing this, Zhang Chen stared at her with an embarrassed face, gnashing his teeth as he muttered to himself, is this brat trying to get revenge on me? Hearing those words, the chief didn't get angry. Instead he lectured Su Chao. Hee little friend, that question is very impolite. He then appraised Zhang Chen. I can only say this young brother certainly has some skills, but compared to the strongest he is still far from it. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Then the chief excitedly pointed upward and promised Su Chao, as long as you join the Yama's lineage, it won't be long before you can surpass him. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up and she confirmed, stronger than him, then I. Before she could finish, Zhang Chen delivered a punch straight to her head. He then retracted his hand and gave the chief opposite him a stiff smile, saying, let me go and ask the kid's family about it first. Meanwhile, the dizzy Su Chao was clutching her head, muttering as stars circled her eyes. Ah, where am I? Zhang Chen then dialed Chen Shui's number. On the other end, Chen Shui answered the phone bleary-eyed while Zhang Chen shouted urgently, Su Ling's mom, I have something I need to ask you. Chen Shui was completely bewildered, asking back softly, Zhang Chen, what on earth are you playing at? He then explained that Su Ling was a spirit body. Hearing this, Chen Shui snapped awake, sitting up abruptly in shock. A spirit body? She then excitedly confirmed it with him. You encountered a spirit body? That's a cultivation genius rarely seen in 100 years. She then added, the sect leader of the Shangqing sect has always been looking for a spirit body to be his successor. She then confirmed with Zhang Chen again, I'll go report this immediately. If it works out, there will definitely be a reward for you. Zhang Chen responded on his end, oh, is that so? Fine. Meanwhile, the chief was tapping his foot irritably, waiting for him. He then rhythmically drummed his fingers on his arm and asked calmly, Zhang Chen, brat, are you done asking yet? Hearing this, Zhang Chen hung up the phone and pointed at the device, explaining with a troubled face, her mom can't make the decision either. She wants to ask the dad, but the dad is away on business. In the next instant, an incredibly terrifying ghost chi suddenly erupted from around the chief as if he had sensed something. Zhang Chen awkwardly reached out to stop him. Please don't be angry, let's talk things over properly. The chief stomped his foot violently, ghost chi spreading rapidly along with his fury as he roared, who gave you permission to enter? Get out! Before this powerful ghost chi, Su Chao fell flat on her buttocks and Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth, reaching out to resist the pressure. Just then, numerous talismans suddenly drifted down from all around, accompanied by a thick, pitch-black aura. A calm voice came from behind Zhang Chen. Why are you shouting so loud? You've blown away all my talismans. Seeing this, Zhang Chen turned his head in astonishment. He then covered his mouth and wiped the cold sweat from his face, muttering, gave me a fright. I thought he was coming for me. An old man holding 2 or 3 members of the underworld said with a smile, Bureau Chief's son, long time no see. He then introduced himself. Dao Zan of the Shangqing sect has come to pay a visit. A shroud of black energy continued to emanate from his body. Standing to the side, Zhang Chen looked at the underworld disciples dangling from Dao Zan's hands and speculated with a bit of schadenfreude. Chen Shui just reported it, and he's already here? He couldn't help but marvel. This speed is way too fast. Immediately after, Dao Zan held one of the disciples and apologized with a plastic smile. I came in a bit of a hurry and accidentally hurt a few little underworlders. He then added, you shouldn't mind, right? He then casually tossed those 2 disciples to the side, confirming, don't worry, none of them are dead. Seeing this, the chief hurriedly said to him, Dao Zan, I don't... Before he could finish, Dao Zan had already completely ignored him and run toward Su Chao, leaving the chief standing there looking bewildered. Dao Zan let out an exclamation. Wow! Meanwhile, the girl was startled into helplessness by this sudden action. Dao Zan reached out to pinch Su Chao's cheeks, evaluating privately. The spiritual energy is so dense, Su Chao was pinched so hard it hurt. Then, Dao Zan's gaze became exceptionally excited, a bizarre smile appearing on his face. He reached a conclusion. This time my junior uncle's successor position finally has someone to carry the torch. Meanwhile, Su Chao was trembling as she was pinched. The chief flew over irritably, clenching his fists and shouting, Dao Zan, old brother. He barely maintained a friendly look on his face. Hearing this, Dao Zan turned to look back. The chief then made things clear to him. Don't bother asking, this child just agreed to join my master's lineage. Hearing this, Dao Zan looked like he couldn't believe his ears, crying out in alarm, what? He then turned back, grabbing Su Chao by the shoulders and shaking her as he pressed further. "Kid, you didn't actually agree, did you?" The girl, dazed from the shaking, hurriedly confirmed, I forgot." Seeing this, the old man pulled Su Chao along as if nothing had happened, preparing to leave as he shamelessly said, "She said she forgot. The Shangqing sect has good methods for treating forgetfulness. I'll take her with me first." Behind him, Bureau Chief's son watched this performance, his face turning green with rage. He then widened his eyes and roared in fury, "Dao Zan, are you asking for a beating?" Immediately after, Dao Zan also quickly adjusted the talismans in his sleeve and turned back to look at Bureau Chief's son, reminding him, "In over 10 years, no one has dared to say they could lay a finger on me." Hearing this, Bureau Chief's son also roared and charged forward, "Then I'll try it today." Seeing this, Dao Zan reacted with lightning speed, flicking out a talisman. Those talismans formed a barrier, blasting Bureau Chief's son backward. Dao Zan asked triumphantly from within the barrier, "HMPH with your current appearance." Then Bureau Chief's son bounced back, his official hat falling off. While Dao Zan continued to chant, he smiled provocatively, staring fixedly at Bureau Chief's son as he said, "You haven't even unlocked your shackles yet you want to touch me?" Seeing this, Bureau Chief's son rubbed his eyes and stood up, confirming with Dao Zan, "You want to play for real, right?" Then Bureau Chief's son pressed his palms together and let out a great shout. Grow 10 years, his body instantly transformed into his adult form. With a furrowed brow and wide eyes, he radiated an incredibly terrifying aura. He then roared again, "Left hand, grow 15 years, his left hand grew into sharp lethal claws. Bureau Chief's son's physical transformation was complete. That mutated arm was thicker than his entire body, and his gaze was full of fury. Then Bureau Chief's son lunged at Dao Zan without hesitation, swinging his claws. Dao Zan refused to be outdone, surrounded by talismans as he met the attack head-on. The two were locked in a fierce battle, even blowing the roof off the underworld branch and triggering violent tremors. In the ruins, Dao Zan shouted excitedly while casting his talismans, "Ha ha ha, how refreshing, again!" Suddenly, amidst the rubble, Bureau Chief's son called for a halt. "Wait!" The two looked around at the surrounding ruins, and Bureau Chief's son asked with effort, "Where is the child?" Meanwhile, in the distance, regardless of the chaos at the underworld side, Zhang Chen was carrying Su Chao and sprinting toward the edge of the forest. He thought to himself, "This place is trouble. Running away is the best strategy." The next morning at Zhang Chen's house, the sun was already high in the sky. In a live streaming room, the voice of a female host with a hot physique rang out. "Family, the live stream is about to start." Below, many viewers were sending bullet comments as they watched, and Zhang Chen was also staring excitedly at his phone. While scrolling, he couldn't help but marvel. "I really didn't expect the underworld to have such an intense live stream." In the stream, a beautiful female ghost was showing off her figure to the camera, introducing, "Today, I'm going to introduce to you the most senior personnel of the Yama Palace." By the blue sea, she pointed to a white-haired man sitting in a chair drinking lemonade and admiring the ocean view. "The wheel-turning king." Then the wheel-turning king looked back with a brilliant smile. The host's voice continued, "It's this handsome guy who is over 300 years old. Everyone, please show your support." Bullet comments flew across the screen, but the wheel-turning king took off his sunglasses and complained irritably, "Why hasn't anyone sent a gift yet?" Seeing him like this, the host also reminded him with some helplessness, "You have to perform, otherwise who will send you gifts?" Then the wheel-turning king with his black and white hair took off his sunglasses and scratched his head with the temple of the glasses, asking with a troubled face, "Then what kind of performance would be good?" Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, he cried out in alarm, "I've got it." He then stopped scratching his head. He looked toward a ghost chi vortex churning on the sea and concluded, "I heard Shu Fu fled into the trench of this sea to seek the protection of the Owl King." He then set a condition for the viewers in the live stream. "Send one carnival and I'll go down and kill Shu Fu to spice things up for everyone." Hearing this, the viewers excitedly showered him with gifts. The wheel-turning king was overjoyed. He put his glasses back on and cheered, "Oh, I've got a gift. It's a carnival with a message." Behind him, the host also looked at the gifts on the screen with excitement. Meanwhile at home, Zhang Chen listened to the cheering from his phone and wondered in his heart, "Isn't that Owl King a fierce ghost of a higher rank than a vicious soul?" Urgent voices kept coming from the phone, "Hurry up and send gifts." Seeing the heated atmosphere of the live stream, the wheel-turning king made another proposal to the audience. "Another 100 carnivals," he added. 100 carnivals and I'll go down and wipe out the Owl King as well." The entire place instantly erupted. The host beside him excitedly confirmed with the wheel-turning king, "Wow, there are already 150 carnivals." She then turned the phone toward the chair only to find that the wheel-turning king had vanished. The host asked with a bewildered face, Where did he go?" Meanwhile on the sea, ghost chi was continuously erupting. The wheel-turning king stepped onto the water looking around. Wearing his sunglasses, he looked at the radiating ghost chi and muttered to himself, "The ghost chi is really heavy. It should be around here, right?" He then pointed at the device on his glasses and reminded, "Family, don't stop the gifts." Immediately after, the system's voice came from the glasses, "Beep, activating live stream mode." Then the wheel-turning king raised both hands toward the sky. He looked up, then pressed his palms together. In the next instant he condensed a massive sphere in the air above his head and shouted to the live stream, "Here it comes." Then the wheel-turning king took a deep breath. He then shoved his hands downward violently, ordering the sphere behind him, "Go!" The fireball then streaked toward the sea at high speed. Underwater, Dark Abyss Shufu poked his head out, his brow furrowed as he gnashed his teeth. He cast a spell and roared, "Black hole gate." A black hole instantly appeared above Dark Abyss Shufu's head. Then, seeing the fireball about to strike, he shouted underwater, "Expand." That black hole also grew larger, just enough to swallow the fireball. Seeing his chance, Dark Abyss Shufu pressed his palms together and shouted, "Transfer." At the same time, blood seeped from the corners of Shufu's eyes and mouth. His eyes were wide, his face full of agony. When the black hole opened again, it actually appeared right beside the wheel-turning king, startling him into a daze as he asked, "Hey, how did it get here?" Then that sphere rapidly plunged into the water, triggering a violent tremor. Immediately after, like a time bomb exploding, a terrifying wave rose from the sea and a massive pillar of water shot into the sky. On his end, Zhang Chen held his phone, muttering with a bewildered face, "Did that guy just throw a nuke?" Back in the live stream, Dark Abyss Shufu stood on the water, his body swaying unsteadily as he gasped for air. Beside him, the wheel-turning king watched him and smiled as he remarked, "Not bad to be able to block my little son." Dark Abyss Shufu ignored him, still struggling to adjust his breathing. Then the wheel-turning king strode forward, gripped his shoulder, and confirmed with a smile, "Then I'll let you live for 5 more minutes." Meanwhile, a surge of power had already rapidly condensed in Dark Abyss Shufu's hand. The wheel-turning king ordered him, "Go and call the Owl King out for me." But Shufu swung his hand violently, a heavy blow slapping the wheel-turning king across the face as Dark Abyss Shufu roared in fury, "Go to hell." After taking the heavy punch, the wheel-turning king's face was smoking and his glasses were shattered all over the place. He offered a somewhat dissatisfied evaluation. A sneak attack, how despicable. He then stared at Shufu through gritted teeth. He casually manifested a sharp weapon and slashed angrily at Dark Abyss Shufu, knocking him onto the water's surface. As he fought, he shouted in exasperation, "You broke my glasses. How am I supposed to livestream now?" Dark Abyss Shufu lay on the water, covered in blood. Just then, a foot slowly rose from beneath the water, asking the wheel-turning king, "Bullying my brother, isn't that a bit uncalled for?" Hearing the voice, the wheel-turning king turned to look at him and asked, "The Owl King is finally willing to show his face?" That guy called the Owl King looked at him with arrogance, evaluating self-importantly, "Now that I'm out, don't even think about leaving." Hearing this, the wheel-turning king took off the remaining broken temple of his glasses and gave a contemptuous laugh. "Leave? Hee." The wheel-turning king then charged forward, shouting fearlessly at the Owl King, "If I left, how could I face the carnivals sent by my family?" At the moment of collision, a massive vortex was triggered on the sea, which then stretched into a pillar of water reaching the sky. Sounds of fierce fighting continued to ring out from the surroundings. Finally, accompanied by a world-shaking water explosion, massive waves began to crash against the surrounding buildings. On the shore, that female host was soaked like a drowned rat, her face full of dissatisfaction and rage. She roared a warning at the two locked in battle, "Wheel-turning king, don't play too much." But no sooner had she spoken than a massive head was thrown onto the shore, startling the host into a daze. The wheel-turning king stood coolly atop that head, looking toward the girl and asking, "Those carnivals weren't for nothing, right, family?" He then added, "I've brought the Owl King's head back for you." He then stepped on the Owl King's mouth and evaluated with a smile. This guy had 3 transformation phases. It was really a drag to fight him. Meanwhile, that host obediently pointed her phone at him. Inside his home, Zhang Chen was staring at his phone with a look of dissatisfaction, his face clouded with gloom and regret. It was a real shame he had missed the live broadcast of the Owl King's execution. However, he immediately summoned the flesh Ganoderma and exclaimed with blood-pumping excitement, "Just watching a live stream like that gets me all fired up." Next up, he decided to go out and kill a few ghosts tonight to join in on the fun. That night, a familiar scream echoed from within a city. "No, please don't," Zhang Chen's voice rang out as he said to the person, "Don't be shy, hurry up." It turned out to be Zhang Chen and Jiyu Hangya. The two had teleported to a high-rise rooftop. He gripped Jiyu Hangya's hand and pulled her forward while she looked at him with a flustered expression, stammering, "I've only been practicing for 2 days, is this really okay?" There was a note of uncertainty in her voice. Hearing this, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate to look back at Jiyu Hangya, confirming with a smile, "After tonight it'll be 3 days." Behind him, Jiyu Hangya was breaking into a nervous cold sweat while muttering in a low voice to her phone, "But this mission looks way too terrifying." Below the building, a ghost that had been killed lay in a pool of blood. The system notification chimed, threat level C, base reward, 1,000 points. The deceased was of a sinister character and unpopular. The parents and sister all died in accidents. After being adopted, the entire adoptive family also met with sudden accidental deaths. Ultimately committed suicide by jumping from a building. Back to reality. Jiyu Hongya gripped the information on her phone, her whole body trembling and dripping with cold sweat as she evaluated. A child turning into a ghost, it really leaves one feeling helpless. Subsequently, the two walked toward a corridor which was shrouded in an indescribable gloom. Seeing the surrounding scenery, Zhang Chen hummed a song with great interest as he walked. Sister, you boldly go forward. Meanwhile, Jiyu Hongya behind him was already shivering with fear, her face turning pale. Suddenly she whispered in extreme terror, Zhang Chen. Immediately after, her face went ashen as she voiced her feelings. Why do I feel like there are many pairs of eyes staring at me? Hearing her say this, Zhang Chen looked back at her without a trace of fear, a hint of a teasing smile on his lips. Hee, congratulations Hong Jia. You've already learned how to create a terrifying atmosphere for yourself. Then Zhang Chen turned his head and continued walking when a child's figure suddenly appeared ahead, making even Zhang Chen freeze for a moment. HMPH, a ghost infant with thousands of eyes, was staring fixedly at him. Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Holy crap, there really are many pairs of eyes staring at us. In the next instant, the little girl ducked into an open door, shouting as she ran, Mister, come play a game with me. Seeing this, the two stared blankly at the ghost infant's actions. The ghost infant looked back at them with excited eyes, a giggle escaping its mouth. Seeing Zhang Chen follow, the multi-eyed ghost became even more excited, skipping and hopping as it urged. Hurry up! The two were led to a certain place by the little ghost. Behind, Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask, has it already started? Jiyu Hongya behind him furrowed her brow, looking at him with both nervousness and confusion. They were led to an abandoned room on the rooftop. 3 people stood on the roof where a hopscotch pattern was drawn on the ground. The multi-eyed ghost looked at the two and excitedly proposed, let's play hopscotch. Then the hopscotch ghost excitedly pointed to its own face, which was covered in eyes. Those eyes narrowed together, and it announced the punishment rule with great anticipation. The winner gets to flick the loser's forehead. Hearing the ghost's words, Jiyu Hongya was so scared she covered her mouth with her hand, thinking to herself, this hopscotch game is too terrifying. Then she looked at the squares on the ground and understood instantly. She screamed in her mind, the last square is actually at the edge of the rooftop. Both of them realized the same thing, their mouths twitching as they shouted in their hearts. Isn't that just whoever jumps dies? Facing the hopscotch ghost's introduction, both remained silent. The ghost also stared back at them without hesitation, waiting for an answer. Immediately after, before they could react, the hopscotch ghost quickly reached out its hand and excitedly suggested, let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who jumps first. Several pairs of eyes on the hopscotch ghost's face narrowed, looking quite enthusiastic. Seeing this, Zhang Chen reached out his hand without hesitation, while Jiyu Hongya behind him watched in terror, shouting a warning, Zhang Chen, you can't jump first. Hearing the reminder, a gleam flashed in the hopscotch ghost's eyes as it felt smug in its heart. I can see exactly what you're going to throw. Then it shouted excitedly in its mind, whoever jumps first is under my control. The 3 of them made their moves simultaneously. Zhang Chen threw paper, while the hopscotch ghost threw scissors. Seeing the result, Zhang Chen looked at his hand with a look of suspicion, while the ghost looked at him triumphantly and confirmed, I won, you jump first. Subsequently, Zhang Chen didn't waste any words with it, shoved his hands into his pockets and walked toward the game grid, responding briskly, fine, I'll jump first. The ghost stood to the side, staring at his movements. In the next instant, Zhang Chen jumped into the first square, then landed with both feet in the second. Finally, he leaped all the way through. The multi-eyed ghost watched him with a look of triumph, evaluating, just wait to fall to your death. It then added, even if you stop, I'll give you a push from behind. Then Zhang Chen jumped to the edge of the rooftop. Behind him, Jiyu Hongya pointed at him, screaming anxiously, Zhang Chen, don't. But Zhang Chen had already leapt off the roof. Immediately after, Zhang Chen plummeted downward with an unwavering face, his feet landing steadily on the flesh ganoderma that had already spread out to catch him. Zhang Chen shouted excitedly, hey ha! Facing this scene, the multi-eyed ghost's eyes widened in shock, and it shouted helplessly, what's going on? Then Zhang Chen looked back at the multi-eyed ghost and asked in return, I've finished jumping, does that mean you've lost? Seeing this turn of events, Jiyu Hongya let out a sigh of relief and scolded, Zhang Chen, you almost scared me to death. Hearing this, the multi-eyed ghost pushed its hair back and with a scrunched face confirmed with Zhang Chen, fine, go ahead and flick. It then added, it's just a forehead, I'll think of other ways to deal with you later. Seeing that it agreed, Zhang Chen wasn't polite at all, delivering a heavy flick straight to its forehead. Under that single flick, its skull was directly shattered open, brain matter splattered everywhere, and the hopscotch ghost's eyes instantly bulged out. The system notification rang out, accompanied by the little ghost's dissatisfied scream, You call this a forehead flick? Hopscotch ghost eliminated. Ghost Chi 600. Then Zhang Chen clapped his hands and explained with a look of triumph. Hong Jia, the process of exorcising ghosts is roughly like this. Beside him, Jiyu Hongya was dumbfounded, her eyes then widening as she confirmed with a face full of surprise. I really can't do this. Suddenly, the noisy voices of a group of children came from behind the two. Is someone playing hopscotch on the roof? Let's join in too. Hearing the voices, Zhang Chen also looked over in surprise. Then a round-head ghost looked at a pile of trash and confirmed, no one in the trash. A little ghost looked at a small shed and also confirmed, no one behind the storehouse. Then a ghost with two horns looked under an awning and confirmed, no one under the shed either. Atop the awning, another ghost also reported, no one on the roof of the shed either. Seeing this, 4 ghosts gathered together. The triangle-head ghost and the other 2 ghosts gathered before a corpse on the ground, letting out a dazed "A." On the ground was the hopscotch ghost, trampled into a pulp, brains bursting out, dying with its eyes open. They cried out in unison, "It's Xiao Yu." Seeing this, the triangle-head ghost shouted in a fit of rage as it ran, "Who on earth killed Xiao Yu?" It then analyzed. "There's only one way out. We didn't see anyone go downstairs, so they must still be on the roof." The remaining 2 ghosts also followed in a panic. System values kept ticking. Ghost Chi 250, Ghost Chi 250, leaving the group of ghosts looking completely bewildered. The 2-horned little ghost searched around the floor and muttered to itself, "Not on the roof of the shed either. Where on earth did that person go?" Seeing this, a ghost slammed violently into the awning. Zhang Chen and Jiyu Hongya were startled and sprang out. The awning was smashed to pieces, and the little ghost shouted, "Does that even need to be asked? They were definitely hiding here." Seeing this, Zhang Chen also asked it with a look of surprise after landing, "Hidden so well, how on earth did you find us?" Seeing Zhang Chen, the triangle-head ghost pointed at him and roared in fury, "Do you take us for idiots?" Then Zhang Chen calmly raised both hands, looking at them with a smile as he confirmed, "All right then, you caught us," he then added. "Now it's your turn to hide and I'll come look." Before Zhang Chen could react, the 2-horned ghost lunged at him to attack. Fortunately, Zhang Chen reacted nimbly and dodged. The ghost roared in a fit of rage, "You think we're playing hide-and-seek with you?" The round-head ghost also quickly joined the battle, swinging a fist at him and shouting with a scrunched face, "Give me your life!" Meanwhile, Zhang Chen nimbly dodged its fist. At that moment, the square-head ghost extended its pair of jagged claws, threatening the panicked Jiyu Hongya. "And you, I'll let you taste what it feels like to be ground into mincemeat." As it spoke, its arms suddenly grew massive, striking toward Jiyu Hongya. Suddenly, another pair of hands firmly grabbed its arms. Zhang Chen appeared, revealing a bizarre smile as he said to the square-head ghost, "This lady doesn't know how to play games. I'll play with you guys instead." With that, he used the momentum to hurl the ghost into the air. The remaining ghosts were also struck by the lightning he summoned. Once it was over, Zhang Chen looked a bit tired, turning to ask Jiyu Hongya for help. "Hong Jia, if you see an opening, help me deal with one." She looked very nervous now, pressing her palms together as she replied, "Oh, I'll give it a try." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a palm strike toward the group of ghosts. "Hey ha!" Zhang Chen sensed this power was exceptionally formidable and prepared to jump aside to dodge. "Hong Jia's move is too brutal, I have to dodge." Unexpectedly, one of his feet tripped over the lace of the other, and he ended up falling face first into the dirt. Taking advantage of Zhang Chen's fall, the square-head ghost immediately swung its saw-toothed arms and lunged. It let out a great shout, "Good chance, die!" But when its 2 rows of teeth bit into Zhang Chen, it couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "How is this guy's head so hard?" Zhang Chen was currently gnashing his teeth and enduring the gnawing, which hurt like hell, although he had already activated defensive moves on his body. He then turned and roared at Jiyu Hongya in anger. "Hong Jia, I told you to aim for those 3. I didn't tell you to aim for me." She was in a panic now. "Aha, sorry." At that moment, Zhang Chen released a move with a solemn expression. Surrounded by violent flames, he clenched his fist and announced loudly, "Let's end this chaotic brawl first and let you see what a kindergarten overlord looks like." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Chen swung his arm violently, releasing surges of energy that struck the square-head ghost. The ghost was now terrified. Being the little friend, Zhang Chen delivered a swift, clean strike with a wave of his hand, neatly decapitating the square-head ghost. By now he had already turned to the second target. He locked onto the big-head ghost's neck. The ghost was trembling with fear, screaming, "Aha, my head!" But he didn't hesitate, directly using the strength of both hands to tear it apart. The massive head, with a terrified expression, separated from its body. Seeing this scene, the remaining ghost let out a cry of terror. "Ah!" The heart-faced ghost watched in horror as its companion's head rolled across the ground, having dealt with 2. Zhang Chen looked toward Jiyu Hongya and said, "Hong Jia, I'll leave this last one for you to practice on." Looking at the mess on the ground, she said fearfully, "I am scared." The heart-faced ghost was now so angry it was incoherent, and its body began to radiate a bizarre green ghost chi. Zhang Chen suddenly became alert, thinking to himself, "This guy is blood raiment rank?" Suddenly the mouth beneath that heart-shaped face became distorted and massive. The mouth opened and roared, "This is too much, I'm going to kill you." By now it had fallen into a violent rage, reaching out to attack Jiyu Hongya. She then extended both hands and delivered a point star palm strike. Seeing the ghost still standing there motionless, she cried out in alarm, Why was there no effect?" Suddenly, one of the ghost's feet stepped on its companion's round head. A ringing sound came from inside that head, followed by a violent explosion that blasted the ghost that had just finished its transformation into fragments, a truly terrifying sight. Both confused and terrified, Jiyu Hongya asked, Why did it self-destruct?" Zhang Chen replied with a hint of a smile. Turns out that little ghost's head was a landmine. Seeing the monster reduced to nothing but an intact head and exposed internal organs, she asked again, "Xiao Chen, does this count as me killing it?" Zhang Chen replied with a helpless smile, "Hong Jia, you really are a once-in-a-century genius. Your ability to bring disaster to opponents is simply too terrifying," he said happily. Hearing Zhang Chen say this, Jiyu Hongya happily pressed her palms together and said, "Then the mission counts as finished, right?" Zhang Chen hurriedly grabbed her hand and led her away, answering as they walked, "It's only just started, let's keep going." She could only follow behind with a face full of confusion. The scene shifted to a window. A faint light still shone from inside. A woman wearing an apron stood in the kitchen asking loudly, "Zhang Xiaohao, why isn't your sister back yet?" A boy outside playing with toys replied, "Maybe she's still playing outside." Jiyu Hongya looked in through the window and said blankly, "Zhang Xiaohao, isn't that the name of the boy who jumped from the building in the mission files?" At that moment, a green-haired man suddenly appeared behind the woman who had been cooking and said, "It's so late and she's still not back. I'll go out and look for her." Only then did the woman turn back and answer loudly, "No need." Her face was covered in patch-like skin and fine dense stitches, looking extremely terrifying. The man then walked toward the door and said with a smile, "Well, there's still a while before dinner. I'll go out for a stroll." The boy named Zhang Xiaohao looked up and shouted, "No!" A large piece had actually been gouged out of the top of his head, a truly horrifying sight. Suddenly Zhang Chen pushed the door open and entered, knocking the boy head over heels. "No, I can't go on. I'm starving to death. Can I have dinner at your house?" As he spoke, he walked into the room unceremoniously, completely ignoring the woman's two pairs of suspicious eyes. She now pointed one hand at her brother-in-law, and the other pressed onto her son's head, revealing a sinister smile as she introduced, I represent my brother-in-law and my son in welcoming you. Please wait a moment while I go prepare the food." After speaking, the woman limped into the kitchen. Meanwhile, the boy Zhang Xiaohao was currently shivering in front of the two. Zhang Chen struck up a conversation happily. "Xiaohao, your mom is quite hospitable." Hearing this, the boy covered his face with both hands, his eyes glancing fearfully toward the kitchen as he replied, "Actually, she's not entirely my mom." Jiyu Hongya followed up with a confused question. "Not entirely, what do you mean?" The boy then recounted a hair-raising story. "My dad chopped her into pieces and threw them into a vat filled with severed limbs. Then they merged into a monster, so she's not entirely my mom." As he finished, a call suddenly came from the kitchen. "Xiaohao, come help your mother." The boy hurried over while answering, "Coming." At that moment, the green-haired man called out, "Hey!" Zhang Chen turned around, taking notice. The man covered his mouth and whispered, "Look at the two of them. No matter what they say, don't believe them. I just came to stay over unintentionally and ended up becoming part of their family for no reason. They won't let me leave no matter what I say. You two, please, I beg you to save me and get me out of here." After speaking, he pleaded with the two. Suddenly, a voice drifted out from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready." This voice made the green-haired man jump. Accompanied by the call to "Come eat," a man with curly hair and white pupil-less eyes walked out carrying a basin of human skulls. His hands were still covered in blood, looking like they had just been freshly severed. Jiyu Hongya was terrified, but Zhang Chen let out an excited shout at the sight. What a lavish human meat feast! The table was piled high with nauseating severed limbs, internal organs, and even a soup made of human blood. It was utterly revolting. Behind Jiyu Hongya, the green-haired man spoke in a low, eerie voice. "These were all unlucky bastards who wandered in here just like you." Jiyu Hongya's face was already ashen. She quickly covered her mouth, looking as if she were about to vomit. "Zhang Chen, we should." Meanwhile, he was currently drooling at the delicacies before him. The little boy, Zhang Xiaohao, had already picked up a human arm and was chewing on it with great relish. Zhang Chen snatched the limb from the boy's hand and stuffed it into his own mouth, saying through fake chewing, "Big brother and big sister are so hospitable. Everyone sit down and eat." Jiyu Hongya let out a trembling, forced laugh. "I am not hungry. I'll go rest first." Beside her, Xiaohao shrieked, "Hey, you're biting my hand." In that moment, the window that had been glowing with light was instantly extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Jiyu Hongya was curled up on the bed, and Zhang Chen lay on the bed beside her. She asked worriedly, "Zhang Chen, what do we do next?" "Lying on the bed," he replied with total nonchalance, "Just wait." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. Zhang Chen opened his eyes, a dangerous smile appearing on his face. "See, here they come." The green-haired man pushed the door open and entered, dripping with sweat as he reported, "They're asleep, run." As he walked, he turned back to signal for silence with a finger to his lips, whispering a reminder to the two, "Shish, keep it down. Let's go." The three of them slipped into the stairwell, with Zhang Chen and Jiyu Hongya following behind in a crouch. They moved in single file, creeping along with extreme caution. Suddenly, Jiyu Hongya called out to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked back and responded, She pointed to the green-haired man ahead and whispered, "Don't you think this person is very strange? There's a foul smell coming from him." Zhang Chen looked ahead calmly and replied, "Of course he's strange, because he's a ghost too." At that moment, the man's legs ahead of them actually turned as soft as mud, leaving a trail of muddy prints on the ground. Immediately after, a woman's voice drifted from the room. Where did my brother go? And how did those two newcomers disappear as well?" Her face then twisted into a predatory look. "He must want to keep the meal for himself after them." The curly-haired male ghost also gave chase in a fury. Hiding in the back, the little boy Zhang Xiaohao watched the two ghosts depart with a sinister smile. He, looks like it's time to restructure the family again." His expression had already become grotesque. Shifting back to the three on the other side, the mudleg ghost leaped down a dirt slope, while Zhang Chen and Jiyu Hongya remained standing at the top. The mudleg ghost ran without looking back, not forgetting to urge them, "Jump down, once we cross this ditch they won't be able to catch up." But feeling no one behind him, he turned around and was startled. Where did you go? Why aren't you coming down?" he asked. Seeing the two still standing above, Zhang Chen turned to Jiyu Hongya and said, "Hong Jia, you should know that the stronger a ghost is, the better they are at disguising themselves, to the point where they're indistinguishable from a real person." Jiyu Hongya replied with a hint of smugness, "Well, since even I saw through this ghost, he must be a real weakling noob, right?" System notification. "It's one thing for my family to call me a weakling, but you two newcomers dare say it too?" Ghost Chi 599. The ground beneath that ghost's feet instantly transformed into a pool of mud. The ghost roared, "How dare you insult my strength?" Mud-like liquid continuously oozed from its face as it spread its arms and roared toward the sky. "I'll make you feel the agony of being trapped in a mire with no escape." It had now completely transformed into a mud monster. Zhang Chen shouted, "Hong Jia, go!" Jiyu Hongya struck out with a palm while crying out in terror, "If you wanted me to go, you should have said so sooner. This thing is too disgusting." Suddenly, the pool of mud lunged toward Jiyu Hongya. Just then, a dead branch from above snapped with a crack and fell, hitting the mudleg ghost squarely and causing its footing to falter. Standing above, Zhang Chen found this scene absolutely hilarious. A moment later, the ghost crawled up and rubbed its head, laughing sinisterly. You think I'm that easy to kill?" Zhang Chen countered with an even more sinister smile. "Then do you want to try a more miserable way to die?" At that moment, the flesh Ganoderma at his waist suddenly snapped its eyes open. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Chen made it grow massive, swinging it down toward the mudleg ghost. As the longsword descended, the ghost only had time to cry out in alarm, "Is this a flesh Ganoderma?" It was then instantly crushed into a pulp of meat and mud by the strike. Zhang Chen mocked, "Ridiculous. It couldn't even take one hit." On the ground, only the ghost's mangled mouth and a pair of upturned eyes remained, gasping for air. Suddenly, the female ghost appeared behind Zhang Chen and shrieked, "Brother, what happened to you? You actually killed my brother." She pointed at Zhang Chen, who quickly waved his hands to explain, "Wait, you've got it wrong." He then held up his phone screen and said, "Look, this is your daughter, right? Your brother just beat her to death. It was truly brutal. We were forced to act to stop him." The phone screen clearly displayed bounty reward, 300 points along with a photograph. After seeing it, the curly-haired male ghost actually responded, "Oh thanks, you're actually a pretty good guy." The female ghost was so angry she punched him in the back, roaring, "Are you stupid? That's clearly the Underworld app's reward interface. He killed both our daughter and your brother." Only then did Zhang Chen reveal a pleasant smile. "Yo, you're actually quite bright." The female ghost roared with a grotesque face, "Give me back my family's lives." The stitches on her face and hands began to burst open, making her look exceptionally terrifying. The curly-haired male ghost also began to undergo a bizarre mutation. Whoa, starting with the ultimate move right away, countless human heads and limbs continuously sprouted from his body, his form becoming incredibly twisted. Zhang Chen watched calmly, complaining, "I'm really seeing it all today. First time seeing such an abstract, dual cultivation of a man and woman." One of the heads with an exposed brain shouted, "Get out of the way, let me control the body." The torso twisted violently, letting out a series of muffled groans. Subsequently, the monster formed by the fusion of the two ghosts officially appeared, roaring toward the sky. "Roar!" Zhang Chen turned back with calm composure to remind her, "Hong Jia, hide to the side first, I'll handle this guy." With that, he accelerated and charged at the monster, his blade falling and decapitating it in a single stroke. Unexpectedly, the monster actually reached out and caught its own head. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The monster settled into a baseball pitcher's stance and violently hurled its head toward Zhang Chen's face. It then caught the head as it bounced back and reattached it to its neck, baring its jagged, uneven teeth. Zhang Chen drew the flesh Ganoderma and roared in fury. Flesh Ganoderma, split it in two for me. The flesh Ganoderma whistled through the air as it attacked. 2 more eyes sprouted from the monster's forehead, and it mocked, "Hee hee, no matter how fast you are, I can see it." New heads continued to sprout from its body. One of the heads suddenly lunged toward Zhang Chen, baring its rotten teeth. Zhang Chen clenched his fist and revealed a wicked smile. "Hee hee, I was just waiting for you to walk into the trap." Before the words even faded, he delivered a heavy punch squarely to that head, instantly making its brains burst. The massive impact knocked the monster flat on the ground. The monster suddenly threw a kick in a sneak attack from behind. Zhang Chen nimbly bent down to dodge, instantly activating the sovereign demon body. As he roared in irritation, "I'm really angry now." He condensed a violent surge of spiritual power in his palm and slammed it into the ground, and a massive bolt of lightning crashed onto the monster. Zhang Chen scolded, "Don't kick people with your unwashed stinking feet." A moment later, only a charred male corpse remained on the ground. Zhang Chen approached to look, asking in confusion, back to its original form, where's the other half?" In the distance, Jiu Hongya shouted urgently. "Zhang Chen, watch your back." A bizarre stitched-up monster tree had appeared before her. Having been discovered, the tree violently swung its branches at Jiu Hongya, cursing, "You talkative woman?" The female ghost had now transformed into a patched-up monster tree, standing before Zhang Chen, laughing triumphantly. "Hee hee hee, didn't expect I could merge with a plant, did you?" Before she could finish being happy, she realized with horror that she was tightly bound by thick vines. Zhang Chen stood to the side, manipulating the vines with a wicked smile. "Merge with a tree? Hee hee, wood manipulation is my specialty." The ghost desperately tried to bite through the vines, but it was a futile effort. She shrieked in terror over and over. Lying on the ground, Jiu Hongya let out a pained groan. Zhang Chen's gaze turned cold. "I will never forgive anyone who dares touch my beloved landlord's sister." With that, he commanded the vines to tighten violently, literally crushing the monster tree into fragments. A thick surge of ghost chi drifted from the dead wood. The remaining half of the female ghost body crawled desperately across the ground like a snake, not forgetting to leave a parting word. "Where there's life, there's hope." Suddenly, her expression froze. Zhang Chen was holding a large boulder blocking her path as he smiled sinisterly. "Where do you think you're running?" No sooner had he spoken than the boulder crashed down, directly smashing the ghost's head into a pulp. System notification. Head smash ghost eliminated, ghost chi 520, merged ghost eliminated, ghost chi 890. After settling it, Zhang Chen hurried to ask, "Hong Jia, are you okay?" Seeing her unconscious, Zhang Chen leaned in and puckered his lips, saying, "Do you want me to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" Just then, Jiu Hongya slowly woke up. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Zhang Chen's face magnified right in front of hers, looking quite frightening. She let out a scream of terror and instinctively reached out both hands, death-gripping Zhang Chen's neck and shrieking with her eyes shut. "Ah, octopus monster!" Zhang Chen was being choked so hard his tongue was hanging out. A moment later, the two calmed down. Zhang Chen rubbed the red finger marks on his neck and said, "Haha, it's good that you're okay, Hong Jia. Come on, let's go back and check that house." Jiu Hongya replied in surprise. We're going back to deal with the boy who's missing half his head." Zhang Chen immediately replied. "Yeah, something like that." The two arrived at the doorstep. Earlier, Jiu Hongya had muttered from behind, "But it feels like there's someone even stronger inside." A bizarre ghost chi was radiating from the house. Zhang Chen pushed the door open and entered with a swagger. "Xiao Hao, we're back. Come out and die." But the two were now staring at the scene before them in horror. The little ghost was waiting for them with a bizarre smile, and a toy was actually stuffed into the dent in its head. It opened its eyes wide and said sinisterly, "I knew you'd come back. I'm already prepared." Jiu Hongya immediately leapt up, swinging a powerful light beam to attack the little ghost while warning Zhang Chen, "Get back." Zhang Chen marveled from the side. "Hong Jia is amazing, only one night of practice and there's such obvious progress, but against a blood raiment rank, she's still far from enough." Sure enough, her pink energy wave was instantly shattered by a flash of golden light. Jiu Hongya hurriedly reached out to block, but her arms were hit by the aftershock. She looked at her hands and sighed. "Cancelled out? It doesn't feel very painful." Suddenly, she let out a cry of alarm. 2 circular building blocks had actually grown out of the backs of each of her hands. Immediately after, her hands began to swing toward Zhang Chen uncontrollably. Jiu Hongya panicked. Wait. Zhang Chen hurriedly reached out to brace against them, but he too couldn't help but cry out, "Whoa, this punch is incredibly powerful." Then, identical building blocks grew out of his hands as well. What on earth was this? The little ghost pointed to the block on its own head and laughed triumphantly. "Hee hee hee, this is my ability. Building block remote control. parts of the body hit by the building block waves will sprout corresponding blocks. Depending on the size of the block, I can seize 50,100 or even 200 of the control over that part. The building block on Zhang Chen's hand began to flicker, and his arm swung toward Jiyu Hongya uncontrollably. Watching the two kill each other, the little ghost shouted with delight, "Just keep hitting each other until you both die." Zhang Chen said with great difficulty, "Calculated wrong, I can't use the flesh Ganoderma in this state." Just then he noticed the anti-demon sound drum hanging at his waist, and his eyes lit up. "I've got it, the Kui bull drum was just upgraded and hasn't been used yet." With that he brought his 2 fingers together and struck the drum head violently. The eye on the drum instantly snapped open. The little ghost was suddenly struck by an unprecedented wave of panic. It looked down and realized that beneath its feet was a giant eyeball. Amidst utter despair, its body began to rapidly collapse and dissipate under the pressure radiating from the giant eye. An exceptionally hideous head sprouted from the top of its skull, shrieking manically, "Ah, I'm taking you to the grave with me." A terrifying force erupted from within the room, literally blowing the roof off. Zhang Chen reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Jiyu Hongya and leaping out of the center of the explosion. Jiyu Hongya clung to his neck, saying with lingering fear, "Phew, saved." Zhang Chen, however, looked back with a face full of disbelief. What the hell? The protagonist only just finished being cool. A certain mastermind seemed to be hiding in the shadows. Zhang Chen turned to Jiyu Hongya with a sly smile and asked, "Hong Jia, have you ever played with a bamboo copter?" Jiyu Hongya looked blank. "A what?" Before she could react, the flesh Ganoderma was stuck to her back. It began to spin rapidly, carrying Jiyu Hongya into the sky. Jiyu Hongya shrieked, Zhang Chen, what are you doing?" Zhang Chen simply waved his hand and instructed, "Flesh Ganoderma, take Hong Jia home safely." At that moment, a little ghost with a hollowed-out chest appeared eerily. It wore a withered old man mask and had a head of messy orange-red hair like a lion's mane. It pointed to the hole in its chest and asked in a low voice, "Mister, have you seen my heart?" Zhang Chen shot the boy a mocking grin. "What's the matter? You don't even have a heart? Then you really are a piece of trash." A system prompt appeared. He might not have a heart, but this guy's words certainly know how to stab right where it hurts. Ghost Chi 1200. The little ghost's face darkened as he retorted, "And what about you? Do you even have a heart?" Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly, "People call me heartless and lungless. Then do you have lungs?" System prompt. "Damn it, can you stick to the script for once?" Ghost Chi 4600. The little ghost snapped back, "You aren't heartless and lungless, you're wolf-hearted and dog-lunged. You murdered my entire family." After hearing this, Zhang Chen leaned in close and blurted out, "What family? You're clearly just an orphan." This remark instantly left the little ghost speechless. Zhang Chen continued to expose him. "First, you used your ghost chi to control Zhang Xiaohao's father into killing his mother. Then you pushed Zhang Xiaohao off the roof to force his father to commit suicide. After all that, you treated this ghostified family of 3 as your own. You even stuck a toy accessory on your head. You really are a perverted orphan." Hit in his sore spot, the little ghost broke into a cold sweat and argued, "I am not an orphan." But Zhang Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook. He began repeating the word like a mantra. "Orphan, orphan, 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 orphan." The relentless string of heart-stabbing words was finally too much for the little ghost to bear. He clutched his head and shrieked, "Ah!" Immediately after, he released a surge of powerful energy to launch an attack. He roared, "I'll kill you so you can be buried with my family." As the smoke cleared, a man with a wild lion-like mane of hair stood looking down at the little ghost. It was Zhang Chen. His hands had transformed into furry, lethal claws, and his eyes were blood-red. Blood trickled from his forehead, yet his mouth, now sporting sharp fangs, still wore a look of pure blissful malice. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness I used Monsterization in time, or that last move would have been the end of me." Monsterization, Hui Woodwolf. The little ghost launched another attack, but rather than being worried, Zhang Chen raised his claws with an expression of pure excitement. He evaluated the situation in his mind. To think such a powerful existence could be found among the blood raiment rank. He's nothing like those guys from before. The little ghost's appearance grew increasingly bizarre as he manipulated energy with both hands, marveling, "Oh, what a strong human." With that, the little ghost reached out to grab Zhang Chen, who frowned in disgust. "Give me your heart. Your heart will surely be able to sustain my body." Zhang Chen quickly leaped to one side to dodge. The blow was incredibly powerful, shattering the surrounding stones into fragments. The ghost continued, "That way I can finally become human." Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth and thought, "Tisk, it really is inconvenient not having the flesh Ganoderma by my side. I'll fight a war of attrition first, then finish him off once he shows a weakness." Strategy decided, he began his counterattack. He launched a fierce assault at the little ghost, who narrowly managed to dodge it. Subsequently, the ghost began to pant heavily from the exertion, thinking to itself, "This guy is strong. I gave the building blocks to Xiao Hao. Is there anything else I can use?" it muttered to itself while eyeing the trinkets in its hands. There was a starfish, a rattle, a water gun, and a cube printed with an abstract face. After picking through them for a while, it simply hurled them all out at once. Forget it, I'll use all of them. Under the little ghost's control, the toys shot toward Zhang Chen in unison. The pink water gun fired a bullet. Zhang Chen nimbly dodged to one side and the bullet grazed past him, obliterating the wall behind him. As he dodged, Zhang Chen marveled. These toys don't look simple. I need to bypass them and take out the host directly. With that, he rapidly closed in on the little ghost, appearing behind it in an instant. The little ghost reacted with lightning speed, whipping its head around that bizarre cube from before, attacked again. Zhang Chen hurriedly raised his hand to block, but his arm was accidentally struck. Zhang Chen's face went pale with shock. While the little ghost smirked from the side, Zhang Chen's arm was now firmly jammed inside the cube. Zhang Chen cursed irritably. Damn it, I can't get it out. Taking advantage of his distraction, the little ghost leapt into the air and lunged down at him. Without hesitation, it kicked out with both feet, sending Zhang Chen flying into the ground and creating a massive crater. As Zhang Chen's figure vanished into the pit, the little ghost mocked, "You're a wolf? You look more like a dead bug to me." Ha ha ha. Zhang Chen struggled to leap out of the crater, marveling, this Dharma tool is really weird. He hadn't noticed when a star-shaped mark had appeared on his arm. At that moment, the starfish tool flew back. Upon detecting the star mark, it created a bizarre spatial barrier, as if it were trying to suck Zhang Chen inside. Zhang Chen let out a cry of alarm as the starfish instantly grew to a massive size. The starfish stuck firmly to Zhang Chen, dragging him before the little ghost. "Master, I brought him." The little ghost waved its hand arrogantly. "No matter how you run, you still have to come back to get a beating in the end." Seeing the fist closing in, Zhang Chen cursed anxiously, "Damn it." Meanwhile, the pink water gun circling overhead made the situation even worse. In the next instant, the water gun began firing frantically. Zhang Chen dodged desperately, calculating bitterly in his heart. "I could handle a single attack, but this kind of coordinated encirclement is truly troublesome. I can only use high-speed movement to avoid being trapped by these Dharma tools. Is this little ghost really just blood raiment rank?" Watching Zhang Chen's movement speed, the ghost said in surprise, "He's running so fast I can't even see him clearly." It then shook the rattle, ordering it to trap Zhang Chen. The rattle emitted bursts of bizarre sound waves that rippled outward. Space began to warp, and Zhang Chen's body and face distorted along with it. He cursed in a panic. Crap! Above him, the four toy Dharma tools manifested like vengeful spirits, instantly completing their encirclement. Put a little more strength into the left hand. He gnashed his teeth and moved his hand toward the Kui bull drum. Successfully striking it, the drum instantly woke up, its eyes snapping open. A violent drumbeat swept out, shattering the little ghost rattle to pieces. It shrieked in distress. "My rattle?" Zhang Chen extended two fingers, his face twisted in rage as he growled. "I was originally planning to save this for your main body." System notification. Activating supernatural skill, Wild Wolf Gale Claws. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded by the remaining toys, Zhang Chen decided to deal with these annoying tools first. Immediately after, a powerful force erupted. The water gun, the cube, and the starfish all shattered into pieces. Fragments of the broken Dharma tools rebounded toward the little ghost. Caught off guard, it was also sent flying by the shockwave. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Chen condensed power in his palm and unleashed it as a cyclone. The little ghost was sucked into the whirlwind and hurled backward. At that moment, bizarre symbols appeared around the hole in its chest, and its skin turned a sickly cyan. The little ghost struggled desperately within the cyclone. "Bah, it hurts. I worked so hard to cultivate this human form, and you ruined it all." It suddenly roared in a manic frenzy. "Ah!" The surrounding objects began to levitate. Zhang Chen stood before it, once again condensing a killing move in his hand as he sneered. "Stop struggling. In your next life, try to be a real human." With that, Zhang Chen launched a full power strike at the little ghost. The ghost froze in place, its mask falling to the ground. Zhang Chen was stunned by the sight before him. The system panel popped up a warning. "Opponent has evolved into vicious soul, primal form." The little ghost's head was actually attached backward, its face dripping with blood in an extremely terrifying display. It clutched its face and shrieked in terror. "The mask, where is my mask?" Although Zhang Chen was shocked, his tongue remained as sharp as ever. "Seems like you aren't just lacking a heart, you even installed your head backward." The little ghost lunged upward, grabbing Zhang Chen's hair and catching him off guard. Immediately after, it delivered a heavy knee strike to his chin, causing him to lose his balance and stumble back. It said sinisterly, "Then you might as well give your head to me too." Zhang Chen was sent flying a great distance, rolling across the ground several times like a ball before coming to a stop. He rubbed his head and muttered, "Evolved into a vicious soul, I'm completely defenseless against his attacks. My head is ringing. Looks like I'll have to go all out." Zhang Chen condensed his spiritual power into a giant hand and slammed it down at the little ghost through gritted teeth. Not to be outdone, the little ghost met the attack with both palms. Zhang Chen forced his way through the powerful spiritual energy to reach that backward-facing ghost face, delivering a heavy palm strike to the ghost's chest. The little ghost retaliated with a strike of its own, neither side willing to yield. As that grotesque face exerted its full strength, Zhang Chen found the fight exceptionally difficult, forced to defend while he attacked. Seeing the ghost swing its claws at his face, Zhang Chen narrowly caught its hands. Subsequently, Zhang Chen roared through gritted teeth, "I'm going to twist this head of yours straight." He violently grabbed the little ghost's head and slammed it into the ground, sending earth and stone flying. Miraculously, the ghost's head actually snapped back into place. It clutched its head and cried out in surprise, "Ah, my head, what's going on?" A single punch sent my crooked neck and my hairline back to where they belong. In the next instant it delivered a violent kick to Zhang Chen's crotch, cursing furiously, "You bastard!" Tears nearly fell from Zhang Chen's eyes. The sensation was simply beyond words. He collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his vitals as he wailed, No sense of martial honor, eh?" The little ghost swung a fist at his face, mocking, "A slow tongue makes for bad insults, but a slow hand makes for a bad beating. Isn't that what you humans always say?" Its fist was inches away. Zhang Chen gnashed his teeth, consumed by a burning rage. Suddenly the little ghost cried out in alarm, "What is this?" It turned out its legs were now tightly entwined by countless vines. Zhang Chen made a pulling motion in the air with both hands and roared, "Split those legs open for me." The little ghost was yanked to the ground, its legs forced wide apart. Immediately after, Zhang Chen unleashed a barrage of ruthless kicks to its crotch. "Take that for the sneak attack, take that, take that." Zhang Chen added a kick with every curse. After venting his rage, he stopped, gasping for breath. By now a large hole had been kicked into the little ghost's crotch, splitting all the way to its chest, from which a disgusting red liquid oozed. Zhang Chen looked on with utter disdain. "What the hell is this stuff? You can tell it's nothing good just by looking. You're just full of bad water." Zhang Chen clutched his own crotch and glared at it. "You couldn't get a heart, so you wanted to crush my balls? Even a ghost shouldn't have such low standards." Suddenly, the little ghost's body transformed into a massive puddle of red-orange liquid with a ghostly face suspended above it, roaring in fury. "You ruined everything for me." Zhang Chen's skin crawled. "Crap, even the flesh Ganoderma would have to call you big brother after seeing this." The puddle of liquid suddenly began to dissipate into the air. Zhang Chen said in surprise, Giving up?" Before leaving, the little ghost left a parting threat. "One day I will destroy everything you have." Zhang Chen stared at the direction it vanished with gritted teeth, thinking, "Don't think you can run away like that ghost from before." His eyes gleamed as he let out a long howl to the sky. A woo? His eyes were as bright as light bulbs. After the howl, two majestic, malevolent wolves materialized out of thin air, instantly catching up to the fleeing little ghost. The wolves lunged and tore at it. Although the ghost changed forms to dodge, it was eventually overwhelmed by the two wolves. Its red-orange liquid form shredded to pieces. The little ghost plummeted from the sky where Zhang Chen had long been waiting. He said calmly, "Since you love human proverbs so much, I'll give you one for free before you die. To cut the grass without removing the roots is to invite the spring breeze to bring it back to life." By now, the little ghost had been torn into a wretched state. Slumped on the ground like a pile of scrap, Zhang Chen stepped onto that hideous ghost face, crushing it completely. System notification, vicious soul, primal form eliminated. Ghost Chi 12,000. Zhang Chen cried out in shock, over 10,000 points. As his body gradually reverted to its original form, he lamented with lingering fear, first time seeing a blood raiment evolve into a vicious soul. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Still, earning over 10,000 points for one kill was worth it. Suddenly, a slip of paper drifted out from the remains of the liquid, landing before Zhang Chen. He asked in confusion, "What's this?" Zhang Chen picked up the slip to examine it. On it was written, "Hospital, Clinic Building 3, Number 02, Diagnosis, Cognitive Impairment, Detailed Description, Patient Feels." Zhang Chen casually destroyed the note and speculated, could this be related to that consultation room 7 from before? Sigh, no point in overthinking it, I'll deal with it when I get back. The scene shifts to the apartment building. As soon as Zhang Chen entered the door, he saw Jiyu Hangjia and the flesh Ganoderma waiting outside. He greeted them. "Yo, Hangjia, waiting for me?" The flesh Ganoderma quickly slipped back to its master's waist. Jiyu Hangjia gave him a shy glance. "Of course, I was worried about you." Zhang Chen turned beet red, breaking into a sweat. He supported her as they entered the room, saying, "Since the mood is already set, let's head inside. I'll teach you one more lesson." The door slammed shut. At the entrance, a pair of sneakers and a pair of high heels were placed neatly side by side. Inside, Zhang Chen sat on the sofa, leaning in toward Jiyu Hangjia as he said, "Do we really have to do this? Don't be shy, come a little closer." She looked over bashfully, only to find Zhang Chen holding up his phone prepared to take a photo. "It's nothing hard, just a profile picture." He then uploaded it to the Underworld app. The screen showed the upload in progress, stating that the reward could be claimed once finished. Suddenly, his phone began to ring loudly, giving Jiyu Hangjia a start. It was Erhu calling. Zhang Chen answered, and the voice on the other end said, Zhang Chen, a collective mission we talked about last time is about to start, see you tomorrow. He readily agreed, sure, send me the address. Hanging up, Zhang Chen turned to Jiyu Hongye and asked, Hongjia, are you tired? She immediately countered, you're not going out to fight monsters again, are you? Zhang Chen stood up and said, come on, I'll take you somewhere. The scene shifted to the black market where the two had already arrived. He comforted her, saying, stay close to me, don't be afraid. Inside the bazaar, people wore all sorts of masks and stall owners were shouting their wares, talismans for sale, death row meal tickets, guaranteed death if you eat one. A constant stream of buyers flowed past. As they entered the market, Zhang Chen recognized a familiar face and quickly called out, Chen Shui. Chen Shui turned around, asking in pleasant surprise, what a coincidence, are you here to buy equipment too? Both of them were wearing masks. Zhang Chen pointed to the person beside him and said, I brought my landlord to look around with that. Chen Shui turned and extended an invitation, then let's go together. With me here, no one will dare cheat you. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was calculating in his heart, with my current strength, who below a rank would dare cross me? Suddenly, from a corner behind him, a head was secretly observing them. The man picked up a phone and reported to the other end. Young Master Wu, I found Zhang Chen. On the other end was a man with a bowl cut covering one eye, he replied. Got it. He then tossed the phone to an aide and said, I'm bored of this, let's go. A red-haired girl lay on the ground, her body pinned down by sharp steel nails, a truly wretched sight. The man, Qin Wu, sweated as he muttered, Qin Zi, oh Qin Zi. An aide handed him a coat saying respectfully, Young Master Wu, please dress. His one eye widened with a ruthless cold snort. Years ago you blinded me in one eye and I've broken your woman. I'd say we're even. The sight of the girl's abuse was heartbreaking. Qin Wu draped the coat over his shoulders and continued, but you are my brother after all, now your big brother is going to get revenge for you. With that he departed aggressively with a group of burly subordinates. Back to Zhang Chen, he walked through the bustling crowd, unable to help but sigh. Finding a treasure really isn't easy. The three of them arrived at a building, but it was empty. Zhang Chen remarked, Master Lu's auction isn't open today. He turned to Chen Shui with a frustrated look for help. Chen Shui, you're more familiar with this place. Where can I buy a top-tier Dharma tool or ghost weapon? She thought for a moment and replied, Zhenbao Pavilion. But that's a high-end shop, only those of family head status can enter. Zhang Chen nonchalantly draped an arm around Chen Shui's shoulder to comfort her. Oh, it's fine, just take me to see where it is, maybe they'll let me in. The scene shifted to Zhenbao Pavilion. The three were now standing at the entrance, which was brightly lit. Seeing this, Zhang Chen wondered, no guards? He walked to the door, reaching out to cast a spell as he continued. Then let's just push our way in. But as his hand prepared to touch the restriction on the door, a powerful force suddenly erupted. Startled, he broke into a cold sweat and quickly yanked his hand back. Then a bizarre fish with a red body and white spots stuck out a long tongue and asked, Who are you? Chen Shui stepped forward and replied politely, Chen Shui of the Chen family, seeking an audience for my friends. I don't care who you are, scan the code to enter. As the monster fish spoke, it extended its long tongue upon which sat a square QR code. Chen Shui decisively turned and said, let's go back. They won't show us any face. Zhang Chen pulled out his phone to scan, but Chen Shui cried out in anxious warning, hey, if you're not from a great family you need at least level 3 clearance too. At that moment the word approved appeared on Zhang Chen's phone screen. The monster fish announced the successful scan. Please enter, my lord. As the three stepped inside, Zhang Chen thought, the underworld is quite trustworthy. They actually gave me level 3 clearance. Suddenly, someone was already waiting within. The man had short hair covering his face. He had a pair of green eyes that radiated danger. Seeing Zhang Chen appear, he spoke, I am Han Miao, here specifically to serve you. Chen Shui was utterly shocked by this scene. She looked at Zhang Chen, marveling in her heart. Han Miao, the underworld's Grand Master of Artifact Refining, is personally receiving Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen pointed to his two companions and asked cheerfully, then these two friends of mine can also? Han Miao immediately replied, of course, they may accompany you. Chen Shui leaned in and whispered in Zhang Chen's ear, Zhang Chen, which great figure's descendant are you? Zhang Chen put on a mysterious air and warned, don't pry. Don't ask what you shouldn't. He turned around feeling a smug sense of satisfaction. This place requires level 3 clearance, but I have level 2. I've really hit the jackpot. Chen Shui continued to look at Zhang Chen with eyes full of worship. As the four walked further in, Zhang Chen asked, are there any good weapons, at least C rank or above? Walking at the back, Jiyu Hongye looked at him gloomily, thinking, wait, didn't he say he was buying equipment for me? Han Miao turned back to answer Zhang Chen's question. There is a B rank ghost weapon, but it hasn't been sold because its malevolent energy is too heavy. Please, come in. They passed through a distinct gateway. Han Miao pointed to a massive statue and introduced, this is the item. Held in the statue's hands was a weapon with slight cracks. Seeing it, Zhang Chen's eyes instantly lit up and he couldn't help but admire. Wow, even though it's a bit damaged, it still looks incredibly imposing. Han Miao suddenly asked him, have you heard of the human meat workshop incident from back then? Zhang Chen looked confused. Chen Shui replied, is that the evil incident that took 10 B-rank masters and 1 A-rank grandmaster to resolve? The opponent was a very powerful vicious soul. Han Miao nodded. This is that vicious soul's weapon, called the blood essence skull-crushing hammer. Unfortunately, its situation is quite awkward. Han Miao looked somewhat frustrated. B-rank masters can't control it, and A-rank grandmasters find its damage beneath them. Therefore, its price is much lower than a true top-tier ghost weapon. It only costs 350,000 points. Zhang Chen listened and scratched his cheek, proposing, I have a good relationship with your bureau chief. Can you give me a bit more of a discount? Han Miao offered a friendly smile. If you're truly interested in buying, I'll make the call. 300,000 points. Without a second word, Zhang Chen hoisted the blood essence skull-crushing hammer and bolted, not forgetting to wave back. Deal? Han Miao shouted in a panic behind him. Hey, are you trying to get it for free? Pay up? The two girls also hurried to catch up. Carrying the large hammer outside, Zhang Chen said, I've paid. The signal was bad and the internet was slow just now. Han Miao pulled out his phone to check, and a notification rang out. Ding, the Underworld app has received 300,000 points. Jiu Hongya waved goodbye to Chen Shui. Chen Shui, we'll head off first. Meanwhile, Chen Shui thought with a dark face, buying B-rank equipment is like buying groceries for him. Carrying his treasure onto the street, Zhang Chen asked, Hong Jia, will this fit in your car? Jiu Hongya replied, a hammer this big definitely won't fit. Zhang Chen looked down at the flesh Ganoderma at his waist and exclaimed, Ah, I've got it. The flesh Ganoderma looked at him with both confusion and terror, wondering what misery it was about to endure. Zhang Chen then shoved the hammer into its arms and said, Flesh Ganoderma, swallow it just like you did with the corpse bone projectile. The flesh Ganoderma shed tears at its heartless master. As Zhang Chen struggled to stuff the hammer in, Jiu Hongya asked worriedly, his stomach won't burst, will it? Zhang Chen encouraged his pet. Come on, flesh Ganoderma, they didn't know they were being followed. Seeing Zhang Chen appear on the street, the spy pulled out a phone and shouted, Young Master Wu, he's about to leave, he's already at the black market entrance. On the other end, Qin Wu urgently ordered him to be stopped. I'll be right there, he urged the driver in his car. Drive faster. The vehicle sped down the empty highway. The blonde man who had reported pulled out a knife and muttered sinisterly, Stop him, I'll just slice his tendons. With that, overestimating his own strength, he launched a surprise attack from behind Zhang Chen. At that moment, Zhang Chen was still focused on encouraging the flesh Ganoderma. Keep going, swallow it fast. The flesh Ganoderma was tearfully trying its best to gulp down the hammer. Just as it felt it truly couldn't take any more and spat it out, the hammer flew backward. The attacker's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight. Clutching his knife, he only managed an A before the hammer slammed into him, crushing him flat. Zhang Chen said innocently, Oh, I hit someone, my bad. He then hoisted the hammer again, saying as he walked, We have urgent business and need to go. This little injury will heal in no time. The blond man was left dizzy, half his face crushed. He sat on the ground asking blankly, Where am I? Two cars appeared on the highway. The blue one in the back was constantly urging the driver, Faster, they're getting away and you're still asking questions. In the yellow car ahead, Zhang Chen instructed, Drive slower, don't let the hammer rattle off. The scene shifted back to the blond man. He was kneeling on the ground, trembling and shouting, Young Master Wu. His head was wrapped in bandages. Qin Wu appeared before him, looking down with a sinister question. You useless trash, where is he? The man replied hurriedly. I tried my best to stop him, but I couldn't win. He is incredibly strong. Look, he beat me into this state. Hearing this, Qin Wu delivered a kick to the man's crotch without a word, roaring, Get lost. The man spat up more blood. Qin Wu then rushed to his vehicle, telling his subordinates, Withdraw. We'll wait until tomorrow's collective mission is over before finding a way to deal with Zhang Chen. He didn't realize he had just missed his chance. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had brought the hammer into his room. After settling in, he called the system. System, enhance the blood essence skull-crushing hammer. The system panel popped up. Consume 5,000 ghost chi to enhance the blood essence skull-crushing hammer? Yes, no. Zhang Chen clicked yes without hesitation. The hammer was enveloped in a red light. Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire. Ooh, it feels brand new. The system panel prompted again. Consume 10,000 ghost chi to enhance the blood essence skull-crushing hammer? Yes, no. He immediately replied. Yes. The system panel continued. Consume 20,000 ghost chi. Zhang Chen answered without delay. Yes. He then seriously instructed the system, Stop wasting words and enhance it to the limit for me. In the next instant, the hammer's handle began to elongate. Zhang Chen marveled, Holy crap, this pole is way too long. The long handle poked right through the window pane. The system notification rang out, Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 4-star 4-bead yin body hammer. Zhang Chen looked at the new weapon excitedly. Spent 200,000 ghost chi. One hit from this and even a blood raiment will have to kneel. He then began to wonder. But with such a massive thing, how am I supposed to carry it around? It was indeed a problem. As he reached out to touch the hammer while thinking, Zhang Chen suddenly cried out, "Ah!" as his hand was firmly stuck to the hammer by a surge of energy. Then the hammer actually transformed into a beam of light and was slowly absorbed into his palm. Opening his hand, he saw a new mark. He couldn't help but mutter, "Did it turn into a talisman on my hand?" While he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Or who answered and spoke first? "Zhang Chen, don't forget tomorrow's mission. 9:30 a.m. Kashan Village. Be there or be square." Zhang Chen replied, "Got it. See you tomorrow." Kashan Village was located at the far southern end of Zhongbei City, right by the Qiliang River and backed by a mountain. It was an extremely remote and desolate ancient village where a group of locals specialized in retrieving corpses. The incident began when a corpse retriever pulled the body of a young girl from the river. After reading the news, Zhang Chen muttered with a cold sweat, "This mission looks pretty scary." The scene shifted to the wilderness, where Zhang Chen stood on a high vantage point overlooking a corner of the forest. He shaded his eyes from the sun to see more clearly. "Is this Kashan Village?" Chen Shui asked. Why didn't that red-haired beauty come with you?" he replied. "She's still a newcomer. On a mission of this rank, would she be coming just to die?" With that, Zhang Chen greeted the newly arrived Yang Chen. "Yo, Yang Chen." Yang Chen was also surprised. "Zhang Chen, I didn't expect you to come too." Zhang Chen then looked at Erhu and asked, "I thought you said it was a large-scale mission, it's just us?" Erhu pointed into the distance and replied, "The main force has already charged in. We're the support team. They've split into 3 routes. Team A is led by Zhang Hengwu, the direct disciple of a martial master, heading straight through the village toward the north. To deal with the most terrifying ghost, Team B is led by Qin Shancheng attacking the east side, and Team C is led by Zhao Deniu attacking the west." Zhang Chen asked with a frustrated look, "Then what are we doing just standing here waiting?" Erhu explained, "Senior sister Zhang Hengwu told us to wait a bit before entering. We just need to follow and pick up the scraps." Zhang Chen began to tease his friend. "For a Buddhist disciple, letting others take the charge while you pick up scraps in the back, that's not very good, is it?" He then transformed into a compassionate bodhisattva, adding, "If I don't enter hell, who will? We should go to the most dangerous place, kill the most ferocious ghosts and leave safety to our teammates." Erhu looked speechless. "The way you're talking, we might actually go to hell tonight." To everyone's bewilderment, Zhang Chen stepped forward resolutely and shouted, "What's there to fear? Charge when there's a prophet, retreat when there's danger." As soon as the words left his mouth, he leapt away, sprinting through the trees toward the village. Chen Shui followed excitedly. "I saw Zhang Chen use a B-rank divine weapon yesterday. I believe in him." Yang Chen was lost in thought for a moment before also flickering away, saying as she went, "I've seen this guy's tricks before, let's go. Following him won't lead us astray." Erhu offered a helpless smile. "Hey, I really have to hand it to you all." He then followed behind the 3. The 4 arrived at a small stream, and began to wonder why the water had decreased. "Why is there blood in the stream? Look upstream." A monster's corpse was lying across the creek. They walked toward the corpse to analyze it. It turned out the water flow had been blocked by this fellow. Heavens, beaten into this state, that punch's power was incredible. Erhu remarked, "This must be the 7-injury fist delivered by senior sister Zhang Hengwu." Zhang Chen asked curiously, "What's her relationship with the golden-haired Lion King?" Erhu explained helplessly, "What golden-haired Lion King?" The 7-injury fist is a unique secret technique of the martial sect. Everyone look closely. It's not just the flesh that's damaged, even the bones inside have been shaken to mush. Let's go. There's a small hamlet ahead. It seems the path has been cleared. The 4 arrived at an open space, and Erhu called out, "Is anyone there?" At that moment, 2 monsters from above were staring fixedly at Zhang Chen's group. They muttered that the group that just passed looked like they weren't to be trifled with, but these few looked like easy targets. The blonde ghost said, "Let me go first. You go sharpen your blade. We're having a full-course human feast later." Hee hee. With that, it leapt down and launched an attack on the group. Erhu shouted a warning, "Watch out." Suddenly, the blonde ghost froze in place, its head lolled to one side, leaving Zhang Chen and Erhu looking on with utter speechlessness. In the next instant, the head actually rolled off, tumbling all the way to Zhang Chen's feet. Its hands groped around blindly while it wailed, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, my head." Zhang Chen casually picked up the head. The blonde ghost quickly pleaded in a low voice, "Let's talk this out, just give me my head back first." Zhang Chen looked at it with a look of pure disdain and complained, "Did the advanced team leave us nothing but small fry like this? I guess they're only good for farming a little ghost chi." Saying that, he hoisted the head and delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying. The system panel popped up a notification. "Kicking someone else's head around at random? Do you even know what manners are? Ghost Chi 99. Erhu also got into the spirit, stopping the head with his chest and shouting excitedly, "Nice pass, your turn." With that, he passed the ball toward Chen Shui. Chen Shui struck it with both palms like a volleyball player, not forgetting to complain, "Stop always kicking it toward my chest." The head then flew toward Yang Chen. She condensed a surge of power in her hand and gave a cold snort. HMPH, let me show everyone my new weapon. Zhang Chen shouted a warning from the side. Yang Chan, don't smash it, I have a use for that head. Hearing this, she retracted her strength with a cold snort, and punched the head back to Zhang Chen, replying, then take it. After catching it, Zhang Chen muttered, it's so heavy. On the other side, the headless blonde ghost was still rambling, give me my head back. Then it let out a sharp roar. Hurry up! Suddenly, a massive golden glowing hand materialized out of thin air above it. The giant golden palm slammed down violently, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust that filled the air. Zhang Chen leapt aside, cradling the head, and couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap! He turned to his best friend and scolded him loudly. Erhu, remember to give a heads up next time you strike, you gave me a fright. Erhu simply retracted his hand and gave an embarrassed smile. Once the commotion settled, the group continued forward. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said, let's keep moving. After walking for a while, they found a bowl sitting on a table, radiating a sinister black qi. The sight made everyone frown. Chen Shui reached out to stop them, warning, wait, that bowl is filled with ghost blood. Approaching it recklessly will trigger a curse. The bowl on the table was indeed brimming with bright red blood. Chen Shui then pinched a hand seal and chanted, the 9 luminaries follow their course. The primordial wanders, the essence shines bright. At that moment, the talisman between her fingers erupted with a blinding golden light. Primal spirit, disperse. As soon as the words left her mouth, she struck out with a palm, instantly shattering the blood bowl. The impact caused the ground to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, a green-haired ghost was sharpening a blade. Seeing the window shake violently, it asked in confusion, what's that noise outside? A series of loud thuds came from the door, and it turned back in pleasant surprise. Yo, back already? But when it pushed the door open, there was no one outside. Where are they? Suddenly, the blonde ghost's head from earlier dropped right in front of it, scaring the man-eater ghost out of its wits. It instinctively swung its blade, splitting its companion's head in two, and screamed, ah! The system notification rang out. I nearly died of fright at that moment. Ghost Chi 999. Immediately after, the man-eater ghost slammed the door shut in a panic, leaving behind its companion's split head. At that moment, Zhang Chen and the others were standing on the roof looking down. Chen Shui asked, it locked the door again. What should we do next? Zhang Chen calculated in his mind, should I try my new hammer? But just then, a long staff wrapped in sharp barbed wire appeared first. Yang Chan swung the long staff and let out a great shout. Take this, let's see where you can hide. As soon as the words were spoken, she swung the staff and slammed it into the house. The entire building collapsed with a thunderous boom, and the remaining 3 quickly leapt up to dodge. Zhang Chen watched this scene, unable to help but marvel. It seems I'm not the only one who has improved during this time. After Yang Chan delivered the heavy blow, she retracted her weapon and commanded, everyone don't move. This one is my prey. Curse you! The man-eater ghost roared as it burst out from the ruins, wielding 2 fast blades. It gnashed its teeth and bellowed, you dare tear down my house? I'll never forgive you. With that, it swung its blades and lunged at Yang Chan. Facing the assault, Yang Chan gripped her staff with calm composure, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Hee. The tip of the staff began to spin rapidly, instantly whipping up a massive tornado. Like a rakshasa possessed, Yang Chan swung her weapon at the green-faced ghost, shouting, let's see who won't forgive whom. The hurricane generated by the staff drove straight down, instantly shattering the ground into fragments and sending stones flying everywhere. Although the man-eater ghost wanted to run, the air before it was already sealed off by the billowing dust. In despair, it frantically spun its 2 blades, condensing a ring of rotating edges. It swung the blade wheel in a final struggle, and then turned, intending to slip away. Yang Chan watched these petty dying struggles and let out a cold laugh. HMPH, trying to run in your dreams. With that, she swung the heavy staff again, smashing it toward the ghost. Under the heavy impact, a massive crater was blasted into the ground. The man-eater ghost was pinned to the bottom of the pit by the sheer force of the impact. Immediately after, that power swept through its entire body like a raging fire, burning away everything except for its head and shoulders. Terror was written all over its face, Erhu watched from the side dumbfounded, shading his eyes as he marveled, wow, to use the simple wind god with such mastery, you truly are the daughter of the Yang family. Yang Chan stowed her weapon, asking back with a look of pride, does that even need to be said? Suddenly, the ghost proved not to be entirely dead, reappearing behind her in a bizarre posture. A loud shout came from the side, watch out! Immediately after, a powerful force slammed into the ghost's face, knocking it to the ground. Yang Chan was still shaken as she saw the part of the ghost that had been struck rapidly melting and disintegrating. System notification, man-eater ghost mid-tier vengeful spirit has died. Ghost Chi 999. Zhang Chen walked to Yang Chan's side and asked with concern, are you hurt? At that moment, Yang Chan's mind was in turmoil. To be able to insta-kill a vengeful spirit in an instant, has Zhang Chen already become this strong? He was just an ordinary person 10 days ago. Zhang Chen turned and said to the group, let's go, let's head forward. The scene shifts to the interior of the village. Zhang Chen and his group had entered the streets. As they walked, Zhang Chen suddenly asked his teammates, "Did you guys notice?" Zhang Chen pointed to the bowls on the ground and continued, "It seems every single household has a bowl of blood placed at their door." He asked with a look of confusion, "What on earth is this for?" While the four were standing before a pile of trash and reflecting, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind, putting everyone on high alert. "Actually, there's no need for you to know what it's for because you're all about to die here." Emerging from the shadows was a group of giant man-eater spiders with human faces and skeletal heads. Chen Shui immediately produced a talisman, blocking a surprise attack from one of the spiders. "May the three souls be eternal. May the seven spirits never perish." Swiftly, according to the laws and decrees, the talisman spun rapidly in her palm, generating 3 rings of golden incantations. With that, she flicked her hand and shot the talisman at the man-eater spider. Erhu, meanwhile, death gripped the spider's 2 chelicerae. The monster taunted, "Stupid brat, you've got quite a bit of strength, don't you?" Erhu replied with a simple, honest smile. "Yeah, it's all right." Then he exerted a sudden burst of power, actually tearing the spider in 2 with his bare hands. A bizarre insect carrying a skeleton on its back plummeted from the sky at that moment. Lunging straight for Yang Chan, she settled into a combat stance. But in her heart she was muttering, "Was I a bit too hasty using simple wind god at the very beginning? Still against a ghost of this level." The monster insect was closing in. Yang Chan struck out with both fists, slamming them head-on into the insect and shattering it to pieces. She clapped her hands and marveled confidently. "Few fists are enough. As long as I get serious, insta-killing a vengeful spirit in 1 move isn't hard." Meanwhile, on Zhang Chen's side, another monster insect was launching a surprise attack on him. The ghost taunted as it lipped over. "My spider silk fills the sky. Touch it and you die. Let's see how you dodge." Zhang Chen suddenly activated his cyan blue demon eyes and gave a cold snort as he asked in return, "Hey, dodge, howl of the pale wolf." Zhang Chen let out a great shout, and sharp fangs were instantly exposed as his eyes glowed with a brilliant gold. In the blink of an eye, the monster insect before him was shattered into dust, its severed limbs scattered everywhere. After finishing it, Zhang Chen said to Yang Chan, "This kind of small fry doesn't even require me to get serious." Yang Chan looked at him, speechless. Zhang Chen checked the system panel, secretly rejoicing. "The quality of these ghosts is pretty good. A mere vengeful spirit actually earned me over 10,000 points of ghost chi." Suddenly a scream came from the distance, making the two turn their heads sharply. Chen Shui shouted in terror, "That voice, it's my sister, Xiao Yu." Zhang Chen immediately leapt up and urged, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry over and take a look." The 3 followed at their top speed. Along the way, Chen Shui thought with emotion. As soon as he heard my sister was in trouble, he rushed right over. Zhang Chen is a real man, or who also wore a proud smile. "Old Zhang is way too loyal by comparison. I was still hesitating just now. I'm truly ashamed." Yang Chan was also secretly admiring him in her heart. "The moment I heard that scream, I actually felt a flicker of fear. Whether in strength or courage, I've lost to Zhang Chen. I'm really not reconciled." But how could these 3 know that at this moment Zhang Chen was sprinting toward his ghost chi like a hungry wolf? He was chanting in his heart, ghost chi, it's all my ghost chi. I have to get there fast, or the ghosts will all be gone." At that moment, a round ghost head with a nosebleed appeared. Its appearance was extremely horrific. Immediately after, more ghost heads appeared, all of them holding the red tails of beetles in their mouths. A female ghost to the side said to the group with a wicked smile, "Don't run away, brothers and sisters. Stay and play with me for a while." Opposite them stood 3 panicked young people. One of them, a red-haired girl with twin buns, was Xiao Yu. They stared in terror at the scene before them. The red-haired boy judged with a pale face, "I miscalculated. I didn't expect it to be a blood raiment rank." The blonde boy urgently urged his companion, "Xiao Yu, run. If you don't leave now, no one will survive." Xiao Yu firmly refused. "No way," another person complained. "I told you we should have followed the main force. Don't go minding other people's business." Time goes back half an hour. The 3 arrived before a small shack from which whispers drifted out. "It was so hard to gag her. We'll drown her in a bit." Xiao Yu gave a look to the blonde boy beside her, and he understood instantly. Immediately after, the blonde boy threw a full power punch, smashing the door to pieces. He shouted, "Evil ghost, don't even think about hurting anyone." The 2 ghosts inside were startled. Xiao Yu took the opportunity to rush forward, swinging her hand in a horizontal slash that decapitated the red-skinned ghost, its head instantly hitting the floor. The blonde boy also stepped forward and twisted the blue-skinned ghost's head off at the same time. The battle was over in mere seconds. At that moment, they saw a young girl tied to the ground, trembling. The blonde boy hurriedly stepped forward to tear the tape off her mouth, asking with concern, "Little girl, are you okay?" Suddenly, the girl violently stuck out her tongue, making sounds of painful vomiting. The blonde boy pressed, "What's wrong? Is your stomach hurt?" In the next instant, the girl actually spat out a ghost head biting a beetle tail. The scene was incredibly disgusting. The teammate waiting outside urged impatiently, "Hey, hurry it up, we're not going to catch up with the main force." Suddenly the wall shattered, and a monster insect biting a human head burst out, scaring the teammate into jumping away as he screamed. "Ah," the blond boy gnashed his teeth, suffering in silence. "This is bad. One is seriously injured and the other's strength is too weak." Meanwhile the fleeing teammate complained with a look of disdain, "What bad luck to be teamed up with you two useless trash. Fend for yourselves, I'm out of here." With that, he actually turned and abandoned his teammates, slipping away without a backward glance. However, that female ghost from before had already instantly teleported in front of him, blocking his path. "Big brother, are you just going to abandon your companions and leave them be?" The teammate hurriedly pulled out 2 jade pendants, his mouth chanting Lin Bing, Do Jie Jia Zhen Lai Zai Qian. Immediately after, he prayed frantically in his heart. 9 heavens responding to the primal thunder sound, universal transformation, heavenly lord. He then leapt into the air and violently hurled the 2 jade pendants, roaring, "So what if you're a blood raiment? If you've got the guts, take these 2 dharma treasures of mine." However, the female ghost only gave a cold laugh and instantly closed in, her right hand violently piercing through his chest. The man's face was full of terror, his eyes written with despair. The female ghost revealed a cruel smile. The 2 jade pendants from before had already shattered across the ground. Her hand emerged from the man's back, her palm clutching a heart that was still beating. She mocked, "So you were just a villain who abandoned his companions, and your heart is still warm?" After speaking, she casually tossed the heart to a pig nearby and then looked with disdain at the remaining 2. "What about you? When do you plan on abandoning each other?" Then she gave a cold snort, making both of them tremble all over. The chirping of the monster insects was ear-splitting, but just then, a familiar figure appeared behind the 2, accompanied by an incredibly powerful aura. The 2 turned their heads in shock to see the newcomer was Zhang Chen. He was hoisting that blood-essence skull-crushing hammer. Approaching with a grim face, he casually swung the massive hammer and sneered, "It seems I've arrived just in time." Then Zhang Chen revealed an incredibly twisted and perverse expression, opening his mouth wide as he comforted them. "Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here to save you." This appearance instead scared the 2 into screaming, "Wah!" The 2 actually ran headlong toward the female ghost in terror. Xiao Yu shouted as she ran, "I feel like that ghost isn't even as scary as he is." The blonde boy agreed. "Exactly, run this way first." Seeing this, the female ghost revealed a sinister smile. "In that case, come over and be snacks for my babies." As soon as the words were spoken, 2 giant monster insects lunged from behind her. But before they could even get close, Zhang Chen's massive hammer had already slammed down, instantly crushing the 2 insects into meat pulp. The female ghost was stunned by the sight. The system panel popped up. "Whose subordinate is this?" "Ghost Chi 1299. She steadied herself and ordered another monster insect. "I'll handle the one with the hammer, you go grab those 2 little ghosts." But before she could finish, Zhang Chen's hammer was already before her eyes. The startling speed made her cry out in alarm. So fast, she hurriedly executed a move, barely managing to block the strike. The female ghost gnashed her teeth, forcing out 2 words, "So heavy." Then, before the hammer could fully descend, she leapt to one side. Seeing this, Zhang Chen swung the hammer again and shouted, "Don't run." This scene left the 2 young people nearby dumbfounded. Xiao Yu asked in confusion, "Why is that ghost helping us fight the other ghost?" The blond boy shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but I feel like he's definitely no ordinary vengeful spirit." Just then, Chen Shui arrived on the scene, waving and shouting, "Xiao Yu!" The girl shouted in pleasant surprise. "Sister," Chen Shui asked urgently, "where's Zhang Chen? He was running too fast. Did he already get to you?" Xiao Yu pointed into the distance and said, "I didn't see him, but a monster carrying a giant hammer just ran past." Chen Shui quickly rapped her sister on the head and reminded her, "Don't talk nonsense, that's a C-rank powerhouse, he's very formidable." Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was fully focused on pursuing the female ghost. The ghost burst as she ran. "Damn it!" Subsequently, she lunged into a low-roofed mountain cave, plotting with a look of triumph. "Hide in this cave and let's see how you use that broken hammer. I'll ambush him right here, if he dares to come in, hee." She poked her head out of the fish's mouth and raised her claws. Just then, Zhang Chen's legs appeared. Zhang Chen muttered in frustration, "Tisk, this hammer is too big, it won't fit inside." As he spoke, he looked up at his towering massive hammer. Suddenly a spark of inspiration hit him, and he shouted, "Ah, I've got it." He then leaped into the air, swung the giant hammer from midair, and slammed it down with a thunderous force. With a twisted, savage expression, he roared, "Smashing this cave to pieces makes this a worthwhile trip." As the hammer fell, it shattered everything in the vicinity. Inside the cave, the female ghost was still waiting. Seeing the figure suddenly vanish, she looked confused. Where did he go?" Suddenly, she looked up in terror as shattering sounds echoed from above, accompanied by countless spreading cracks. Immediately after, a massive skull hanging from the hammerhead crashed down with a roar. The female ghost body was pinned firmly by the hammerhead, with only her head left exposed. She wailed in agony, Ah, my body? The skull's eyes lit up and liquid began to flow from the female ghost's mouth and nose as she stared in pure horror. The skull was greedily absorbing the fluids from within the ghost's body. She was sucked dry until she was shriveled and withered, her old face contorted as she screamed piteously. Ah, my ghost chi. System notification. Half-step blood raiment spider ghost eliminated. Ghost chi 1299. Erhu rushed over and shouted, Zhang Chen, you moved way too fast, we didn't even have time to help. He looked utterly helpless. Zhang Chen replied with a laugh. Haha, just a few small fry, no need to trouble you. Chen Shui spoke up. Those two are injured, I'll take them back first. Zhang Chen turned to Yang Chan and said, there are still plenty of lingering ghosts around here. How about Yang Chan joins us? Seeing the power of your simple wind god just now, I'll feel more at ease with you around. Hearing Zhang Chen's praise, Yang Chan's face flushed red with a hint of shyness. Then the four of them leapt up. We'll go on ahead. Only Zhang Chen and his best friend Erhu were left at the scene. At that moment Zhang Chen revealed a cunning smile, secretly calculating. Hee, now there's no one to compete with me for ghost chi. Erhu asked, you said there were lingering ghosts, where are they? Zhang Chen activated his cyan blue demon eyes and replied, right ahead, they can't run. The entire street was under his control. The two of them arrived in front of a graveyard. Zhang Chen asked in confusion, why is there a house in front of a graveyard? Erhu checked his phone and confirmed, this should be the coffin shop at the west end of the village. Entering the courtyard, the two saw 5 coffins arranged in the center. Zhang Chen marveled, seeing coffins right as you enter, this layout is truly top tier, and the lights are still on inside. Zhang Chen noticed an incense burner on the ground. The incense was almost burnt out. He knelt down, pulled out 2 sticks and examined them thoughtfully. In the back, Erhu warned nervously, Zhang Chen, don't mess with things. To his surprise, Zhang Chen snapped the 2 incense sticks in half, turning them into 4 and reinserted them into the burner to light them. He said with satisfaction, this looks much more symmetrical. Just then, a pot-bellied man wearing glasses walked out and asked, why are you touching my incense? Zhang Chen stood up, waved his hands and explained, we're specifically here to investigate supernatural events. Don't be afraid, uncle. He then pressed, you're the carpenter here, right? The man replied, that's right, what's wrong? Has anything strange happened lately? The man stammered with a hint of lingering fear. Now that you mention it, the village has been haunted lately, and my wife seems to have been scared out of her wits. Zhang Chen followed up, where is she now? The man finally realized something was wrong. Where did she run off to again? Zhang Chen glanced at Erhu, who nodded in understanding. The two were in perfect sync, leaping up simultaneously as they shouted, search separately. Zhang Chen arrived alone in front of a cold, damp old house. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly summoned the flesh Ganoderma. Hey, wake up! The flesh Ganoderma opened its eyes. Zhang Chen instructed, go over there and see if there's anything suspicious. The flesh Ganoderma flew away quickly. After walking for a bit, Zhang Chen discovered a puddle of red liquid on the ground. He exclaimed, is this on the ground? He then dipped a finger in it and brought it to his nose to sniff, concluding, it's blood. Suddenly, Erhu's voice came, Zhang Chen, get over here fast. Zhang Chen shouted back, coming? He flew forward with a kick, shattering the window glass to dive into the house. Looking at Erhu, he asked, what happened? Erhu was staring straight ahead with a face full of terror. He pointed ahead and said to Zhang Chen, look, why have these 2 ghosts started fighting? He saw the flesh Ganoderma being frantically gnawed on by someone crawling on the ground. The flesh Ganoderma tearfully called for help in its heart. Save me, someone save me fast. The fat man from before also ran in, shouting toward the front, wife, are you here? He then turned to Erhu for help. Master, please, I beg you to save my wife. Zhang Chen comforted him. Don't worry, her mind is just clouded by ghost chi. He then looked at his good buddy and said, Erhu, this is your specialty, you go. Just don't hurt my flesh Ganoderma. Erhu gave a chuckle. I can't guarantee that. After speaking, he pressed his palms together and chanted, Namo many treasures Tathagata, eliminate the calamities of all sentient beings. As the scriptures continuously poured from Erhu's mouth, the incantations flew toward the woman on the ground. Her eyes rolled back and her mouth opened wide, looking to be in extreme pain. A moment later, the woman regained consciousness, the light returning to her eyes. She asked dazed, where am I? With a mournful face, the flesh Ganoderma flew back to Zhang Chen's arm. Zhang Chen caught it and teased, haha, look how scared you were. You don't even have ears. Why are you afraid of incantations? Seeing this, the man hurried over and shouted with concern, wife, you scared me to death. Unexpectedly, the woman dodged away in terror, pointing at him and shouting, you, don't come over here. She then hid behind Zhang Chen, saying in a trembling voice, quick, stop him, he isn't human. Startled, Zhang Chen immediately called up the system. Not human. The system didn't even give a reminder. Immediately after, power condensed in his hand as he said, I'll use 10,000 volts of low-voltage electricity to test the truth first, so I don't kill an innocent man by mistake. The current struck the man's back, and he piteously cried out, holy crap, you call this low voltage? He then collapsed to the ground, transforming into a paper effigy. It was a paper person used for sacrificial rituals. It seemed it had been possessed by a ghost. Zhang Chen turned to the woman and asked, "Sister, how did you find out he was abnormal?" Shaking all over and clutching her arms, the woman said, "The other night I saw him pushing a coffin toward the back mountain. I followed him out of curiosity. The coffin lid fell off halfway, and when I peeked inside, my husband's corpse was lying there." Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and speculated, "That sounds chilling enough." According to this, the ghost had been lurking for a long time. He then looked at Erhu and asked, "Erhu, do you think it's still nearby?" Erhu replied, "Since you've put it that way, then I'll give it a try." With that, he formed a hand seal and pressed it to his forehead. Non-dual prajna, Mara calamity transformation. Following the mantra, Erhu leapt into midair, his entire body radiating a brilliant golden Buddhist light. A moment later, he retracted his move. Zhang Chen asked curiously, "I've heard Buddhism has a secret technique called Didding Divine Ear. What's the difference between that and this move?" Erhu replied, "Didding is only a primary search. It can only find targets on the ground. We just flipped the whole house and found nothing, so I suspect it's underground. Buddha light tracking can search for targets in all directions," Erhu observed while confirming, "It's underground and there's more than one." Overjoyed, Zhang Chen shoved Erhu aside and shouted, "Move over, watch me." He then swung his fist and roared 800-mile demon punch. With a single punch, the ground shattered inch by inch. Thick smoke rose as stones flew everywhere. The underground room was shattered, and several flashes of light shot out. 3 half-step blood raiment ghosts appeared before the two. The first ghost had a talisman stuck to its forehead and was grinning with bared teeth. The second was a female ghost whose eyes were sealed by a talisman. The third had blood-red eyes and a face as black as pitch. Erhu said worriedly, "This is trouble. 3 half-step blood raiments." Before he could finish, Zhang Chen had already charged out, leaving behind the words, "You handle one, leave the other 2 to me." He charged toward the 2 female ghosts with hearts in their eyes. But by the time he reached them, the ghost figures had vanished. He asked in surprise, "So fast?" Suddenly, one of the ghosts kicked toward his face from above, shouting, "Humble human." The other female ghost also kicked out, shouting, "Kill him." The 2 ghosts combined their attacks, knocking Zhang Chen to the ground. Zhang Chen was slammed into the dirt by the force. A moment later, he crawled out covered in dust and muttered, "I was careless." Monsterization, dust avoiding Great King. Instantly, a powerful force erupted from within him, blowing away the surrounding clutter. The 2 ghosts hurriedly retreated to defend. Zhang Chen stood up, his face dark. At this moment, his face had turned a cyan blue, his eyes were glowing, fangs were exposed in his mouth. A single horn grew from his head and black sharp claws manifested on his hands. Zhang Chen's figure grew tall as he revealed a wicked smile. His 2 sharp claws locked onto the heads of the 2 female ghosts as he said, "Little sisters, it's not good to be too naughty." With that, he swung both hands and hurled the ghosts away, kicking up dust that filled the sky. The 2 ghosts slammed heavily onto the ground. Zhang Chen scratched his face and provoked with disdain, "That's it, you aren't dead yet, are you? I haven't earned enough ghost chi yet. Come on, get up fast." Zhang Chen taunted while staring at the 2 trembling ghosts. Shifting to Erhu's side, he was locked in a bitter struggle, with several new wounds on his face. At that moment, a paper effigy flew in front of him. Erhu roared in fury, "Again, can you only hide?" He ducked and dodged while secretly calculating, "I have to try a risky move." He suddenly clenched his fist, spiritual power circulating around his body. Just then, the paper effigy appeared again. The paper effigy circled around a large tree and charged at Erhu immediately after. That ghost followed suit. Erhu let out a cold laugh in his heart. It really did follow. Suddenly, his hand, wreathed in flames, snatched the paper effigy and slapped it onto the red-eyed ghost's hat. The ghost screamed in terror, "No, not like this." Veins bulged on its hat, and then golden roots began to sprout from its entire body. These roots writhed on the ground as if they were sentient. The ghost let out a piteous shriek. Watching this scene, even Erhu couldn't help but frown. Accompanied by a massive boom, the dust cleared to reveal a giant, mutated ghost covered in bulging veins standing before Erhu. It growled, "You've unlocked my complete form." Meanwhile, on Zhang Chen's side, he was examining his own body and complaining in frustration, "What's the difference between this state and streaking? People will think I'm a pervert." To avoid being treated as a pervert, he deactivated the visual style of monsterization. Just then, the female ghost with eyes sealed by the talisman shouted, "He's back to human form, now's the chance." The other female ghost with the talisman stuck to her forehead gave a foolish reply, "Oh, okay." Zhang Chen looked at the 2 ghosts charging at him and revealed a wicked smile. "Hee hee. A deal delivered right to my door." He blocked the attacks one after another, marveling with a look of satisfaction. "Haha, that's more like it, a steady stream of ghost chi. When others get hit, they're terrified. When I get hit, I just get more excited." A moment later, 1 female ghost was sent flying, and immediately after, the talisman-stuck ghost met the same fate. Zhang Chen's fighting spirit was now at its peak as he clenched his fists and shouted, "Come on, keep going." The talisman-stuck ghost narrowed its eyes and turned to its companion with a proposal. "Let's use that move," the other agreed. Subsequently, a massive amount of liquid erupted from their sleeves. These liquids merged into one, their volume rapidly expanding. Immediately after, dense venomous thorns began to grow from the liquid. The two ghosts had transformed into a savage spiked mace. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's face changed and he turned to run. Holy crap. He dove into the woods trying to shake them off, but the spiked mace pursued him relentlessly. Zhang Chen hurriedly ducked to dodge, and a thick tree was instantly sliced through. He stopped in his tracks and cursed himself with a bit of self-mockery. How embarrassing being chased and beaten by two little ghosts. Then Zhang Chen transformed back into his monsterized state. He revealed an excited smile and said, "Then I guess I'll get a little bit serious too." The one-horned strike. Zhang Chen's entire body returned to its previous state. He stood firmly in place. He met the attack head-on, and the sharp single horn atop his head instantly sliced through the spiked mace, sending purple liquid splashing everywhere. Not finished yet. Zhang Chen continued to rotate the horn on his head, tangling the long spikes directly onto it. He shouted excitedly, "Transform into a thread winder." The two female ghosts were spun until they were dizzy and nauseated, letting out a series of shrieks. With a flushed face, Zhang Chen looked at the two ghosts beneath his feet and revealed an utterly deviant and wicked smile. Hee. Immediately after, Zhang Chen exerted more force, turning that light and shadow into a whirlwind. He shouted with excitement, "Spin, spin until you two demons are dead." A moment later, both ghosts were pinned onto Zhang Chen's thick, sharp single horn. The system panel popped up with notifications. Talisman Master Ghost eliminated. Ghost Chi 1699. Blindfolded Ghost eliminated. Ghost Chi 1699. The two ghost corpses then slumped to the ground. Zhang Chen reverted to his human form, muttering with a look of concern, "I wonder how things are going on Erhu's end." The scene shifts to Erhu, who is currently being death-gripped around his upper body by a ghost giant palm. Erhu's clothes were in tatters, and blood was streaming down his face. He closed his eyes in exhaustion, then suddenly snapped them open, using every ounce of his strength to break free from the ghost's massive grip. Seeing this, the ghost swung another punch, sneering, "You think you can run just because you escaped my hand?" Erhu took a heavy punch straight to the face, leaving his features covered in bruises. He muttered to himself, "Leaving might be for the best." As he spoke, he returned the favor with a punch to the ghost's chin. The ghost was instantly enraged, its entire body erupting in flames of fury as it roared, "I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you looking down on a rural ghost like me? Stop feeding me that Buddhist logic," it roared as it unleashed a series of massive heavy strikes upon Erhu's small frame. Erhu struggled to block the attacks from below. After a moment he collapsed to the ground, sighing as if giving up. As expected, with my current strength, fighting a blood raiment barehanded is still too much. Buddha, please permit your disciple to break the precept against killing just this once. With that, he pulled a small weapon from his waist. The ghost continued to frantically pummel Erhu, nearly smashing his head. Suddenly it froze mid-motion, looking down to find its own flesh and skin peeling off in layers. In an instant its entire body was left nearly flayed. Seeing the golden glowing Dharma tool in Erhu's hand, it cried out in alarm, what is happening?" At this moment, Erhu radiated the aura of a saint. He gripped the Dharma tool tightly and said in a low voice, "The Bodhisattva lowers her eyes because you overstepped. The Vajra glares because it is your deserved retribution." With that his eyes widened, and he let out a great roar. Then, Erhu held the Dharma tool horizontally before him, chanting the mantra, Mara Sattva. As soon as the words left his lips, he charged forward under the ghost's terrified gaze. Erhu lunged with a thrust, and the ghost reacted with startling speed, leaping far away to dodge. Just then, a mass of black, unknown matter erupted from the ghost's mouth, traveling at a terrifying speed. Erhu quickly raised his Dharma tool to block, and the object was sent flying elsewhere upon impact. At that moment the tool in his hand erupted in raging flames as he launched a fierce assault on the ghost. The ghost was utterly unable to defend itself. After taking several heavy hits head-on, it collapsed backward. It lay on the ground spitting up blood, asking itself in terror and confusion, How did he suddenly become this strong?" Erhu leaped into the air to attack again, answering as he did, "It's not that I've become stronger, it's that you, a frog in a well, are too ignorant." With that he stomped heavily on the ghost's stomach, adding, "The mysteries of the Tathagata and the Supreme Vajra, how could a thing like you ever hope to comprehend them?" The ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. By now Erhu had entered a state of frenzy, using all his strength to deliver a series of heavy blows to the ghost. The force was so immense that the ground beneath the ghost was shattered to pieces. A moment later, the ghost's head had completely vanished, yet its body continued to twitch. Erhu said coldly, "Still moving without a head, then take another punch." With that, he swung a sudden punch, the massive shockwave plunging the surroundings into a cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, Zhang Chen appeared behind him, looking at his fury-filled best friend and calling out softly, "Erhu." At this moment, Erhu's eyes were flashing with golden light. He suddenly spun around and swung a heavy blow, roaring, "Where did this demon come from?" Zhang Chen hurriedly leapt away to dodge his friend's attack, shouting, "Hey Erhu, what are you doing? It's me, Zhang Chen." but Erhu seemed completely unable to hear, still swinging his fists as he charged. Zhang Chen quickly pressed 2 fingers to the corner of his eye, his cyan pupils flashing. After seeing the truth, he cried out in alarm. Holy crap, Erhu is possessed. In his eyes, the current Erhu had transformed into a burly, bare-chested, bald giant. Zhang Chen concluded that this was clearly a Vajra guardian whose power had reached its limit. At that moment, tears began to flow from Erhu's glowing eyes. Blood was also seeping from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Seeing this tyrannical deity possessing his friend, Zhang Chen worried that Erhu was reaching his breaking point and needed to be saved immediately. With that thought, he reached for the demon's sound drum at his waist. He struck the drum with 2 fingers, and the eye on the drumhead slowly opened, sending waves of drumbeats toward Erhu. Erhu gritted his teeth in agony, and the dazzling golden aura surrounding him began to gradually dissipate. A moment later, he seemed to wake from a dream, looking up in confusion before quickly standing up. Zhang Chen, however, remained in a defensive stance, staring at him with a serious face. Erhu looked at his slightly trembling palm and said, "It seems I still can't master this thing. The meridians in my palm are all torn." Seeing this, Zhang Chen lowered his guard and walked forward to ask with concern, "Erhu, are you okay?" Erhu slumped to the ground, answering with a bitter laugh, "I'm fine, I'll just rest here for a bit and then head down the mountain myself. The main force is at the back mountain. You go ahead and find them first." After confirming his friend was mostly alright, Zhang Chen leapt into the air, instructing, "Then I'll head out first, be careful on the road." After Zhang Chen left, Erhu lay on the ground exhausted, looking at the sky and sighing. Zhang Chen is really strong. He killed 2 blood raiments and still has the energy to be this lively. The scene shifts to the back mountain where a violent explosion echoes through the forest. A group of people surrounds a deep, smoke-filled crater. Someone asks, "Well, did that blast open the coffin?" 4 men wearing sunglasses were staring into the bottom of the pit with fear and trepidation. Suddenly, one of them was kicked in the back. Qin Wu appeared behind him and asked, "What's the situation? Is there a corpse inside?" The subordinate looked back in terror and answered, "Boss, you'd better come see for yourself." Hearing this, Qin Wu leaned over to look with curiosity, muttering disdainfully, making a fuss over such a small thing. However, in the next second his eyes widened in terror. A coffin lay at the bottom of the pit, and the lid clearly read, "Kill all the unfaithful men, Zhang Susu." The perspective shifts back to Zhang Chen, who is walking alone on a small forest path. Suddenly he noticed the bowl of blood he had seen upon entering the village. After observing it, a doubt grew in his mind, is it my imagination? The blood volume seems a bit less than before. Zhang Chen didn't think too much of it and continued forward, arriving in front of a dilapidated house. Looking at the tattered red silk hanging on the wall, he thought that a wedding must have been held here once, but clearly someone had crashed the party. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, and he instantly swung his longsword to shatter a nearby boulder, shouting sternly, "Who's there?" At that moment, an old woman walked out crying with her hands raised, explaining urgently, I'm the village matchmaker." Zhang Chen retracted his weapon and asked, "What on earth happened in this house?" The old woman recounted, "The master of this house once took a wife named Zhang Susu. Rather than a wedding, it was more of a forced marriage." Hearing this, Zhang Chen said with displeasure, "What era is this? How can there still be things like forced marriages?" The old woman sighed helplessly. "Alas, the village has its rules. It was mainly because her father was a gambler. He took the betrothal gift to pay off his debts, so he had to sell Zhang Susu to this family. Later, Zhang Susu ran away and was pursued by a group of people. When pushed to the edge of a cliff, she accidentally slipped and fell to her death. Not long after, dozens of members of this family all went missing." The old woman finished her story with a face full of terror. Zhang Chen pressed for more, confused. "Missing? Did they get scared and move away?" The old woman replied, "It's not that simple. Someone saw their whole family enter the back mountain, and in a whoosh they all vanished." Zhang Chen listened with some excitement and said, "It seems I'll have to take a trip to the back mountain." Before leaving, he summoned the system's card drawing interface, muttering, "I'll draw one more card for insurance before I go. 2-star monsterization card, great immortal tiger power." Zhang Chen looked at the card he drew and complained helplessly, "What's wrong with this system? It keeps giving me felines." The system retorted bluntly, "You're lucky to draw anything at all. Why are you so picky? If you don't want it, give it back." The camera cuts back to Qin Wu, who orders his men fill the dirt back in. The subordinates quickly complied. Qin Wu walked to the side, cursing irritably. Seeing these words on a coffin in the middle of the night, "How unlucky." Just then another man appeared and asked, "Well, any discoveries?" Qin Wu answered irritably, "It says she wants to kill all men. How could a creature like that have any descendants? Ridiculous." Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "Look, blood is seeping out." As the blood poured out, the words, "Kill all the unfaithful men, Zhang Susu" on the coffin lid became increasingly vivid and crimson. Immediately after, a massive pillar of blood erupted from the bottom of the pit. scaring the surrounding people into fleeing in all directions. Qin Wu was splashed with blood and cursed in disgust. "Tisk, if I'd known I wouldn't have worn this fur coat out." Just then, a woman dressed in a wedding gown appeared, letting out a chilling cold laugh. A red veil covered her head, and she was surrounded by a dense, thick ghost chi. A subordinate pointed at her and shouted, "Such powerful ghost chi, prepare for battle." Zhang Susu spoke. "Men, why are there men everywhere? Every one of you, die." As soon as she finished speaking, the heads of several of Qin Wu's subordinates were instantly and neatly severed from their necks. Then she approached the remaining two once more. The man standing in front said, "Xiao Wu, let's team up and take her down." Qin Wu revealed a cunning smile and replied, "Big brother, you go first, I'll support you." The man gritted his teeth and cursed, "Tisk, I knew you were unreliable." He then faced Zhang Susu and said, "Fortunately, we're on Rocky Mountain, it's to my advantage." With that, he slammed both palms heavily onto the ground and the surrounding rocks began to vibrate. He roared, "Rock power!" Stones flew up from the ground, tightly wrapping around his arms. A moment later, both of his arms were covered in thick rock. Then with full confidence, he swung his fists and charged at Zhang Susu. The despicable Qin Wu hid to the side with a disdainful sneer, charging in without even identifying the target. What a pig brain. "I'm out of here, hee." With that, he quietly turned around, preparing to slip away. Suddenly, a heavy object landed in front of Qin Wu, knocking him onto his back. Zhang Chen passed by carrying his giant hammer, saying with total calm, "If it's none of your business, stay out of the way. I won't be responsible if you're crushed to death." He left a bewildered Qin Wu on the ground with a large bump on his head. Shifting back to the man with rock-encased arms, he had transformed into a stone whirlwind, lunging at Zhang Susu. Seeing his chance, he struck the female ghost's head with all his might. However, Zhang Susu, having taken the punch head-on, said calmly, "This feeling is just like when I jumped off the cliff back then. I truly hate it." With that, she leapt into the air to counter those stone arms. The man hurriedly crossed his arms to block, but Zhang Susu actually grabbed his hands with ease. Before the female ghost's terrifying power, the man watched in horror as the rock on his arms shattered layer by layer. Then Zhang Susu gestured with one hand and countless giant stones gathered toward her. She condensed these rocks into a massive stone sphere and said, "I want to let you taste that feeling too." Suddenly, Zhang Chen's familiar weapon slammed down in front of Zhang Susu. Zhang Chen appeared, revealing a bright smile. "Zhang Susu, as I thought, you're in the back mountain." The rescued man shouted with tearful gratitude, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I, Qin Tian, will surely repay your life-saving kindness in the future." Zhang Chen looked at him with impatience. Before Zhang Chen could reply, the man had vanished in a flash. Zhang Chen scratched his head, watching his retreating back and muttering with regret, "One of the Qin family. If I'd known, I would have arrived a step later." At that moment, Zhang Susu questioned sternly, "Hey, what do you want with me?" Zhang Chen put on a thuggish face and replied, "I heard you're quite pretty and wanted to have a kid with you." Zhang Susu screamed in a fit of rage, "Another man who wants to possess me, damn you, every one of you deserves to die." With that, she struck the ground with both palms and the earth instantly cracked open. But Zhang Chen leapt into the air as light as a bird to escape the disaster, swinging his giant hammer as he went. "I see your ghost chi is quite abundant. Mind if I take a couple of sips?" Zhang Susu waved her hand and hurled a giant stone in counterattack, shouting, "In your dreams." Zhang Chen sidestepped to dodge, swinging his hammer back to smash the giant stone to pieces. Suddenly, Zhang Susu shot out countless shards of stone, and Zhang Chen could only dodge left and right. After a stalemate, he gritted his teeth and thought, "I can't even get close. This giant hammer is too heavy, it's affecting my speed." Thus, Zhang Chen decisively retracted the giant hammer. He looked at the system panel and complained, "What kind of garbage skill is Dragon Binding Spirit Tamer? I don't even want to look at it." With his current strength plus the Monsterization card, physical combat was more than enough to deal with her. Then his figure flickered, and he delivered a flying kick toward Zhang Susu. Zhang Susu struggled to resist this monstrous force, and the ground beneath her feet was shattered into pieces. Under the continuous assault, Zhang Chen kicked Zhang Susu in the chest, sending her flying to the ground. Zhang Chen quickly pursued, grabbing her hand and excitedly trying to lift Zhang Susu's red veil. "Let me see what you look like." At that moment, he activated his cyan pupils. Beneath the veil was a terrifying face with eyes as black and sunken as pits. Zhang Chen stared at her face and Zhang Susu stared back in terror. The scene suddenly shifted to a wedding chamber where a newlywed couple sat side by side. The bride called out softly, "Husband," the man replied. "Wife," the bride said tearfully. "I thought father would marry me off to that brute in the village. I didn't expect it to be you," the groom explained. "I persuaded your father and paid off his gambling debts before he agreed to marry you to me. What wrong is there in not wanting to marry such a person? You were just a pitiful woman." The woman was deeply moved. "Husband, you truly understand me." Then her rosy lips parted slightly. "Husband," the groom replied with a smile, Susu, the newlyweds' faces flushed slightly as they slowly leaned in. Suddenly Zhang Chen, dressed in the groom's attire, let out a scream. Ow! The flesh Ganoderma had transformed into a sharp long stinger and poked Zhang Chen in the butt to snap him out of it. Zhang Chen turned and cursed. Flesh Ganoderma, you dare rebel? The flesh Ganoderma, dripping with sweat, said, Stop cursing and look in front of you. Zhang Chen asked in confusion, HMPH, you have something to say? The flesh Ganoderma turned into a hand and pushed Zhang Chen's face forward. When he turned his head, a pair of sharp claws was already inches away. He instantly let out a scream. Wah, sovereign demon body. Zhang Chen hurriedly flashed to the side to dodge, still feeling a lingering fear from the aftershock of that strike. Suddenly, a young girl dressed in a wedding gown rushed forward weakly, her arms open wide as she cried out, Husband, I'm so scared. She then moved to embrace him. Zhang Chen appeared to fall into a trance, his eyes lighting up as he moved to greet her. At the critical moment, the flesh Ganoderma worked hard once again to cover Zhang Chen's mouth, dragging him back from the hallucination. Once he regained his senses, Zhang Chen hurriedly leapt back several steps, muttering with lingering fear, That was close, I almost fell for it. This type of hallucination field, formed by ultra-low frequency light waves, was impossible to evade through physical means alone. Zhang Chen summoned the system again and asked, How about trying that dragon-binding spirit tamer technique? Meanwhile, Zhang Susu continued to deploy her sorcery with a look of triumph. My hallucination field is flawless, your death at my hands is only a matter of time. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning descended from above, pinning her down and causing her to instantly fall into a panic. A violent gale blew so hard that Zhang Susu was forced to shield her eyes with her hands. Immediately after, raindrops began to pitter-patter down. She looked up with a face full of confusion. Then, while waving her hand to release spiritual power in defense, she roared in fury, Damn it, first thunder and gale, and now it's actually starting to rain, my field is being disrupted. On the side, Zhang Chen also stared up blankly, thinking to himself, is the so-called dragon-binding spirit tamer technique just summoning wind and rain? Realizing the power of this move, he revealed a wicked smile. Hee. Just in time, immediately after, he delivered a flying kick toward Zhang Susu, shouting excitedly, Then let's have a glorious battle in this rainy night. Caught completely off guard and in a weakened state, she took the heavy kick head-on. Qin Wu rubbed his head and stood up at that moment, looking utterly bewildered. Why did I pass out? He then looked up and discovered 2 figures locked in a fierce battle in the sky, recognizing that the one fighting the blood raiment was actually Zhang Chen. Watching Zhang Chen launch one relentless assault after another against Zhang Susu, his eyes were gradually consumed by terror, and he couldn't help but gasp. Witnessing Zhang Chen ruthlessly dominate Zhang Susu, he continued, How could this guy be this strong? Qin Zi really didn't die in vain. Qin Wu hid behind a rock and observed for a moment, thinking resentfully, With my strength I can't kill him in a head-on fight. I'd better wait for him to show a weakness. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck right in front of Zhang Susu, startling her into leaping away as she cried out, That was close. She then turned and revealed a triumphant cold smirk. Hee, your aim is quite precise, isn't it? Zhang Chen stood beside a puddle reflecting his own face and replied calmly, Hee, don't forget, there's rain on the ground too. No sooner had he spoken than the puddle beneath Zhang Susu's feet conducted the lightning, making her scream in terror. In just a few seconds the lightning coursed through her entire body. Zhang Susu wailed in agony toward the sky. Zhang Chen raised the longsword in his hand and asked excitedly, Flesh Ganoderma, you've been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't you? Subsequently, Zhang Chen held the flesh Ganoderma high, channeling the golden lightning into the blade and letting it flow through his entire body. The single eye on the flesh Ganoderma showed a look of satisfaction, and it shouted excitedly, Ha, I can finally speak, quick, use me to split her in half. Zhang Chen charged forward in an instant, splitting the female ghost apart exactly as it wished and replied coldly, As you wish. After dealing with the blood raiment, he looked at the flesh Ganoderma with a gentle smile and said, It's over. Suddenly, the eye on the flesh Ganoderma stared behind Zhang Chen and warned, Hey, there's a guy behind you trying to sneak attack you. Zhang Chen instantly swung his sword in a horizontal sweep behind him, shouting in displeasure, Sneak attacking me, do you want to die? Qin Wu fell backward in terror, narrowly avoiding the sword strike. Zhang Chen activated his pupil technique and stared at him fixedly. Qin Wu collapsed to the ground in a fright, explaining hurriedly, No, it's a mistake. I came here to thank you for saving my life. Zhang Chen continued his stern interrogation. What are you doing here? Only then did the man reply submissively, Senior Sister Zhang Hongwu sent us to investigate the matter of the corpse-born child. Zhang Chen pressed further. That bald guy who ran away with you earlier, is he your accomplice? He replied hurriedly. Right, that's my brother. He abandoned me. Hearing this, Zhang Chen leaned in close with a look of utter disdain, mocking, You Qin family members really have a hereditary trait for betraying teammates. Qin Wu defended himself in a panic. "That's not it, I'm a good person." Cold sweat poured down his face as he gritted his teeth and pondered, "Does this Zhang Chen know some inside information? Otherwise, why would he mock me like this?" Zhang Chen continued to ask, "By the way, what exactly is this corpse-born child you're investigating?" Qin Wu replied, "Old Yao is a famous corpse retriever in the nearby villages. That day he fished out a blood-red female corpse and discovered she was actually pregnant, and the child was likely still alive. Following the traditions of the older generation, he took the corpse home to help deliver the baby. That is the origin of the corpse-born child." Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. He actually dared to do something so sinister. Qin Wu explained, in ancient times, corpse retrievers were also seen as part of the specialized experts, but their methods were bizarre and not accepted by the orthodox sects. They were called practitioners of the heterodox paths. Zhang Chen asked in confusion, and then, at the mention of this, Qin Wu recalled the previous scene with terror. Qin Wu pulled out a broken sword and said, "Senior sister Zhang Hongwu found a clue and told us to search the back mountain for traces of the corpse-born child." Suddenly, the sword in his hand turned into a phone, and he quickly put it away in embarrassment. "Ah no, took the wrong thing," he hurriedly corrected himself. Senior sister Zhang pursued the trail all the way to North Village to find the corpse retriever from the mission. When she arrived, she found him dead. And not only was he dead, but the female corpse had vanished into thin air. That's why the team split up to search for clues. Remembering the blood bowls by the road, Zhang Chen asked, "By the way, when you were searching, did you notice a bowl of blood placed at every household's door?" He replied with a look of fear, "That is blood voluntarily offered by the villagers because they feared the blood corpse would cause a bloodbath." Zhang Chen suddenly lunged forward, firmly grabbing Qin Wu's shoulder and pressing him. "Are you saying this blood is an offering to that blood-red female corpse?" Unable to withstand the brute strength, he cried out in pain. "Ah, it hurts. I came in from the South Village entrance. The blood there hasn't been touched yet. But walking along this path, the blood in the bowls has clearly decreased." Zhang Chen asked with a grave expression, "Is there any blood left in North Village?" He replied with a face full of terror. By the time senior sister Zhang arrived, it was already bottomed out. At this, sweat fell from Zhang Chen's forehead like rain. The situation was clearly critical. In other words, after the blood corpse drank its fill in North Village, it still couldn't resist taking a sip from every bowl? Qin Wu was about to continue along this line of thought, but Zhang Chen had already leapt away in an instant, not forgetting to curse. "Damn it," he leapt onto a rock to observe and concluded. The blood corpse circled around to the South Village. Immediately after, Zhang Chen sprinted forward with explosive force. The power was so great that the ground itself cracked. In midair, he worried with gritted teeth. "Chen Shui and those wounded are all in South Village." Just then, a thunderous boom erupted from South Village. As the thick smoke cleared, a group of people could be seen confronting a vicious ghost. That blonde youth had already fainted, covered in wounds. Xiao Yu's situation was equally wretched, lying unconscious on the ground. Even someone as strong as Yang Chan had collapsed beside her weapon. What appeared before everyone was the blood corpse. Surrounded by a thick, intense ghost chi, she was drenched in blood, her eyes as pitch black as hollow pits, looking exceptionally horrifying. Hissing sounds continuously escaped the blood corpse's mouth. On the other side, Chen Shui and the three others were extremely tense. Seeing the blood corpse closing in, Zhao Deniu cried out, "Damn it, why are all these ghost things coming for me?" The blood corpse slammed a fist toward the spot where he stood, sending stones and dirt flying. Zhao Deniu nimbly leapt back. By now, Chen Shui had already circled behind the female ghost. She gripped 3 burning talismans in her hand. Then she hurled all 3 talismans at the blood corpse. The talismans flared up in a violent flame. Unexpectedly, the female ghost suddenly spat something out from her mouth, piercing directly through Chen Shui's burning talismans and heading straight for her vitals. Caught off guard, Chen Shui could only watch helplessly as the attack approached. At the critical moment, Zhao Deniu lunged forward to block the strike for her. His arms were instantly dyed red with blood. Chen Shui supported him, shouting anxiously, "Zhao Deniu?" The blood corpse continuously fired lethal hidden weapons from its mouth. Although Zhao Deniu had activated his golden bell shield, he was still struggling to hold on. Ultimately, he was knocked to the ground, sinking into a pile of earth and stones. As the attacks grew increasingly violent, he was driven deep into the ruins. Erhu leaned toward his elder brother's side and said worriedly, "So strong, she actually shattered brother's golden bell shield." Zhao Deniu clutched his chest in pain. At this moment, the one from the martial sect Zhang Hongwu roared in a fury at the person ahead. "Qin Tiancheng, why didn't you sneak attack her when you had such a good chance?" Qin Tiancheng retorted angrily. "If I can't kill her in one hit, won't I become her target?" Hearing this, Zhang Hongwu was completely speechless, coldly leaving him with, "Despicable coward, looks like I can only rely on myself." No sooner had she spoken than she condensed power between her palms, executing the 7-injury fist. She struck her own heart, lungs, intestines, and liver in succession. At this moment, the power throughout Zhang Hongwu's body was completely unleashed. She spread her limbs, feeling the violent surge of energy as she let out a series of roars. Ah! Standing to the side, Erhu was dumbfounded, gasping. Her strength has likely reached B rank. This blood corpse is no match for her. Veins bulged on Zhang Hongwu's arms, her eyes glowing with a bizarre purple light as she swung a heavy punch toward the blood corpse. The heavy punch landed, shattering the ground into fragments. Immediately after, Zhang Hongwu appeared behind the blood corpse like a ghost. By now, the blood corpse's face was written with terror. Zhang Hongwu slammed a punch into the blood corpse's abdomen, roaring in fury. Go to hell! However, a flicker of confusion and terror suddenly flashed through Zhang Hongwu's eyes. Her fist was actually deeply embedded in a mass of dark red viscous matter, with countless fingers transformed from flesh and blood firmly gripping her fist. Following this, a creature drenched in blood crawled out from the blood corpse's abdomen. While its bloody hand blocked Zhang Hongwu's attack, it said calmly, "I didn't want to come out, but in the current situation, I have to handle things personally." Zhang Hongwu blurted out in terror, "Oh no!" That blood-red monster casually swung a hand in counterattack, knocking Zhang Hongwu to the ground with a single punch as it mocked with disdain, "Fragile." Subsequently, Zhang Hongwu was sent flying, slamming heavily into a giant rock behind her, the impact causing the ground to vibrate and crack. By now, the corpse-born child had completely separated from the host corpse. It stood alone facing the remaining two, with Chen Shui still firmly clutching the talismans in her hand. It let out a chilling, sinister laugh, slowly walking toward the injured Zhang Hongwu. The powerful ghost chi radiating from its body swept through the surroundings. The corpse-born child arrogantly proclaimed, "Stop struggling, and just be my blood slaves." Chen Shui was already exhausted, able only to pray in the depths of her heart, "Zhang Chen, come save us." Just as she was hoping, a familiar giant hammer crashed to the ground, landing right between the two. Zhang Chen stood gallantly atop the hammer handle, looking down at his dear companions. Chen Shui cheered with joy, "You're finally here." A teammate to the side pointed at the corpse-born child, warning with concern, "Zhang Chen, this is a top-tier blood raiment rank, can you really do it?" Seeing Zhang Chen appear, the monster revealed a playful expression and said, "Hee hee, another one come to die." Zhang Chen turned to his companions and gave a confident smile, "You guys retreat first, this place is about to become a living hell." He then violently swung the giant hammer at the corpse-born child, shouting, "Let's begin, shorty." Unexpectedly, the monster actually manipulated a flow of blood to catch Zhang Chen's giant hammer, shouting, "Get away from me." Zhang Chen hurriedly summoned the flesh Ganoderma, thinking seriously in his heart, "How did the hammer slip from my hand? There's something fishy." Flesh Ganoderma, hold on tight. The flesh Ganoderma transformed into a sharp sword, diving down with its master to slash at the vicious ghost. The corpse-born child raised both hands in defense. Suddenly, the lower half of that broken corpse from before appeared behind Zhang Chen. It actually had two eyes growing on it, appearing both horrifying and ridiculous. Zhang Chen looked up and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it!" Just then, an unknown object suddenly attacked, kicking the two legs away. It was Qin Tiancheng. His arms were now layered in rock, blocking the bizarre thing. He then turned to shout at Chen Shui and Erhu, "Come help me." Let Zhang Chen focus on the corpse-born child. Hearing this, the two quickly joined the battle. On the other side, Zhang Chen was coordinating with the flesh Ganoderma to launch continuous attacks on the corpse-born child. By now, the monster had clearly lost its patience. It immediately launched a violent counterattack. Zhang Chen defended while thinking with disdain, just a little toy transformed from the flesh Ganoderma. To his surprise, the corpse-born child's attack power was incredibly formidable, forcing Zhang Chen and the flesh Ganoderma to retreat repeatedly. Immediately after, the monster's two legs merged into one, transforming into a spike that lunged straight down at Zhang Chen. Just as the spike was about to touch his body, Zhang Chen quickly reached out and heavily struck the demon sound drum at his waist. The vibration of the drum forced the corpse-born child to retract the spike and revert to legs. It then revealed a sinister smile and flicked a drop of blood toward Zhang Chen. He then pointed his finger toward the ground and spat out a blood arrow, shouting, "Blood wound?" That flicked drop of blood instantly pierced through the flesh Ganoderma and slammed directly into Zhang Chen's chest. He let out a gasp. What? The flesh Ganoderma was actually shot through. Zhang Chen quickly adjusted his state and struck the demon sound drum again, shouting, "Kui bull drum, sound for me once more." The corpse-born child still stood arrogantly in place. The shockwave driven by the drumbeat slammed straight into the monster. The corpse-born child let out a roar, "Ah!" but to his shock it was completely unharmed. Watching this, Zhang Chen was filled with terror. Even the Kui bull drum's attack was blocked by it. Finally, he reluctantly pulled out a card, muttering with effort, "Collective missions are really a nightmare. I have to use 3 monsterization cards in one day." Subsequently, Zhang Chen extended his limbs and let out a great shout, "Monsterization 9-headed insect." 9 massive ghastly snakeheads appeared behind him. Countless eyes also grew from the top of Zhang Chen's head. Then the numerous snakeheads intertwined, each flicking a terrifying tongue. All those snakeheads had grown from the top of Zhang Chen's head, his eyes transformed accordingly, his pupils no longer visible. Subsequently, he manipulated the power within his body to make the snakeheads grow even longer. Numerous snakeheads lunged toward the corpse-born child in unison. The corpse-born child raised a barrier in front of itself, making it impossible for the snakeheads to get close. Zhang Chen observed in shock. The sensation was exactly like the sound spirit hammer that had just sent him flying. What on earth was going on? Just some flashy, useless little tricks. Let me chop them all up for you. With that, the corpse-born child kicked and snapped Zhang Chen's snakeheads. Zhang Chen intended to engage in close combat but was once again repelled by the opponent's bizarre barrier, crying out, "That move again?" Zhang Chen felt confused and gritted his teeth. "What exactly is the origin of this corpse-born child?" The corpse-born child arrogantly replied, "Hee, so what if you know my origin? You're still going to die regardless." It then began to recount the past. Years ago, that woman filled with resentment jumped into the river to commit suicide and was favored by the river god. Just as she was about to transform into a ghost, she coupled with the river god and became pregnant. The child born later was the corpse-born child who possesses the river god's power. That is me. As it spoke, that ghost face appeared exceptionally terrifying. Just then a hand was placed on its shoulder. Yet it continued its arrogant mockery. "Hee, you dare to grab me knowing I can control liquids?" Immediately after, the hand resting on the corpse-born child's shoulder transformed into a massive lethal claw, causing the creature to panic instantly. Zhang Chen leaned in close to its face and mocked, "Ignorance really is a terrifying thing. Haven't you ever read Journey to the West? This is the son-in-law of the Wansheng Dragon King, the nine-headed insect. You're just the bastard of some minor river god. What right do you have to act arrogant in front of me? And by the way, those heads you chopped off earlier didn't hurt me at all. They were just physical manifestations of my overflowing ghost chi. Now die." With that, he reached out and tore one of the corpse-born child's shoulders clean off, drawing a piteous shriek of agony. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, pale light over the world, allowing everyone to see their surroundings clearly even in the dead of night. Chen Shui was using talismans to pave a path, and the two severed legs of the blood corpse were wobbling along, following the talisman array. Chen Shui reported to her teammates, "It's coming this way, following the path I set." Subsequently, Qin Tiancheng used his rock-encased arms to death-grip the blood corpse's legs. The monster's frantic struggling was so intense that he grunted with effort. "This thing's life force is incredibly stubborn," Qin Tiancheng roared. "Or who, hurry up," above them, or who was suspended in midair, looking down at Qin Tiancheng, who was trembling as he desperately held onto the blood corpse's remains. He then pulled out the demon-slaying pillar and said, "I can't control this pillar with just my hands for now, so we're relying on gravity." With that, he let go, allowing the pillar to plummet. The demon-slaying pillar slammed precisely into the blood corpse's legs, instantly triggering a violent explosion. Qin Tiancheng didn't have time to dodge and cursed in terror. "Holy crap, overkill, total overkill." Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Chen was excitedly carving pieces of flesh from the corpse-born child. The child looked toward its two severed legs and shrieked in horror. "Mom!" The lower half of the blood corpse was gradually melting into a puddle of blood water. Zhang Chen mocked, "You were just kicking her in the stomach a moment ago. And now you have the nerve to call her mom." Suddenly, one side of the corpse-born child's body turned a cyan hue. It stood up and snarled, "You're just the son-in-law of some dragon king from Emerald Wave Lake. How dare you compare yourself to me, a river god?" Zhang Chen was startled by the words. "What, a river god possession?" Suddenly, a massive whirlpool erupted beneath his feet. The powerful suction nearly caused Zhang Chen to lose his footing. Immediately after, a colossal wave surged upward. Zhang Chen looked down and muttered, "Trying to create a terrain advantage?" The corpse-born child launched a sudden strike. Zhang Chen spun around rapidly, but since he couldn't dodge in time, he could only cross his arms to take the hit head-on. After blocking the strike, Zhang Chen immediately retaliated. Gnashing his teeth, he manipulated the snakeheads at the back of his neck to lunge forward, their maws open wide to bite the corpse-born child. The opponent nimbly leaped backward to dodge. Only then did Zhang Chen catch his breath, thinking, finally, some distance. "I need a plan." He began to survey the situation. The area had turned into a lake, which was a major disadvantage for everyone. Seeing his teammates gradually being submerged by the rising water, Zhang Chen made a decisive call. "I have to drain this water first and settle this on solid ground." As soon as the thought formed, one of the snakeheads on his neck lunged into the water. He activated the dragon-sucking water technique, and the snake's body began to expand section by section like a high-powered pump. The corpse-born child realized the water level was dropping and fell into a panic. It swung its arms, whipping up several more massive waves as it roared, "You think I'll let you have your way? Give up your life as a sacrifice to my tsunami." A wall of water reaching the sky now stood before Zhang Chen, ready to swallow him at any moment. Zhang Chen struggled to hold his ground, calculating, "That's enough water." He retracted the snake head, leapt into the air, and let out a great shout. Dragon King's great law wave. A massive volume of lake water erupted from the snake's mouth. This powerful impact instantly pierced through the wall of water ahead. The corpse-born child had been mockingly triumphing. Did this guy just spit back all the water he sucked up? It prepared to use the momentum for another attack, shouting just one more. However, before it could finish, the flesh Ganoderma appeared eerily in front of it, causing it to scream in shock. The flesh Ganoderma clamped its jaws firmly onto the child's head. The creature tried desperately to tear it off, but it was futile. "Damn it, get off me!" By then, Zhang Chen was already diving down from above. He pinned the child's head with one hand, his other fist already cocked back. He roared with excitement, "Stop screaming and just take your beating." Zhang Chen unleashed a relentless barrage of blows into the corpse-born child's abdomen, followed by heavy strikes to its limbs and face, leaving it completely unable to resist. A moment later, the corpse-born child slumped exhausted onto the water's surface, its blood dyeing a vast area red. Zhang Chen continued to watch it coldly. In the distance, the Qin brothers witnessed the entire process. Qin Tiancheng couldn't help but marvel. What is Zhang Chen's deal? How is he this strong? To the side, Qin Wu began to scheme. "Brother, Zhang Chen must be exhausted after all that fighting. Why don't we take the chance to?" Qin Tiancheng turned and barked in fury. "You idiot, didn't you see how strong he is? Sneak attack him? Do you even have the guts?" Qin Wu turned pale with fright and quickly replied, I wouldn't dare." He then shifted to a devious expression and suggested, "But what I mean is, we could take this opportunity to go over and pick the peaches, steal the credit." Hearing this, Qin Tiancheng revealed a cunning smile. "Hee, now that I have the guts for." Subsequently, Qin Wu sneakily approached Zhang Chen from behind, trying to act familiar. "Hey Zhang Chen, hard work?" Zhang Chen didn't even turn his head. He just gave him a sidelong glance and asked with pure disdain, "Why did you run over here again?" He replied with a fake smile. "I just wanted to come over and give you a hand, didn't I?" While Zhang Chen and Qin Wu were talking, Qin Tiancheng had already crept toward the fallen corpse-born child. The monster was currently unable to move, its eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Qin Tiancheng revealed a sinister smile, then swung his fist to pummel the child's face, roaring with excitement, "The credit for this top-tier blood raiment. I'll be taking it." The corpse-born child let out a muffled groan of pain. Suddenly a scream rang out, and the surrounding water began to churn violently again. Zhang Chen spun around and demanded angrily, "Hey, what did you do?" Qin Tiancheng stammered his defense. I just accidentally touched it." The corpse-born child had generated a massive whirlpool. It hissed with pure rage. "None of you are leaving here alive, Earth Dragon Tornado." Zhang Chen was startled to find the water beneath his feet had turned blood red. He cried out, "Crap, my feet are stuck." Qin Wu had already been sucked into the current, reaching out desperately for help. "Help, save me." Meanwhile, Qin Tiancheng quickly stacked rocks to form a bridge, activating stone power swimming dragon. He looked down at the corpse-born child and mocked arrogantly, "It's practically dead anyway, what is there to fear?" Zhang Chen was utterly speechless at this clown's behavior and tried to stop him. "Damn it, don't charge in again." Qin Tiancheng looked back and gave a thumbs up, responding with total confidence, "Don't worry, leave it to me." However, he didn't notice a massive wave surging up behind him. In an instant, the stone bridge disintegrated under the impact of the wave, and he was slapped face first into the water. A plume of blood splashed where Qin Tiancheng fell. Seeing this, Zhang Chen pretended to be moved to tears. "I didn't expect you to sacrifice yourself to protect me. I didn't know the Qin family had such noble people. I'll avenge you." With that, Zhang Chen revealed the mark of the blood-essence skull-crushing hammer on his palm. Far away, the giant hammer sensed the summons and came flying at high speed. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy in his hand, Zhang Chen sneered at the corpse-born child. "Since you love sucking people in with storms so much, why don't you suck in my hammer too?" No sooner had he spoken than the hammer slammed heavily onto the water's surface in a display of pure dominance. Then the mark erupted with a formidable force, letting out a world-shaking boom that rumbled like thunder. Seeing the tide turn, the mirror ghost realized its defeat was imminent and decisively bolted. Seeing it flee as if avoiding a plague, Zhang Chen found it hilarious. Trying to run. He felt a wave of satisfaction watching the creature retreat in panic. He then quickly picked up his weapon and threatened, "It won't be that easy." With that, he prepared to finish it off for good. Below, Zhang Hongwu stumbled out from the ruins. She pushed her exhausted body forward, feeling utterly shocked by Zhang Chen's strength, marveling, "I can't believe he's chasing down and beating a top-tier blood raiment. We actually have a master like this on the team." Hearing this, Yang Chen hurried over to support Zhang Hongwu and introduced him respectfully with a bow of her head. "His name is Zhang Chen. He's my classmate. He's always kept his true strength hidden." The scene shifts to the other side where Zhang Chen swung his blade, instantly splitting the mirror ghost in half. The accident happened incredibly fast. The mirror ghost shrieked in pain, its upper half slamming heavily onto the ground. Zhang Chen dragged his longsword as he approached slowly, teasing mockingly. "Run, keep running, you little stick. No, you ghost stick." Zhang Chen now wore a dangerous expression like a villain, his gaze cold and ruthless. Zhang Chen stared fixedly at the ghost and gave a sinister smile, whispering, "I'll send you on your way now so you don't miss your chance at reincarnation." Just at this critical moment a voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Chen turned to see the old corpse retriever who had supposedly died earlier. He blocked the way with a grave expression. "Hold on, spare the ghost." The old man stared at Zhang Chen and asked, "Child, do you know who this is?" Zhang Chen wasn't easily bluffed, asking back with a wary face, "And who are you?" Zhang Hongwu appeared behind Zhang Chen. She looked at the old man with a serious expression and said, "He is the corpse retriever I mentioned before." Zhang Chen was shocked. He remembered this old man being pinned in a large water basin, eyes rolled back and dead. How is he standing here perfectly fine now? Zhang Chen asked in disbelief. "But I saw you die in that water barrel with my own eyes," the old man replied calmly. "To avoid being collateral damage from the corpse-born child, I merely used a bit of the corpse-retrieving sect's illusion turtle-breathing technique." Hearing this, Zhang Hongwu's expression shifted, thinking to herself, "The turtle-breathing technique of the corpse-retrieving sect." Suddenly, the ghost propped itself up again, shouting defiantly, "All of you are going to die." This guy's interruption while they were talking made Zhang Chen very annoyed. He unceremoniously stepped on the ghost's head, even grinding it down with force. The ghost struggled in pain but could only let out faint whimpers. Completely ignoring the ghost beneath his feet, Zhang Chen continued to ask, "What exactly is the corpse-retrieving sect? Why is an old man like you speaking up for a ghost?" The old man replied, "The corpse-retrieving sect is a lineage from the banks of the Yangtze River, specializing in handling supernatural events in the river. Simply put, it's about pacifying the river god's wrath. Whenever the river is unstable, a maiden with a compatible birth chart must be chosen and sent to be the river god's bride. In severe cases, even disciples of our own sect have to go down to suppress it." Hearing such nonsense, Zhang Chen cursed with righteous indignation. "If you want to die, no one cares, but ruining girls' lives is utterly devoid of conscience," Chen Shui added. "Exactly. That's why Taishan Wang lost his patience and directly wiped out the corpse-retrieving sect. That battle years ago was incredibly brutal. Just as he was about to eradicate the river god as well, he was urgently recalled, and the matter hasn't been mentioned since." The old man broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Quickly covering his mouth and whispering a warning, "Shish, don't say such things. If the deity brings down judgment, no one will survive." He then turned to Zhang Chen. "And you, take your foot off right now. Do you know who this is?" Zhang Chen replied mockingly. "Isn't it just the freakish offspring of a river god raping a corpse? It bragged about it to me while we were fighting earlier." Chen Shui and Zhang Hongwu cried out in unison. "The son of a river god?" Seeing this, the old man jumped in anxiety. "It already told you, yet you still dare to step on it. Take my advice. Don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. Once the son of the river god dies and the river god is enraged, the entire river will turn into a ghost realm." Facing the old man's threats, Zhang Chen appeared to be breaking into a cold sweat with a tense expression, seemingly frightened. However, in the next second he revealed an incredibly eerie smile, then slammed his foot down violently, completely crushing the ghost's head. Zhang Chen announced arrogantly, "Then I really have to see that for myself." Seeing this, the old corpse retriever pounced like a mad dog, pulling a knife from somewhere to stab at Zhang Chen, roaring hysterically, "The balance I've guarded for so many years is destroyed by your hands. Die." Facing the old man's attack, Zhang Chen pushed him away with a look of disdain. "Old man, don't throw away the respect I gave you. Get lost." Just then, a low voice rang out, signaling the arrival of an even greater disaster. A massive wave roared upward, accompanied by a terrifying presence. The wall of water bore down like a giant curtain, sealing off all exits. The old man turned pale and screamed in terror. The river god is bringing judgment." A horrific hurricane instantly swept through everything. Unfortunately, Qin Zi was also caught in it, screaming in terror. "Mommy, what's happening now?" Zhang Hongwu sensed the danger and quickly shouted to the group, "Everyone retreat." She then turned toward the wall of water and roared, "Sacrificial ghost, are you not afraid that Taishan Wang will descend and wipe you out completely?" After a moment of silence, lightning crashed down from the sky. Facing the sacrificial ghost's arrogant response, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Zhang Hongwu's mouth. "Hee. So arrogant, we're not waiting for Taishan Wang. I, Zhang Hongwu, hereby issue an execution order against the sacrificial ghost lineage." As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of large blood-red eyes and a hideous gaping maw appeared in the water wall ahead. Letting out a deafening roar, Zhang Hongwu took a spirit pill from her robes and muttered to herself, "Your son wasn't worthy of me using this primal spirit pill." Zhang Hongwu chewed the spirit pill frantically, her battle intent surging. She said with a cold gaze, "Today we perish together." Just as she was about to launch a desperate final strike, Zhang Chen suddenly stepped forward and pinched her chin, preventing her from continuing to chew. Under Zhang Hongwu's stunned gaze, Zhang Chen looked down at her beautiful red lips. Before she could react, Zhang Chen suddenly pulled her close and kissed her directly. Zhang Hongwu's face instantly flushed crimson, while Zhang Chen remained perfectly calm and composed. He truly had the air of a seasoned womanizer. A heated kiss arrived abruptly and ended just as quickly. It turned out Zhang Chen had only kissed Zhang Hongwu to snatch the primal spirit pill from her mouth. As their lips parted, an ambiguous sound lingered, leaving onlookers with a lot to imagine. Zhang Chen chewed the spirit pill vigorously, looking calmly at the martial sect disciple. She asked, "Why did you steal my primal spirit pill?" Zhang Chen replied as if nothing had happened. Noting that in her current state she wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent even with the pill, he turned to walk forward, not forgetting to look back at Zhang Hongwu and say, "In truth, you know that yourself, don't you?" Having been poked in her sore spot, Zhang Hongwu appeared somewhat awkward as she replied, "But I couldn't just sit here and wait for death," Zhang Chen said with an air of assurance. "Just leave it to me. If I can't handle it, then you can step in." With that, he strode forward. After chewing the jelly bean for a moment, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Feeling the immediate effects of the pill, Zhang Chen said in pleasant surprise, This pill actually is quite useful." With that, he returned to the battlefield. Looking at the raging waves before him, Zhang Chen shouted arrogantly, "I'll use you to test the full form of my monsterization card." He let out a great shout, and the giant snake behind his head suddenly lunged upward, its body expanding at a staggering speed. Before long, the giant snake had grown to its limit, its size nearly matching that of the massive wall of water. The snake roared as it charged into the water wall, tearing and biting frantically, throwing the opponent into chaos. The river god manifested as the water wall was enraged. He swung a massive hand in an attempt to catch his opponent, but Zhang Chen issued a command just in time, sending the snake into a surprise assault from the right. Obeying the order, the giant snake swerved and bit down on the river god's right arm. Zhang Chen commanded his snake, "Drain him dry for me." The giant snake obeyed its master's command, biting and tearing frantically. The crowd on the cliffside witnessed this scene, all of them marveling in awe. Wow, one of the river god's arms was actually torn clean off. I thought killing 2 blood raiments was his limit. I never expected his strength to rival that of a river god. Beside them, Zhang Hongwu was equally shocked. Zhang Chen's strength far exceeded her imagination. Back on the battlefield, Zhang Chen's giant snake was launching a frantic assault on the river god. Then it used its tail to coil around the giant hammer from behind, hoisting it high in preparation for a lethal strike. Zhang Chen ordered, "Crush him." Receiving the command, the giant snake swung the massive hammer toward the river god in a devastating Mount Tai press strike. Under the weight of the immense blow, the river god was split in two. The sound of the heavy object striking the water surface was deafening. The river god was cleaved in half amidst his own shock, not yet realizing how miserably he had been defeated. Zhang Chen, however, vaguely felt something was off. He worried that the opponent hadn't unleashed the full power of a vicious soul rank for fear of attracting the attention of Taishan Wang. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen laughed triumphantly. "Then I won't be polite. Flesh Ganaderma? One more strike." With that, he condensed spiritual energy into a horizontal sweep against the river god, instantly shattering him completely. But immediately after, Zhang Chen and his giant snake were surprised to see a bizarre puddle of water appear before them. From within the puddle, a man wearing an official hat and a face full of rage slowly emerged. His brow was furrowed, his eyes filled with hatred and fury. It was clear that this old gentleman had been thoroughly enraged. Zhang Chen stared at this rising waterman, frozen in place as he watched him sprout up like a seedling in a rooftop garden. Being stared at made Zhang Chen irritable, and he snapped irritably, "What the hell are you looking at?" This arrogant tone, typical of a powerful expert, instantly brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. The system panel popped up. "This guy has 0 manners. Ghost Chi 1500. The river god, wearing the official hat, stared fixedly at Zhang Chen for a long time before finally speaking, "I've remembered you." As soon as the words left his mouth, water suddenly erupted from his eyes, shooting toward Zhang Chen. One would have expected a fierce battle, but instead the old man used the water as a feint and took the opportunity to dive back into the river to escape, shouting parting threats like a coward as he fled. "When the great chaos descends, I will surely tear you into 10,000 pieces." This sounded both spineless and pathetic. Watching him flee like a stray dog, Zhang Chen let out a contemptuous cold laugh. "The name's Zhang Chen, make sure you don't forget it." As the river god vanished into the distance, the churning water gradually calmed. Zhang Chen suddenly felt his hands trembling, his physical exhaustion was immense, and cold sweat was pouring down. He muttered to himself that since this water was the opponent's home turf, the outcome might have been uncertain if he had truly pushed him to the brink. Zhang Chen plopped down onto the snake's head, looking at the sky and letting out a long sigh as he remarked, "Phew, when will I actually be able to beat a vicious soul rank for real?" After a while, everyone gathered around to greet him. Zhang Hongwu shouted excitedly, "Zhang Chen is back." Zhang Chen retracted the giant snake and turned to mock the old corpse retriever. "Your river god isn't all that much, is he? In the end, didn't he just run away with his tail between his legs?" With that, he pointed toward the river surface. Hearing this, the old corpse retriever was shocked, crying out in alarm. "How is this possible?" he muttered to himself. To help the river god quickly recover ghost chi after delivering the corpse-born child, I had the entire village offer up their blood. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was greatly shocked. "So that bowl of blood in front of every household was your rotten idea?" Zhang Hongwu was extremely enraged by the old corpse retriever's inhumane actions. She swung a sudden punch, knocking the old man to the ground as she roared in fury, "You animal, you're truly a piece of trash." Zhang Chen stepped forward to stop Zhang Hongwu from striking again, telling her to step back. The restrained Zhang Hongwu asked angrily, "Why are you stopping me?" Zhang Chen replied calmly, "He has seriously violated the iron laws. I have the right to execute him directly." Just as everyone thought he wanted to spare the old man, his next words were even more heart-moving. "The young mistress of the Yang family has a precious status. How could I let your hands be dirtied by such a trivial matter?" With that, he turned to look at the distant Qin Zi and shouted, "Hey, you trash over there, get over here." Qin Zi was startled to hear his name called, pointing at himself and asking, "You mean me?" Zhang Chen grabbed the old corpse retriever by the neck and replied with a smile, "I saw you didn't contribute much tonight. I'll leave this old man for you to handle." Receiving this choice assignment, Qin Zi happily dragged the old man behind a rock, laughing sinisterly. "Hee hee, mission guaranteed." A moment later, piteous cries for help echoed from behind the rock. Qin Tiancheng, Qin Hai's brother, walked over and said, "Zhang Chen, I've seen my own strength clearly this time. I plan to return to Longshang Temple for secluded cultivation." Zhang Chen asked with concern, "Your hand is broken. Are you okay?" He replied boisterously, "Haha, it's a minor thing. If not for Brother Zhang stepping in to save me, I probably would have lost my life." With that, the two brothers limped away, not forgetting to leave a message. "Words cannot repay this great kindness. If Brother Zhang has any tasks in the future, we two brothers will surely not hesitate." Behind him, Zhang Hongwu also spoke up. "Zhang Chen, right?" she praised. "Among your peers, you are the strongest I have ever seen." Zhang Chen refused to be outdone, replying, "Among your peers, you are also the most insightful I have ever seen." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Hongwu handed Zhang Chen a martial sect challenge scroll. Zhang Chen stared at the scroll in his hand, asking in confusion what it meant. Zhang Hongwu replied softly, "I want to invite you to a fight once I finish my seclusion." With that, she departed gracefully, leaving behind, "This is a parting message." Watching her retreating back, Zhang Chen scratched his head in confusion and muttered to himself, "Does she want to get beaten up that badly?" Just then, Yang Chan walked up from behind. Looking at the challenge scroll in Zhang Chen's hand, she remarked, "A martial sect challenge scroll? You've really done it this time." She explained, "In a duel between martial sect disciples, if you lose to someone of the same sex, you have to work for them for 3 years. Zhang Chen pressed, "And what if it's the opposite sex?" Hearing this, Yang Chan's face turned crimson and she said shyly, "Between opposite sexes, this is equivalent to an engagement letter." After speaking, she poked Zhang Chen with her finger and teased, "Senior sister Zhang is the successor of the martial sect. You've got some quite lucky romantic prospects, kid." Sensing the slight hint of jealousy in Yang Chan's voice, Zhang Chen curled his lip and replied, "PSH, as if I'm that desperate for it." The scene shifts back to Zhang Chen's house where the moon is high in the sky. The surrounding atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. Zhang Chen summoned the system panel to check his ghost chi, monsterization cards and items. Looking at the string of numbers, Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. The large-scale collective mission actually earned 5,000 ghost chi. Excitedly, he performed a triple draw, obtaining 3 3-star monsterization cards. Ghost Shark, Jade-Faced Fox and Tuo Dragon. Looking at the cards hovering before him, Zhang Chen said happily, "Sea, land and air, all covered. I just need an opportunity to break through to B rank." Just then, a frantic ringtone from his phone interrupted his thoughts. And just like that, the breathtaking battle at Kashan Village officially brings the explosive journey of Part 1 to an end. Looking back on the path so far, from a reincarnated college student who had to struggle and provoke minor ghosts just to scrape together single points of ghost chi, Zhang Chen has now truly evolved into a formidable monster in the supernatural realm. With a combat style that is domineering, unapologetically shameless, yet remarkably righteous, he has not only tamed the bizarre flesh Ganoderma and wielded a 1,000-pound divine weapon, but even forced an ancient river god to flee in bitter humiliation. raking in 5,000 ghost chi points alongside a trio of 3-star monsterization cards spanning sea, land, and sky. Zhang Chen is fully primed for a spectacular breakthrough into the ranks of B-rank powerhouses. Yet, in that rare moment of peace, the frantic ringing of a phone in the dead of night echoes like an omen of an even greater storm looming on the horizon. Who is on the other end of the line? A life-or-death plea for help, or the catalyst for a horrific catastrophe about to descend upon Zhongbei City? As he steps into the B-rank realm, what kind of eerie entities and dark, sinister factions lurking in the shadows will Zhang Chen have to face? Where will the unexpected entanglement following the engagement letter with the martial sect prodigy Zhang Hengwu lead our story? And will the power of his 3 new cards be enough to withstand the forbidden life and death zones that are slowly stirring awake? All of these burning questions and the most visually stunning, blood-pumping battles will be fully answered in Part 2. Thank you all so much for sticking with the video until this very moment. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Hali Recaps, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss Part 2 when it drops. Feel free to leave your predictions for the next events in the comments below. And now goodbye, and see you all in the grand finale of our story.